The Star Dragon, Dragon Kings of the New World, Book 1. Written by Dante Doom. Narrated by Nik Magill. Chapter 1. Sivlander, slayer of thousands, warrior of the highest regard, trudged up the mountain. His arms were aching not from soreness, but from the jumpy energies that came right before a fight. His companions, an archer, a paladin, and an explorer, followed behind him, but not too closely. Around him, the snow was falling from the upper reaches of the mountain, and he could feel each snowflake landing upon his face. Yet the cold winds blowing was somewhat refreshing, considering the fights that they had overcome in order to reach this part of Vemor Mountain. There had been many a troll, fiend, and brute waiting for them along the broken and jagged crags of the terrain, but Sivlander was not a man to be easily stopped by his foes. No, he wielded his great sword comfortably, easily cleaving through the hordes of beasts on his way to the top of the mountain. But Sivlander wasn't here for them. Rather, he was here for the greatest foe that the Vemor Mountains would ever know. He was here for Kriag, the chief ogre of the mountain. Sivlander turned to face his companions. He could see their faces of fear, and he grinned. "Comrades, we are not here to grimace at fate. We are here to slay Kriag and reap the greatest rewards there are." The archer shook his head at the comment. "But, sir, But what? We aren't strong enough, bold enough?" Sivlander interrupted the archer. "We've got our weapons, our wits, and most of all, our experience. He's just around the corner, friends. Raise your weapons, and let's do this!" With this, he abruptly swung away from the complaining archer. His companions for this part of the adventure weren't particularly the best people that he had been able to find, even if they had seemed motivated enough by the potential coin and plunder, but the closer they'd gotten to Kriag, he'd heard all the more whining and worrying from them. Still, he refused to be daunted by such talk. Sounds of shouts suddenly greeted him from the distance. "We found him!" cried a voice. This followed by the loud "Baloo" of a hunting horn. Sivlander turned to face his allies. "The scouts! We must move quickly!" And with this, he drew his greatsword and began to run toward the sound of the hunting horn. The scouts weren't supposed to have engaged. They'd only been supposed to scout ahead and find the chief ogre. But it would be just his luck if they were slaughtered so needlessly. Sivlander and his party rushed up over the snow-covered land to find two men in leopard skin battling against a massive ogre. The creature was nearly 3 times Sivlander's size, and it was hideous, fleshy, and bulbous. The yellow eyes of the massive beast glared at Sivlander as it roared out, "Feast upon the flesh of the mountain crawlers!" The scouts were quickly clubbed by the ogre chief's huge wooden club, and then the beast turned to rush toward Sivlander. Now Sivlander could see that the ogre chief was level 78, armed with a club of severe crushing, and had a health of nearly 1,000 hit points. "Archer, shoot the beast in the arm!" "I have a name," the archer grumbled. "It's Califer." "Shoot it now!" Sivlander screamed as the massive creature lumbered toward him. He braced for impact, as he was a fighter and wasn't exactly the type to dodge a blow. Immediately, the massive club crashed against his body, but he held himself firm. Pain shot through him, but he knew it was just an illusion. The mind of the fighter needed to be steeled against all pain. Holding fast after the blow, he raised his greatsword and hacked away at the legs of the ogre chief. He heard the swift, swift sounds as arrows flew over him, striking the beast in its right arm and causing it to stagger and reel backwards. It tried to lift its arm to slam the heavy club down atop Sivlander, but its injury slowed it down enough for Sivlander's blade to block the blow and push it backward. The beast was strong, but so was Sivlander. "Come on, men! Slay the beast! Together!" Sivlander shouted. The paladin had been busy healing the 2 injured scouts, but he leapt up and grabbed his righteous silver sword so that he could rush to flank the ogre. The ogre was clever enough of a creature to see this coming, though, and while it continued to strike away with its club with one hand, it reached out its other to grab the paladin. Sivlander saw this momentary distraction as the perfect opportunity. and with a deep breath he leapt up with as much strength and speed as he could and climbed up to set himself atop the beast's right arm. The creature's height was staggering, at nearly 12 feet tall, and Sivlander held on tightly in the hopes of avoiding falling. "I've got it!" the paladin cried as he leapt aside and began to slash at the creature's massive arms. The arrows kept peppering the air, striking into the ogre's flesh, but Kriag's body was so thick that many of them didn't even draw blood. "Our weapons aren't working!" cried the hapless explorer as his twin axes failed to even cut through the flesh of the beast. "We needed something magical for this," Califer cried. "I told you it would fail." "Enough whining," Sivlander yelled out as he held onto the side of the creature's arm for dear life. The ogre chief didn't seem keen to be climbed, and it was violently struggling to throw the warrior off. "Ogres are dumb enough, we just have to be smart. Archer, stop shooting it in the chest and aim for the joints. Knees, elbows, eyes, anything vital. Paladin, keep it busy while I climb it." "Aye, sir," cried the paladin as he ran in front of the massive creature, throwing a stone at the thing's head. Kriag cried out in a rage at this taunt and began to focus primarily on clubbing the plate-clad man to death. Even as he went after the paladin, though, more arrows flew through the air, this time striking areas that were weak and unarmored. Sivlander used the diversion as an opportunity to hoist himself up atop one of the creature's shoulders, as the shoulder alone was wide enough for more than one man to be stationed atop of it. The beast was far too busy fighting the others to respond in time as Sivlander buried his greatsword into the neck of the ogre chief. It roared as blood began to spray from it, but even this blow didn't seem to slow it down. Instead, it bucked wildly and threw Sivlander off of it, throwing him right into the ground, which he came down upon with a crashing noise. "Are you dead?" Califer shouted as he continued to fire arrows and strafe the monster. "No," Sivlander responded as he leapt up. He instinctively went for his greatsword, but remembered that it was currently lodged in the side of the horrific ogre's neck. He grabbed his backup longsword from his side and drew it. In turn, the description popped up reading, "Longsword. Quality, B. Damage, 144. Durability, 87%. The ogre chief had gone into some kind of berserker rage now, and it was violently crashing after the paladin, who had wisely made the decision to back up. "It's frenzied! We can finish it off!" Sivlander cried out as he rushed to the creature's back. It had lost all sense of reasoning and was just hammering on the paladin with all of its might. Still, the paladin was a tough lad, and his shield was empowered with divine might, making it resistant enough to the clubbing. So Sivlander didn't worry about bailing his ally out. Rather, he took another deep breath and managed to run up the ogre's back and scramble atop the creature once again. The ogre chief's ragged excuse for clothing served as a decent enough foothold for him to be able to get back up to the top, now that he knew the layout of the beast and it was moving more predictably. Astride the ogre now, Sivlander grabbed hold of his greatsword and pulled it out, causing the beast to roar in agony. Before he could stab the creature again, though, it reached up with its massive hand and grabbed Sivlander hard. Its fleshy fingers wrapped around the warrior and began to crush him in his own armor. "Any time you want to shoot the damn thing would be great!" Sivlander shouted as the archer fumbled to grab more arrows from his quiver. "I've got it! I've got it!" Califer screamed as he aimed his arrows at the creature's hand. "Careful with where you're aiming!" Sivlander yelled out as an arrow narrowly zipped past his head. The ogre chief roared and continued to squeeze. "Shoot it in the wrist! The wrist!" Just as Sivlander's command was issued, an arrow flew from Califer's bow and nailed the chief in the wrist, causing the thing to reflexively open its hand. Sivlander landed on his feet, thankfully, and charged the creature's belly with his greatsword, slashing at the exposed, soft area with an intense force. The beast had already been staggered from the blow to its neck, and now, with the greatsword rearranging its insides, the pain was too much for it. Kriag roared out a single, hoarse roar of defiance, and then fell over onto its back, blood pouring from its neck and stomach. "Is it dead?" cried one of the wounded scouts. He was laying on the ground, clutching his severely wounded leg. "It better be," Califer said as he shot a few more arrows into it, just for good measure. "Ha! Ha! See?" Sivlander shouted triumphantly. I knew we could slay it. Never underestimate the power of a team. Never underestimate the power of pissing that thing off into a rage, the paladin grumbled as he examined his badly dented shield. You know, this thing wasn't cheap. Fame and glory never is, Sivlander replied, as he felt the wind blow through his hair and he gazed up into the sky. The cool mountain air was just what he needed to cool him off from the burning heat of battle. He had taken some blows, but he was alive, and that's all that mattered. As Sivlander stared at the mountain, basking in the glow of winning another excellent battle, he saw something rather curious. One of the crags of the mountain, the rocky formation, was morphing a little as a face began to emerge from it. The face was stranger than anything he had ever seen before. It had 3 glowing eyes and no nostrils. The face shifted and contorted for another moment before it vanished again. All right, well, this ogre chief better have ogre treasure in his cave, Califer fussed as he and his companions trudged toward the large mountain. Come on, Sivlander, you can tactically distribute our loot. Meanwhile, Sivlander's experience had increased enough to allow for him to level up. He glanced at his stats as they increased. Intellect, 10. Constitution, 16 to 17. Strength, 18 to 19. Charisma, 8. Agility, 12. Longsword skill increased, +5 to 40. Climbing skill increased, +5 to 35. I'll catch up with you guys in a moment, Sivlander said as he stepped back. There's something I have to do first. And with that, the rest of his party moved onward into the cave ahead of them. Sivlander stretched his hands upwards, and the world around him suddenly grew gray. The clouds slowed down, the snow ceased falling, and even the wind was cut out. 2 large buttons appeared before Sivlander. One read Game, and the other read Settings. Sivlander touched the Settings button, causing a swarm of other menu options to appear before him. He selected the option Report Bug and began to casually write a description of the weird face that had been sticking out of the mountain. Whatever it was, it didn't belong there, sticking out of the face of a mountain. He mumbled the words as he typed them into the bug report. Strange face out of mountain. Some kind of graphics glitch at Vimor Mountain Ogre Chief raid. After he submitted the bug, he closed the menu, and immediately the world around him sprang back to life. The wind picked back up, the snow began again to fall, and he could hear his party arguing over the loot inside of the cave. Sivlander glanced at his experience bar to the side and grinned. If he completed this quest, it would mean yet another leveling up. This was the start of a fantastic day. Chapter 2. Agent Sang-No sat in silence. Her superiors were ignoring her, talking in hushed tones about some kind of game system. Sang had almost been certain that she was going to be fired when she walked into the dimly lit office, but upon seeing Agent Neil and Agent O'Hara, she realized it was going to be a briefing of some kind. This had been a surprise. She wasn't sure if she welcomed it or not. Neil and O'Hara paid her no mind as they discussed a holographic display in the center of the room. They were sitting in a circle, with a large white desk in the middle of the room. In the corner was an end table with a bonsai plant sitting on it. The bonsai looked as bored as she was. Such a cramped office for so many people. Another glitch report, see? Neil said, waving to the center of the room. A holographic screen appeared before them in response, showing details of the latest report. Someone named Sivlander had reported something about a bug in that stupid game, Dragon Kings of the New World. While it didn't appear to be of any interest to Sang, the other two were staring at the details intently. This is good, O'Hara said. This might finally be the contact we've been looking for. And it's not just him? Nope, said Neil, waving and causing the holographic display to open up a forum page. There's a whole forum about this glitch. O'Hara smiled at the response, a girlish grin appearing on her face. Sounds wonderful. Sang wasn't paying much attention to what they were so interested in. She had more painful things on her mind. The last week had been hell on earth for her, and it was only going to be getting worse. Agent Sang! said a gruff voice as the door opened up. It was her boss, Frederick Urey. She immediately stood to attention as he entered. The other 2 agents stood also. After a few moments of handshaking and words, they all sat down in a circle, watching the center of the holographic display in the office. A picture of a man appeared. Sang winced at the sight. It had been her partner, Alfred Munich. A week ago, things had been going very well for Sang. She was a member of the CIA's counterterrorism division and had been working with them nonstop for the last 4 years. At 26, she had been considered something of a star agent, highly skilled in hacking and countering cyber terrorism. She'd long been a woman who had real promise. Scholarships had been available for her to use, letting her breeze through school. When she'd graduated, she'd had offers from all of the intelligence agencies in America. The world had been in the palm of her hand, and she'd been convinced that she was destined for greatness. That was until a week ago. Sang glanced at the picture of the man before her and felt a deep pain well up within her stomach. She looked down at her feet, unable to look at Alfred for more than a few seconds. Flashes came back to her memory of his calls for help. It was supposed to have been a simple job. There was a small organization in Chicago that had been trading a highly illegal drug known as Quake with a group of suspected cyber terrorists who had been branded as the Unknown. Her partner, Alfred, had been pushing for an on-the-ground investigation of the warehouse which the Unknown supposedly worked from, but their superiors hadn't been convinced that these terrorists were enough of a threat to require dispatched agents. Alfred, being the loud, excitable, and perpetually optimistic man that he was, had told Sang of his intentions to check it out himself. Sang was the opposite of Alfred in a lot of ways. She was quiet, focused, and cautious when it came to disobeying orders. After much back and forth, Alfred had said he'd go and investigate it himself. She had run after him. "Sang, are you paying attention?" Frederick asked as he crossed his arms. "Yes, sir," she replied. She felt her heartbeat going 1,000 miles a minute as she watched several different pictures float across the display. They were all of the crime scene. "We need to be clear about something, Agent Sang," Frederick said. "The only reason you are here is because of the immense value that you bring to this organization. The death of your partner was an absolute tragedy, but it was an avoidable one." "Sir, I'm not here to argue. Our internal investigations committee determined that you were at fault for failing to inform your immediate superiors about Alfred's choice to investigate a potentially hostile territory alone. By choosing to chase after him instead, you implicated yourself in this matter as well. I've been in discussion with my superiors all week about your fate. We all agree that it would be a shame for you to be released from service this early into your career. But at the same time, your decision to aid Alfred in an unauthorized investigation is nearly unforgivable." Sang winced at that. When she'd found Alfred crouching behind a dumpster outside of the Unknown's headquarters, she hadn't convinced him to come back home. On the contrary, he'd managed to convince her to investigate with him. His excitement, his brashness, and his confidence had been enough to motivate her to get involved. All Alfred had needed was some pictures of their operation, she had been convinced. There would be no fighting, no attempted arrests. Just a few pictures of the inside of the warehouse had been all that was needed to make the mission a success. Sang hadn't done much in the supposed raid. She'd simply served as the lookout and the getaway driver, keeping an eye out for anyone outside of the warehouse. The Unknown had been extremely cautious with their work. They had no webcams, and their cell phones were simplistic, having no capacity to record. This meant that all of Sang's usual snooping methods were unavailable. So, she had waited outside, watching for trouble. 10 minutes later, a few gunshots had rung out, and Alfred had come running out of the warehouse, clutching his bloody stomach. Sang had been quick to get him into the car, but by then he'd collapsed. As she'd rushed to the hospital in a panic, he'd slowly died, in agony from the gunshot wound. His cries of pain would follow her for the rest of her life. "Essentially, Miss Sang, you are in a very precarious position right now," Frederick continued. Sang glanced at O'Hara and Neil, who both seemed equally unimpressed with her. "Either we release you from this job and perhaps consider pursuing criminal charges against you, or we find some way to move forward." "I am a patient man, Sang. I understand that mistakes can be made, but a mistake like this was far too costly. Alfred was a good man, and he deserves to be alive right now. He was somewhat reckless, which was why we partnered him with you. Your skepticism and caution were supposed to anchor him. Instead, you chose to enable him. This will be the last time you get to play action hero. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Sang whispered. It was hard enough to bear the horrible guilt of her partner's death, but with Frederick hammering home the point, she felt herself growing bitter. This wasn't fair. "Good. Now then, let's move on from this and focus on the task at hand. You three were requested by me personally, and I've hand-selected the 3 agents who I feel will be the best for this investigation." Frederick's change in focus was a welcome respite for Sang. She turned her attention to the holographic display, which was now displaying a symbol of a dragon biting a planet. The words Draco were beneath the dragon. Frederick continued, "Who can tell me about Draco?" "Game company, sir," O'Hara said. "They're responsible for that fancy new VR game." "That's right. Now, there are dozens of game companies out there, plenty of virtual reality systems, and even a few games like Dragon Kings of the New World," Frederick responded as he waved his own hand over the console. 3 corpses appeared on the holographic display, as well as several different news clippings and a picture of a strange, oval tube. Yet for all of the games, the companies, and the VR hookups, Draco here is the only one responsible for the cover-up of 3 deaths directly related to their game. "Deaths related to the game?" Sang asked. "You're kidding." "Have you seen those new biofeedback systems that Draco designed?" Neil asked as he turned to face her. "Sang, those things are amazing. You slide into them, plug in, and then you can literally feel like everything is real. I mean, the wind, the sun, the sand between your toes, everything." "Neil, there's no way you afford one of those things on your salary," O'Hara teased. "They had a display at the mall the other day and I tried it. It was incredible," Neil replied. Sang growled a little. She wasn't particularly fond of gaming, primarily due to the fact that most hackers were stereotyped to be savvy uber-geeks who were obsessed with video games. Her hacking expertise often put her in the same company of men who were constantly talking about fantasy worlds and magic. She wasn't concerned with the fake world of gaming, but rather focused on the real world of her career. "Anyway," Frederick said, regaining control of the room, "there's the small matter of the attempted cover-up by Draco to attend to. They apparently put quite a bit of money into getting the families of the deceased to be quiet about it, and the news articles suddenly vanished. Fortunately for us, we've been keeping an eye on them long enough to know that something isn't right." "What, do you think they're killing their players?" O'Hara asked. "That doesn't seem like a very safe way to build a customer base." "I doubt they're intentionally doing it, but who knows? Draco's not a particularly open company," Frederick said. "They were the ones who created all of those biofeedback machines, though, and they're the ones responsible for this game. My immediate fears are that they're cutting corners and aren't properly checking on the safety of their equipment. My long-term fears are, well, they might be up to a little bit more. They aren't based here in the U.S., and any attempts to get information from them have come up flat. They're based out of Venezuela, and the government skirt they're hiding behind isn't exactly friendly to our government either, so we can't even get them to comply with our laws." "Why not just ban the game, then?" Sang asked. "The game is very popular," Frederick answered. "The reality is we don't have much to go on, but intelligence chatter has indicated that Draco isn't all that they seem, and we've got boots on the ground already trying to figure out how to best gather information. It's not like we can hack them either," O'Hara said, as she waved at the holographic machine. It displayed a series of circuits and security systems. Sang recognized the configuration well enough. It was a closed system, meaning that there'd be no way to connect into Draco without some kind of internal access. "Getting into Draco is the real challenge," Frederick said. But if we could somehow get an agent into Draco's system, we could hack their entire database and find the information we want. We can figure out what happened to these players when they were in sleep time." "Sleep what?" Sang asked. "Sleep time," Neil replied. "See those tubes? They're amazing. So great that you kind of forget about your regular old body. You don't necessarily feel thirst or hunger while you're playing a game, and you certainly don't feel tired. So the body tends to just up and die after several hundred hours of playing consecutively when none of a player's basic bodily needs have been met. When the technology was first introduced, there was that huge case about a rich dude's daughter being hospitalized due to the dehydration she'd suffered while playing, and so Draco was quick to implement a rule called sleep time. For 5 hours every single night, the entire game closes down access and kicks everyone out, so they can eat, drink, and probably dream about going back to playing the game. Draco uses the time to do server maintenance, but a certain demographic of players can hack into the game even when it's in sleep mode." "You mean they literally have to stop the game so that gamers won't kill themselves playing it? That's insane," Sang grumbled. "The autopsies determined that those who were killed all died around the same time, 3:34. They were in their pods at the time playing the game. Sleep time occurs at 2 a.m. every night, no exceptions. This means that they were hacking the game. The fact that 3 people all died inside of a game they weren't supposed to be in around the same time shows there is something more at play," Frederick said. "We've got to find out the truth here." "So, what's the game plan?" Sang asked. "It's a closed system, so I don't know what you want from me. There's no accessing Draco's servers from an outside source, and the only way to hack it would be if you had a hacker actually go into the game and get to the—" She trailed off as she realized they were all looking at her. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You want me to go in there?" "You wanted to play field agent, didn't you? Here's your chance," Frederick said with a bitter sarcasm. "Hell no," Sang complained. "Those things are dumb, petty, and colossal wastes of time. I've seen so many important and clever people burn away their lives because they were just interested in gaming instead of living. They're nothing more than rat wheels designed to simulate accomplishment." "Be that as it may," Frederick said, "you aren't going in to play the game. You're going in to do your job as a hacker. Get in, find a way into the central database of Draco, and get the information we need." "There's got to be some other way to investigate this thing," Sang protested. "If it makes you feel any better," Neil said, "the rest of us would all jump at the chance to play a video game for our jobs, but you're the girl who's got the skills. What do I have that other people don't? If this job's so important, shouldn't you send—" Sang trailed off as she realized something tragic. This wasn't an important job. O'Hara and Neil weren't particularly the highest-ranking members of the CIA, and they were well known for being utilized only on matters that weren't critical. The fact that she had just screwed up severely had damaged her credibility. This job was just some kind of side project for them. They were interested in gaining information, but everything wasn't hinging on this case being a success. This was just a mission for grunts. Frederick just shrugged. "Look, Sang, you have 2 options here. Option A, you can be a team player and go in there willingly, and in the process hopefully prove to my superiors that the Alfred incident was just an anomaly. Or option B, you can refuse, pack your things, and go home. For good." Sang sighed. Frederick was right that she didn't have a lot of options here. If she quit the CIA, it would be a disgrace, and she'd probably have to go into the private sector working for security companies. That kind of work was boring and unrewarding. She had joined the CIA so she could make a difference. If this was going to get back up to the top, she had no choice. "All right, fine, but I'm going to warn you now, I don't game. I've never really gamed before, and I'm going to be terrible at it." "That's where these 2 come in," Frederick said, waving to the other agents. "O'Hara is on information detail. She'll be the one responsible for pulling as much information about the game as she can find, as well as for keeping a line of communication going in between all of us. Neil is going to be responsible for handling your guide. I can handle a game guide just fine, Sang said. They aren't that complicated. Nah, he means your actual bona fide in-game guide, Neil said, bringing up a picture of a tall warrior wielding a sword. Come again? We recognize that you aren't familiar with games, and certainly aren't the type to, well, blend in with gamers, so we're going to need to make sure that you're able to navigate the land properly, as well as interact with the locals. Navigate? Locals? Land? It's a video game. Little pixels run around blasting at other pixels and suggest that they've had sex with those other pixels' moms, Sang said. I'll be fine. Ha! Things have changed a lot since the old days of gaming, Neil said. Well, except for the mom jokes. Those are pretty much the exact same. Who is this guy, anyway, who you want as my guide? Is he an agent? Nah, just a private contractor, Neil said. Don't worry about him. It's my job to make sure that he's as cooperative as ever. Gamers aren't really the kind of people I get along with, Sang grumbled. It's tough being a woman and working with computers. They tend to be a little uncomfortable. Look, I don't have all day. Are you in or not? I'm doing you a favor here, Sang, Frederick said as he started to stand. I don't have much of a choice, she said. I'm not leaving the CIA. I want to move past the incident. I'll do it. I just hope this guide isn't like all of the other gamers I've met. He's pretty good at the game, if that's what you're worried about, O'Hara said. The better they are, Sang mumbled, the creepier they can get. Chapter 3. And so then I said, that's not what your mom said last night, Sivlander joked. Everyone in the party laughed as they sat around the fire, and Sivlander sighed deeply as he looked up at the beautiful night sky. For all of the adventuring, the pulse-pounding battles, and the stabbing of orcs, his favorite experience truly was this feeling of being outdoors, of camping. The crackle of the fire, the warmth that warded off the bitter cold, all of this was the perfect experience. A gentle joy even washed over him as he soaked in the scene, hearing the laughter from all of his good friends as they told story after story of how they'd mocked their foes. As he gazed up into the air, though, he also heard a strange, shuffling noise in the woods. Instinctively, he reached for his bow as he heard the snuffling sounds of an animal of some sort. Perhaps he could kill it and feast upon its delicious meat. Sivlander knocked an arrow onto the bow and stepped forward lightly, but as he went to walk forward, he heard the deep, throaty roar of a bear. "Aw, crap, grizzly!" he shouted as a massive bear emerged from the woods and charged at Sivlander. He loosed a few arrows at the creature, but it seemed to ignore the attack. The bear leapt at him and knocked him to the ground, and he heard the shouting and screaming of his allies as they rushed to gather their own weapons. But it was too late. Sivlander was on his own, and he was locked in a titanic struggle with this horrid creature. He grabbed his dagger, but realized something was wrong. He couldn't feel his left hand at all. It was odd, and took him out of the current fight for just a moment as he considered it. Perhaps it was something wrong with the haptic VR system he was using. It was cheap crap, after all. Suddenly, the bear brought him back to the scene by slamming down on him hard and pressing its jaws right up against Sivlander's head, so that he felt the intense pressure of the jaws as he began to stab at the creature's face over and over again. "Ah!" he screamed out then, as he felt a sudden jolting sensation run through his entire body. He was reeling. One moment he had been fighting against the bear, and now he was sitting back in his crappy little apartment. "Told you that would wake him up," said a gruff, tall man in a suit. The man was holding the VR goggles in one hand. "Hey, they're mine!" "Shut up, Van," said a woman behind him. He spun around in his chair to see a red-haired woman staring at him. She wore a badge of some sort on her hip. "How do you know my name?" Van demanded. He was still feeling startled from the jarring transition out of virtual reality and into his regular hellhole of a life. "My God, this place is awful," the man said as he grabbed a box of food. "Gamer chow? You actually eat this stuff? Smells worse than dog food." "Hey, stop that," Van said as he leapt up to stop the stranger from pouring out the brown protein pellets all over the floor. The woman grabbed him by the back of the head, though, and slammed him against the wall. "Take it easy, Van," she said, emphasizing his name. He felt the painful pressure of her hand shoving him against the wall. What do you want from me?" "Look at this place. It's filthy. Absolute pigsty. Your mom's got to be so proud of what you're doing with your life," the man said as he walked over to a poster of a buxom animated woman and shook his head. "Filthy." Who are you?" Van stammered. His heart was pounding. Was this some kind of robbery? That didn't make any sense, given that he was poor as dirt. "I'm Agent O'Hara, and this is my good friend, Agent Neil," the woman said, relaxing her grip on Van's head. She stepped back and kicked some of the haptic gear on the ground. "You play these virtual games, right?" "Yeah. Agent? What kind of an agent?" "Secret agents," Neil said, pulling out his pistol suddenly. "Knock it off, Neil. I told you not to flash your gun," O'Hara said sharply, eliciting a shrug from the man. "We're with the CIA, Van," Neil said as he put his gun away, "and we're here to have a little chat. Look, you guys have no business being in here. I'm no one special, okay? First off, kid, let me ask you something. Your last name, is that real? Not some kind of pseudonym?" O'Hara asked. Van sighed heavily, giving up on his own questions for the moment. "Yeah, my legal name is Van Venusian." "Ha! I love those kinds of names," Neil said. "Well, Van Venusian, you are in luck. Today is your lucky, lucky day." "How so?" "Because you won. You're the brand new owner of an exciting new business opportunity to do what you love the best, get paid for it, and best of all, expunge your criminal record," Neil answered as he stopped to inspect Van's computer. The red and blue lights were flickering as it continued to run the game at full speed. "What? What criminal record?" Van asked. 3 years ago, you were involved with the illegal sale and movement of the drug known as Quake," O'Hara said, pulling out a small folder. "Quake? I don't even know what that is. Some kind of game?" "Don't be a smartass," Neil growled. "You know what Quake is." Van was actually terrified. He knew exactly what Quake was. It was a highly synthesized amphetamine that essentially allowed a person to operate without sleep for days at a time. Before Draco had rolled out the rules for sleep time, Quake had been the hottest commodity on the market, and it had been used in just about every single serious gaming group. Not only did he know what Quake was, but these agents were dead on. He had absolutely sold it back in the day. "No, sir, I'm just a regular gamer who—" "Regular gamer? Cut the crap," O'Hara said as she slugged him in the stomach, causing him to reel back and hold his stomach. "Hey, you can't do that. I'm an American citizen. I have rights." "You hear that, Neil? He says he has rights. You know, Quake was probably one of the most illegal substances on the planet when you were dealing, right? You certainly do have rights. You have a right to an attorney, a right to a phone call from prison, and heck, you even have the right to remain silent if you want to play the I have rights game," Neil said, leaning over to get his face nice and close to Van's. "But the reality is, kid, we ain't here to throw you in the clink. We've got records of your sales, distributions, and movements all over the country, Van," O'Hara said. "If we wanted you in jail, you'd be in jail." "Distributions?" Van wheezed. "You make it sound like I was some kind of kingpin. I might have sold a few pills here and there to some friends, but that's it." "Just a few pills? Oh, did you hear that, O'Hara? He sold just a few pills. Our mistake. Let's get out of here," Neil taunted him. "Did you or did you not regularly receive packages from a Mr. Chaz Forden?" O'Hara asked. Van grimaced. "Yeah." "And did you or did you not regularly move those packages from your domicile to various locations across the city and state?" "Yes." "And were you aware what was in those packages, or did you think you were just delivering bubblegum?" Neil asked. "How do you even know this?" Van asked. "We've got our ways," Neil said, sitting down on the chair across from Van and spinning around in it. "Here's the deal. You've got a problem. We've got a problem. But fortunately, we both have solutions to those problems." "I'm listening." Van said, shrugging. He had no idea what to do. Those minor indiscretions had happened so long ago, he had completely forgotten about them. He hadn't done any kind of major crime, after all. He'd just been desperate for some money, and since he'd run away from home at such a young age as he had, he'd needed the money to get by. So a buddy of his had connected him to a guy known as Chaz, who offered to pay him as a courier, moving Quake around the city to various different dealers. He'd only done it for a few days before the guilt got to him, but the money had been good enough for him to be able to go straight with his life. He hadn't gotten rich off the work, but it had given him enough money to buy the equipment necessary to finally get serious about his career in pro gaming. And really, the digital economy in Dragon Kings of the New World was nothing to be taken lightly. If a person worked hard enough, they could make some serious money playing the game, obtaining sponsorship. Draco, the company itself, would even reward the absolute best players with actual jobs, providing them with those fancy biofeedback tubes that would provide total immersion. It was somewhere in between the poor gamer and the professional gamer where people like Van survived. Those who could make a living by selling in-game items, doing favors for other people, and even providing professional services for in-game characters. One of his most popular pursuits was being an in-game guide, as he knew the land extremely well, having played the game since beta stages. People would often pay him real money in order to get to secret areas, places where there was plenty of treasure, or high-level areas where dangerous things creeped about. So even if not everyone understood it, Van knew perfectly well that Dragon Kings of the New World wasn't just some kind of a hobby. No, for many people, it was a way of life. Why live in a terrible, boring world with day jobs, taxes, and repetitive social constraints when you could live in a virtual world of sheer pleasure and joy? There were plenty of games out there on the market, but none of them could even come close to the Dragon Kings of the New World. It was the only game that had full-blown graphics and bio-immersion feedback, as well as a deep political system that allowed for players to actually rule and reign over the lands. In regular life, Van was nothing more than a kid without a college degree or even a real future. But in the game, he was a legend. Well, okay, he reasoned to himself, he was on his way to becoming a legend, but the fact was that he would be someone really important someday in that game. And he was getting close to courting Draco's favor in the hopes of getting a job as a professional gamer, which could even up his real-world life, but now with these CIA guys, this was trouble. Draco wasn't particularly interested in working with people who had criminal records, and if these guys leaked that information, he'd be finished. He had already spent all of his savings on a gaming rig that could run the game, and the little money he pulled in from doing odd jobs online barely enabled him to pay for rent and electricity. The fact was, without getting a job from Draco, his future wasn't particularly bright. He had wagered everything on becoming a pro gamer. Neil grinned, and it was clear that the agent knew what Van was thinking. "So, I'd love your assistance with a tiny little project. Minuscule, really." "What kind of a project?" Van asked. "Shut it!" O'Hara said as she threw him up against the wall again. "Whoa, hey, take it easy," Van gasped as he froze. He had flashbacks to all of the times when he had been in brawls and fistfights as Sivlander, and realized that none of that experience made any kind of a difference in the real world. He didn't have the muscles, memory, or training to fight back. "Listen here," she hissed. "We aren't here to be your enemies, but we sure as hell aren't here to make friends either. We've got a complex operation going down, and if there is even a whiff of you blowing our cover, we won't hesitate to make sure you're nice and quiet." "I just asked a question," Van whispered, shutting his eyes. He hated how weak and useless he felt just now. "And we're going to answer it," Neil said. "Draco's got something screwy going on. We don't know what, so we're in need of some help." "How?" Van stammered. Neil leaned against the wall that Van was pinned against. "We're needing your help navigating that Kings of Dragon Landtopia, or whatever it's called. Word on the street is that you're pretty good at it." you want me to help you navigate a video game. That's why you're in my apartment assaulting me?" Van asked in disbelief. "We're not even close to assaulting you," O'Hara said as she looked around. "And this is a storage closet, not an apartment." "Just go away, please. There are better guides out there," Van said. He wasn't sure what the hell was going on, but his aching skull informed him that working for these two would be a terrible idea. "There's Felix Dormam. He's incredible. Felix is a shill, working for Draco. They all are. So, no thanks. We aren't going to flip them. For now, that's way too hard and too dangerous. You're an outsider, our perfect guy. And plus, we've got dirt on you, so that's good too," Neil said. "I don't know why you think they're up to something. They're just—" Van's words were cut short as O'Hara slammed him against the wall again. "Let's not be confused here," she hissed. "We aren't here to explain anything. We are not here to bargain or negotiate. You've got a deal here sitting on the table. You can get our agent to where she needs to go, no questions asked, no tattling, and certainly no talking about what we're doing here. In exchange, we make sure all supporting documents about your little exploits go away. We throw you a few grand as a thank you, and who knows? We might even get you a whole new box of Gamer Chow. So what do you say, champ?" "I'd say it doesn't sound like I have much of a choice, does it?" Van asked. "Well, what else are you going to do with your life, kid?" Neil asked. "You're 23. You spend your days jammed up inside that computer anyway. At least this way, you'll be doing your civic duty. I mean, it's about time you contributed something to society, isn't it?" Van glanced between the two agents. He was having trouble understanding whether the violence was just part of the act or if he really was under duress. It was impossible to tell. Still, a few $1,000s and his records being expunged didn't sound like a bad deal. The only question was, could he trust these two? And, well, did it really matter if he could? They were the Central Intelligence Agency, a clandestine spy agency. If he was a liability, they'd just kill him after they were done. Or was that just some kind of fiction? Fine, I'll do it. How much money are we talking about exactly? "Enough to get into a closet almost twice as big as this," Neil said as he grabbed Van's computer, opened the window, and threw it out. "Holy crap, my computer, you just— whoops! That just slipped right out of my hands," Neil answered as he glanced out the window. They were on the 15th floor in a slum apartment. Van rushed forward, only to see that everything had completely shattered on the ground, smashed to pieces. There were a few homeless people already trying to salvage the computer for parts. "That thing cost me almost all of my money," Van said hoarsely. "All of my files, my hard drive? How am I supposed to play this game for you if you've destroyed my computer?" "Well, first off, we don't know what kind of spying Draco does, so we had to make sure your machine wasn't bugged. I mean, who knows? The moment you plugged back into that game, it could have had our whole conversation uploaded. Secondly, you ain't using that hunk of junk for your escort job. We bought a few of those biopod thingies for this job, so that's where you'll be." "The Immersion Pod 2.0? Van asked. "That's the one. And who knows? If you do a really good job, we might actually let you keep one," O'Hara said as she opened the door. "Car's waiting downstairs, so let's get going. I need my— anything you need will be provided at the facility, champ. Or are you getting cold feet?" Neil asked with a slight growl in his throat. "I'm fine," Van replied, glancing around his small apartment. He wanted to act all indignant about losing his computer, but the reality was that there wasn't anything of value on that hard drive except for the install file for his beloved game, and even that was easy to access. If he gave them attitude, they'd probably just hit him again. "Let's go." Great, Neil said as he closed the door behind them. "And one last thing, Van. Your new partner, she's great and all, but try not to piss her off. She can be a bit spiteful." Van finally grinned a little at something to look forward to. If she was going into his world, she would have to play by his rules, and not the other way around. No promises, Neil. No promises. Chapter 4. Van looked out the tinted windows of the car as they drove on in complete silence. It had been a few hours, and they were traveling into an area he wasn't particularly familiar with. Was he even in his home state anymore? He couldn't tell. He had tried to chat a little bit at the beginning, but the two agents didn't seem to have anything to say to him. Occasionally, he'd hear them muttering a few words, but he wasn't really paying attention. He figured the less he overheard, the better. "Here we are," Neil said, as the car pulled up to an old, abandoned-looking building. "This is the place?" Van asked as he climbed out of the car and looked the place over. There were no cars parked out front and no lights on. The place looked like it had been empty for a very long time. "It looks abandoned." "Turns out, when you're working for a clandestine operations agency, you have to keep your people and operations hidden," O'Hara commented. "Up ahead, in there." They marched into the building, up a few stairs, and into a room where he could hear some wonderfully familiar noises. The soft sound of computers and chatter. "Here we are. Now listen here, kid. One more time. Anything you see in here, you forget. Your job is to lay in a pod, not move for several hours at a time, and get our girl to where she needs to be. Got it?" Neil growled. "Yeah, I've got it. I got the whole deal," Van grumbled. "Here we go," O'Hara said, as they opened the doors in front of them. The room was almost blindly white. It was almost like being in a hospital. Dozens of men and women were busy flitting around, checking monitors, adjusting IVs, and handling charts. Some of the people inside were wearing suits similar to those of the agents escorting him, but others were wearing what looked like scrubs that a nurse would wear. One of the agents, a shorter man, approached them. "All right," the short man said. "We're just about set up here. The haptic system has been installed, the software's been loaded up, the machines are synced, and our biovital reader is a go." "Whoa," Van gasped as he moved closer to examine the two yellow pods in the center of the room. They were long tubes which were designed to comfortably immerse a human being into the game, and they were so expensive that most people could only rent them, if that. "This is our guy?" the short agent asked. "That's him," O'Hara said. "Great. Listen, kid. These things are top of the line, best gear you're ever going to use. We've got a medical staff to keep you going round the clock. You're not going to need food, water, or nothing. Sleep time is optional. Sure, you'll have to pop out every now and then, but you could even log out early, catch some sleep, and then log in during the restricted time." "How?" "Let's just say we didn't acquire these unmodified," the man replied. "Anyway, your partner's going to be here in a minute, so I suggest you get changed and get situated for your physical exam." "Sure thing," Van said, unable to take his eyes off of the haptic pod before him. The Immersion Pod 2.0 was the greatest achievement in the history of mankind, so far as he was concerned. No other pod was so realistic that it would even simulate taste, sensation, and texture to a degree near what this immersion pod could. It was a beast of a machine, and only the elite would ever dream of owning one. And now, one was sitting here, waiting for him. While his day had been relatively crappy, what with him having lost his computer and assaulted and blackmailed by the government, maybe this would make it all worth it. After all, didn't he like to spend the majority of his time online? He could maybe even look at this whole scenario he was in as some kind of a quest. Yeah, perfect, he thought. He was on some kind of an IRL quest. He hastily grabbed the medical clothes and began to change, not even caring that there were people still around him. He wanted to get into that pod so badly that he could almost feel his body aching for it. As he finished dressing, he heard a loud ahem from behind him. He spun around to see a rather short Asian woman standing in front of him, her arms crossed and a frown on her face. With a frown that deep, Van wondered, was it even possible for her to smile at all? "Are you Van?" she asked. "Yes, I am," he said as he finished buttoning up his gown. "I'm Agent Sang-No," she said, not bothering to uncross her arms, "and I'm going to be the one you are escorting." Great, he thought, another completely hostile person. Doesn't the CIA employ any nice people? Great, he said through gritted teeth as he went to extend his hand to her. She didn't move to shake it. She just glared at him. He coughed a little. I want you to get things straight, Van. I'm here to investigate Draco. I'm not here to have fun, play around, or have a good time. Furthermore, just because I am a girl doesn't mean you have any right to make crude, sexist, or piggish remarks about me. Is that understood? Oh, ma'am, I'd never make any remarks about you, Van squeaked. She seemed exceptionally more hostile than the other two agents. Neil and O'Hara had been mean and somewhat scary as well, but that had all seemed at least somewhat professional, if only to keep up an act. With Sang, it seemed as if she were personally angry with Van, even though he had just met her. I see you've met our field operative, Agent Sang, Neil said, as he slid up to the two of them, causing Van to give a sigh of relief. Van, I can assure you that Sang is our top hacker in her division, incredible at handling cyber terrorism and exceptionally adaptive in the field. Great, Van said. Sang's face never changed away from her angry, stern expression. And Van here is the top guide in all of the realm, one of the very best, and loyal. Right, Van? Sure, very loyal, and a good guide. I'm a good guide, he stammered, exceptionally uncomfortable as Sang continued to glare. What was going to make her stop? So, Van here is going to be making your character for you, Sang. He's played this game for a long time and knows how to craft the perfect class. You'll have the best stats. Right, Van? Offered Neil. Oh, yeah, I'll make you a great character for sure, Van said, smiling a little at Sang. She shrugged a little. Anyway, let's get you guys examined by the doc, and then we'll throw you in the tube so we can get this show on the road, Neil said. Sang grabbed the clothes on the table and abruptly spun around, storming off. Oh, man, She's very intense, Van said once she was out of earshot. Yeah, she hates games, gamers, and everything about them, Neil replied. What? Then why in the hell is she doing this job? Van demanded. Well, sport, it's because she's really damn good. But look, between you and me, this woman might be a tiny bit hard to motivate. So it's up to you to help her out. I'm going to be relying on you here for success. If you pull this off, Neil said, pointing over to the tube closest to them, I'm going to get a truck, get 2 guys to load that thing up, and drive it straight to your crappy-ass little apartment so that you can happily die in there. If you don't, I'll send whatever information we got straight to the FBI. Deal? You're just gonna give me that pod? Van asked, well aware of the price point of such a piece of technology. Well, let's just say this deal is off the record. Stuff gets lost in moves all the time, right? You'd be doing me a solid by making sure Sang stays involved and invested, and I'm doing you a favor right back. Got it? Van considered the deal. He wasn't particularly sure if he could trust Neil, but out of the 2 agents, he seemed to be the nicer one. When compared with Agent Sang, Neil was like an angel. All right, fine. I'll make sure she stays on point, and in return, you give me that. Good man, Neil replied as a doctor came up to the both of them. Van went through the motions of the medical exam while considering the situation. He felt a little bit of tightness in his chest. After all, this was pretty outrageous, that not only was he being forced into this situation, but he was being forced to work alongside a woman who absolutely despised gaming and gamers. That was probably the worst of it. So, more than anything, he was angry, but it was the anger that came from being trapped inside of a very unpleasant situation. It was inert rage, because he could do nothing for it. He was almost positive that Neil was just screwing around with him too, promising him that pod. But still, it would be the best possible outcome from the scenario. The worst outcome was that they'd drag him out in the back of the woods and shoot him in the head after forcing him to dig his own grave. Maybe he thought he should just stick to thinking about the best possible outcome. Well, looking at your vitals, I'd wager to say that you are an extremely unhealthy man, the doctor said as he looked at a few charts. "In fact, I'd wager to say that lying around motionless in a tube is pretty much the only thing you're healthy enough to actually do without having a heart attack." "Thanks, Doc," Van groaned. "You should cut back on the Quake, son. That stuff will kill you." "I don't do it anymore," Van lied. He had stopped selling Quake a long time ago, but he wasn't particularly inclined to stop using it to keep him going on those days where a buddy would find a back door into sleep time for a while. He wanted to cut back, but it was helpful to his gaming endeavors. "Well, whatever. I'll make sure we get some meds in your IV that will counteract the inevitable withdrawal that you're going to experience," the doctor said. "Try not to die in there, will you?" "I'll try not to," Van said as he walked away from the dock. Sang was waiting for him by the pods, her arms crossed. "So, did the doc find your heart?" Van joked as he approached her. "No. Did he find your brain?" she replied harshly. "You know, that was legitimately a good comeback, so I'm going to count that as an attempt at camaraderie," Van replied. "All right, jokesters, enough," Neil said as he approached. The nursing staff was busy preparing the pods for activation. "Here's the deal. Sang's character is going to need escorting as she investigates and pokes around various areas in the world, okay? Your goal is to investigate specific bugs that have been potentially linked to locating Draco's servers. We aren't sure where they are, but we'll report them as we find reports about them. O'Hara is going to be the one staying in contact with you guys over the communication feed we've got going on. And don't say anything stupid over our feed, okay? That means no references to the CIA, no talking about the investigation, and certainly no talking to anyone else about our goals." "Fine, so what's the cover story?" Van asked. "Your player's playing a game. That's your cover story," O'Hara said as she walked up and handed them both pills. "Yeah, but why would Sivlander be with a total scrub? Am I escorting her for pay? We cousins? I mean, my friends are going to ask a lot of questions," Van pressed. "Your friends don't know you're playing the game right now. As far as they know, you went AWOL when your Quake habit finally landed you in the hospital. You're fine, but gotta take a break for a while. As soon as someone sees Sivlander, they're gonna know what's up," Van replied. "Which brings me to my next point," Neil replied. "You're going to have to start new characters. Sivlander is a level 78 beast of a warrior. He's got the best gear, the strongest weapons, and tons of gold. Why would I ever start a new character?" "Because it's undercover work, Van. Draco was all over your account, chatting you up and monitoring your activity. Sivlander is basically dead for the time being. You can play him on your own time later, but for right now, you're making a new character. And you're making hers, too, all right?" Van frowned, considering the options. He'd been planning on wielding his greatest character yet, Sivlander, but he didn't particularly mind starting over again. He would power-level new characters for rich kids who just wanted a high-level character every now and then, so was this really any different? Besides, he'd get a chance to make his character with a different class, which wasn't a bad deal. "All right, fine. I'll start a new character. But can you at least buy the starters pack for us? Weapons, gold, in-game currency for quick access to things? Free players are ignored by Draco, but they buddy up to anyone who spends as much as a nickel on the microtransactions in this game," O'Hara answered. "So we're going to keep you guys off the radar as long as we can." "Well, fine. I've done this before, and I can do it again," Van said, grinning confidently. He actually felt a little excited at the fact that he'd be able to show these agents where his skills really were. He would get them both to level 50 in no time flat. Of course, there were 177 levels in the game, but 50 was where a player was generally considered to be good enough to handle the harder parts of the game. "Great. Well then, the pods await. Lay down, plug in, and by the way, have fun. It's a game, right?" Neil offered. "This better be worth it," Van and Sang said at the exact same time. They glanced at one another then, and Van could have sworn that she cracked a smile at him as she climbed into the tube. He climbed in as well and lay back, taking a deep breath. "Welcome to Draco's Haptic Pod Immersion System 2.0. I'm Frida, your artificial intelligence guide," said a feminine, robotic voice. The pod slowly closed around him. Much as he'd been looking forward to it, he felt a bit claustrophobic as he was covered in complete darkness. "Please remain still and relax. I'm booting up Dragon Kings of the New World. Enjoy your time, and remember, with Draco, our games are more than real," the voice finished, offering Draco's trademark slogan. There was a slow buildup of light, starting from the bottom of Van's feet and going all the way up to the top of his face within the pod. Next, the light flashed, and suddenly he was standing inside of a white room. "Welcome, knave, to Dragon Kings of the New World," said a cheerful voice. "Before we set sail for the New World, tell me a bit about your character." Before Van, a display appeared. It was the familiar character creation display that he had used half a dozen times. Seeing it, he grinned. It was nice being back inside of the confines of a gaming world. Of course, this was just an in-between world, since the actual game wouldn't load until both he and Sang had their characters created. But it was the first step, and it counted for a lot. Van pulled up the class selection screen. There were basic fantasy classes of warrior, paladin, ranger, rogue, wizard, and druid. While everyone would jump to be a wizard in most other games, Van knew that this world was a little different. Magic wasn't all it was cracked up to be in Dragon Kings of the New World. In fact, it was somewhat of a disappointment for those who liked to cast spells, as there were very few spells to actually use, and, for the most part, magic was only found in things like weapons or ancient scrolls. Casters weren't entirely useless, but most people, including Van, avoided playing them. Instead, he settled his eyes on the Ranger class. Rangers were fast-moving and clever, and above all, they were masters of their environment. They had more skill points than the warrior class, and were exceptionally useful in just about any situation. He had seen and played his fair share of classes, and with the travel and guidance that he often had to do, he knew Ranger was the right class for this particular situation. He fiddled around with the stats and the character's physical features, and finally chose the main weapons of the Ranger, bow and arrow all the way. He grinned at his selection. Character sheet. Name, Semimoto. Gender, male. Level, 1. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 100. Stamina, 50. Intellect, 11. Agility, 15. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities. Sneak, indirect shot, trap finding. Items, longbow, long sword. This was going to be absolutely perfect for him. He'd named his character Semimoto after one of his old screen names back from when he'd been some hacker wannabe in his early teens. It fit the circumstances, he thought. After he finished up his own character, it was time to work on Sang's. Now Sang was a grumpy, mean, and somewhat jaded woman who seemed to have no songs in her heart. For a laugh, Van selected the Bard class. The Bard's special abilities were to sing cheerful songs, uplift the fighters, and tell riddles and stories in order to motivate people. And it didn't really matter what Sang played, right? She didn't seem particularly interested in gaming, and it wasn't like she'd be doing any of the work. Van chuckled to himself as he fooled around, throwing some random stats in and specializing her character in bagpipes. If they were going to bully him, antagonize him, and blackmail him, then he was going to have some fun with their agent. She probably wouldn't even know better, really. Van snickered as he imagined watching Sang being forced to play the bagpipes in the middle of a heated battle. It was too funny. As he kept playing with his joke of a character, he rethought it for just a moment. He wasn't seriously going to give her this character, was he? Wouldn't that be too cruel? As his hand hovered over the reset button on the character creator, he frowned. Why did he have to make her a serious character? "No," he said defiantly, "I'm gonna do it. She's a bard." And with that, he slammed his hand onto the finalize button. This would take them to the in-game tutorial and transport him into his own character. With a sly grin on his face, knowing that he had just pulled one over on the CIA, he leapt through the portal and felt the blinding light encompass him. The burning smell of smoke immediately greeted Van as he felt a familiar warmth surround him. The sounds of the crackling fire, the mumbling of patrons, and the loud exclamations from the barkeep to his staff could only mean one thing. Van was in the Dancing Mule, the tavern where every new player started out. He grinned a little as he remembered the very first time he stepped into the Mule, wide-eyed and impressionable. It had been in the beta a long time ago, and at that time it had been one of the most incredible experiences of his life. Now he glanced around, taking note of the powerful immersion systems that he was currently plugged into. The pods offered an exceptional difference from his old haptic feedback gear. The scene was vivid, and he was suitably impressed, but he had also been in the VR world for long enough that he wasn't too overtaken by it. Perhaps the biggest difference was the full-blown sensation of warmth. He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck beginning to stand up with awareness as he felt the heat all around his body. It was encompassing, and, for a moment, he completely forgot that he was lying motionless within a tube. With a system like this, maybe he could finally get rid of that waste of flesh he called a body and just live inside of the game. If only that were possible somehow. Van stretched out and glanced down at his body. Something was wrong, though. He wasn't wearing leather armor, and nor did he have a longbow. Instead, he was wearing a kilt? That didn't make any sense. He stared at the strange green and red checkered manskirt in disbelief. Why was his character equipped with a kilt? His hands instinctively went to his side, and he felt the nice, thick bladder of his bagpipes. How had he become the bard? He spun around to see a ranger standing beside him. She had all of the gear that he had equipped his own character with, except the character was a woman. She seemed extremely disoriented. "Hey," Van said as he saw the name display pop up over her head. The ID number indicated that it was Agent Sang's character. The name read Jane. Oh, something's not right," Sang said as she rocked back and forth. She was bent over, clutching her stomach. "Why are you the ranger?" Van asked, completely ignoring her physical status. She was coughing, too. He wondered if Sang would die due to some kind of tube-related complication. He felt a little guilty as he also began to wonder if he'd be blamed for her death this early. She wheezed, looking up at him with a smirk. She paused to cough. "I'm not an idiot, Van. I don't know what a bard is, but I know bagpipes aren't a good weapon. But I like this bow, so I switched it." "How?" Van demanded as he stepped forward to help her stand. She really wasn't handling the transition into the game well. I said I was a hacker. I think my interface is glitching on me," she wheezed as she collapsed onto the ground. Her health bar was still perfectly full, but she was lying in a heap. "Oh, great," Van said. "First 10 seconds in here, and she gets an aneurysm." He looked around. With this kind of haptic system, would the food taste real too? Chapter 5. Sang felt a cool sensation run down the back of her neck as she slowly roused from her unconscious stupor. Something was weirdly off. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was happening, but her body felt horrible. "Sang, we've injected stabilization chemicals into your system," said a private message. It hovered before her vision as she slowly opened one eye. She glanced at the floating yellow words that seemed to be integrating into the world around her. Only then did she pull her head up off of the ground, realizing that she had been slumped over a table. She glanced around and could see there were dozens of people inside of the tavern, all talking, laughing, and pointing at each other. She could see names hovering above them, as well as some kind of number next to each of them. One patron had a label that said Level 2 Wizard. She frowned. What exactly did level signify? "You're alive," Van commented as he sat down with a plate full of food. He began to hungrily devour it in front of her, making horrible noshing sounds as he chowed down. It was somewhat nauseating to watch. "Yeah, sorry, I think—" "Wow," Sang said as she glanced around. She looked down at her hand and flexed it, feeling each finger curl slowly. "This is real?" "Nah, it's VR," Van said in between bites of his chicken wings. He gulped down some beer. She realized that she could smell his meal, too. "VR? Oh, right. This is like real life, Van," Sang said as she curiously tapped the full glass of beer in front of her. It felt real as well. "Yeah. What, you've really never been in one of these?" Van asked. "Not even the ones at the mall?" "No, never. Games are for time-wasters, pigs, and underachievers," Sang replied as she sat up and tried to straighten herself out. The stabilization chemicals at least seemed to be helping her relax a little bit. "Which one of those am I?" Van asked. "Which one aren't you?" she replied as she watched him continue to stuff his face. "Here, try one," he said as he handed her a carrot stick. She glanced at it with curiosity and a little bit of fear. Would it taste? How was that even possible? She took a gingerish bite and felt the familiar taste of a carrot. "I don't get it," she said. "How is this even possible?" "Everything's possible when you pump someone up with enough chemicals and trick them with moving lights," Van said as he hopped up. "Come on, let's trigger the starting quest." "Quest? Look, Van, this is crazy. I feel heat. I can feel my boots, the air, the sounds. This isn't possible." "It's possible, and you're living it. So I take it you've really never tried any kind of a game?" "No," she replied, crossing her arms. This was all getting to be a little bit too much. Her mind was a rational one, and while she had interacted with VR systems for data retrieval, she had never once experienced a physical sensation from one of those. This all seemed impossible. "Well, take it easy and you'll be fine. I think I read an article about this. It's called, The Uncanny Valley. It's like, sometimes when we confront things that look real but aren't, it kind of makes some stuff in our heads go all bonkers." "I'm not going bonkers. I'm just in awe. That's all. I'm fine. So how do we win?" "Win?" "The tutorial. So we can go out on the big adventure," she replied as she adjusted the bow on her back a little bit. What was interesting was that the clothing was a little bit uncomfortable. It was a little too tight, and the weapons seemed to add some weight to her body. All of this showed that the programmers were hyper-focused on detail. Right, Van said. He waved over to a tall man who had the word barkeep hovering over his head. "Hark and what ho!" called the barkeep as he approached the two. "Do I see two—" "Skip," Van said. "And there is a great—" the barkeep continued. "Skip," Van repeated. "And so you must—" "Skip," Van said again. "What the hell is he saying? He's just jumping words around and I can't make sense of him," Sang complained. "I'm skipping around, that's all. I know this stuff by heart. We're going to go ahead and get to the really good stuff. The opening quests aren't so bad." "And that is why I need you, brave adventurer," the barkeep finished. 2 words hovered over his head. "Accept quest?" "There we go. We take this one, and it will get us out of the starting area and into the mountains or wherever it is that you want to go. I'm still a little bit unclear on what the actual goal and purpose of all this is," Van said. Sang shrugged as she pushed the accept button with her hand. A massive screen appeared in front of her, detailing the mission. "You must travel to Orthir, across the eastern sea, but behold, the way is perilous, and passage is not cheap. Find a way to get across the great ocean so that you may strike your fortune in the new world." "How do we find passage?" Sang asked. "Elf guy is usually the fastest way. You can work with a warlord, but he's kind of a painful quest, and there's the dwarf captain, but that quest is really for newbies. The elf merchant guy is the fastest way because the tutorial is bare bones and gets us into the open world faster, Van replied. A flash of blue came over his head. The phrase plus 200 XP appeared and floated upwards into the air. Interesting. Did we gain something just for talking to that guy? Sang asked as she looked at her own experience bar. Indeed, it had filled up a little bit, now showing 200 of 1,000. Yeah, as we do quests, talk to people, and advance the story, we get experience points. Makes us stronger and stuff. Boosts our stats, really simple stuff. Van replied as he walked over to a pointy-eared man who was standing by a table. The man had a long beard and some kind of yellow aura surrounding him. "Greetings, adventurers," the elf said as he turned to face them. Sang couldn't help but shiver as she looked at the lifelike being in front of her. He was a wizened-looking creature with deep wrinkles on his face. She could almost have been convinced that he was an actual person, provided he hadn't had that yellow glow on his face. "Skip!" Van shouted. "Do you have to skip all of the dialogue?" Sang demanded. "Yeah, because it's faster," Van replied with a smug little grin. "Shut it, I want to hear the dialogue," Sang said. "And so that is why I am hiring you adventurers. If you have the guts, you can help protect my shipment of spices, pearls, and precious cargo from the evils of the ocean-dwelling cult, terrible beings that worship what is down below. They climb aboard the ships and slit the throats of good—" "Skip, enough! I was interested in that. It could have been important intel," Sang snapped. "Intel? It's all backstory meant to give the first part of the game a little bit of flavor. There aren't any ocean-dwelling cults anyway. It's just a dumb thing they put in the game, but never followed up on." The elf nodded and stroked his beard as if Van hadn't disagreed with his introduction. "So, what do you say? Join me and provide protection as we head to the new world?" "I accept your quest," Sang replied. The elf stared at her blankly. "You've got to press accept quest," Van replied as he pointed at the words that were floating above the elf's head. "Oh, I thought they could interact with us," Sang replied sheepishly as she clicked accept quest. "Yeah, there are some advanced AI models out there that can interact with us, and there are a lot of players who are out there that will interact with, but the reality is that most of the minor NPCs don't have the capacity to think or act." "Oh, good to know. Let's—" Her words were interrupted as everything around her went completely dark. The words 2 months later hung above her head in big white letters. Before she could even react, she felt the sharp stinging smell of salt water, and she was standing on the deck of a massive ship as it cruised through the ocean. "Man, I hate this part," Van said as he leaned over the deck of the ship casually. "What? Where are we? Did we just teleport?" Sang asked, glancing around in a panic. "Yeah, the game runs in real time for the most part, except for the travel systems that are put in place. So, it'll say 2 months later to skip what would be an actual 2-month journey, since this ocean is that big," Van said as he pointed at the massive landmass they were heading toward. "I see," Sang said as she glanced around the ship. The sky was so blue it almost hurt her eyes. The rocking of the boat was also impossible not to notice. For all intents and purposes, she really felt like she was on a ship. "So, now what?" "Now we train," Van said as he heroically pulled out his bagpipes with a wry grin on his face. Van's boots clunked down the stairs as he headed down to the lower deck of the ship. They needed to go through the training obstacles in order to be able to advance to the main quest. He examined his stats as he walked. Character sheet. Name, Samemoto. Gender, male. Level, 1. Class, Bard. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 100. Stamina, 50. Intellect, 10. Agility, 12. Constitution, 11. Strength, 9. Charisma, 9. Class abilities: Ventriloquism, ballads, bagpipery. Items, darts, bagpipes. Just great, he muttered as he looked at his terrible character build. The fact that he was a bard wasn't the worst part of the situation. It was the fact that his bard wasn't optimized at all. It served him right for trying to pull one over on Sang, but now he was really starting to regret his life decisions. Why had he done something so stupid? It was impossible to get angry at her because, in reality, it was entirely his own fault, and he was too busy kicking himself to get upset at her anyway. Interesting place, Sang said as she glanced around the lower deck. There were about 20 doors, all laid out in a big circular manner. The wood frames had words emblazoned atop each one. The words said things like axes, bows, leaping, etc. This is the training room. Here you can actually raise your skill levels up a bit so that you're somewhat ready to rock when you reach the main land, Van explained as he glanced toward a few rooms in particular. When we go into the first room, a timer begins, and we've got to pass all of the skills that we can before the timer goes off. This is a limited event, so the better you are at the challenges, the more skills that you can improve. Understood, Sang said. She pointed at one of the rooms. Shall I take the map-reading room? No, you're a ranger. You've got a bow and stuff. But maps are important, Sang replied. Van shook his head. She was such a noob, it was almost like a horror story for him to have to deal with guiding her at this point. Look, this is a video game, okay? You've got to think like a gamer when it comes to this stuff. Okay, whatever. So, oh my, I have self-esteem issues and no job. Whatever shall I do? She taunted. Really? Talk about an unfair stereotype. Look, just take the acrobatics, archery, and dueling classes, okay? You'll probably have enough time for those 3. She shrugged. Fine. And without another word, she strolled to the room that read archery and tapped on it, vanishing in the next moment. Timer activated, called a voice from above. Van looked up to see a massive timer begin. They had 20 minutes. Van didn't particularly need to take any classes since, after all, he was a professional, but still, he didn't particularly know how to use a bard effectively. Maybe he could try some of the weirder classes. He glanced over at the vaudeville performance door. With a shrug, he walked up to it and clicked on and entered it. Greetings! Cried a loud jester as he leapt out in front of Van, who had been transported to some kind of room that he could only describe as a circus designed by M.C. Escher. Sup? Van asked. You must learn the 5 techniques of vaudeville before you advance. Improv, buffoonery, riddle-telling, juggling, and voice-throwing. Ready? Go! The jester said as he threw several balls at Van's head. Van ducked and dodged as the jester character began chucking tons of different balls, pins, and flaming swords at him. You must juggle to survive. Comedy is life for the bard, the jester cried as he hopped left and then right. Ah! Van yelled out as he caught one of the pins and tried to juggle it. He could see his juggling skill in the corner glowing red, meaning that he didn't have sufficient skill levels to juggle. Time's up! Improv or die! The jester called out as the ground beneath Van suddenly began to open. He could see lava beneath the floor. Who was in charge of designing this mini-game? Improv! Quickly tell a joke! The jester demanded of him as he floated in the air. Many of the different assets and trinkets that were lying around, such as a cart, a wagon, and some kind of a red ball, were rolling towards the massive hole in the ground. Okay, so, there's this, dragon who's, Van glanced at his improv skill and saw that it, too, was insufficient for him. Why hadn't he put points into this at all? He paused. Why did that skill even exist? This was terrible. Archery passed, came a private message to Van. It was Sang. He grimaced. It was certainly way more fun trying to learn how to fight and duel than having to deal with this insane mini-game that looked like it had come from a game developer's deep-seated fear of clowns. No time for improv, the jester said as the timer continued to run. Tell me a riddle! Riddle! Oh, I actually put points into this, Van shouted as he glanced at his riddle skill of +5. A menu of riddles appeared in front of him. Okay, I walk around in the morning, but fly away at night. I can't read, but I know how to fight. What am I? Van asked. The jester looked at him blankly. The ground stopped moving and began to close back up. Is it a vampire? The jester asked. Van glanced at the menu. It gave the question, but he sure as hell didn't know what the answer was. Sure, Van replied. You have passed. Congratulations! You are now a bard of the highest caliber. Time is up. Go forth and delight the world with your skills, the jester exclaimed as he took out a small, slender tube and handed it to Van. Scroll of hypnotic power acquired, said the item's display. He looked at the stats. Scroll of hypnotic power. Casting time 7 seconds. Effects. Causes all hostiles who are looking at you to fall into a trance and gain the stunned condition for 5 minutes. The effects are cancelled if attacked. Nice, Van said as he strolled out of the room. He was feeling pretty good about his bardly skills, or at least as good as he could feel with a character who was less optimized than an 8-year-old's first character. As he emerged, he saw Sang exiting from the map room. Hey, I said you didn't have enough time for maps, Van said, shaking his head at her. I finished 8 of these. I had time for maps, she replied sternly. There was no smile on her face, nor humor in her voice. Wait, 8? We barely had time for 3 or 4. Most of them followed a pattern. Wasn't hard to master, Sang said impatiently as she glanced around. The lights on the walls were beginning to slowly dim and brighten at intervals, drawing her attention. Hey, why are the lights glowing? Is it the sea cult? No, it's a sleep time reminder. Looks like we've been doing this for longer than I thought, Van said, glancing at the in-game clock. It was nearly 3 a.m. The lights went out from 3 to 8 every day. Oh, I see, Sang said. We better find a bed and log out. We've got 10 minutes before we're kicked. Beds can add experience while we're sleeping, so that's good at least. Great. I look forward to getting out of this damn thing for a few hours, Sang said as she started toward the stairs. The beds are upstairs, she added. How did you know? He asked. She looked at him with a dead, calculating stare. I passed the maps tutorial. Van chuckled as they walked up the stairs and back onto the deck. Look at that, Sang gasped as she glanced at the heavens. The stars! My God, the stars! Van mumbled as he looked up at the stars. There was nothing too interesting to see there. They were just stars. I have never seen anything so intricate. Look at the constellations. Look at the way they make shapes, she gasped. Never seen a star before, or not a lot of stars in the city, she replied, her voice full of awe. If anything, Van was impressed at the genuine sense of wonder in her voice. Maybe, just maybe, by the end of this, he could turn her into some kind of a gamer. That would be a great victory for the world, wouldn't it? The massive constellation. It's shaped like a dragon, she muttered, eyes wide. Van looked up at the purple nebulae. He could see the outline of the Great Dragon constellation, known to be the most beautifully designed of all star constellations. In the game lore, it had been a massive dragon that had died in the heavens, but which had been so beautiful that the gods decided to allow the body to become a collection of stars so that everyone could see her beauty for all of eternity. Of course, Van knew that some poorly paid graphic designer had sketched it all out, but he didn't currently want to spoil anything for the agent. You know, I don't really get dragons, Sang said, never taking her eyes off of the sky. Yeah? What's not to get? Big, scaly dragons with powerful jaws, fierce fighting skills, and intelligence to boot. Well, will we get to see one? She asked. He could sense some genuine curiosity in her voice. He grinned and decided that he would share the great legend with her. Some say that there is an island, he said, pointing to a distant island way off in the distance. An island where dragon eggs can be found by the players. It takes a special quest, and it's very hard to do, but you could get a dragon egg and hatch it. Then you could raise it for your own and train it, and then eventually it'll be big enough to ride. Interesting. And you can fly on them? Yeah, I've heard stories, and once I saw a player riding one a while back, but that was a long time ago. In reality, getting that quest is a pain. You gotta go through a whole song and dance to even make it to that island. Most people lose interest or don't survive the journey. Sang looked at the island and back at Van. Why don't we go right now? Why can't we make the ship go that way? Short answer, the game is kind of on rails until we finish the first major quest. Long answer, it's a very specific quest to get to that island, and it's not that easy to get the quest. Well, I'd like to go and get... Her words were interrupted by a sudden blinking in his vision. Bright red words appeared. Sleep time is approaching. Prepare to be ejected. Ah, crap, get to bed! He shouted as he took off at a dead run for the bunks. He didn't want to miss out on that sweet, sweet XP bonus. He felt his boots thump, thump, thump toward the door, and then suddenly, he was lying in the pod. The shock was intense, and he felt himself shake awake. There were several tubes running fluids into his arms. It took him a second to realize that he was back in the real world. The difference between real life and being inside of the haptic pod was hardly noticeable. The pod whooshed as it opened up. He sat up and stretched his arms and legs, taking a deep breath. He felt a little worn out from everything, but otherwise felt relatively fine. "Calm down! Calm down!" shouted one of the nurses as she wrestled with Sang. The agent was screaming hysterically and thrashing about. Van watched for a moment and then shook his head. She was such a noob. Couldn't even handle the shift from VR to reality. He scoffed as he stood up and stretched a bit. Eventually, the staff managed to calm Sang down, and then they escorted the two to their respective rooms. The doctor was waiting for Van by his door. "Sup, Doc?" Van asked. 20 minutes of walking on the treadmill. Take your vitamins, then sleep," the doctor said as he shook his head at Van. "This is an enforced policy." "Why?" "It'll keep you healthy. Or, well, at least from getting worse," the doctor said. "These haptic pods are a little worse because of the way you interact with them. You don't really move around like the body should, so you're going to decay muscles at an accelerated rate. Got it?" Sure, Van said as he yawned. He was starting to feel the fatigue kick in. He stretched a little bit more, took some vitamin pills from the doctor, and went into his room. He glanced at the big treadmill and rolled his eyes. He had managed to avoid exercise his entire life, and he wasn't about to start now. Instead, he waited a few minutes before leaving his room and finding his way to where Sang was staying. Her door was open. "Knock, knock," he called out as he stuck his head into her room. She was sitting on the bed and looking down at a tablet computer, mumbling to herself. "Just popping in to say hey. Hope you weren't too psychologically scarred from the sudden transition from falseness to reality," Van said. She stood up and walked up to him, and then she opened her mouth like she was about to say something, but simply pressed the button on the door to cause it to slide shut, locking him out. "Aw, come on," he grumbled. "I was just trying to be friendly." He hadn't been up to anything clever, really. He just wanted to make sure that she was doing okay. He could remember the weirdness that he'd had to deal with when he'd been a kid back in the day. His first trip to the ER had been because of the shock of suddenly being removed from a game when his power had gone out. He hadn't lost his mind or anything, but he had gone into some kind of mild form of shock. Van turned around to see Agent Neil standing there, his arms crossed. "Hey, buddy," Van said, trying to get around the man. "Just checking in on our arrangement," Neil said, grabbing Van by the arm. At first, Van thought that he was being assaulted, but then realized that his legs had started to buckle a little bit and that the agent was just catching him. Thanks. It's going well, I think. We've been closely monitoring her vitals. It's not good," Neil said. "What do you mean, not good?" "Well, Her body is in top shape, but her brain doesn't seem to be doing too well with distinguishing reality from fantasy. Our top staff and the Draco forums say it's to be expected, but I'm worried. Can this hurt her? Nah, she'll be fine. The problem is that VR is kind of like alcohol. You build tolerance to it over time. So normally, we start out with a beer or a cider. Then we try out wine. Then we do some shots, right? And eventually, you're able to drink enough without passing out. But throwing her into a haptic pod is like giving someone who's never seen a bottle of alcohol a full glass of moonshine and acting surprised when she pukes. You've seen this before? Neil asked. All the time. Rich kids on their birthdays, idiots who jack their graphics and haptic settings way too high. She'll adjust. All right, fine. I'm just worried, Neil said. He straightened his tie a little bit. I just wonder if maybe this thing could kill her. The comment caused Van to burst out laughing as he managed to stand straight up again. Kill her? This isn't some kind of secret science fiction story, guy. It's a video game. Millions of people play this thing, and let's face it, man, statistically, I'm more likely to die in there than her, and it's going to be of a heart attack because I should have been taking care of myself. She'll be great. Neil looked a little comforted at that. Good. Thanks. You're doing good work, my friend. Keep it up. Van nodded as he staggered toward his bedroom. The exhaustion was kicking in way harder now. Those pods were no joke. He wasn't sure why he felt so tired, though. He had never been this tired before when he'd just been using his old VR gear. Maybe it was the lack of sleep from the previous events. He found his bed and fell face first into it, not even having the energy to take off his clothes. Darkness came quickly, though, and he found himself dreaming of being back in his apartment, staring at a screen. Chapter 6. Van woke up feeling as if he had been on a 10-day drinking binge. He could barely even open his eyes. The headache was intense, and to say he felt sick was an understatement. Ugh, he groaned as he slowly tried to stand. His arms and legs were incredibly sore. The doctor was standing over him. Good morning, he said. We've got to get back into the pod now. Sure, of course, Van said, trying to stand. He couldn't. Did you do your exercises? The doctor asked as he helped Van stand. I looked at the treadmill, if that counts, Van replied as they made their way slowly to the pod room. Of course you did. Look, these pods are a little different than your system. There's a reason why professional players require 24/7 care. The experience is a lot harder on the body than you think. I'll be fine. Just get me into the game. Van couldn't finish his sentence. Instead, he felt himself drift off into a deep sleep for a few moments. He awoke while being violently shaken by Neil. Wake the hell up, Neil shouted. Gah, I'm up, Van yelled at him, glancing around. He was sitting in a chair in the pod room. He could see that Sang was waiting by her pod already, her arms crossed. Take this, one of the nurses said as she gave him a small, round pill. He looked at it suspiciously. Is this Quake? Just take the damn pill, Neil said. We don't have time for this. Hypocrites. Figures, Van said as he popped the pill into his mouth. The familiar bitter, fizzy taste of Quake greeted his tongue. He chewed the pill and immediately felt it begin to work through his system. Suddenly, he screamed aloud as he felt energy bursting through his entire body. It was as if someone had just hooked him up to a massive battery, and he felt more awake than he had in his entire life. Wow! What is that stuff? It's a pure version of your favorite little party favor, Neil replied, as he grabbed Van and dragged him to the pod. Doesn't have all those stupid caffeine additives in them. It's got the real juice. Is it bad for you? Van asked as he clambered into the pod. Extremely, Neil answered, slamming the pod shut. Van wasn't sure what to do with that news, but he shrugged it off. He felt more alive than he had ever felt before, so that probably wasn't a bad sign, right? The pod plugged him in, and he heard the friendly voice of the AI system inform him of the transition, and the next thing he knew, he was standing in a cabin on board the ship. He checked his experience level. It was still only 200 points. He grimaced at the data. He hadn't made it to the bed in time. All that delicious experience wasted. "We're back," Sang muttered as she glanced around. She seemed to be dealing with the transfer into the system a little better this time. "Yep, we're close to the mainlands. Then we just gotta escort this old elf to the drop-off point and we can get moving," Van explained as he pulled up his map. They were close to Vimir Wharf, the starting area for most newbies. It wasn't a particular dangerous area, and he knew they'd be perfectly fine there. "Great, so then we can get moving to the real stuff," Sang muttered to herself as she looked around. A seagull was flying above them, squawking loudly as it dove down into the water looking for food. "Aye, we're here," said the voice of the old elf. The ship had jumped forward a few hundred feet, and now they were at the port. "Well, let's load the wagon and get moving," Van said as he grabbed a few crates and began to heave them. They weren't particularly heavy, but he could feel his character's physical limitations, as he didn't have the best strength. It was somewhat frustrating, really. The more he used his character, the more useless he realized he was. Sang, on the other hand, was able to carry quite a few boxes, loading them up into the wagon that had been waiting for them at the docks. The docks themselves weren't particularly impressive. There was a large warehouse, a tavern, and a bunch of rough-shod men gathered around to fish by the pier. There were no towns to speak of, and nor were there any villages within eyeshot. They could only see a long trail leading up to some trees. "We must go forth," the elf said, "to the grand town of Marinever, about 3 miles from here. But I fear banditry." "Fear whatever," Van grumbled. "We'll be fine." They walked alongside the cart in silence. The oxen were pulling it steadily, bleating and blaring as they walked. There was little input from Sang. Van glanced at his character map, noting that there were no red icons, meaning that the place was safe from enemies. Of course, his perception score wasn't high enough for him to really see anything of value either. "You know, this is still so breathtaking," Sang said as she glanced out at the forest in the distance. They were getting closer to it. "Yeah, beautiful," Van mumbled as he focused on trying to keep an eye out for bandits. He couldn't remember if this quest had randomly generated bandits or if the attack was some kind of triggered event. "I think it'll be much more beautiful once we get an aerial perspective of this place," Sang said. "How so?" "Well, whenever this thing hatches, we can ride it," Sang replied as she pulled out a small purple egg from her satchel. Van immediately recognized it as a dragon egg. He could see the shifting within it, the pulsing energy that represented a primal force of energy. "That's... you... how?" Van stammered. "Oh, it was easy enough. I used a back door into the system to give myself the dragon egg. It seemed like it would be useful, and you said it was hard to grab it through a quest, so I just hacked myself one." "Hacked? Hacked? Sang, you've got to hide that!" Van shouted. He shoved the egg back into the bag. "What's the big deal?" Sang asked as she shoved him away from her. "The big deal is that you just cheated to get an egg. You can't do that." "Why not?" "Because it's cheating. You can't grab a high-level item and cheat like that," Van shouted, growing more irate because of her nonchalance. It was ridiculous that she would do such a thing. Van didn't mind taking shortcuts, using guides, or even paying for items that increased his skills or power, but all of that was within the legal framework of the game. Cheating was unforgivable in his world because it broke the sacred bond of trust that all gamers needed to share with one another. "I hate to break it to you, but we're on a mission here. We aren't here for fun. I have 0 problems with cheating," Sang said. "You clearly seem to be upset about it, though. What's the big deal?" "The big deal is this. We are here to abide by the rules for many reasons. The first being..." His words were interrupted as he felt an arrow sharply going into the side of his arm. "Ah!" He screamed as warm blood gushed from the wound, and he reeled back with pain. It felt really damn real at that moment. He saw his health bar immediately drop down to half. "Crap, sea raiders!" Sang shouted as she drew her bow. Behind them were 3 large, burly orcs approaching. They were all level 1, and none of them were elite mobs, though, so Van knew already that it shouldn't be too much of a problem to fight them. The 3 orcs charged at the 2 guardians of the merchant. Van instinctively reached for where his great sword would have been kept, but realized that it didn't exist. "Crap!" he shouted as he fumbled to pull out his darts instead. "Sea raiders are evil cultists. We have to kill their high priest," Sang said as she started shooting arrows at the tallest orc. "They aren't sea raiders, they're orcs," Van said. "They don't have a high priest." Sang's arrows were missing the orcs. "Why am I missing? My aim was dead on." "They have a high dodge skill, and you have to account for that," Van said as he threw a few darts at the approaching enemies. The words "miss" kept flying overhead of the orcs. He certainly didn't have enough points in his dart-throwing skill for it to be useful here. "Look out!" Sang called out as she tried to roll out of the way of one of the orcs' clubs. The word "hit" rose above her head, and she immediately fell to her knees. "Crap! Sang!" Van shouted as he saw her health bar drop down. Then another arrow nailed him right in the chest. He felt the pain surge through his body as he looked down to see the blood pouring from his wound. The health bar dropped at the same speed as the blood poured from him. The last thing he saw before he died was the orcs laughing and pointing at him. Sang opened her eyes. She was lying on her back by the beach. The gentle roaring of the waves seemed to greet her as she felt the cool breeze gently blowing across her face. A second ago, she had felt the impact of her skull being crushed by a massive club. But now, she was alive and unharmed on the beach. What was going on? "Dang, that sucked," said Van as he stood up and brushed himself off from the sand. "What happened?" Sang asked quietly, still staring up at the sky. She wasn't sure what was going on, and she was beginning to feel a little queasy. The game wasn't so bad, but the transitions from location to location, without warning, had been extremely jarring. And she'd been so full of adrenaline during the fight that she hadn't had time to come down from the high of it yet. Her heart rate was still hammering, her muscles were twitching, and despite the fact that there was no danger, she was in fight-or-flight mode. A split second had been all it took to completely remove her from the danger. But she had no idea what to do with the experience of that leap. "We died. No big deal," Van said. "No big deal?" she repeated as she slowly got up. "Yeah, it happens. Sometimes you bite off more than you can chew, or maybe you get greedy and try to open a trapped treasure chest. Maybe you even mouth off to the wrong player and they really respect their mom enough to kill you over it. Regardless, it happens. We just pop up at a random starting area or safe town with a few days of experience lost and, well, we lose all of our items. Death is a little brutal in this game if you're someone who has a lot of important items." "The egg!" Sang muttered as she grabbed her satchel and opened it up. She sighed with a deep sigh of relief, though. It was still there. She had gone to a lot of trouble to get her hands on it, and there was no way she was willing to lose the thing over something so stupid as dying from a couple of orcs. "Yeah, it's there because you grabbed it illegally. That means the system doesn't exactly know that you have it. Yet. And the key word here is yet. Because at some point, Draco is gonna find out. And when they do, well, it's gonna mean a ban for you. Or worse, they might find out who you actually are." "Doubtful," Sang said. "Draco might be good at running their game in here, but there's no one who can trace me. We'll be fine. I just want to say, for the record, that you are endangering this entire mission by your insistence on grabbing that egg. And I just want to say, for the record, that you are endangering this entire mission by having decided to willfully make a bad character," Sang said. It was just a prank," Van replied, shaking his head. "Your slip is a freaking cybercrime. Cybercrime or no, what's next? Do we go back and save the caravan? Sang asked. Nah, look at your quest log, Van said. Sang brought up the menu and watched as it gave her a list of her quests. There was only one quest, and it read, Cargo Escort, Failed, in big red letters. She felt a sharp sting at the word failed. She didn't like failure. It was a word she tried to keep out of her vocabulary, and she generally did just about everything in her power to avoid it. We failed? She scoffed. Yeah, like I said, it happens, and it's a crap quest anyway. Let's go find something else to do. We can't fail a quest, Van, she protested. Why not? Because it's important that we succeed. The quest literally doesn't go anywhere. We're fine. Look, we've got to figure out a real quest so we can get moving on whatever it is that you are trying to achieve. Sang just frowned in response, thinking about the fact that that whole endeavor might not have mattered. While it was true that she had important things to do, the A-plus student within her was yearning to retry the same stupid quest. Fine, give me a minute. She brought up the in-game chat messenger and sent a message to O'Hara. Need instructions. On mainland. A message immediately returned to her reading, Irvine Mountain, Thunderstone Peak, Red Scar Valley. High influx of bugs to investigate. Sang nodded as she read the report. Hopefully these bugs would be able to lead her to Draco's hidden servers. We need to find bugs, Sang said as she drew her bow and flexed it a little bit. Where? Van asked with a heavy sigh. Irvine Mountain, Thunderstone Peak, Red Scar Valley, all of them, she replied, pulling up the map and marking them on her coordinates system. Her higher skill in maps at least gave her the ability to create waypoints that would lead her right to the areas of interest. Those places are high level, girl, Van said as he shook his head. We're going to get the crap kicked out of us if we go to any of those places right now. So let's get some levels then. Improve and go for it. That's part of your job, to tell me the fastest way to level up. Right. Well, this game is a little different from other games, Van said. What, it creates more delusion that you're actually doing something with your life? Sang asked. You know what? That's it, Van said, sharply turning to face her. She could see genuine anger in his face now. It's not fair for you to keep ragging on me like that. Okay, I get it. I'm not someone who's particularly well put together. I understand that you're better than me because you're some kind of highly driven wunderkind who's able to hack stuff and because you've got some cushy job at the CIA. But guess what? Not everyone had the same opportunities that you did. I mean, what did I have? Scholarships? Higher education? None of it. I had a dysfunctional high school that didn't do jack for me. She went to respond, but he cut her off before she could. No, you don't get to talk yet. Look, I am here and I'm trying to help you. I've been patient enough to listen to you talk crap about me and other gamers over and over again, despite the fact that whatever stupid CIA secret stuff you're up to is getting done in a video game. I'm tired of you talking about me like that. Sang frowned. Are you done? Van stared at her for a moment, but then he shrugged. What more was there to say? Yeah, I'm done. Good. So look, I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm mocking you because you've chosen to waste your life. I'm not saying that you are a waste of life. I'm saying that you are wasting it. Your literal body is rotting in some kind of tube or crappy little box of an apartment while you play around and simulate accomplishments. I get it. Life is tough, but I'm not judging you for who you are. I'm judging you for what you're doing. You don't get it, lady. This is who I am. I'm a gamer through and through. You play video games. You are a human being with the same dignity and needs that I have, Sang said as she shook her head. I just wish you could recognize it. Much as she hated to admit, there was a softness in her words. As much as she didn't like gaming or gamers, the more she got to know this man, the more she pitied him. Van wasn't a bad person at all, but he certainly had given up on his entire sense of self in exchange for some digital simulation. It was sad. And maybe she shouldn't have been so rough on him, but her instinct was to jar him out of the lifestyle he'd dug himself into. "I'm a gamer, okay? End of story." "Fine. Well, for what it's worth, I'm sorry that I caused contention. I don't understand any of this gaming stuff, but I stand by what I say and believe. Can we move past this?" "That's a weird way to say you're sorry," Van said. "But I'm going to assume it's a CIA thing, apologizing without taking responsibility. So, sure, I'll forgive you without saying that I do." "Fair enough," Sang said. She could tell that he seemed a little surprised at the fact that she'd apologized at all, and had to wonder if maybe she did have any chance of positively influencing him. She smirked a little at the idea of him being inspired by her fierce determination and no-nonsense attitude. Maybe he'd even realize that he wanted to be like her and quit his gaming habits in order to find a real job. Wouldn't that be grand? "Great, glad we cleared that all up," Van replied. "So let's talk about leveling up. In a lot of other games, you level up by killing just pretty much everything. You take a job that gives you an endless supply of bears, and then you kill all of them. For hours, maybe even days. I know there are some games where people can't bring themselves to stop killing bears because of all the experience they're going to get from it." "So, what, we need to kill every bear we see?" Sang asked. "No, this game is different. We get massive experience points when we complete quests, do group activities, and accomplish actual goals. It's a pretty detailed system, so we get a lot of power just by working hard. No repetition. That's why I like this game so much, because it's not a grind. We can work together to get some real stuff accomplished." Sang flinched at the words "real stuff." There was nothing real about what they were doing, except maybe for the CIA investigation, but even that seemed to have complications. Still, she held her tongue. The last thing she wanted to do was have another fight with him. "So, where do we find quests like what we need?" Sang asked. "Taverns," Van answered as he pointed to a small building that wasn't too far off from the beachhead. "The central hubs of quests, other players, and best of all, booze." Sang slowly forced a grin. It was uncomfortable in this situation, and she felt like she was almost wrestling with herself and her instincts, trying to smile at the asinine suggestion that they go to a bar to find adventures. "I think you're glitching pretty bad," Van said as he pointed at her. "Face emotes are getting all weird." "Yeah, that's the problem," she muttered. "That's the problem." "Well, let's get going," Van said. "Adventure awaits." As they departed for the tavern, several red dots appeared on Sang's map. "Wait, I think there are bad guys around here," she warned. She glanced around but saw nothing. "Activate your sense skill," Van said. "Oh, right," Sang said as she pressed the red sense skill button that had been flashing. Her eyes immediately narrowed, and she could see several red outlines in the bushes that were ahead. The beach had a small incline leading up to a grassy area where there were plenty of obstructed areas for people to use for hiding, and she could see at least 4 figures up on the plateau of the map. "There's some bad guys," she hissed as she loaded her bow with an arrow. "Bad guys? Oh, no," Van said, rolling his eyes. She saw him fumbling at his back as if he was grasping for something. He stiffened as he reached into his pocket and drew out some darts. "Let's attack," Sang said as she aimed her bow and used the indirect shot skill. It allowed for her to shoot at a target who was behind cover by aiming high into the sky and letting angle and gravity do the work. She let loose an arrow and felt satisfaction as the screen read, "Hit, 50 damage." That seemed like a high enough level of damage for whoever was hiding behind there. "Oi! They spotted us! Got 'em! Got 'em like dogs!" said a harshly guttural voice. The figures, which had shown up as red dots, all climbed atop the plateau and charged at the two. They were dressed like ruffians and beggars from an old bygone era. They looked almost like pirates, except in that they had no fine clothing, but rather rough-spun tunics of blue and red. They wielded sharp scimitars in their hands, and the words Level 2 Pirate hung over each of their heads. "All right, we can do this!" Van shouted as he threw a few darts, missing them. "I've got this!" Sang cried as she loosed some arrows. She hit the first one, the leader whom she had hit before, and saw him get knocked down with a mere 10 damage. They advanced quickly. "I'll try a different strategy," Van said once he was out of darts. There was a tall, skinny pirate charging him, but he managed to dodge out of the way and unhooked his bagpipes. He deftly put the pipes to his mouth and began to bleat. "Oh, that is horrid!" Sang cried, unable to cover her ears due to the fact that she was holding a bow in her hands. "I'm inspiring you!" Van shouted as he dodged another attack. "It'll increase your damage." "How? By making me not fear death?" she cried out as she loosed another arrow, this time aiming at the pirate who was trying to kill Van, although with the noise he was making, she wondered if maybe him being stabbed wasn't the worst possible thing that could happen. The arrow whooshed right into the side of the pirate. Critical, 100 damage, popped out above the pirate as he fell to the ground, dead. "Wow," she said, pausing to admire her handiwork. "Behind you!" Van shouted just before he blared into his bagpipes again. The screeching was so intense that it was beginning to make her nauseous. Still, she spun around and managed to dodge the attack. The words, "You are inspired," flared in front of her, and she felt a surge of power rush through her as she dropped her bow and grabbed her longsword. She cut and slashed away, blocking blows from the pirates before effectively killing them both. The last one had run away because of the fear effect the bagpipes had been creating. At least, she assumed it was a fear effect, and not the AI developing self-awareness just in time to spare it from such noise. "We did it!" Van said. "This is going to load us up with experience points." Sang looked at her experience bar and watched as it rapidly climbed up to the 1,000 range. It reached the 1,000, and suddenly she was surrounded by fireworks and confetti. "Level up!" cried a voice. Character sheet. Name, Jane. Gender, female. Level 2. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 3. Health, 120. Stamina, 50. Intellect, 11. Agility, 15. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities, Sneak, Map Mastery, Indirect Shot, Trap Finding. Items, Longbow, Long Sword, Dragon Egg. She grinned as she looked at her options and put a few more points into the map skill. That seemed like a solid choice to her. Character sheet. Name, Jane. Gender, female. Level, 2. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 120. Stamina, 50. Intellect, 11. Agility, 15. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities, Sneak, Map Mastery +3, Indirect Shot, Trap Finding. Items, Longbow, Longsword, Dragon Egg. She frowned once she finished increasing her skills. "Wait a second," she said. "I thought our levels increased due to teamwork or questing." "Yeah, well, we used some good teamwork there. I used my powerful bard skills, and you did all the heavy lifting. But the most important part is that we both got the same level experience since we're a team." "That hardly seems fair since I killed all of them," Sang protested. "Yeah, but I boosted your damage and gave you courage. It's a team effort in this game. You'll find that you can't really make it alone here. You've got to have a good team, and this game rewards players who work together. It's easy stuff for certain, but teamwork counts for a lot." Sang nodded, as she could at least understand the underlying principle. "Well, good job. I hope you were able to sufficiently increase your character's skills." "Oh yeah, I put some points in ventriloquism," Van said. This elicited a strong laugh from her. "What?" he asked, frowning. "I wasn't joking." Chapter 7. Sang grimaced as they entered the tavern. The first one had been bad enough, but this one, the Waltzing Clydesdale, was somehow of even worse quality. The smells were atrocious, the entire place reeked of fish, and the patrons were all weird-looking. Most of them were missing various limbs and stared at the pair as they entered. Van didn't seem to care either way, though, as he boldly stood atop one of the tables. "Greetings! It is I, Samimoto the Bard. I wish to regale this town with a song, dance, and perhaps even a jig," he shouted. The dark tavern didn't offer much of a reaction. Everyone sat glumly instead, just watching him. The place was poorly lit, too, and Sang could barely make out anyone's facial expressions. "Get down," Sang hissed. "I don't think this is the place for liveliness." "Silence, wench! Allow me to use my powerful ballad skill," Van said. "Ahem! 'Tis fair and free in this land, and music good and never bland, that love and freedom fare thee well, and happiness comes from the sound of a bell." Sang shrugged. It wasn't glorious poetry, but wasn't half bad. She was just about to open her mouth to compliment him when the bleating and blaring sound of a hideous shrieking noise startled her. She instinctively looked around for the fabled ocean cult, but realized it was nothing more than Van playing the bagpipes. The crowd laughed and clapped for him, oddly enough. She could barely understand what was going on, but she wasn't one to question it, not at this point anyway. Wanting to blend in, she sat down at the table and glanced around. There were orcs, elves, and even dwarves, and they were all rough-looking people. There was a bitterness in their eyes and a fierceness in their expressions that showed they weren't the kinds of people who would handle any kind of goofing off. They seemed to enjoy the bard's performance, but she wasn't sure if they were just programmed to respond to a successful skill check or not. "And now I shall need a volunteer," Van announced, holding a dart in his hand. A dwarf raised his hand. "Good, you, sir. Would you be so kind as to put this apple atop your head?" Van requested, as he extended a bright red piece of fruit to the dwarf, who then balanced it on his head precariously. Sang was genuinely impressed with the level of interaction in this tavern. It seemed that there was far more personality within these NPCs than there'd been at the tavern back in the tutorial area. She watched with a smile, until she slowly began to realize what Van was going to do. He was going to try to throw the dart into the apple. Samimoto, Sang said, trying to get his attention. "For you see, reflexes are all about the flick of the wrist," Van shouted as he threw the dart at full speed. It completely missed the dwarf and sank into the calf of a minotaur who'd been standing at the bar. It turned around and bleated a horrific sound. "He's right," said one of the patrons in response to the creature's cry. "Let's teach him a lesson he'll never forget." And as if they were coordinated, all of the creatures in the bar stood up at once and faintly began to glow red, indicating that they were now enemies. "Aw, dang it. I guess some people don't like good old-fashioned slapstick," Van said, as he leapt to avoid getting punched by the dwarf that was closest to him. "Hey, get away from him!" Sang shouted as she shoved herself in front of the idiot bard and began to punch away at the assailants. She could see the damage popping up above their heads. 5 damage, 5 damage, 4 damage. It was pretty low because she was using her fists, but that didn't stop her from swinging away. She was in such close proximity to all of these ruffians that it was impossible for her to dodge any of the blows herself, though, and she watched as her health bar slowly shrank down. They were all unarmed, hitting her with fists and steel gloves. "Come on, let's get out of here," Van called out as he grabbed her by the back of her leather armor and began to pull. "Hey, let me go, I can take them." "Maybe, but I sure can't," Van said as he scampered for the door. Yet Sang stood in the midst of the chaos and was absolutely loving it. In the real world, she was just a tiny little woman who had no upper body strength and weighed 120 pounds soaking wet. In here, she was big, strong, and above all, capable of holding her own. It felt gratifying to bust a few orcs in their jaws with just her bare hands. True, she was getting the crap kicked out of her, but a few other players had arrived on the scene and dived into the scrap too. She didn't care anymore about larger goals, even though she could feel the skin on her hands getting raw as she punched as many people in the face as she could reach. She felt strong. She felt almost whole. The emotions were strange, if not uncomfortable, and she wasn't particularly sure why she was feeling them, but the surges of adrenaline and the pleasure of violence kept her in the midst of the fight. Her health bar continued to drop as she felt the sharp sting of fists and legs punching and kicking against her. -10 damage continued to stream in front of her, warning her that her health was dropping. Suddenly, a strong arm seized her by the back of her armor and began to drag her through the dozens of bodies who were all attacking her. She tried to fight back against the removal, but her health had dropped down to 1. Yet even though she was taking dozens of blows and feeling them all, her health bar didn't drop past 1. Instead, the status of dazed had appeared above her head, and she realized that she didn't have the ability to move. She was dragged straight out of the tavern and thrown to the ground. It was a barkeeper NPC with the words Keeper Griff above his head. "Oi!" Keeper Griff said as he dusted his hands off. "And stay out of my establishment!" "Hey, you're not dead," Van said as he trotted up to the collapsed Sang. She was still unable to move. Anytime she tried, the words, "You are dazed," would flash right in front of her eyes. "I'm unable to move," she hissed. "Yeah, looks like you took a beating there, but no worries, we'll get you back up in no time," Van said as he took out his bagpipes. "I shall now play the Song of Recovery. It's going to cause your health regeneration to boost." "Please don't," Sang wheezed in vain. The horrid shrieking began once again, though, and she saw the words, "You are being inspired," appear in front of her. She watched as her health bar glowed a bright red and began to speedily increase its regeneration. It went from 1 to 50 in a matter of seconds. "There," Sang said as she stood up and dusted herself off. She noticed that the tearing on her skin had vanished, as well as the bruises and signs of the punches she'd taken. "That song is powerful. Why didn't you use that during combat?" "Oh, it's a non-combat spell. Only works during camping or in towns," Van replied. Sang glanced at her experience points to see that, despite the fact that she had knocked out at least 7 people, her experience had only gone up by a few ticks, not even 100. "I don't get it. I fought a lot of men, so why aren't I leveling up?" "I told you before, you don't really get experience just for getting into fights," Van explained as they began to walk toward the forest. "We get experience by doing practical things and accomplishing goals. For example, we're going to go and set up a camp so that you can get fully healed, and we can score some delicious experience points." "Camping gives us experience?" Sang asked. "Yeah, exactly. Observe," Van said as they approached a small clearing by the side of a river. He took out his logging axe and began to cut down one of the trees. It fell over pretty quickly and shattered into dozens of perfectly formed logs. "Now we can use the logs to create a fire, build ourselves some seats by the fire, and get comfortable for the night," he explained as he began to dig a fire pit. "Go fetch the water." "I'm not fetching anything," she shouted back at him, startled at his order. He paused from his digging and looked at her blankly. "This is a team game," he said quietly. "I'm building the fire, but we also need water. So—" He trailed off and looked at her. "Fine, I'll get the water, but I don't take orders from you," she hissed as she stomped towards the river. She couldn't believe the nerve of him to just order her around like that. As she approached the water, she could hear its burbling, and the rushing sound was so lifelike that she had to pause to glance at just how beautiful the surrounding nature was. It was strange, but she couldn't help but notice how much cleaner the environment was here, compared to what she was used to. In reality, things were a little more spoiled or soiled. At least, they were where she came from. but as she went down to draw water into a bucket from the glistening water, she took a small sip from the brook. It tasted just like real water, except she didn't have to worry about it being dirty or gross. As she filled the bucket with water, a small bar appeared over her bucket. Collecting, 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 the bar said as it slowly filled with a green indicator. It flashed, complete. Once the bucket was full, 300 experience points immediately rushed to her experience bar. She watched in excitement as it filled up to being 350 of 2,000. All that just for fetching water? She glanced up at her map interface to see a few little green blips not too far off. She grinned and rushed out to find them. Van sat patiently by the fire, wondering where in the hell Sang had gone off to. It had been almost an hour since he'd sent her to get water. He wondered if she'd run into some kind of trouble, but knew that if she had, he wouldn't have been able to do her much good in a fight. So he'd just lit the fire, built the beds, and was now practicing his bagpiping skill. He thought he should probably spend more of his points in this area on his next level, as the efficiency of his song spells depended on his skill's rank. As he fiddled with his bagpipes, trying to figure out if the instrument could be tuned or not, he heard a rustling. A deer suddenly threw itself out from the bushes and crashed into the ground before the fire, eliciting a scream from Van as he leapt up and pulled out his tiny little knife in surprise. "It's just me," Sang announced as she emerged from the bushes behind the deer, holding a ton of herbs and vegetables in her hands. "I got the water, some healing herbs for potion making, and some vegetables for food, and managed to track and kill this deer. It's barely been an hour, and you did all that?" Van asked. "Yes," Sang said. "Wow, that's crazy. How did you manage so much?" "I used my map skills and my hunting abilities. We're going to get so many experience points now for our camping, right?" "Yeah, for certain," Van said excitedly. "This is probably enough for us both to level up. Once we both sit at the fire, it'll score us." "Both of us? I'm the one who did all the work," Sang argued with a frown. "Well, this is a team endeavor, so we get ranked as a team and rewarded as a team," Van said. "Remember, this is all about teamwork." "I see," Sang said as she crouched down to sit. "Well, it still doesn't seem fair that we be equally rewarded when I do all of the work." "Hey, I dug the fire pit, cut the logs, and got the tree. Sure, you killed a deer, but that doesn't mean you're somewhere better than me," Van said. "The whole point of this game is to teach people how to work together, remember? So that they can become a finely tuned machine. There's so much value in learning how to be allies and get stuff done, you just have to have an open mind." "I suppose," Sang said. "But why's there such an emphasis on teamwork? Why bother rewarding such detailed camping for a video game? Wouldn't encouraging combat and violence be more their speed?" Van shifted a little and grinned. "Well, there has been this rumor floating around for the longest time. More like a theory, really, but the idea is that maybe this game was actually designed by a survivalist group who's dedicated to preparing mankind for the apocalypse. Think about it. When everything goes down, when the world is blown up due to nuclear annihilation, who will have the skills to survive? Everything here is so detailed that it makes you realize you're fully equipped to go camping in real life. I know everything there is to know about organizing, building, camping, and survival, all thanks to this game. So it makes you wonder, what if this whole thing was made by some kind of conspiracy theorist group?" Sang nodded thoughtfully. "I suppose it makes some level of sense, but I'd be reticent to assume that this group would make a game solely as a means to educate the population in survivalism. If anything, it would seem that this game is preventing people from surviving due to the fact that it's keeping them used to living their entire lives indoors. I mean, the fact is that this would better be some kind of a way to keep people occupied while the actual apocalypse happened. Maybe. I don't know. Draco is an odd company, that's for sure. They've made a few games here and there, but no one saw this one coming. I mean, the day it released was the day it was announced. No press conferences, no game trailers up until the release. They just said, hey, it's here. And then word of mouth kind of blew it up into the biggest game of all time, Van replied. I see, Sang said, glancing upwards to the sky. Van glanced up too, and watched as the brilliant hue of red and orange slowly turned darker as the sun settled. Well, let's rack up those points, Van said as he activated the fire interface. A screen popped up in front of both of them. Camping report, Eckerd Woods. Task, lumber. Player, Semimoto. Experience, 150. Task, fire pit. Player, Semimoto. Experience, 100. Task, bedding. Player, Semimoto. Experience, 100. Task, gathering, water. Player, Jane. Experience, 300. Task, gathering, herbs. Player, Jane. Experience, 150. Task, hunting, deer. Player, Jane. Experience, 500. Van looked on in excitement as he saw 1,300 experience points fill up his bar right before his eyes. He wasn't too far off from leveling up now. Wow, Sang said. We got that many experience points just for all of that? See? When we work together, we can get way more points than when we're alone, Van replied. So let that be a lesson. And this was just a small camp in a safe area. There are other zones where you can have a lot more exciting adventures, and camping is more risky than this. That translates to more experience points. Plus, the more players we add, the more tasks we'll need to do. Well, it's just you and me for this mission, Sang said as she yawned. Right, Van said as he looked at the display in front of his face. Sleep time is approaching. Well, looks like we'll be able to sleep in our beds this time, meaning that we'll have access to those experience points bonuses for being well rested, Van said as he climbed into his cot. It was real enough that he felt the creaking of the wood he'd used to craft the bed. I look forward to jumping in again soon, Sang said as the night began to overtake them. We'll be at a higher level in no time. Yeah, Van said as he felt his character fall asleep. A higher level in no time. Chapter 8. Van sat in his windowless room and ate his allegedly nutritious breakfast. His dreams were far more vivid than they'd used to be. The doctor had told him that it was perfectly normal and that after a few days they would go away. But Van wasn't sure he disliked the intensity of his dreams. As he sat and ate the egg whites that had been so graciously provided, his door slid open, revealing Sang. He was surprised to see her at this hour. She usually never spoke to him outside of the pod unless it was to tell him to leave her alone. He was trying to create some kind of a friendship with the woman, but she didn't seem to have any interest in getting to know him. At least, not outside of what his expertise in the game had been. "Good morning," he said cheerfully as she sat in the chair opposite of his. The white room had very little going on for it. Just a bed, 2 chairs, and a table. But it was enough for 2 to have a conversation, and they didn't need anything more, considering how much time spent in the game. The exercise machine had been removed due to the fact that Van had refused to use it. Instead, they just had O'Hara drag him out of bed at 5 in the morning and force him to run outdoors, sometimes at taser point. "We finally got a break," she said as she pulled up a small map on her tablet computer. "How so?" Van asked. He still had 0 clues about what anyone was doing in this whole mission, but as far as he could tell, the mission was literally just helping her power level. They had gone up a few levels in the last few days, and she was certainly getting better at the game. The only problem was that she wouldn't tell him what the whole point of all of this was. "There's an area that I need to investigate, and it's close to where we are," she said, pointing to the map of the game. Van could see she had highlighted the mountains of mortal peril. "Those mountains aren't normally accessible without a quest line," Van replied as he bit into his eggs. "Well, how can we make them accessible?" Sang demanded. "You know, why do we have to talk about the game outside of it? I mean, here we are, talking for the first time outside of these pods, and you just want to ramble about the game. It's not particularly fair, is it? Why can't we talk about anything else? I'm honestly getting sick of all of this. Sick of all of this? I thought you loved this game. Yeah, but I also liked sleeping for 13 hours after playing the game way too late. I loved being able to switch to another crappier game on my phone for a little bit, taking a break. I liked being able to get up and walk outside without a red-haired nutjob chasing me with a taser, Van replied. Sang crossed her arms. This isn't the attitude I want to hear. Well, tough, because it's the attitude that I have, Van practically shouted. You might be fine with all of this intense CIA crap, but I'm getting really sick of it. I don't think I can take any more, to tell you the truth. Calm down, Van, she said as she shook her head. Why is it that you have to be all business? Why can't we have one conversation where you don't order me around or make disparaging remarks? I mean, you're the one who hates video games, right? Let's just talk for once about something that isn't this stupid game or mission, Van exclaimed. He was a little more rattled than he'd realized, but as he expressed his frustration, he suddenly understood why the mission had been souring on him. While he was helping Sang out, they certainly weren't friends, and it sucked to play video games without people who were your friends. She hadn't even tried to make an effort to befriend him, and it was starting to wear on him. The more he thought about it, he really wasn't sure how much more he could take. I don't know what you want from me. I'm just doing my job, she quietly replied, putting her tablet back into her satchel. I just want you to actually maybe not be like a complete robot whose sole mission is to do a job and also insult me on occasion. I don't know a single thing about you. I don't know anything about you either, Sang said. And I'm sorry, but this kind of work isn't really about bonding or becoming friends. It's about getting something done. We'll never see each other after this, so why invest the time in getting to know each other? The words kind of stung. Van wasn't sure why, but he felt like he'd been wounded by them. Look, you might think that you're so important with your mission and that I'm a nobody, but it's not okay to treat people like cattle. Just because we aren't going to see each other ever again after this frustrating little chapter of our lives doesn't mean you have the right to act like I'm not a person, Sang shrugged. Whatever you want. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in it. I'm not much of a people person to begin with. Really? Because you could have fooled me, Van sniped as he stood from the table. Let's just get in the stupid pods and forget I said anything. I mean, you're going to forget about me the moment we're done with this anyway. He stormed out of the room, feeling a strong sense of anger and sorrow within him. It shouldn't have been affecting him so much, but he'd been spending nearly 20 hours a day with her for the last 4 days. So how could she care so little about him? He was trying his best to help her and get her to accomplish great things with her mission, and he was trying to have conversations with her, but she just didn't seem to care about his life. Perhaps it was the contrast that bothered him so much. She was this smart, accomplished hacker for the CIA whose life was probably incredible. She probably had a nice house, maybe a husband or boyfriend who adored her, and a car instead of a bicycle with a flat tire. And who was he? He was just some gamer who spent far too much time playing something insignificant. He usually took pride in his gamer ethos and in the fact that he spent far too much time gaming. It was an identity, a part of himself, but in the last few days, as he had been surrounded by people with real careers who were making a real impact on the world, it had all made him feel so insignificant. He'd been so happy working toward getting Draco's attention to become a professional gamer, and now he felt almost embarrassed by his ambition. The way everyone around him looked at him with a level of either disgust or disinterest was really starting to hit home, ruining his self-image. Now he was realizing that, more or less, he was just a dumb kid in front of everyone else. Thinking about it from this perspective, though, and how condescending the men and women around him had been acting, something of his earlier determination to show them what he could do began to come back, if slowly. As he walked toward the pods, The emotions almost seemed to boil over within him until he swore that he'd show them all just how serious he was. He'd get Sang to where she needed to be, and then, as soon as he was allowed to leave, he'd be gone. No more trying to be friendly, no more being nice. If she wasn't going to care about him, then he certainly wasn't going to care about her. He was just going to do his job and then, hopefully, go home. Van trudged through the cold swamp water. The smell was putrid and stale, the flies flew overhead, and he slapped at the mosquitoes in frustration. He had been walking in pure silence alongside Sang, hoping that she would be frustrated with his silent treatment, but much to his chagrin, she didn't seem to have noticed or care at all. Occasionally, they'd stop to check the map or discuss something, but the conversation was always terse and short. There were no jokes, and nor were there any disagreements between them. They were heading to the village of Hearthbourne, which was at the base of the Mountains of Mortal Peril. There were still some requirements to be met in order for them to access the area still, though. Mainly an NPC companion had to be unlocked. The lead to the NPC would be at the town. "How far out are we?" Sang asked curtly. "Aren't you the map person?" Van asked. "I mean, how far are we from the quest line? You said there was a minimum level requirement." "Well, we're 4, and we need to be 5, Van replied, glancing at his character sheet. There wasn't too much more experience needed to level up, but they had already camped in the region, meaning that they couldn't get more experience for that unless they were in a new area or had been in a fight. Since the Harshland Swamp weren't a particularly populated region, this meant they'd have to either find a quest in a tavern or look for a random event. "According to O'Hara, there's a swamp giant nearby, and he carries enough experience to level us up," Sang said as she pointed off the trail. "We're going to get lost. Part of this game involves navigation, so if we get off the trail, we might end up in here for actual game days. Let's not risk it," Van said, feeling a little agitated that Sang was getting a guide pumped right into her ears by the CIA agents. Outside game guides were a little unethical, and Draco had worked very hard to ensure that most of the information in those guides was made up mostly of lies. A game built around exploration and interaction was meant to convey a sense of wonder, so by using an online guide, you were basically defeating the entire point of the game. "I don't care, Van. A giant should be easy to kill, so we go," Sang said as she abruptly turned to walk off into the deeper waters. Van felt his agitation increase, but he had no choice. He had to follow. So he gritted his teeth and splashed deeper into the swamp waters behind her. They walked in silence for quite some time until they came across a little hut in a clearing. It was beautifully crafted and ornately designed, but far too small for a giant to inhabit. There was smoke rising out of the chimney of the hut. "This is the giant's dwelling," Sang said as she equipped her bow. Van glanced at the building and then back at her. "You're kidding, right?" "That's what the guide said," she replied. "Those guides are nothing more than crappy attempts to make money by making stuff up. Draco uses all sorts of tactics to take the real guides down and lets the fake guides stay online so people learn not to trust them." "Well then, how do you explain this hut?" Sang asked. "I don't know, but it's not a giant's hut due to the fact that a giant clearly couldn't fit inside of it," Van replied. How was she this dense? "Intelligence indicates use your intelligence. How could a giant fit inside of this stupid hut?" As they bickered, Van noticed that his screen was blinking red, meaning that an enemy was nearby. "Ah, crap!" he shouted as he pulled out his darts. A tall, spindly woman emerged from the hut, dressed in silver and purple robes. Her face was completely gone, as if someone had erased all of the facial features from her head. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark appeared above her head. "What is she?" Sang asked as she aimed her bow at the woman. "Oh man, I think that's a soul fiend," Van said. "I've only heard rumors about them from other players. They're these extremely powerful sorceress characters who are hard to find. They must be worth a lot of experience then," Sang replied as she loosed an arrow at the creature. The word mist flew over the soul fiend's head as it opened up its hand and released a torrent of silvery energy at Sang. "Look out!" Van shouted as the silver burst crashed right into Sang. She immediately began to hover in the air. 5 damage, 5 damage, 5 damage appeared rapidly over Sang's head. "It's crushing me! I can feel it crushing my body!" Sang shouted, struggling in vain to get free of the ethereal force. "Kill it, Van, kill it!" You can't kill these things. You've got to, do something. Oh, crap, what was it?" Van stammered as he shuffled off to the right. The creature only seemed interested in targeting Sang right now, giving him a moment to think. "You coward, get back here!" Sang shouted. Her health bar was rapidly dwindling downward as the spell continued to crush her bones. Van could hear the sickening sound of the crunching of her body. Come on, think," Van muttered to himself. "Of course!" He stooped down and grabbed some mud and quickly ran up to the door of the hut. He smeared up the shape of a heart with the mud. The fiend immediately stopped attacking and turned to face him. He shivered as he looked at her featureless face. Sang crashed to the ground and stood up. Her health bar was incredibly low, but she was alive. "What happened?" she demanded. "Be careful. We're, doing the gift offering thing. These creatures are immensely powerful and aren't meant to be fought. We have to curry favor by offering them a gift. I remember someone telling me about this a while back. You've got to signal good intent because they don't speak any language. That's why I put the heart on her door." "Okay, so then what?" "We need to present her, or it, with something valuable, or else it'll kill us both horribly. And then we're even further from our goal due to the loss of experience and items. What does it want?" "I don't know, something shiny or valuable, like a locket or an amulet." "We don't have anything like that, do we?" "Well, go find it!" Van shouted. "Why me?" "Because if I move, it'll kill me," Van replied. "Go find something, quick." Sang looked at him and shrugged. "I don't know what's in this swamp." "Well, we've got 2 choices. You can either go search for an item, or we can both die." "Can't we run?" Sang asked. "You're at 20 health, so it'll kill you instantly," Van said. "Look, I'll be fine while you search, unless I try to attack or leave this area. It won't do anything more until you put something in its hands, okay?" "All right, fine, I'll go looking for something. Just don't die," Sang insisted as she hurried off. "I'll do my best not to," Van replied, gritting his teeth. This was a terrible plan, but there wasn't much else he could do, was there? Sang scrambled through the waters, rushing on heedlessly. She couldn't believe that this had been some kind of a trap. And now she was heavily injured and had no ability to navigate. There was no question that her map skill just wasn't nearly high enough for her to be able to navigate through this swamp. The worst part was that if Van was killed, it would slow her down significantly because he'd need her help to level back up again, bringing the mission to a crawling point. Searching for some solution, she was pissed at him, though she couldn't have said why. She wanted to blame him for this really, but he had been the voice of reason. Having been focused only on trudging through the water, she finally stopped to catch her breath. Her stamina bar was low, and her health certainly had no chance of increasing without a campsite or a town. She rested against the side of a tree and panted for a few minutes, waiting for her stamina bar to come back. As she tried to think of where she could go to find a trinket, though, she realized that the tree she was leaning against wasn't a tree at all, because it had begun to move. "Ah!" she cried as she leapt back. She glanced upwards to see a massive green giant standing in front of her. The words "Swamp Giant, Level 27" appeared over his head. He had a huge axe at his side and was busy breaking off the branches of another tree to eat them. It took a moment, but as she watched, the giant slowly glanced down at her and smiled. "Well, hello, traveler," the giant said as he shifted to face her. He was incredibly large, and she could read his stats from where she stood. Strength, 35, health, 560, damage, 300. She gulped as the giant continued. "I am Bramford, a swamp giant, and this entire swamp is my home. What is it that you wish?" A dialogue menu appeared in front of her, meaning she had the option to select anything she wanted to say to him. She wasn't sure what to pick. "Hello, giant. I'm traveling through this swamp and am lost." "Greetings, friend. What are you doing?" "Die, fiend." Sang shrugged and selected the second option. The giant immediately smiled widely. "Why, I'm looking for delicious cuisine, of course. Trees and stones make for good eating. But you know what I love more than anything?" Another dialogue box appeared. "Human meat? Animal meat? Trees?" Sang, still completely unsure of what to do, selected the animal meat. "That's right," boomed the giant as it slapped its knee in excitement. "I love to eat animals. But the problem is that they are hard to catch because I'm big and slow, while they're small and fast. The only thing I can catch are humans, but I don't like to eat them unless they try to fight me." Sang glanced at her inventory. She had plenty of meat from the deer that she was routinely hunting. She glanced at the giant and caught a glinting from the side of his ear. It was a diamond-studded earring, probably very valuable. Maybe she could trade for it? "Do you want to trade?" she asked, ignoring the dialogue menus. The giant looked at her blankly. "Trade. Do you want to trade?" she asked as she pulled out a burlap sack of cooked deer meat that she had stored for safekeeping. Upon seeing the bag, the giant nodded at her. "Oh, I see you have some food. Maybe I could have it? I'll trade it for 10 pieces of gold per pound." "Yes. No." Sang looked at those dialogue options. It didn't really help her if she got some gold, because that wasn't going to be enough to satisfy that raging fiend she'd left Van with. She needed those earrings, but the giant was so high in his level that he would smash her to pieces if she tried to kill him. She checked her character sheet quickly to see if there was something that could help her. Character sheet. Name, Jane. Gender, female. Level, 4. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 180. Stamina, 70. Intellect, 11. Agility, 15. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities. Sneak. Map mastery, +3. Indirect shot. Trap finding. Climbing, +4. Stealth, +4. Items. Longbow. Longsword. Dragon egg. Gold, 200 GP. She grinned upon seeing the climb skill. Maybe she didn't have to kill the giant. Maybe she just needed to trick it somehow. "Yes," she said as she lifted the meat up toward the giant. It laughed gratefully and leaned down to grab a hold of the bag. She took the opportunity to scurry up the side of the giant's leg, grabbing onto its long, mossy tunic. "Hey, get off of me!" the giant boomed as it swatted at her. Sang scrambled upwards, trying her best to avoid getting hit. Her climbing skills were enough to help her move faster, but she knew it was only a matter of time before she was going to get the crap kicked out of her by this thing. "Roar!" it screamed out as it swiped at her again. She leapt upwards onto its shoulder and grabbed its ear. "Sorry!" she shouted as she pulled at the earring and tried to yank it out. It didn't put up too much of a fight, and she had the sufficient strength needed to pry it out from his ear. The giant shouted in agony as she tore the earring loose, and then leapt off of him just in time to dodge his axe. She rolled as she hit the ground, splashing in the water. Her health had dropped down to 2, but she was still alive. She hadn't known falling would do that much damage to her. "Get back here, you thief!" the giant screamed as it chased after her. The creature's massive feet causing the swamp water to crash about everywhere as it stomped. Sang had hurriedly gotten up and scrambled back the way she'd come. She had used her ranger skill to mark where her ally was waiting. She just had to get the diamond earring to him, and then they'd be able to deal with escaping the giant later. At least the giant didn't have any kind of magical powers. At least she hoped it didn't. The creature chased after her for quite some time, but she was finally able to reach the small clearing in the hut where Van was still waiting. "Did you get something?" Van asked. "Sort of," she said as she hurriedly ran up to the fiend. It hadn't moved an inch from where it had been when she'd left. That alone was extremely creepy, and she tried to ignore the fact that it didn't have a face. Instead, she threw the large earring into the hands of the creature. The fiend nodded in response, and then melted into the ground, leaving them alone. Several thousand experience points rushed to the screen. "Nice work," Van said. "I thought we were done for." "Yeah, about that," Sang started, knowing there was no time for her to even check her level. "I bet that hut has all sorts of treasure." Van's words were interrupted by a loud screaming as the trees behind them smashed to bits, and the giant strolled out. "Give it back! Roar!" the giant screamed. "Why is there a giant? And why is its ear bleeding?" Van asked. "Long story short, I stole that earring and we're going to die if we don't escape," Sang replied as she scrambled in the opposite direction of the giant. "Are you kidding me? Why? Why do you hate me?" Van demanded as they ran away from the massive creature stomping along behind them. "Is there any way to stop it?" "Kill it," Van yelled, glancing back at the thing. "It's way too high level for us to even hope to kill it, though. One hit and we're both gonna die." "I'm well aware of that," Sang screamed back as they ran. "It's chasing you, right?" Van asked. "Yes," she cried back as she narrowly dodged a massive tree trunk that had been hurled at her by the giant. The tree crashed into the water right in front of her, blocking her off from where she'd been heading. "Then use your stealth skill. Hide from it and it won't bother me." "Oh, right." Sang glanced at her character sheet as she ran and saw her stealth skill. Why hadn't she thought of that before? She activated her stealth mode and felt a strange sensation overcome her as her skin became translucent. An outline around her indicated what her level of camouflage was. She was at 50%. "Find better cover, like in a bush or something," Van instructed as he stood off to the side. The giant stomped right past him and over to where Sang was. She crept over to the bushes and saw her camouflage rating increase to 80%. "Where are you?" the giant shouted. He scanned the area for a few moments and shook his head. He turned around then and began to walk back in the direction from where he'd come. She could see his silhouette turn from red to gray again, meaning that he was neutral. Did he just completely forget about me?" Sang asked. "Yeah, it's called aggro. When you lose a monster's aggro, it usually goes back into neutral. Will it remember me?" "Depends on the AI, but a swamp giant usually won't," Van explained. "I think we're in the clear. Nice work." "Thank you." "Well, we've leveled up, haven't we?" "I'd wager to say we got plenty of experience from both encounters." "Let's take a look and then get to Hearthborn," Van said. Sang paused a moment and fixed up her character, improving it greatly. Character sheet. Name, Jane. Gender, female. Level, 5. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 200. Stamina, 80. Intellect, 11. Agility, 15. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities: Sneak, Map Mastery +3, Indirect Shot, Trap Finding, Climbing +5, Stealth +6, Hunting +2. Items: Longbow, Longsword, Dragon Egg. Gold, 200 GP. Looking over the sheet, Sang smiled at her character choices. Even though she didn't particularly like gaming, she was getting better at understanding the world and the logic behind all of it. She had successfully improvised enough to snag the diamond from the giant and had accomplished some set goals on her own. She eyed Van, who was sitting on the ground, mumbling to himself about improving his skills. Maybe, if she were lucky, she'd be able to learn enough about this game to where she wouldn't need him for very much longer. It made sense that eventually she'd be able to part ways with him, right? If teamwork was so important, then perhaps they've to bring another agent in, if anything. Someone she could better depend on. Van wasn't an agent, and nor was he disciplined enough to be a good accomplice. Rather, he was too unreliable to be a good teammate in the long run, she told herself. Eventually, they were going to run into some kind of real trouble, and his own selfish ambitions would get the better part of him. She didn't particularly dislike the man, But there was a frustration in the fact that the only thing motivating him was his motivation for gain. The CIA had some dirt on him, and that was the sole reason he was with her. She wasn't an idiot. She had pressed enough to gain information on the arrangement, and realized that if Van's loyalty was coming from a sense of being threatened, then it meant that he would eventually end up being a liability. She knew that you could only force a man to comply for so long before he would snap. This was no different. "Done?" Van asked as he stood up and stretched out. "Yes, I am," she replied. "Great. Let's go get to the town as quickly as possible," Van said with a friendly smile. She scowled a little at him, but didn't say anything. She knew it was only a matter of time before his true colors emerged. And then what? Chapter 9. Sang quietly followed Van through the town of Hearthbourne. The scenery had changed significantly since they'd been in the bright village by the ocean. Now they were at the base of a massive mountain range, and it wasn't particularly pretty outside. The sky was blood red, and the town seemed to be hushed, even muted. NPCs scuttled from house to house, and there were very few people outside at any given time. There was the perpetual smell of charcoal and ash that had made Sang gag initially, though, and with each breath it seemed to just get worse. The smell of smoke was simply ever present. "Here's the place," Van said as they walked up to the tavern. "Here's where we can find a party for our first dungeon." "I said we were doing this all alone," Sang protested. Van spun around and faced her, shaking his head. "The problem is that we can't get the right quest line without the proper amount of people. See, in order to unlock the Mountains of Mortal Peril, we must get an NPC. There's one quest coming up that can help us get a companion NPC guide, the thorn in the sheriff's side, but we need people to do that." "How many?" "I think 3 or 4 should do it, but 3 as the minimum." Sang crossed her arms. "I don't like working with people I don't know. Who's to say we can trust them?" "Well, from what I can tell, it seems like you don't like working with people that you do know either, so deal with it. Come on, let's go." And with that, Van entered into the staggering minor tavern. Sang grumbled but followed after him, entering the ornately decorated tavern. The inside was a lot different than she would have expected. The walls were all made out of stone, as were the tables and chairs. Everything seemed to have been crafted expertly. She was even somewhat impressed with the design. It was strange, but as she continued to get deeper and deeper into the game, the more she admired the craftsmanship that went into rendering and designing the world. Sometimes she would even forget, for a very brief moment, that she was inside of a video game. Those moments were strange, but it was hard to deny that they existed. "Perfect! Check out all those players," Van said, pointing out all of the people who were sitting at the tables and drinking. They were dressed much differently than the NPCs that Sang had encountered previously, and the way they talked indicated that they were indeed real people. "Who should we pick?" Sang asked as she looked at the groups. Some were very poorly armed and armored, while others seemed pretty scary looking. "Let's do the classic bunch over there," Van said, pointing to 2 men and a woman sitting at the table. The woman was wearing white robes of some sort, and the men were in plate mail armor. "Classic?" "Yeah, check their profiles," Van said. Sang pulled up the profile of the woman. Character sheet. Name, Samara. Gender, female. Level, 5. Class, cleric. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 90. Stamina, 40. Mana, 150. Intellect, 16. Agility, 13. Constitution, 10. Strength, 11. Charisma, 15. Class ability, spells. Accelerated healing. Quicken mind. Imbue courage. Wand training. Scroll reading. Healing +5. Potion making +5. Items, cleric staff. Cleric robe. Gold, 200 GP. "Cleric?" Sang repeated. "That means she can heal, right? With magic?" "Yeah, somewhat. Magic's kinda nerfed in this world, but every bit helps." The real beauty of a cleric is that they can use scrolls and wands of healing. Those are pretty common. Okay, so what do we do? How do we convince them to join us? Sang asked. Follow my lead, Van said as he approached the table. The humorous tone and laughter of the party died down as they all looked to Van. Behold, I am Semimoto, and this here is my ally, Jane, Van said. We are here in this great dwarven town to find a worthy crew to join us on a daring raid, for there is an evil sheriff who has imprisoned many a man and woman who are innocent. Join us, and perhaps together we can free them. Indeed, brave traveler, said the man, the name Alcius hovering above him. We too have come to find worthy soldiers who can join our cause to free the innocent from the clutches of the sheriff. Hear, hear, said the rest of the party. Great. Then shall we unite in a common team? Shall we serve this realm? Van asked. Indeed we shall, Alcius said as he stood up and shook Van's hand. Sang was impressed with how easily Van had talked them into joining their group. She had always assumed that Van would be horrifically awkward in a conversation with strangers, but he seemed to handle it well enough. The rest of the party stood up and introduced themselves. There was Alcius, the paladin of justice, Samara, the cleric, and Frager, the fighter. Great, Van said, shaking hands with all of them. Then let's not waste a second. We'll need to head toward Castle Redscale, and it's not too far off. We shall meet you there, Alcius said, looking back at his party. We need to grab gear and pack up our camp. Perfect, Van said. We'll meet you there. With that, the party quickly left the tavern. Sang frowned. And so, what, they just join us that easily? She asked. Yeah. Well, joining makeshift groups for quests is pretty standard in this world. Sometimes a group does really well together and forms a permanent party, and sometimes it's just for one mission. And you think we can trust them? Sang asked. No reason not to, really, Van said. I mean, at the end of the day, a quest is a quest. People need each other to win fights and get loot. So, I mean, they could be total jerks, but that doesn't mean they won't help us advance toward our goals. What if they kill us and take our stuff? It doesn't work like that, Van said in between gulps of the beer a server had brought to the table. If you kill another player, you automatically get marked with a skull on your name. That means you're an outlaw, and anyone has easy access to knowing that about you. There's usually a gold reward for killing outlaws, and most people do it as a public service. And outlaws also have permadeath, so they die for good once they're killed. That seems like a harsh punishment. Keeps the game interesting since players aren't easily killed by each other, allowing for trust to be built up, but the option is always there. I doubt these folks want to become outlaws, so we'll be fine. Great. Then let's get to that castle that you were talking about, Sang said. Sure thing, Van said as he stood from the table. But first, you need to get some better arrows. Go to the arrow shop nearby and grab some. I'll check out the local area for rumors and see if I can get any additional information about this quest. Sang opened her mouth to complain about him barking orders, but he was gone before she'd had a chance. She bit her lip, feeling the urge to chew him out, but ultimately knew it wouldn't do any good. But what was the point of getting better arrows anyway? It would just be an endless cycle of item upgrades. That was one element that she certainly didn't like about the game. Everything was always about getting stronger gear, items, and weapons. Nothing was ever good enough the way it was. No, she was always being told to get better stuff. Her arrows were fine the way they were, though, so far as she was concerned. Instead of heading to the arrow shop, she scowled a little and sat at the bar, ordering a virtual whiskey. It wouldn't do the same thing that real whiskey did, but at least she could pretend it was going to help. Van fought off nerves as he approached the massive castle. It was huge, and he could see the menacing words Castle Redscale hovering above it. He was nervous not for the mission at all, but about how Sang was going to interact with this group of adventurers. Alcius seemed like a nice guy, and they had been messaging back and forth, but Sang seemed to have nothing but suspicion and contempt for everyone they met. He had tried to play it cool, but knew that if she didn't behave well, the other party might bail at a moment's notice. There they are, Sang said as they reached the front of the massive gate. Alcius, Frager, and Samara were all waiting for them. Hail, Alceus said. We've already done the first part of the mission. We've gotten the key to the dungeon and found the tunnel. That's the easiest part, Van joked as he approached them. Well, we left the hard part for you, Frager said, laughing a deep, throaty laugh. He was a tall, stocky man with a tattoo on the right side of his face. The tattoo was in the shape of an eagle. As we hoped, Van replied back. It was nice talking to real people again. His company, Sang, had been such a terrible companion that oftentimes he'd caught himself wondering if she wasn't just some kind of NPC. But these were his kind of people. So, what's the strategy? Sang asked. It's simple. The sheriff owns this here castle. He's a pretty terrible guy, locks all sorts of innocent people up. We're going to take this secret tunnel to the dungeon, open the door, kill all the guards, and lead the people to sweet, sweet freedom, Van replied. The best part of this plan is that after we rescue everyone, we all get to pick an NPC to join us as a companion. We'll get the dwarf unlocked and he can guide us through the mountains. Ah, the dwarf is a fine choice, Alceus said. We want the elven berserker, as he'll take us to the hinterlands. Good spot to go, Van replied. I hear they're nice this time of year, too, full of loot and easily killable monsters. He heard Sang scoff behind them. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get moving. They went over to a collection of barrels and moved them aside. There was a secret hatch underneath one of the barrels, revealing a stairwell going deep under the ground. It's said that this is how the castle guard is able to get supplies in and out in case of a siege, Samara said as she peered down the stairwell. The formation is simple, Van said. Sang, you're in front because you've got the bow. We'll back you up. Your job is to shoot the patrolmen who are down there. If you don't take them down in one shot, you're going to be in a world of hurt, so make it count. If a guard doesn't die immediately, he's going to sound the alarm. Fine, I've got it, Sang grumbled. He knew she didn't particularly like taking orders from him, but she didn't say anything more, which he appreciated. If the alarm goes off, we'll move forward and just start killing until we're in the clear, but it's going to suck a lot more, Van said. Is everyone ready? Aye, Frager said. Let's do this. Healing spells at the ready, said the near-useless cleric. If she didn't have any wands, she wouldn't do any good for any of them. Let's go, Van said. They all descended deep into the tunnels, going down the stairs and into darkness. No one dared to light a torch for fear of catching the attention of the guards who were patrolling down below. All right, we're looking good, Van said as he took a deep breath. The cold, murky air brought forth a putrid smell which he recognized as orc flesh. Hopefully, Sang would be able to kill them without alerting the rest of the castle's inhabitants. They walked through the tunnels quietly, until they reached a part of the tunnels where they opened up into a large complex of even more tunnels. Great. Which way do we go? Sang asked. There was some light due to the torches that were on the wall, but they could see at least 15 entrances. I think it's the door on the left, said Frager. How do you know that? Van whispered. I'm completely guessing, but I have a good feeling about it, Frager said. Leave the guesswork for figuring out who your dad is, Alceus said, eliciting a chuckle from the group. It's on the right, 4th door down. It's in the map that I bought earlier. Perfect, Van exclaimed as they all approached the 4th door on the right. As they came up to it, the door opened up and an orc strolled out. Orc level 6 was floating atop his head, and there was a symbol of a horn next to him, meaning that he was a patrolman. Shoot! Van ordered. Sang sprang into action by pulling her bow back and letting loose a perfect shot. The arrow sailed like a bird through the air and bounced right off the head of the orc. Insufficient damage hovered above the orc's head. What the hell? Alceus gasped. The orc immediately grabbed its hunting horn and let out a loud "Baloo!" It echoed throughout the entire tunnel network. The orc then disappeared back through the door it had come from, and they heard a loud bolting sound as if the door were being locked. Aw, crap, get ready for a fight, Van said as he could hear hundreds of feet echoing through the halls. Fight? Fight? Alceus said, gasping in shock. Insufficient damage? Is your partner using beginner arrows? What? No, Van said, looking quickly at Sang's inventory. Equipped. Beginner's arrows. +1 damage, 0 armor penetration. He grimaced at the sight of her supplies. This wasn't good at all. Alcius had apparently done the same thing. "We're out of here. We can't fight a full group with just 3 people." "Wait, I have a sword," Sang shouted. "A beginner's sword!" Frager yelled in response as the other group began to run toward the exit. "Come on, we can... Come on!" Van shouted in vain. He turned to face Sang. "You idiot! Why the hell didn't you get good arrows?" "I thought I didn't need them. I thought it was just more gamer jargon that wasn't actually necessary." Van gritted his teeth and grabbed her. "We've got to get out of here." They turned and fled after the party, hearing behind them the sound of doors being opened and orcs running out as they echoed through the tunnels. "Are you kidding me?" Van shouted as they turned a corner to see that the other party members were all on the ground, their health bars at 0. Standing above their corpses were 8 elite orcs level 8. This didn't look good. Chapter 10. "Come on, back the way we came!" Van shouted as he ran backwards, only to find there was another swarm of orcs heading their way. "Ah, crap! Think! This way!" Sang said, as she pointed to a ladder that ran up the side of the tunnel they were in. He hadn't seen it until she pointed it out, and realized that her spot skill allowed her to see the secret door. They quickly clambered up the ladder, climbing into total darkness as they heard the orcs loudly shouting at one another, looking for more people to kill. "You killed those guys back there," Van shouted. "I hope you know that. The alarm sounded and they panicked because you messed up." "I didn't mean to." "No, you absolutely did mean to," Van shouted as he climbed up the ladder and over its edge. It seemed that they were in some sort of storage area. The words "secret found" greeted him as he looked around the storage room. There was some treasure lying around, mostly gold, so that wasn't a bad deal. The trapdoor leading down the ladder they had been on was easy enough to lock and seal up, but then they had no idea where they were. "I thought it would be fine if I used my regular arrows," Sang replied, crossing her arms defensively. "I told you to get better arrows! This game is just like real life. If an organization panics and breaks their cohesion or doesn't have the gear they need, they will be slaughtered very quickly. We're lucky that you found this hidden area, but frankly, you are the reason those players are dead, and they're going to be pissed. We're going to lose some reputation points for sure as soon as they make it to a town. Look, it was a mistake, okay?" "No, a mistake is making a poor judgment call," Van said. "You made a willful choice to screw us over and didn't bother to consider the consequences. We don't have time for this," Van interrupted. "Look, I know you might not think I'm a good person or whatever, but you've got to listen to me if we're going to get out of this alive. No complaints. No complaints," Van interrupted again. He looked at his mini-map. Thanks to his work investigating rumors earlier, he was able to figure out where they were. The secret treasure room was directly adjacent to the weapons storage facility, meaning that they could get some better gear and maybe even a disguise or two. The alarm had already been set off, though, so that meant the only way out was through fighting or finding some kind of clever way to sneak out. The two of them had no combat efficiency at all, so it was only a matter of time before they died if they couldn't find some secret exit. "Fine, whatever," Sang grumbled. "Unbelievable," Van muttered as he slowly opened the door to the main hall and looked around. Much to his surprise, though, the room was completely empty. All of the guards had to have run down to the lower levels. "Perfect," he said, opening the door up and creeping out. He had a very low stealth skill, but it still might help. After looking around for a few minutes, he discovered there truly was no one around. "Great, come on, let's get some gear and get out of here," Van said as he opened the door that was labeled Armory. There were dozens of heavy weapons and armor. There wasn't anything that was remotely close to being wearable for his class, however. "Is there anything that you can equip?" Van asked as Sang glanced around the room. "Here," she said as she grabbed hold of an iron bow and some steel arrows. "I can wield these." "Perfect, so now you have good arrows," Van said, ignoring the dirty look that she shot at him. He glanced around and noticed there was a shiny medallion lying on one of the barrels. He picked it up. You have received Amulet of Lies. When worn, allows you a special dialogue box that allows you to lie to an NPC. Van grinned at the looks of this. It might not come in handy right away, since, after all, the guards were in full alert mode, but after they calmed down, he could probably use the amulet to convince the NPCs that he worked for the sheriff. He looked at his disguise skill and then looked back at the amulet in hand. This was so crazy that it very well might work. "Here's the plan," Van said as he carefully put on the armor. He didn't have any of the prerequisites for wearing guard armor, however, and the big bold words, "encumbered," floated above his head. He wouldn't be able to walk quickly or run in the armor, but it was enough for him to be able to get stuff done. "I'm going to pretend like I'm a guard and making my way into the dungeon. You use your stealth skill to sneak around me and watch for trouble. When we get to the dungeon, all we have to do is free the dwarf NPC. It'll trigger an automatic cutscene and kick us out of the dungeon." "Really?" Sang asked. "That seems easy." "Well, it's really not. We're probably going to die, but seeing as how we're miles into a dungeon and getting out would be harder than getting deeper in, we're just going to go with this plan." "Fair enough," Sang mumbled as she slowly became translucent. "Just stick to the shadows, and we'll hopefully die quickly enough not to feel it," Van mumbled as he walked out into the hallway. His armor clunked along as he started to descend the stairwell. He hoped that things would go smoothly, but he doubted it. Dragon Kings of the New World wasn't particularly known for being a forgiving experience, but he needed to look like he was trying. At least enough to justify why they'd be dying at this point in the game. The last thing he wanted was Neil angrily blaming him for the problems Sang was causing. They walked in silence, down into the bowels of the dungeon, and fortunately for Van, the armory had a map available, and it wasn't too hard to navigate their way back to the dungeon. The NPCs were all busy searching the area. He could hear someone calling out orders. "Uh-oh," Van said, stiffening up as he saw a tall man wearing noble regalia pointing at a group of orcs. "I don't care. Sweep the entire area and search harder. They're somewhere, I know it," said the man. He wore black and blue armor and had a sword at his side. Flames occasionally burst from the man's hilt, but did nothing to affect him. The words Primarch Sulith appeared over his head, in purple. Van swallowed hard upon noting the color. Primarch Sulith wasn't an NPC, but rather a professional gamer hired to play one of the leaders of the enemy faction. He was essentially just like an actor, paid to participate in the game and act as if the world were real, making interaction far more realistic. The only problem with pro gamers was that they were very clever. Each of them had their own personalities, and some were incredibly intense method actors, preferring to roleplay to the highest degree, while others were knuckle-dragging jerks who just liked to kill any player they saw in order to spice up the game. Van had met his fair share of both, and he wasn't sure which ones he liked less. "You there," Primarch Sulith said, turning to face Van. "Why aren't you searching?" It was clear already that Sulith knew Van was a player. Van gently tapped his Amulet of Lies and felt it flash a little. "Why, sir, I was here to relieve the guard of prisoner detail," he said, hoping to God that this player wouldn't use meta-knowledge to screw him over. "What detachment are you from?" Sulith asked, crossing his arms. A dialogue box suddenly appeared. "The best one, of course. I just work here. Lie. Underboss Gradix, of course." Van selected the option enabled by the Amulet of Lies. This caused Sulith to nod. "My apologies, sir. I didn't realize that Underboss Gradix was sending me men. Very well. Please carry on and make sure you take this key in case we have to evacuate the prisoners." Item acquired, purple key. Van tried his best not to fist pump as he took the key and pocketed it. He glanced over to see that Sang was still crouching in the darkness. Sulith hadn't spotted her yet. "Now then, I must continue my search for the heroes, as they will rue the day that they have run afoul of Primarch Sulith," the man said dramatically as he walked past Van and Sang. Van let out a breath of relief. He couldn't believe that had worked. He'd managed to pull one over on a player. Of course, it was only because the pro gamer was a sporting kind of guy who enjoyed simulation and not just wanton violence that he was still able to walk straight. He didn't bother to stick around long enough to count his fortune, though, and the two of them hustled down to the prison. The area was still crawling with orcs, but fortunately none of them had enough points to spot Sang or notice the fact that Van himself wasn't an orc. Van glanced at one of the doors and saw there was a name carved on the side of it. Grelb Arkson. It was the name of the dwarf NPC they were looking for. Van rushed up to it and hurriedly unlocked the door. The door swung open, and the dwarf rushed out. "Thank you for Skip!" Van shouted, hurrying the dialogue. "Really?" Sang asked. "You're in a rush to get through everything." "No time for criticism, woman. We've got to go," Van said as he rushed through the dwarf's dialogue. In near on a blink of an eye, they were standing outside of the castle. "I am so thankful," the dwarf said. "Count me as a loyal friend for any future endeavor. Meet me in my home out at Skip," Van said. The dwarf immediately vanished from sight. "Well, that worked out great," Sang said, stretching her arms. "I can't believe we were able to complete this quest." Van looked at the quest bar and saw that it was still open. You know, it was forever ago when I did this mission. I figured it would have ended by now," Van mused. "It's probably lag, right? That's what gamers are always fussing about. Lag. And nerfs. Maybe it's a nerf," Sang said as she began to walk away from the castle. "Look," she said as she pointed at one of the boulders. Van cocked his head as he looked at the boulder on the side of the hill they had been walking down. There was something strange etched into it. It looked like a constellation, but nothing that he had ever seen before. Then the rock carving slowly began to move. "This is interesting," Sang said as she got a little closer to it. "Whoa," Van said as he watched the carving contort and twist into a dragon. What was this? Some kind of new feature? A bug? He couldn't quite understand why there was some random carving on a boulder outside of a quest zone. As he looked at the dragon carving twist and grow, though, something began to occur to him. "Oh, wait. I just realized something," Van muttered as his eyes opened wide in horror. "What?" "The quest doesn't end until we fight the sheriff," he shouted. "So? Let him come out and fight us. We should be strong enough to take out one guy," Sang said as she continued to investigate the rock. "The sheriff isn't a guy," Van mumbled as he heard a loud roar from overhead. "Who dares steal my prisoners?" shrieked a horrific voice from above. Van turned to see a massive purple dragon flying overhead, breathing dangerous streaks of flame. "It's a dragon!" "What a dumb name for a dragon," Sang said. "Why didn't anyone say the sheriff was a dragon?" "It's an in-game surprise," Van said. "I didn't want to ruin it for you." The roaring was immense, and they could both feel the ground beneath them shake as the creature crashed to the ground in front of them and let out a colossal roar. "You fools will die at my claws!" "Aw, crap. This was why we needed 5 people, not the stupid dungeon part," Van said, suddenly remembering the end of this quest. He'd honestly completely forgotten about the ending. "Don't worry, I have a plan," Sang said as she leapt back, narrowly avoiding the flames. "What's that?" Van asked as he looked over. She was gone. Jane has logged out of the game. "Are you kidding me?" Van screamed as he realized she had somehow managed to hack the game so that she could leave in the middle of a fight. Flames poured down on him, but fortunately he was still wearing his armor, so he only took a few points of damage. "Warning, armor critical," read his display as he realized that, if he were hit by the fire again, it would completely destroy his armor. "Why is my life so hard right now?" Van cried out as he began to run and try to strip off his armor simultaneously, praying that the dragon wouldn't devour him immediately. Chapter 11. Sang sat with her arms crossed defiantly, resting in the conference room of the abandoned office that they were staying in. She wasn't particularly happy with O'Hara's decision to pull her out in the middle of a big fight. As odd as it was, Sang had wanted to continue battling with the dragon. It had seemed like it might be somewhat enjoyable. She paused as she considered the prospect of what she was thinking, though. All of the pain of dealing with the loss of her partner had been gut-wrenching, but with the busyness of the mission, she had been distracted. She was having fun, in a way. She wasn't sure whether she should feel guilty over that fact or not. As she sat in the worn-down office, with the shattered table in its middle, she watched as O'Hara and Neil stayed busy writing things down on a whiteboard. They were equations and mathematics that she didn't particularly understand. Normally, she understood computer code, but this looked very different from her regular field of work. "Thanks for joining us, Sang," Neil said as he turned around and sat on the corner of the table. It creaked a little, but didn't break, as she had been expecting it to. "What's so important that you needed me immediately? We were in the middle of an important battle," Sang said, crossing her arms again and frowning. "A fake battle in a fake world," O'Hara answered as she sat down in the swivel chair opposite of Sang. "It's not worth worrying about whether you get some fake internet points or whatever. What's more important is that thing you saw." "The glitch?" Sang asked. "Yeah, the glitch," Neil said excitedly, pointing to a holographic display of the constellation carving in the center of the room. "It's perfect, isn't it?" "I suppose," Sang said, staring at it blankly. "It's just, a glitch." "Is it?" O'Hara asked as she abruptly stood up and placed her hands on the table, leaning in to get closer to Sang. "Or is it something more?" "Like what?" Sang asked, completely unsure of what was going on. She had been a little suspicious of these two for quite some time now, and knew there was something that she wasn't being told. But what? "Like communication," Neil said, as he drew out a picture on the whiteboard. It was of a tall, big-eyed creature. "Tell me something, Sang. What do you think about the universe? The galaxy?" "Huh? Are we alone, Agent Sang?" O'Hara asked, leaning back and pulling up another series of strange symbols and pictures. What?" Sang asked. Now she really had no idea what was going on. "The reality of being human is that we are always gazing at the stars, wondering what's out there," Neil continued as he drew a pictogram of the big-eyed creature trying to use radio waves to reach Earth. "But we've wondered if whatever's out there wants to talk to us, too," O'Hara said. Wait, Sang protested. "Are you guys talking about aliens?" O'Hara glanced over at Neil, who nodded at her. "Yes," she said quietly. "We're talking about something like aliens. Aliens, beings from another dimension, advanced AI, something. Okay, you had me when you were asking me to investigate the servers because of player-related deaths. But I'm afraid you've now completely lost me, and perhaps even earned my resignation," Sang said as she slid back from the table. "We knew you'd react that way," Neil said, pointing to the symbols that were still floating in the middle of the table. "Until you saw some proof. Tell me, what do these symbols mean?" Sang looked at them. She was an expert in computer language and spoke many different languages, but as she glanced at the symbols, she couldn't figure out what they meant. It appeared to be some kind of language, it was true, from the way it was squiggled and crossed and the gaps between the lines indicated some kind of words, but the language wasn't anything like any she recognized. "I don't know what that is," she said. "Neither do we, but we've been able to figure out it's a language," O'Hara said. "Appeared 7 weeks ago, in a glitch. One of our less ambitious agents was trying to track down a human trafficker in-game and ended up coming across this. He thought it was odd and sent it to our department for translation, hoping that it was some kind of secret code to allow him to get free stuff in the game. That slacker accidentally found something more than human," Neil said. "We can't decode it. Interestingly enough, those symbols aren't found anywhere else on this planet. And trust me, we did the research." "So what?" she asked, shaking her head. "It's probably some kind of stupid secret code made by the game company. It probably says drink your Ovaltine or something." That's what the higher-ups thought. Then a few people died in the game. So we might have taken a little bit of some creative liberty to get this investigation put together, Neil said, grinning. So you're meaning to tell me that this is a rogue operation? Does Frederick know about this? She asked. Frederick was the guy who put this together. It was me, him, and O'Hara's plan, Neil explained. All right, this is a bunch of crap, Sang angrily protested. You brought me in believing that there was some kind of a serious investigation going on, and now I'm finding out it's just so we can play X-Files? It's more than that, O'Hara said. There really is a threat here. Those deaths were hidden and hushed up. Draco refuses to talk about the symbols and bugs, despite the fact that there are plenty of forum bug reports talking about them. The cover-up, the symbols, the way Draco has been so hidden, it's all connected somehow. Why didn't you tell me? Sang asked. She had to remind herself she wasn't in-game. She had felt her hands subconsciously grasping down to where her longsword would have been. It was a weird moment, but she let it pass. Well, this sounds crazy, doesn't it? Neil asked. Yes, it does. And would you ever have agreed to this if you had known this was the plan? O'Hara asked. Never. Right, Neil said, shrugging. So, you were the best of the best in this field. Greatest hacking and cyber-terrorism operator we've ever had. If anyone was going to be good at this job, it was you. So, we sort of, completely lied to you to get you invested in the job. Really? You're not even going to try and smooth it over somehow? Sang growled. Look, we're a clandestine agency dedicated to doing all sorts of shady stuff. We set up third-world dictators and assassinate, poison, and steal nuclear codes. So why the hell do you think we'd be so honest and nice? O'Hara said. So now you've got a choice here. You can stick around and keep doing the mission, following our lead and learning everything there is to learn about these aliens, or you can take your marbles and go home, Neil said. The problem now is that if you go home, well, you're abandoning a crucial mission in the eyes of the CIA. Are you kidding me? Sang asked. This is manipulatory and incredibly unprofessional. I acknowledge the fact that what we are proposing to you is crazy, O'Hara said. We didn't bother sharing this information up until now because we didn't have any viable way to convince you that aliens were real and worth investigating. Now that we have enough information, we can share it with you. Sang froze. You can prove this? Indeed, we can, O'Hara said quietly. Sang felt her heart skip a beat. Both of the agents wore grim expressions. Neil quietly moved over to the holograph display and fiddled with the controls. Another picture hovered in front of them. It was a rock of some sort, but it was shifting and moving uncontrollably. The strange symbols emerged from the rock again, and a small face emerged alongside the symbols. Then came a voice. It said. The sound of the voice was almost terrifying. It was somewhat hoarse and sounded as if it were from a broken radio. It repeated the words over and over again for almost 3 minutes straight. What is that? Sang asked quietly. We think it's trying to say hello, Neil said. At least, we hope it's saying that, O'Hara said. This is the whole point of it, Sang. We're not here to play X-Files, we're here to play Men in Black. The truth is that we don't know what these things are, what they want, or why they're using some kind of video game to make contact. My money is on the fact that they connected into the servers remotely and mistook the game for being our actual world, Neil said. Regardless, if these creatures are friendly, then we need to know as soon as possible. And if they're not? Sang asked. Then we gotta kill them, I guess, Neil said. I mean, once we get confirmation of the whole alien thing, and we can disclose this to the president without being shoved into a nice padded cell, we'll figure it out from there. This is all about scouting and getting information. After we get sufficient data, we can call it quits until we can get some instructions from our higher-ups. And they're just Going to believe us? Sang asked. Believe it or not, but we have an official charter on alien activity, O'Hara said. Don't blab about it until you can prove it, but if you can prove it, do it. Really? Yeah, that was Eisenhower's thoughts on the subject, Neil said. Sang glanced at the strange recording and back to her colleagues. It was all too much to take in, but there was some curiosity in her. It wasn't like she'd be able to walk away from this anyway. If she did, she'd be in major trouble with Frederick and probably end up being charged with some kind of crime. All right, fine, Sang said. I'll keep playing alien detective, but we better find something. We're going to, Neil said. What about Van? Sang asked. Does he need to know? No, absolutely not. Learning this kind of thing as a civilian is what earns you a trip to the desert where you get to dig your own grave. I don't see why we can't tell him, Sang said. Like he'd believe you anyway, O'Hara said. Just seems like something you should tell someone, that's all, Sang said. I don't think it's worth telling him. He's too much of a blabbermouth anyway, O'Hara said. If things get any weirder, we'll tell him. For now, jump back in there and keep your eyes open. These communications from the aliens keep growing clearer with each passing day. Very well, Sang said as she turned to go back to her haptic pod. I need to go save Van from that dragon anyway. Chapter 12. Van screamed as the burning smell of smoke greeted his nostrils. He had attempted to hide in various different forests, but each time he made it to a new section of the woods, a blast of fire would remove the entire area. By the end of it, he had run in a complete circle and was now near the foot of the hill again, hiding behind a stump. He wasn't sure if the sheriff was playing with him or really was having trouble finding him, but he didn't want to stick around to find out. There wasn't much he could do, after all, hiding behind a charred stump. He didn't have a weapon that would be anywhere close to be able to kill the sheriff, and nor did he have any clue as to what to do. He'd kept hoping that Sang would log back in, but she didn't particularly seem interested in actually helping anyway. How she'd logged out in the first place was beyond him, but the reality was that he was on his own. As he sank deeper behind the burning tree stump, he pondered how to get out of this mess. "Come out and face me, coward!" screamed the sheriff. Van glanced back to see that the sheriff had landed where one of the forests had been and was patiently waiting. He could see the words Sheriff of Castle Redscale, Level 10, hover over its head. He drew up its stats really quickly. Health, 1,000. Stamina, 500. Strength, 16. Breath attack, 150 damage, plus 10 damage per second. Bite attack, 50 damage, plus 50% chance of swallowing whole. Van grimaced at the stats, which showed that he didn't have much of a chance. Without any cover left to protect him, he knew he was done for. He gripped his bagpipes and decided that he would go out on his own terms, playing a beautiful funeral dirge that he had learned in the last level. Pressing the pipes to his lips, he began to play. In his mind, he was hoping it would be beautiful, but reality dictated otherwise. The screeching sound pierced through the sky, causing a great flock of birds to take off from their various hiding places within the woods. "What is that awful racket?" cried the sheriff. Van realized something based on its reaction to the noise, though. It wasn't just a regular NPC. It might be an advanced one. If that was the case, maybe he could bargain with it, or lie to it. He stood up and continued playing his horrible song as he marched out in front of the dragon. "What mortal man stands before me so defiantly? Do you hope that your music might kill me?" The sheriff taunted him as it leaned its massive purple head right in front of Van. Its jaws were glistening in the sun, and Van could see drops of saliva dripping from its mouth. The smell was none too pleasant either. "My name is Samimoto, and I am a musician of the highest regard," Van said, "and I am here to bargain with you for my life." "Speak your demands, foolish musician, so that I may weigh them," the sheriff said. "In exchange for allowing me to live, I will, bring to you the orchestrator of all of this," he said. "Yes, the evil and very powerful woman by the name of Jane. Jane, the evil wench. She put this all together, her and her wicked frowns." "Yes, there was another, but she fled," the sheriff answered. "You are saying that she is responsible for all of this?" "Indeed, she is," Van lied, tapping his amulet of lies, hoping that it would help, too. "I mean, look at me. I'm just a moronic bard who isn't even good at his only useful skill. How could I possibly cause all of this trouble?" "You are indeed a fool, a jester of the lowest regard," the sheriff growled as it pulled its massive face away from Van. "Then I must find this Jane. Take me to her, and I shall spare your puny life. For perhaps there is less dignity in life for you than in death, having no skills and only wretched bagpipes to play." Van felt pretty excited as he realized he had just duped the sheriff. All he had to do was lead it to some kind of mountain range or place with tunnels, and then he'd quickly escape, preferably while laughing. He turned and walked back up the hill to where he and Sang had been before the dragon arrived. He knew there would be some tunnel networks near the castle, which would be a fine place to ditch the dragon. He felt the ground shake behind him as the sheriff followed him. Van glanced behind him to see that the sheriff was intensely looking at the boulder where the glitch had been. The sheriff had seemed to lose all interest in Van. He felt a hand suddenly cover his mouth and another hand grab him harshly, dragging him back down the hill. "Shh," Sang said. "What's it doing?" "I don't know," Van said as he rushed over to one of the scorched trees and crouched down. The sheriff was busy pawing at the boulder. Then it gripped the massive stone and tore it out of the ground, promptly flying off with it and leaving them behind. "Interesting," Sang whispered. "Ha! I bet that when it saw the bug, it probably somehow reset its scripting or whatever," Van said triumphantly. He'd never been so happy to see something end a quest so suddenly. He glanced at his experience bar and noticed that it hadn't gone up at all, though. Maybe it's not as much of a victory as I hoped. Look, no experience. "We'll live," Sang said. "Let's get out of here before it comes back." "Where did you go, anyway? Why'd you bail on me?" "Sorry, had to do some debriefing with the team. CIA stuff. Very important," Sang said. Van cocked his head. It was a little odd, but for the first time ever, he saw her stumbling over an answer. That wasn't like her at all. It made him feel as if she were up to something, but he had no idea of what he could say to confront her, and anyway, she was always up to something, wasn't she? Being in the CIA and quiet about whatever they were doing. He still wanted to yell at her for leaving, but then again, honestly, if she was fine with leaving in the middle of a fight, so be it. He wasn't really invested in this game anyway, so it wasn't as if it was that big of a deal. This was her mission, and he was just along for the ride. "Whatever," he mumbled. "So what's the plan? We go to the mountain and investigate for glitches or whatever?" "Yeah, that's the exact plan," Sang said. There was a quietness in her voice, though, a gentleness that hadn't been there before. She sounded perplexed. "What's up? You seem off," Van replied. "Oh, I just had an interesting debriefing is all," Sang said as they began to walk out of the forest and toward the village where the dwarf NPC would be located. "Care to share?" Van asked. "No," Sang replied. She wasn't as stiff as usual, he realized, so something was definitely up. "Come on, you can tell me a secret. I mean, let's face it, I'm already up to my eyes in CIA secrets, so adding one more can't hurt," Van prodded her. "No, leave it at that and move on," Sang said as she pushed Van away and tried to walk a little faster. "Something's not adding up is all I'm saying," Van said. "You say we're here to investigate Draco, right? Then, next thing I know, we're poking around and looking at glitches. When we find one, it's all weird. Come on, what's the truth? This some sort of terrorist thing? Like, are the glitches Al-Qaeda trying to blow us up in the game? And if we die in the game due to a terrorist attack, do we die in real life? What if this isn't the game, but is in fact real life, and the terrorists have somehow— Enough! Sang shouted, her voice echoing throughout the valley. Van, I said I'm not going to share, so I am not. But for once in your life, you look like you want to talk about something, Van protested. I can see it all over your face. The way you seem perplexed, the way you open your mouth to talk, but then close it real fast. You're burning up from the inside. Tell me. I won't tell anyone. Sang sighed very deeply. Log out, you jackass. We'll talk. Van complied and logged out of the game, immediately feeling the sudden stiffness of his return to reality. He groaned as the haptic pod opened up. Sang was standing there. How are you able to get up so quickly? I exercise, Van. You should try it sometime, Sang replied as she grabbed him and hoisted him out. Come on, she said as she grabbed him by the arm and dragged him through the abandoned building and out through the back. There was a small black car sitting quietly by the rust-worn dumpsters. Get in, she said as she opened up the passenger side door and threw him in. Was he being kidnapped? Kidnapped from being kidnapped? Did that count as a rescue? Did he even want to be rescued at this point? Honestly, the mission wasn't bad so far, and while there was a lot of frustration with Sang, he was enjoying the real experience of being in one of those pods. So, what, are we going to get ice cream? Van asked as she climbed into the driver's seat. Enough. Look, I'm going through a lot right now, and you have a right to know. Know what? Van asked. Sang took a deep breath and began to speak. Van sat in the car next to Sang and just stared forward. He wasn't particularly sure what to do with all of the information that she just unloaded on him. It seemed that she was very confused and unconvinced of anything she was saying, but at the same time, the way she was so out of sorts had convinced him that she was telling the truth, or at least what she knew of it. There would be no reason for her to lie to him. She wasn't a particularly cheerful woman, and she didn't seem interested in making jokes, so there was no room for error here. Whatever she was talking about, she believed it to be real. So, what do you think? Sang asked quietly. Aliens? Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but at the same time, Van trailed off. He whispered, There was this rumor a while back, like a long time ago, that when this game was first being developed, there was some kind of line of code that was discovered by a beta tester. It didn't make any sense, like it was all squiggles and stuff. And he posted a screenshot online once, but it was immediately taken down, and no one ever heard about the beta tester again. There was this whole thing circulated on the internet for a while after that, saying how the code was some kind of alien message, and Draco covered it up. Really? Sang asked, cocking her head. Yeah, I kid you not. I mean, you hear all kinds of rumors about this game, like the survivalist rumor we were talking about before. This one was extra spooky, right? But no reason to think anything of it. But now that you're bringing this up, well, I saw some bugs a while back too. Not particularly as strange as the Constellation one, but definitely weird enough to warrant a few mentions. So you think it could be aliens? Sang asked. Look, I have no idea, but I'm open to the concept, Van said. I mean, I've looked up at the stars, in-game of course, and asked if there was intelligent life out there. It definitely makes this job a whole lot more interesting. So you aren't freaked out? Freaked out? No. I mean, look, I spend all of my time playing in a fantasy world where literally anything can happen. Am I intrigued by the idea of there being actual aliens? Yes. Am I worried or startled by it? Not really. It's about time the real world caught up with my own world. Aliens are cool. Like, I love science fiction. Not as much as fantasy, but hey, whatever. It might actually make the real world interesting enough for me to want to be a part of it. The world already is interesting enough without this alien stuff, Sang replied sharply. Maybe to you, but for me, not so much, Van said as he stretched. Well, so we're alien hunters now. Definitely one of the stranger turns my life has taken. And you're not really affected by this? Not startled or shaken? Sang asked. Look, First off, it's just some curiosity from the CIA, right? There's no hard evidence, no little green men, just some weird bugs. The government is always up to some secretly clandestine kind of stuff, right? Alien searching has got to be one of them. I always assumed that there was some kind of cover-up with Area 51 and all that. So, for all I know, this could be just another kind of alien the government is looking for. Either that, or there really isn't anything. Just some kind of code put in by the programmers to screw with hackers. It doesn't really change what we do. It certainly doesn't change how I feel about any of this. It's all a bit much for me, Sang said. But I'm in too deep here. I can't leave this mission without it costing me my career. Van grinned. Finally, he was starting to actually hear something real from her. This was the first conversation they'd had where he'd felt like she was being real with him and not just antagonistic or professional. Well, hey, don't worry too much. I mean, what are the chances this is actually real? You know CIA history, right? Remember Project Stargate? Sang shook her head, indicating she didn't know what he was talking about. Oh, well, back in the 70s, the CIA ran some kind of covert psychic investigation thing for almost 20 years. It was a colossal failure. They spent a ton of time trying to determine if there was such a thing as psychic potential. I guess I never heard about it, Sang replied. Yeah, well, it was a big waste of everyone's time. Point is, the CIA was interested in looking around, but didn't find anything of use. No psychic powers were discovered. So, we're probably going to be doing the same. I'd be surprised if we actually found anything at all. How do you know about it? Oh, well, believe it or not, a lot of people in my world tend to be a little, paranoid about the government. So there's always talks about CIA secrets, ancient history, cryptozoology. It goes with the geek territory. I was really into Bigfoot for a few years. Sang laughed as Van frowned. I wasn't making a joke. Sorry, Sang said. So you don't think we'll find anything? Van shrugged. Who knows? All I know is that I was hired/blackmailed into helping you achieve your mission. So if poking around and looking for little green men is the mission, so be it. Doesn't change what I do by any means. If anything, it's almost as if you told me all of this because you're the one who needs reassurance, not me. That's a good observation, Sang said, trying to put on a stern face. But I'm fine. I just needed someone else to hear this. Sure, Van said. All of his previous frustration and tension with her was beginning to erode as he saw how concerned she had really been about the job she was doing. To him, this whole CIA ploy was typical government stuff. But to her, it was an entirely different kind of thinking. But it was nice that she actually trusted him enough to talk to him, and he could feel himself growing a little more at ease with her. Who knew? Maybe, after all of this, they'd be friends. Chapter 13. You idiot! Sang screamed as she kicked Van over and over again. They were back in the town of Hearthbourne, where they had first started before the sheriff's quest. Things had been going smoothly since they'd both logged back into the game, but they had traveled back to the town where the dwarf NPC was located, only to find out that since they officially hadn't completed the quest, he wasn't available. It was a frustrating situation, and one that had been brought on by the fact that Van had made the decision to exit the quest once he figured it was over. Ouch! Hey, stop! He protested as he lay on the ground, curled up in a ball. Sang didn't relent from swiftly kicking him over and over again. Look, you told me you knew things would be fine. You told me to click exit. I said it would probably be fine. Doesn't the word probably mean anything to you? Van demanded. Sang shook her head. We need to get to that mountain. We wasted almost 2 whole days on that quest, and you completely undid all of it, you idiot. Look, I get that you're upset, but you gotta realize something. That glitch messed up the whole quest anyway, so it's not my fault. Unless you wanted to go back and fight the sheriff without a full party, there wasn't anything we could have done anyway. Van said as he wheezed, trying to stand back up. Well, maybe, Sang said. But you've no right to tell me that everything will be fine when you're not sure that's the case. Look, I didn't know, Van said. His eyes darted to the left as he stood up, and he held up his hand. Wait, he said. What? Sang asked as she turned around to see a small group of adventurers nearby. They were armed to the teeth and looked extremely high level. Sang could see they were all level 75 and looked like they would be trouble in a fight. That's my old adventuring party! They're going to be able to give me a map! Van cried out triumphantly as he leapt up. We're undercover, remember? We can't just tell them who you are, Sang said. And a map to where? Well, now that we're on the same page, I know you want glitches, so I know of just the place. The only problem is that getting there is a royal pain without a map because of how far away it is. What? We need to investigate the mountain for what? A tiny glitch? Look, this place I'm talking about, it's been one of the buggiest places in the entire game for almost 2 months now. Everyone's always yammering about how it's messed up, and Draco has actually physically shut down access to the area in order to prevent players from poking around. But why hide it rather than fix it, right? If there's not something more going on. All we should do is head over there, and you can use your hacking magic to get us into a restricted area. Sang nodded, feeling a little surge of excitement leap up inside of her. She had taken a gamble by bringing Van into the know about the entire affair, but it seemed to energize him. His enthusiasm was already paying off in spades. Perfect, she said. So, if we get a map, we can go to this area? Hopefully, Van said, leaping up and grabbing his bagpipes. And I know I'm undercover, so just leave it to me. With that, he scampered up to the party of 6 that was busy arguing. Sang slowly followed after him, hoping there wasn't going to be any kind of trouble or singing. Hark! Van said as he tumbled in front of them. It looked as if he were trying to do a somersault, but wasn't very graceful about it. Behold, I am Semimoto, jester to the stars. Begone, foul jester, said one of the players. His name read Abagar the Bold, and he was a level 75 barbarian. But, pray tell, don't you wish to hear a ballad? Boost your stats for a whole 24 hours, Van said. Stat boost? What's your angle? Asked one of the shorter players, a wizard named Philipson. No angle. I just wish to get to the kingdom of Verada, but lack a map. If you show me the map, I'll play my song, Van said cheerfully. Sang was impressed with how into his character the guy could get. While she didn't particularly like anything about Van's life choices, he was slowly starting to grow on her. Fine. You play the song first, and then the map afterwards, said Abagar. Van stepped back and took out his bagpipes. I shall now regale you all with the Song of Bravery, guaranteed to increase your strength by +5 for the next 24 hours. There was a band of brave knaves who knew not fear nor terror. They cut, battled, and fought without stumble nor error. But what was a brave knave without his friend Whiskey, who convinced them to take matters they saw most risky? They'd drink away to save the day and wake up without a single memory. This elicited laughter from the group of players, and they all cheered. Sang braced herself as Van pulled out his trusty bagpipes and began to bleat. The pipes screamed as he tried to play them as loudly as he could. This brought out a lot more laughter from the other players. Sang gave a sigh of relief when she saw that they were laughing at the noise instead of turning violent like most everyone else did. Enough, bard and jester, you have earned our map, said Abagar as he pulled out a parchment of paper. Take it, and find the secrets of reaching Verada. Thanks, Van said as he tried to backflip away from them, but just ended up doing a full-on faceplant into the ground. This caused more laughter as the party walked off. Nice work, Sang said as she helped Van up. You really know how to make players laugh. Well, my old party really loved that kind of stuff. Just stupid stuff that wasn't really witty, but more slapstick. I noticed my buddy wasn't with them, though. Who? Sang asked as she glanced at the map. Her advanced skills allowed her to easily determine the safest route to the kingdom of Verada. He was a paladin named Trefor. You think I was bad, that guy was on 24/7. He's either dead from a quake overdose or went pro, from my guess. There'd be no other reason he wasn't with the group, Van ventured. Makes sense, I suppose, Sang said. So, is there some spot of special interest in this kingdom? Yes, the players nicknamed it the Cave of Visions. It's only this stupid bear cave, but one of the players found some kind of crazy glitch, and then, next thing you know, players were flocking from all over to see the glitches in hopes of getting some free gear or something. Apparently, the caves were all contorted and crystalline, a lot different from a bear cave. Some people thought it was some kind of expansion that hasn't been released for the game yet, but which was accidentally made accessible. From everything you've been telling me about glitches, it's gotta be the perfect place for your research. If there is any kind of, alien stuff, that's gonna be the spot. Sang nodded, gripping the map. She could see there were dozens of red areas with the words wild on them. What does wild mean? Why is some of the road covered in a red splotch? Sang asked. Oh, yeah. Wild areas mean you're perfectly free to kill other players without being labeled a bandit. They're some of those crazier spots where there is no law. So, in order to get to the kingdom of Verada, we're going to have to move through the great jungle of sorrow. Not going to lie, it's a pretty rough area to get through alive. Lots of players have built up little camps into the wild zones and consider themselves to be rulers and kings. So, if we get found by one of those people, they might kill us or try to enslave us. Enslave us? Sang asked. How? Powerful magic. Trust me, it sucks. So, whatever route we're going to take, we've got to be careful. Sang glanced at the roads. The map display appeared in front of her, showing her the different paths. Path 1, Road of Sorrow. By taking this road, you will make it quickly, but must pass through the heart of the wild zone. Chance of encounter, 99%. Recommended level, 15. Path 2, the Griffin King's Lair. A crazed madman who has tamed Griffin lives within a treetop home in the jungle, and if you convince him, he may loan you a griffin to fly to Verada. Recommended level, 7. Path 3, Guts and Glory. Going off the road is a dangerous job, but there is a lot of treasure to be had. Encounter chance, ? Recommended level, ? Sang sounded out loud as she looked at the choices. They were still only level 5 due to the fact that the sheriff quest hadn't paid out. What's the best way to go? Well, if you ask me, I think the Griffin King. Going off the road is insane, and the Road of Sorrow will have too many high-level players waiting for us. Getting to the Griffin King won't be easy due to the level requirement, but it is doable, Van said. All right, then that's the plan, Sang said as she grabbed her bow and began marching towards where the jungle would be. We're going to find the Griffin King and get a griffin. Great, Van said as he trudged along after her. See, you're getting into this game hardcore now. I'm just trying to focus on the best way to play, Sang said. Exactly. See, being a gamer is all about learning how to think on your feet, overcome challenges, and improve yourself. In a lot of ways, it's the exact same as real life, except this is far more fun. The problem is, Van, that your progress stays in here, in the game. All of the muscles that you think you're developing are only online. When you try to fell a tree in real life, you won't be strong enough to do it. You'll get worn out. You don't get a lot of real-life skill out of this kind of life, Sang replied. No, that's not true. It's where you get to think things out. I don't know about you, but how many actual puzzles do you face in real life? I mean, come on, this is a place where your mind can run free. Mind runs free while the body rots? Sang muttered. No thanks. Mark my words, by the end of this whole thing, you're going to be in love with gaming, I promise. By the end of this whole thing, I intend to be far away from this game and up close to a real-life mountain, Sang said. All of this time running around in a breathtaking virtual world had created inside of her a passionate longing to be out in real nature. While her senses told her that everything in this world was real, she knew the truth. And that always seemed to keep her from feeling fully immersed into it. She decided that she'd go to Spain for a vacation, to a place called Asturias. There, she would be able to experience real beauty and forget all about Alfred, the aliens, and all of this nonsense. Whatever. Come on and let's get on the road to the Griffin King, Van said. No time like the present. Hey, Earth to Sang, he said. What? I was listening. The only way to improve my bow skill is to get an effervescent bow. I got it, Sang replied. What? No. First off, the effervescent bow is what you want to avoid. And secondly, look, there's a quest in the middle of the road. Sang glanced at the road to see that there was a wounded knight laying on the ground. The terrain was still relatively open, but Sang could also see the mouth of the jungle not too far ahead. There was a yellow outline around the wounded knight, indicating that he was a quest. Great, she said. We'll need the experience. She rushed up to the knight and activated the dialogue box. Behold, said the knight, holding up his sword to the heavens. The sunlight caused the steel blade to glint. There are but two noble people before me. Alas, I am wounded, but my quest must continue. Not too far off from here is a beautiful princess who has been held captive by an evil sorcerer. I was wounded in my attempt to liberate her from her prison, but you two must go and finish what I have started. A quest menu appeared in front of Sang. She glanced at it. Quest: The Tower. Mission: You must free the princess from the tower before it is too late. Reward: 4,000 experience. Ring of Charms. Recommended level: 5. Well? Van asked. Are we taking it or what? Sang nodded. Yes, it's perfect. We're just the right level, and we should be able to save the princess relatively quickly. Great. Well, it shouldn't be too far from here, so let's go save a princess, Van answered. They quickly rushed in the direction that the knight had indicated. The valley wasn't too far from the jungle, and they could already see a massive stone tower in the distance. That is much larger than I would have expected, Sang muttered as she looked toward it. Yeah, well, evil sorcerers love to build towers, Van said. What's the plan? What? Sang asked, glancing back at him with a puzzled look. Well, you're the one in charge, so why don't you come up with a plan? He offered. I've not done this mission before. I wouldn't know what to do, Sang said, feeling a little put off by Van's words. Well, the good news is that I have no idea either. And I've been thinking, too, the problem between us is that you're always relying on me for the plans, but then you always mess them up on some level. So, I figure if you come up with the plan, maybe you won't blow it so badly. I said I was sorry about the arrows thing, Sang replied. Let me ask you, did you grab any arrows before we left town? Van asked. Sang glanced at her inventory. Inventory: longsword, short sword, knife. Bow: beginner's arrow, 150. Steel arrows, 5. Oh, crap, Sang said as she realized that she had completely neglected to get new arrows before leaving on their current mission. Yeah, I thought so, Van said as he pulled out a big bundle of steel-tipped arrows from his bag. If we're going to survive this game, you're going to have to learn how to take responsibility for your own actions. So yeah, you're in charge on this one. Lead me to victory, oh fearless leader. Sang looked at the tower and back to him. Fine, she said, raising her head and straightening up. We'll go right up to the tower and climb it. From the looks of it, we should be able to get right to the top. You think the princess is at the top? Van asked. Princesses are always at the tops of the towers, Sang replied as she took out her rope. Now come on, we've got some experience points to gain. Chapter 14. They walked through the valley as the wind gently blew against them. They were heading through a serene green valley with beautiful flowers of gold, yellow, and violet. Everything was still and, except for the chirping of the birds nearby, there was no sound at all. As they walked up to the tower, the words "abandoned castle" greeted them, indicating that the castle wasn't occupied. Sang frowned as she checked her map. There was a single red blip on the map, indicating that this was a place where there was bound to be some kind of trouble. The problem was that Sang wasn't exactly sure where their enemy would be. Her map skills weren't high enough to determine the exact location of the enemy. She glanced back at Van, who was eagerly watching her, his bagpipes in hand. She didn't want to put off the impression that she was unsure, so she shrugged and began to climb the tower. "My climbing skills are high enough to get me up there," Sang called down as she grabbed for the stones and crevices of the tower. "I'll throw you the rope once I'm in the tower." "All right, fine," Van answered. She could hear the lack of confidence in his voice. Not that he wasn't confident in himself, but was rather hesitant towards her approach. She ignored his unspoken hesitation and continued to scramble up the tower. Rocks chipped off as she dashed from the right to the left, barely catching the window ledge with a jump when she reached the top. She wheezed as she pulled herself over the windowsill. Much to Sang's surprise, the tower was well lit from the inside. She could see dozens of strange sketches on the wall. They were anatomical drawings of what looked to be hideous ghoul-like creatures pinned to the wall, as well as potion bottles scattered across the ground. The room was almost ominous and spooky. She felt a shiver run down her spine as she spotted more than a few skulls and jars sitting on a large oak desk at the center of the room. There was no princess to be seen. "See anything?" Van called out from below. "Something," Sang called back as she glanced around some more. She needed to find something sturdy to tie the rope to. She found the desk in the corner to be the right choice. It seemed to be made of very sturdy oak, and when she tried to move it, it didn't budge. As she tied off the rope, though, she heard a loud creaking as the door behind her opened up. She spun around to see a tall, pale woman wearing purple robes. Around her neck hung a purple gem. Purple was the color of royalty, Sang thought, as she breathed a sigh of relief. She'd found the princess. "Hey," Sang said to the princess. "What are you doing here?" the woman demanded, raising her hands threateningly. "I'm here to rescue you," Sang said as she rushed over to the window and looked down. "I found the princess. Catch the rope and we'll get her down," she called out as she threw the rope down to Van. "You found the princess? Up there?" Van asked. "Yes. Are you sure?" Van asked, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand as he looked up at the tower. "Yes, I'm sure," Sang said, crossing her arms and turning back to glance at the princess. "I've clearly found her." "I don't think the tower's big enough for her," Van replied. "What do you mean?" "I won't let you rescue the princess," said the woman behind Sang. Sang saw the words, "You are in combat," suddenly appear in front of her. She turned around to see that there were words displayed above the tall woman's head. They read, "Evil Sorceress, Level 7. "What?" Sang asked, as she was promptly blasted by a powerful bolt of magical energy. She watched as her health dropped by 50 points. The blast had knocked her away from the window and into the wall where the strange sketches were. "Hey!" Van cried from afar. "What's happening up there?" "Get up here and help!" Sang cried out as she stood up and drew her bow. She aimed it at the sorceress and fired off a shot, hitting the sorceress for 10 points of damage. Crap! She was still using her beginner's arrows. "Die!" the sorceress screamed as she raised both of her hands and unleashed a powerful torrent of flames from her fingertips. The flames arced toward Sang, but she was able to dodge out of the way, using her dodge roll ability as a ranger to avoid the damage. "Van!" Sang cried out again as she fumbled to switch the arrows in her inventory. She had to actually change her arrows physically, and she was having a hard time grabbing them out of her bag as the woman kept shooting bolts of magic at her. "A little help!" "My climbing skill is so low that I'm still at the bottom of the tower," Van called back. I fell like 3 times. Are you kidding me? Sang muttered. She glanced at her health bar. It wasn't bad, but it also wasn't too good. Spellcaster enemies were harder to face in this game if you weren't prepared. She aimed her bow with her improved arrows and fired once again at the woman. This time the words deflected appeared atop the woman's head. A thin film of flickering blue energy appeared. The words deflection spell circled her head. Sang decided that it would be a better idea to pull back and ambush the caster, so she made a dash for the only exit. She rolled through the door and rushed down the stairwell. "Come back here!" cried the sorceress, as Sang ran deeper into the tower. She hustled down the steps. It didn't seem like there was a lot going on in the tower when it came to design. The designers probably hadn't worked too hard on it, she figured, considering that it was just a side quest. Sang came across 2 doors, one leading downwards into what seemed to be the basement, and another door that was slightly ajar on the right. She peeked through the open door and saw there were several strangely ghoulish creatures walking around, chittering to one another in a hideous imitation of language. Their scent was horrific. Sang quickly shut the door and decided to try the basement. She pulled open the door and rushed through, slamming it behind her and bolting it. Maybe the princess was in here. Sang's eyes had trouble adjusting in the pitch-black darkness. She couldn't see a single thing. She checked her inventory for a torch, but didn't find anything of value. "Great," she muttered as she got a message from Van. "The rope broke." She considered sending back a string of swear words at him, but ignored the message instead. This was still her show, and she'd be able to salvage this somehow. All she needed to do was think on her feet, and everything would be okay. She walked around in the darkness, holding her hands out as she tried to navigate. The ground seemed to be sloping downwards in some kind of spiral, but without her vision, she had no idea of how far she was going, though she seemed to walk for quite some time. A strange noise finally greeted her as she went deeper into the dungeon. "Whoa," went the noise. Sang stopped and grabbed her longsword. Without her sight, she wouldn't be able to shoot her arrows, so she figured it would be better to use a bladed weapon. The noise continued for quite some time as she got closer to its source. The strange noise sounded more sorrowful than menacing, Sang noticed, as it got louder and louder. Finally, Sang felt the ground beneath her stop sloping to grow flat. She felt something rustle and snap beneath her feet. She reached down and grabbed what felt like straw. "Who's there?" said a deep, powerful voice. Sang felt the ground beneath her shake as the voice spoke. She didn't say anything. She activated her stealth skill instead and saw that she was at 100% translucency, meaning that she was essentially invisible in the darkness. A sudden puff of flames burst out of the darkness, catching a few torches on the sides of the wall on fire. The light was blinding for a moment, as Sang had gotten used to darkness. When her eyes adjusted, she could see there was a massive purple dragon resting in the center of the room. Around its arms and legs were large iron chains. "I see you," said the dragon, with a deep and yet feminine voice. "You cannot hide from a dragon's eyes." "Crap," Sang said, expecting to be cooked alive at any moment. The dragon did nothing, however, but stare at her. "Are you here to kill me finally? Has the evil sorceress finished her research on my scales?" the dragon asked. Sang sent a quick message to Van. "Found a dragon. How do I kill?" A message immediately came back. "Don't kill the dragon. She's the princess. We've got to free her." Sang squinted as she read the translucent words hovering above her face. She didn't particularly know how to react to this kind of news. It was strange and somewhat confusing, but then again, what about this world wasn't confusing? She decided to go with it and see what would happen. I'm here to rescue you," Sang said. "Really?" said the dragon. The words Princess Grimscale, level 25, appeared over her head. "Yes," Sang said as she walked over to the dragon and looked at the chains. There was a picture floating above it. It was shaped like a Rubik's Cube. She reached out and pressed it, causing a large menu to appear in front of her. The menu created an image of the inside of a lock. She could see a pin inserted into the lock, and there were 4 tumblers lined up. The words "Pick Lock" appeared in front of her next. She shrugged and began to try to use the mini-game to the best of her ability. The tumblers in front of her twisted and moved as she fiddled with the locks. She didn't particularly know how to pick a lock, as that sort of thing would only have been covered in the Clandestine Affairs Department, and she was in the Cyber-Terrorism Department, meaning they wouldn't bother teaching her things like this. "Denied," the lockpick puzzle read, as it reset itself back to the way it had been. Sang grimaced. She tried again for a few minutes, but it didn't work. As she gritted her teeth, working on getting the tumbler pins to line up perfectly so that she could push the pick through, she realized that there was a button on the right-hand side that read, "Force Lock, 57%. Breaking through the lock seemed better than her wasting the rest of her life trying to get this thing open, she reasoned, so she pressed the button. There was a sharp cracking sound that greeted her, followed by the word "Success" drifting over her head. She yelled out with elation as the chains around the dragon's arms fell off. "You have freed me," said the dragon as she used her newly freed claws to rip the main chain from around her neck. "These powerful bonds will hold me no more." "Yes," Sang said, feeling pretty excited about the fact that she had just completely liberated the dragon from its prison without the need of Van's help. Maybe she wasn't so bad at this after all. "Come and let us leave this place," said the dragon as she lowered her head. "Climb atop me, and we shall fly far from here." Sang quickly scrambled atop the purple dragon and held on to its neck tightly. She had never flown on a dragon before, and she felt a thrill of excitement run through her as she took a deep breath. The dragon raised her massive claws and shattered a hole in the wall, revealing the beautiful rays of sunlight coming from the outside world. The dragon quickly bounded out of the tower. Sang could see Van was still staring at a piece of broken rope in his hands. "Van!" Sang shouted. "Hop on!" "Whoa! You found the princess!" Van replied as he rushed up to the dragon. The dragon waited for a moment as Van scrambled atop of her and grabbed onto one of the bony protrusions sticking out of her wings. "Yeah!" Sang called out, reveling in her victory. She was still shocked that she had managed to navigate successfully through the entire quest. While it had been somewhat difficult, she had been able to improvise enough to the point where she now felt proud of her accomplishment. "Where are we going?" Van asked as the dragon took off, flying high into the sky. They both gasped at the view. The higher they went, the more beauty they could see. The valley, the jungle, the nearby mountains, all of it looked so much more beautiful from a higher perspective. "It's gorgeous," Sang said as she held on tightly. She didn't have any points in the ride skill, though, so it was harder to hold on to a dragon in flight, especially without any kind of harnesses or saddles. "I can agree there," Van said, "but where exactly are we going?" "No idea," Sang said. "But judging from where we're headed, we're going to be getting a lot closer to the kingdom. Look!" She pointed to a massive tower that was slowly coming into view. "Yeah, that's Verada Castle over there," Van said as he struggled with holding onto the back of the dragon. "Definitely getting closer." "This beats taking a griffin, doesn't it?" Sang asked as she spotted a massive clearing not too far off. The dragon began to descend gently down towards the clearing. The grass was bright green, and there was a small pond next to it. "I think we're at the dragon's home," Van said as their ride landed on the ground gracefully. "Thank you, noble heroes, for rescuing me from the evil sorceress Glamilda," said the dragon as Van and Sang hopped off her back. "As a way to show my gratitude, I wish to bring you to my little hideaway. You will find within this pond whatever it is that you need for your journey, but I warn you, be cautious, for you can only draw from it once per person." "Score!" Van said as he hurried over to the small pond and shoved his hands right in. A second later, he pulled out a flute. "Perfect! It's a flute of enchanting. Whenever I play it, I can cause up to 8 people or creatures to stop whatever they're doing and watch me." Don't they do that anyway when they hear you attempting to kill them by playing those wretched bagpipes? Sang asked as she approached the pond. The words Pond of Desire hovered above it. There wasn't any kind of interface, so she shrugged and reached her hand in. The pond water was cold and caused her to shiver a little as she reached her hands into the water. She fumbled around, hoping to grab something. As her fingers moved around in the water, she suddenly felt something materialize in her hand. She pulled her arm out of the water and saw that she was holding a bundle of arrows in her hands. Arrows of Flaming Return acquired. Damage, 150 plus 10 fire damage per second. Ammunition, unlimited, as arrows fly back to your quiver after being fired. Sang glanced at the stats with an impressed look on her face. This was pretty much exactly what she needed. Better arrows, and no more having to worry about keeping track of how many she had. Of all the things she disliked about the game, inventory management was probably one of the biggest parts of it. It wasn't that she didn't have a head for numbers, but she just found it to be incredibly boring, having to sort through all of her gear, find out what items she needed, etc. She wanted to play a ranger, not an accountant. "Get anything good?" Van asked once he'd let out a few sharp, shrill pipes from his flute. "Arrows," Sang said. "The good kind, too." "Perfect," Van said with a grin. He turned around and looked at the dragon. "O wise dragon princess, we ask of you, what is the easiest way to reach the kingdom of Verata from here?" The dragon snorted for a moment to consider the question. "The easiest way to reach your destination is to take the cobblestone road through the jungle. Just don't walk off the path, and you will be able to reach your destination safely." "Great," Van said as he turned to face Sang. "You ready to get moving?" "Let me level up first," Sang said as she glanced at her experience bar. It had certainly moved up high enough to bring her to the next level, and she was excited about the opportunity. Character sheet. Name, Jane. Gender, female. Level, 6. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 300. Stamina, 110. Intellect, 11. Agility, 15. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities, Sneak, Map Mastery +3, Indirect Shot, Trap Finding, Climbing +5, Stealth +8, Hunting +2, Trap Mastery +1, Spotting +1. Items: Longbow, Longsword, Dragon Egg, Arrows of Flame Return, Potion of Healing ×3. Gold, 200 GP. Sang grinned, looking at her new character options. She was really starting to get better at this whole gaming experience. She glanced up to catch Van staring at her with a big smile on his face. "What's so funny?" she asked as she grabbed her gear and began to walk to the woods where the cobblestone road was located. "Nothing. I just noticed you seem to be enjoying this game a bit more than you were a while back," Van said with a grin. "Yeah, well, I think I'm starting to come around. That adventure was fun, and the best part was that we actually survived it. I have to admit, there is some serious satisfaction when it comes to successfully navigating through a mission." "That's the spirit," Van emphatically agreed. "We're going to make a gamer out of you yet." "Oh no," Sang laughed. "I'm never touching another one of these things after this job is over. I'm even going to delete my Sudoku apps off of my phone after this." "I don't get it," Van said as they walked alongside each other into the jungle. There was a different kind of heat inside of this place. It was humid and muggy, reminding Sang of her childhood visits to her grandparents in Vietnam. The temperature was almost the same. "You're here, in one of the most powerful simulations ever created, probably the greatest game ever made, and you're going on a big adventure, winning fights, battling villains, getting experience, and yet, after all of this, you still don't like video games. What gives? Why all the hate?" Sang grimaced as they walked. I knew a girl once, in high school. She was a bright kid, probably one of the brightest. She was a good friend of mine, and we talked about going into the military together. She didn't want to be CIA, but she wanted to be a detective or an investigator of some kind. Brilliant girl, had the best grades, focused to the highest degree. She could literally do anything that she wanted. Then her parents were getting a little worried about her and said she was too high-strung, so they bought her a special laptop with a game on it. It was one of those online ones, sort of like this, but a lot less visceral. Anyway, long story short, my dear friend ended up just kind of canceling on her life. She stopped excelling, stopped pushing. She just gave up her dreams and started playing her game all the time. Last time I checked, she was just working some kind of regular 9-to-5 job. No FBI, no military. So? Van asked as he looked at Sang with a puzzled expression. What does that matter? Sounds like she's enjoyed herself. She threw all of that potential away on something so trivial and meaningless. How old was she? 15? 16? Van asked. What kind of kid needs all of the pressure of being some kind of top-performing wunderkind anyway? Sounds like she cracked from the pressure and found a good escape. Sang shook her head, remembering how her friend had slowly withdrawn from all of her social circles. It wasn't like that, Van. She had promise. She had potential. And what? Just because she chose to do something else with her life means that she wasted her promise and potential? Van asked. It seems awfully unfair for you to make her life decisions for her. I mean, if she wants to screw around online and make friends and work a regular desk job, who are you to tell her she shouldn't? Sang felt a flash of anger surge up inside of herself. Because she had so much to give. She changed, Van. And what she became, I didn't particularly like. So it was about you then, not her? No, Sang said with a growl. I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was that she became something that, deep down, I knew she would hate. The bright star student would never have wanted to become a slacker and a loser. Ha! There it is, Van said, stopping and pointing his finger at her. You think that people who play video games and enjoy their hobbies are losers. So, you knew that already, Sang said as she tried to ignore the smirk on Van's face. No, you don't get it, Van said. You've created some kind of standard in your head. That standard tells you that there's some kind of moral superiority in being a high-energy, high-achieving individual. So, if anyone else around you deviates from that standard, you classify them as a loser. Let me ask you something. What do you think about people who are always watching television shows? Sang frowned. They're wasting their time. Right. What about people who like to party, go out clubbing? Van asked. Equally a waste of time, only with the bonus of also wasting far more money than they should be. Don't you see a pattern here, Sang? You're not just labeling gamers as losers, you're labeling anyone who doesn't think the same way as you do. Not everyone wants to be some kind of highly driven, slightly robotic career person. I know that, Sang said, feeling a little unsure. No, you don't. You, in fact, seem to think that unless everyone else is just like you, they aren't good enough. So, serious question here, who do you respect in your life right now? Van asked. Sang paused and considered the question. She couldn't think of anyone who she looked at with any level of respect, honestly. Sure, there was a professional consideration for her superiors, but most of them weren't as driven as her. You don't really respect anyone, do you? Van asked. That's not true. Why am I on trial here anyway? Sang demanded, crossing her arms. I shouldn't have to listen to you lecture me about this. I mean, who are you anyway? Some unemployed guy who just sits around all day and plays... She paused mid-sentence. So, my opinion is less valid because of what I do. My ideas, my hopes and dreams, my insight, my humanity is all contingent on whether or not you approve of my life choices? Van asked. Seems awfully elitist to me. Whatever. Why are we even talking about this? Sang asked, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment rise up within her. She had been completely exposed in a matter of seconds, and it left her feeling strangely vulnerable. I don't know. Just thought it would be nice to get to know you more, Van said as he began walking again. I didn't mean to demolish you. You didn't demolish me, you ass, Sang said. You just pointed out a minor issue you see in how I think. That's all. What about you, huh? Tell me, oh wise Van, why is it that a perfectly normal guy like yourself likes to spend all of his time running around and playing make-believe when there's a real world to be experienced, Van laughed a little. Well, if you obviously must know, I play these games because they've almost always been better than the real-life thing. My home wasn't particularly healthy, with a dad who was pretty verbally abusive and a mom who was manipulatory. Siblings battling for attention, lots of noise, never any peace, no stillness. But at the end of the day, our little family would all act like there was nothing wrong. Dad watched TV for a solid 6 hours a night. Mom had her stupid romance novels. My sister was a sports nut, and my little brother got really into alcohol. Everyone in the family was hiding, so I picked gaming as my escape. After a while, I realized how much better it was than real life, and that I could make some kind of living out of it. So I decided to leave home at 16, move in with a few friends, and we all tried to go pro. That was almost 8 years ago. I was pretty damn close to becoming a pro, too, until you guys showed up. Pro gaming? Meaning what? They pay you to play around all day? Sang asked. Yeah, it's actually a thing, and it's pretty big. It's a valid career choice, Van said. Like being a football player or an actor. Entertainment jobs are legit, even if you don't think so. Huh. Interesting. So your whole life you wanted to go pro, right? Sang asked. That's right. So, what happens after you become a professional? Sang asked. Oh, man, everything changes. I mean, once a real-life paycheck starts coming my way, more than just barely enough to pay rent and buy gamer chow, I'm going to live it up. Gonna get a nice house, maybe find a girlfriend, and definitely start that blog I've always wanted. But all of that comes after I get the job. It's not an easy field, and lots of people burn out on the way there. But if I was going to quit, I would have quit a long time ago. Sang paused from walking and looked at him. You're meaning to tell me that you are seriously sacrificing everything so that you can achieve your career goals? Yeah, duh, Van said. Sang sighed deeply. I guess we're the same person. What do you mean? Van asked. I gave up a lot to become a top recruit for the CIA. I made so many sacrifices and lost so many friends and potential boyfriends because I was focused on getting to the top. And I'd say the exact same thing to myself each and every time I felt lonely or depressed or worn out. I'd say it will be worth it after all of this. Once I get the job, then it will be worth it. Then I can do all of the things I want to do. And was it worth it? Van asked. She could hear a small amount of hope in his voice. I thought it was for a while, Van, Sang said, dropping her head. Then it all changed. In a second. I didn't want to talk about it, but... Nah, forget it. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Van said as he kicked a rock. But whatever it is, it seems to be bugging you. Is it more stuff about aliens? Maybe you're one too? Huh, I wish. No. Sang took a deep breath. The mission before this, I had a partner. A really funny guy, a lot like you in plenty of ways. He loved games and movies, anything fantasy, he was all over it. I've been trying so hard to not think about him, and it's been successful with all of this noise and fuss. What happened to him? Van asked softly. He died. He did something stupid, and I did something stupid too. We're desk jockeys, but he always wanted something more out of life, so he thought it would be a good idea to try some field work without permission. I couldn't reason with him, so I made the wrong choice. I tried to help him. I thought it would be better for him to just succeed and not get caught than for him to lose his career. I tried looking out for him, but I'm not much of a field agent. He was shot and died in the back of my car as I tried to get him to the hospital. That's intense, Van whispered. Guess who got blamed for the whole thing? Sang asked, looking at him. She tried to blink the tears away from her eyes, but it wasn't working. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, Van said. She could tell that he wasn't sure what to say, but then again, she doubted there was anything she could hear that would comfort her. So, yeah, Van. I got what I wanted for a short time. All of the hard work, the sleepless nights of studying, the years of my teenage life spent coding instead of going to parties, all of that was erased with one poor decision. Now I'm here, running around looking for aliens. Before this, Van, I was fighting terrorists. I don't even think I have a future with the organization that I fought so hard to join. Van stood in silence for a few minutes. Sang didn't look at him. She felt like she had opened herself up a little too much and was worried he'd say something harsh. Or worse, give well-meaning but worthless advice. Man, I've never had to deal with tragedy before, Van said. So I don't think there's anything I can say to all of this. But as for losing it all, well, look at it this way. You could always be a programmer if the CIA doesn't work out. Sang stared blankly at him for a moment before feeling herself burst out into laughter. It was such a highly inappropriate thing for him to say at the most inappropriate moment that she couldn't contain herself. She laughed hard at his words and shook her head. Van, that is honestly one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Oh, I think I needed that. Glad I could help, Van replied with a small sigh of relief. Don't put your hopes into some magic future, Sang said as she walked up to the edge of the trail that they had been walking down. There was a riverbank to the side that went over a cliff. She looked down the waterfall and saw that the path resumed at the bottom. It can vanish in a single moment. We're probably going to have to jump to get down there, Van mumbled. He looked at Sang. I'm sorry that life isn't working out the way you planned. But it's far from over, right? If we play our cards right, we'll find some alien stuff. They'll stop worrying about my criminal record, and they'll probably forget all about your last mission. Here's hoping, Sang said. Van didn't have any deep words of wisdom for her, but it felt good to just express herself. She had been taking out her frustration on him for almost the entire mission, but he had been relatively congenial with her. She knew she had to stop treating him so poorly. It wasn't fair to him. So, we done bonding or what? Aliens aren't going to find themselves, Van asked. Yeah, we're good. Let's get going, Sang said as she peered over the waterfall. Great, let's jump on 3. Can we survive the fall? No fall damage in this game if you land in water, Van replied. See you at the bottom. Chapter 15. It's clearly a trap, Sang said as Van pointed excitedly to the treasure chest which had simply been sitting in the middle of the road when they approached. It was a beautifully ornate wooden chest with a golden lock attached to it, and Van knew in his heart of hearts that he was destined to open that chest and get whatever was inside. How is it a trap? Van asked as he checked his character sheet. Character sheet. Name, Samimoto. Gender, male. Level, 6. Class, Bard. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 150. Stamina, 90. Intellect, 10. Agility, 12. Constitution, 11. Strength, 9. Charisma, 9. Class abilities: Ventriloquism +4, Ballads +4, Bagpipery +3, Dodge Roll. Songs: Song of Fury, Song of Rage, Song of Thunder, Song of Soothing, Song of Healing, Song of Inspiration. Items: Darts, Bagpipes, Flute of Enchantment. Gold, 200. There were still no trap-dodging powers. He knew that bards would get some higher-level damage dodging at some point, but that definitely wasn't today. Yet, as he looked at the treasure chest, he knew that he wanted to open it up. It's a trap because it's a treasure chest just sitting in the middle of nowhere, completely unguarded and on a main path, Sang argued. I agree with all of those things, but at the same time, it's a treasure chest. We, as players and gamers, are morally obligated to try and open up that chest. Morally obligated? To what, get skewered by some horrible trap? No thanks, Sang replied. Van shook his head. I'm sorry, but I need to open that chest. Cover me. Are you serious right now, Van? Are you seriously going to kill yourself over a treasure chest? I won't die. I'll be fine, Van insisted as he crouched down and began to inch towards the chest. The developers had probably left the chest in plain sight as a way to scare people off from getting the treasure. It was an anti-trap, he thought. It wasn't really a trap at all, but was designed to look obvious enough to be avoided by most everyone. He was smarter than that, however. He would get the treasure and prove Sang wrong in one fell swoop. Van reached the chest and knelt fully down to look at the lock. Picking locks wasn't hard when you were a bard, because Van could always play the song of lock rattling. He grabbed his bagpipes and began to play a jaunty tune, causing the lock to rattle until he saw the words "Unlocked" appear over the chest. He grinned widely, dropped his bagpipes over his shoulder, and hastily opened the chest. The chest made a creaking sound as it swung open, and a massive blast of a greenish liquid splashed all over Van's face. "Ah!" Van said, leaping back in surprise. The bright words, "You are poisoned," appeared over Van's head. "See, I told you," Sang said as she cautiously walked up to him. "Well, your face didn't melt off, so I think that's good. My display's saying I'm poisoned, but I don't see any damage to my health or my stats," Van mumbled as he frantically checked his UI. There was nothing presently indicating that he was in any kind of trouble other than the poison status. There's a note in this otherwise empty chest, Sang said as she reached in and pulled out a letter. It says, "Congratulations, you are poisoned for your stupidity." "Ha!" she exclaimed, only pausing to stick her tongue out at Van. "And it says that the poison works on a 12-hour timer. When 12 hours is up, you die." "That's not great," Van said. Yeah, tell me about it," Sang said as she analyzed the note. There was an outline for some kind of a way to find a cure. "Well, the good news is that this is some kind of a quest. Look, there's a cure that we have to get to. It's located inside of the jungle. It's a kind of root that's edible. Looks like it'll cure any kind of poison." "So you're saying we found some kind of trap with a quest in it?" Van asked as he looked at the poison status. He noticed that, indeed, a timer had appeared, and it was counting down from 12 hours. "Looks like it. At least I didn't get any on me," Sang said. "And a quest means there's going to be experience points, and maybe even some more items. I say it's worth doing. We're not too far from Verada, but getting more levels is never a bad idea, right? Especially when we still aren't at the recommended level for the city itself. And, of course, it would be good if I didn't die and lose all of my gear and stats," Van replied. You did this to yourself," Sang said as she examined the scroll for a few more moments. "I'll admit to my mistakes. When I've made one. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm the hero because I found us another quest," Van replied. He brought up the map and took a look at where they needed to head toward. It wasn't too far from where they were located, but there was a problem. The entire area was a wild zone, meaning that other players would be able to attack them. "Well, isn't that great?" Van muttered. "We're going to have to trailblaze through a whole wild zone to get to the cure. We should be fine as long as we use stealth and avoid the main roads," Sang said as she put her new arrows on her bow. The arrowheads would occasionally light on fire, which was a neat effect. "Besides, if we run into trouble, I've been wanting to try this new weapon out." Van nodded and grabbed his flute, which would also come in handy against antagonistic players. They spent a few moments charting out their plan for moving. The route was located at the base of a massive tree known as the Bladed Noose Tree. It was only 2 miles away, but the denseness of the trees and foliage meant that traveling on foot would be a real challenge. Still, they didn't have any choice. Due to this incredibly minor screw-up, they would have to journey into the mangroves and into a small marsh-like area. Sang waved Van on, and the two began to walk down through the thick jungle. They were off the trail, but not too far from it. Van didn't have the stealth skills that Sang did, though, so he just kind of hoped no one would notice him. But as they traveled on in silence, he heard a strange roaring sound up ahead, followed by some shouting. "Come on, men! Fight them! Fight them!" cried a loud voice. There was another roar, and then the sound of steel and thunder clashing together. "Should we check it out?" Sang asked. "I don't know. This is still the wild zone, so we could get ganked if they don't like us. But if they're in trouble, helping them might spur them to return the favor," Van said. "I made the last poor decision. Your turn to pick." Sang shrugged. "Let's scope it out. If they're in trouble, we can bail them out, and otherwise we keep moving." Van nodded at the plan and quietly followed after Sang. They approached the noisy battle with caution. Van was careful not to make a sound as he slowly peeked his head out from behind the branches of an overgrown shrub. He could see that there was a ruckus going on in the road. A massive lion creature, with the wings of a bat and the tail of a scorpion, was hissing and roaring at 2 people. One other player was lying on the ground, already dead. The words Manticore Level 10 hovered above the creature's head. The Manticore was moving quickly, leaping, pouncing, and slashing at the other 2 players' heads with its massive stinger. One player was wobbling and looked weak, and he was some kind of a barbarian character wielding a massive club. The words Kragoth, Level 8, were hovering above him, as was the label HP 10. The other character, a tall man in plate mail, was taking a beating from the Manticore too. His name was Vengar, and his health was dropping faster than Van could keep track. "Well?" Van asked, glancing back at Sang. "Distract it while I line up a surprise attack," Sang said as she prepared her bow. Van immediately leapt into action. He burst out onto the scene with his trusty flute. "Behold, foul beast, a flute most fine," he called out as he held the magical flute up to his mouth. He began to play it, eliciting a very shrill piping noise that caused everyone in the area to put their hands to their ears. The beast snarled and lost all interest in the other 2 characters, instead beginning to advance towards Van, snarling and shrieking. Van glanced at his display, seeing that it said, "Input Flute Combo." Crap! He'd completely forgotten that magical instruments needed to be played in a certain way in order for them to work. The combo was in the item description, but he'd completely forgotten to check for it. He backed up as he frantically looked at the item description of his flute. Flute of Enchanting. Effects. Charms up to 8 people or creatures, causing them to become docile and uninterested in you unless attacked. Lowers guard and increases surprise attack damage by 100%. Combo E, F, E, G, A. Van watched as the small finger chart appeared in front of him, reminding him of where to put his fingers in order to play the combo. The beast snarled and slashed at Van with its massive tail, but Van was able to effectively dodge out of the way, narrowly avoiding the blow. Van began to play the song then, but this time it worked. It didn't sound half bad either. The melody almost immediately caused the beast to stop and cock its head, staring at Van with a curious look on its face. The spell would only last as long as Van kept playing, however, so he continued to pipe into his flute while making sure to get out of range of the Manticore's slashing attack. "Now!" Sang shouted as she unleashed a torrent of flaming arrows at the creature. The manticore's health went from 500 to 150 in a matter of seconds. The beast snapped out of its trance and attacked the first thing in front of it, which happened to be Van. It roared and slashed at Van, striking him in the chest hard and dealing 50 points of damage to him. "Ah!" Van cried as he dropped his flute and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding another attack. Before the monster could savagely murder Van, however, the barbarian and his ally moved to flank the manticore, stabbing and smashing it. The creature had soon fallen to the ground, dead. "Hurrah!" Everyone cheered as Van watched his experience bar climb up by 3,000 points. That was a lot of XP. "Whew, that was a close one," said Kragoth. "We were so close to losing that fight. Thanks for the assist." "Hey, no problem," Van said as he cautiously looked the other two over. They were beaten up enough to the point where, if they attacked, it wouldn't be much of a fight anyway. Sang would easily be able to kill them. "So, hey, while we're here, we want to—" Van's words were interrupted as 2 fiery arrows nailed the barbarian in the chest, killing him instantly. "What the hell?" the other one shouted as he went to grab his long sword. He wasn't fast enough, however, and 2 more arrows lodged themselves firmly into the knight's armor, dropping him to the ground. Van looked around in shock at how fast everything had moved. He saw his experience bar go up another 2,000 points. "Perfect," Sang said as she emerged from the trees. "Perfect? What are you, nuts? You just killed those 2 guys!" Van shouted. Sang shrugged. "Oh well, we're in the wild zone, so it's not like there's going to be some kind of penalty. We need the items and the experience points." She bent down and began to loot the freshly dead bodies. "That's not cool, Sang. You can't just go around killing innocent players. They were thankful for our help. And if we were playing this video game because we wanted to have a good time and play fair, I would certainly not have killed them. But the fact is that we're both on a mission, on a literal job with a ticking clock, and a need for the best items and gear. So I see no reason why we shouldn't pick off some injured players. It's not like they're losing anything other than time. And by that logic, we just gained some time. And items. Hey, look, a potion of safe fall." Van couldn't believe his ears. He watched as Sang cheerfully looted the dead. "That is completely unethical, Sang. You can't just go around killing players just because it's useful." "Yes, I can. And what if those players decide to follow us and kill us? What then?" "Doubtful, since this place is dense and the loss of all their gear should slow them down." "Come on, it's not like I kill everyone in my way, but I saw an opportunity and took it. Weak players, nice items. It's for the CIA, Van. For America." "I'm not player killing for America, okay?" Van nearly shouted. "It's bad behavior and only what trolls do." "Well, I don't know what a troll is exactly, but I think I like the sound of it," Sang said as she stood up. "Let's get moving." "You're unbelievable," Van mumbled as he followed after his companion. And yet, while it had been a markedly insane thing to shoot those other players, he did understand the logic of it. They needed the gear, and while it wasn't the best thing in the world, it made some level of sense. At least it hadn't just been mean-spirited. Although saving people and then immediately killing them was a really bad way to get a reputation. Not like it mattered, though, since a reputation required you to be playing this game long enough to warrant other players' interest. They wouldn't be here that long. They continued walking in silence as Van considered their next action. Suddenly, however, there was a rustling of bushes in the distance, and Sang slid to a stop, putting her hand up to halt Van as well. She crouched down and went translucent. Van tried to do the same, but without the stealth skill, he couldn't do much other than crouch low near some bushes. "What do you mean they were just killed? It was a manticore, not a big deal," said a female voice. There were more than a few people's voices chatting as the footsteps continued to get closer. "I don't know. We just got a message from Kragoth, who said he was just killed and he's mad. Said he's going to log for the night. The others aren't responding either," replied a stern voice. Well, if we lost Kragoth, we might as well kiss this mission goodbye, said a higher-pitched voice. It sounded like a 12-year-old. No, none of that kind of talk, team. We're going to complete this mission no matter how many people we lose. Besides, Kragoth always comes back after he rage quits, the leader of the group said. The rustling was growing worse, and Van felt his heart rate increasing when he realized there were legs right next to him. He had lain down in the shrubs and been perfectly still, but if anyone saw him, they'd probably just kill him. All right, whatever. I just can't believe a stupid manticore killed them, said the female again. Yeah, well, let's just find the manticore, kill it, and then keep looking for the bladed noose tree. That damn root's gotta be somewhere, the leader said as the pair of legs that were standing next to Van began to walk away. There was a great deal of commotion for some time before the party finally seemed to vanish from earshot. Are you kidding me? Van asked as he stood up. They were with another party looking for the same root we're looking for, and you murdered their buddies, murdered them, without cause. Sang shrugged. I bet we can take them too if we have to. This isn't Murder Spree Simulator, Sang. This is a game about cooperation and teamwork. You just blew our big chance to make friends with these people. They had the same agenda we did. Yeah, but they would have taken the only route. Then what? Sang replied. Joint quests don't work like that. Everyone gets their own reward, Van replied. Sang shrugged off the comment and just continued to walk. Look, maybe it was a poor judgment call, but at the same time, we have some better items and a leg up on the competition. Maybe we should stage an ambush and take them out. Take them out? First off, there aren't two of us in this fight. My character is weak, dumb, and practically useless in a fight. I can't fight worth a hill of beans, so it would be you versus 3. Secondly, there is no way in hell I'm agreeing to kill more innocent players. Innocent? They're going to want angry, violent revenge on us for killing members of their team. So if we take them out now, we won't have to deal with them later, Sang replied. I understand the ruthlessness of your logic. I do, but at the same time, I don't think we have a legitimate chance of doing it. I don't think you can kill 3 people on your own. We don't know who they are or what their stats are, and they wouldn't be low on health when we met them. They'd be fully prepared to fight, and we'd get torn up. Sang nodded after another moment's consideration. I can understand your concerns, I guess. Well, if we meet them, use your flute to enchant them, and I'll pick off one of them. Then we retreat into the woods and figure it out from there. We're not picking anyone off, Van said as he walked through the jungle. He was growing nervous and worried about the sheer amount of problems Sang was causing. After their jumping those players, it was only a matter of time before their buddies found out. Then it would be a case of search and destroy, and Van knew they didn't have a chance against a group of experienced players who were no doubt loaded to the brim with powerful artifacts, magical weapons, and other nasty things that would kill them relatively easily. He had to figure out some way to rein Sang in. If she didn't recognize that it was dangerous to mess with other players out in the wild zones, they'd probably end up in a lot more trouble than they were already in. After all, if players were feeling particularly vengeful, they could even hire a bounty hunter, someone paid to follow and kill targets in any area without punishment. Bounty hunters weren't cheap, but were often a great way to get rid of people who you didn't like or who had screwed another player over. They were usually pretty high level and would have very little trouble with killing Sang and himself. This only added to the pressure that Van was feeling in the moment. As they walked on together in the stillness of the jungle, a loud shout came from the bushes. It was a decidedly human-sounding voice. "Help! Help!" the person called. It was feminine, but Van could tell there was something off about it. "What's that all about?" Sang asked, pointing toward a cluster of bushes that was next to a banana tree. The voice seemed to be coming from inside of the bushes themselves. "Dunno," Van said as he glanced at the rustling leaves. "Help! Help!" the bushes seemed to cry out again. Sang crossed her arms. I'm not used to plants talking. Is this some kind of side quest or a trap or what? Van shrugged. He had never been particularly a jungle dweller, preferring instead to explore the dark recesses of the mountains and cavern areas. Jungles were full of weirdness, and it seemed that whenever the developers made a new jungle area, there was always a high number of traps and surprises waiting for unsuspecting players. He preferred the mountains, where most of the quests and side jobs were based around survival and fighting against the elements. Well, Van said, let's just ignore it. I think I heard some people talking over there, called a voice from the distance. It was the feminine voice that Van had heard earlier from the group. This way, said the voice of the leader of the group of 3. Crap, hide, Sang insisted as she turned translucent and leapt into the bushes. Van had no time to hide, though, and nor did he have the skills, so he was left completely out in the open as 3 players ran into the small clearing he was standing within. Help! Help! Said the bush. Who are you? Asked the woman. Her name was Savorn, and she was a level 10 ranger. Her bow was instantly trained on Van. Next to Savorn were Pullman the Knight and Ace the Mage, both level 11s. Van could see that all 3 were immediately suspicious of him. Hi, Van said, expecting his next moments to be full of intense agony as arrows and magic crashed into his face. Who are you and what are you doing here? Don't you know this area is controlled and patrolled by the Junglefoot Guild? Asked Pullman. His sword was drawn, and Van could see that the weapon itself would deal around 100 damage per hit and also caused a character's move speed to decrease by 25%, meaning that he had very little chance of running away at this point. Sorry, no, I didn't know any kind of guild was in charge of this place, Van replied, putting emphasis on the word guild to try and communicate to Sang that she had just successfully made enemies with not only a party of fellow players, but also an entire community of them. Well, we don't allow people to traverse our jungle without paying dues or tribute. If you want membership, there's a formal process for that as well, Pullman said as he strolled up to Van. Have you seen any manticores around here? Asked the wizard. Van shook his head frantically. No, not at all. Curious. So why do you have manticore meat in your inventory then? Asked the ranger. Oh, well, we saw one a while back, but nothing in this area, Van said. He was beginning to sweat a little, which was curious. It meant that the game had detected that he was nervous enough for it to actually impact his character. Interesting, Pullman said as he slowly walked in a circle around Van. Are you alone? Oh, yeah, just out here doing my lonely bard thing, he replied. But you just said we a minute ago, Savorn said. She looked exceptionally suspicious of Van now. Oh, right, that was my friend, but she logged out, Van said. He was wondering if it would be easier just to be stabbed at this point instead of having to deal with this kind of interrogation. What class was she? Asked the wizard as he leaned against his staff. They didn't seem to be on high alert, but that was probably because they knew they easily outnumbered Van. Oh, she's a barbarian, Van said. Big spiked club. Not a ranger? Pullman asked. What? Nah, sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but a ranger is completely nerfed. Waste of class, in my opinion, Van replied. He figured that maybe if he were to piss off the other ranger about something like this, it would spark a long-winded gaming debate that would make them forget about the whole suspicious figure wandering alone after the murder of their buddies thing. Well, everyone has their own opinions, Savorn said, her bow never changing its focus from aiming right at Van's face. Right, Van wheezed. He glanced past them and saw that Sang had climbed up one of the trees and had her bow ready. This was going to be a horrible fight unless he were to solve this problem somehow. You know, I'm so sorry that I'm trespassing here, but I've been poisoned and need a root in this area. That's why I'm here. Poisoned? By the chest? Pullman asked. Yeah, the chest in the middle of the road. Why would you open a chest in the middle of a road? Asked Savorn. Because treasure, Duh, Van said. This elicited laughter from the entire group. You can't be serious, Pullman said as he slowly backed away from Van. He looked more at ease than before. You're meaning to tell me that you saw a treasure chest in the middle of the road and decided to open it up in the hopes of getting treasure? An unguarded chest? Well, I thought it was going to have a lot of free stuff in it, like treasure and maybe some cool magic items, Van said. Perhaps if he acted like a moron, they'd be less apt to brutally stab him a bunch of times. Wow, you are a real card, you know that? Sevorn asked. We rarely ever get people who were poisoned by the chest. Normally, they've been poisoned by the Manticore King from the east. Our guild collects this special root. It only grows here, making it the perfect item for us to sell. That Manticore King quest is repeatable, and it pretty much poisons everyone who fights it, said Pullman. So one day our founder, Kragoth, said it would be a great idea to just stick around this area and consistently harvest the root, selling it for a high price. Anyone who tries to steal the root gets killed. Oh, I wasn't trying to steal anything. I've just got a quest to find it, that's all, Van protested. Yeah, that quest is a rare one, but it requires that you have to pluck the actual root itself from the tree where it grows. So, we can't sell you one anyway, but we're going to have to charge you for entering our area, Pullman replied. How much? Van asked. 2,000 gold pieces, came the reply. Van's eyes bugged out of his head. They barely had any gold due to the fact that they were bouncing around all over the place, and any money that they did have was needed for buying better weapons and healing potions. Oh man, I don't have that kind of money, Van replied. Sorry, but those are the breaks. Either pay up or get out, Sevorn said. Well, how about some kind of exchange? I'm a professional bard. I can boost your stats for an entire 24 hours with a song. We have a bard back at our base camp, so there'll be no trades, no discounts. Either pay up or get out, Sevorn said, growling a little this time. Van shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't have the money, and I really don't want to die due to this poison. Can't you guys be cool and just help me out this once? Van asked. I'm just a down-on-his-luck bard who doesn't have the skills to pay the bills. The description elicited a chuckle from Pullman, enough that he glanced at the other two who shrugged. Well, all right, fine. We're going to be cool just this once, and whenever you meet people who are looking for good herbs for good prices, you point them to the Junglefoot Guild, okay? Van grinned with excitement. He couldn't believe he was pulling it off. Maybe he was a lot cleverer than he thought. We'll escort you to the root, Sevorn said as she put her bow away. It's the only way to guarantee that you won't steal more roots than you need. Oh, Van said. Of course. It's this way, Pullman said as he sheathed his sword and began to walk toward the main road. Help! Help! Screamed the bush. That bush lures people every time, Sevorn chuckled. Yeah, it sure is realistic, Van said, glancing over to the hidden Sang. As long as they didn't notice her following, it should be fine. At least, he hoped. Chapter 16. They traveled for quite some time, moving at a decent pace, until they reached a massive solitary tree in the middle of the mangroves. The water had been deep, up to Van's waist so that it slowed him down as they trudged through the increasingly swampier land, and he was tired when they reached their apparent destination. The tree was impressively large, and Van could see dozens of vines dangling from it. Each vine looked like a noose of some kind. A few dead bodies were hanging from the tree's vines. They were far too high up to have hung themselves, however. Be careful. The tree isn't particularly friendly to interlopers. If you get too close to it, the vines will try to strangle you. Oh, that sounds lovely, Van said as he looked up at the tree. He could see razor-thin blades on the insides of the vine nooses. It looked as if the tree strangled and slashed the throats of those who got too close. It made for a nasty sight, and he didn't want to experience the highly accurate haptic biofeedback simulators, which were sure to assist him in feeling every iota of pain as if it were really happening to him. Perhaps, of all the ways to die in this game, this looked to be the worst. He certainly didn't want to deal with the ramifications of getting wrapped up in one of these vines. All right, the root's located under the water, so just dive under and find it at the base of the tree. Don't come up or you'll die, and only grab one, Pullman said. Right, of course, Van agreed as he trudged through the water and took a deep breath. Then he dove. The water was cold, but he didn't mind it too much as he swam down to find the root. The mangrove marsh wasn't too deep either, but it was deep enough for him to get his entire body under the water. He could barely see, but luckily there were the words, "strange root," hovering not too far from him. He swam up to the root and began the harvesting process. The loading bar moved a little slowly. He didn't have any ranks in herbology, but luckily anyone could harvest the item since it was quest-specific. Once the root appeared in his inventory, he surfaced, taking a deep breath and feeling the rush of oxygen to his body. It was crazy how realistic the haptic pods were. It had felt as if he'd really been without air for a few minutes. Then Van glanced up and saw Kragoth standing with his back to Van and talking to the party that had been escorting him to the tree. "And so this archer just picks me off. It was crazy," Kragoth said. "Yeah, we found your bodies looted, and there were arrow wounds in both of you," Savorn replied. "Yeah, I swear, as soon as we find those two, we're going to kill them," Kragoth said, brandishing a massive axe. "Good. Hey, did you find the root okay?" Savorn asked Van when she noticed he'd surfaced. Kragoth turned around, and his eyes went wide as soon as he saw Van. "There he is! The bastard who was working with that ranger! They lured me into some kind of trap. I thought they saved me, but they killed us both," Kragoth shouted, hatred in his eyes. He raised his axe high and charged at Van. "Oh, come on!" Van shouted as he desperately splashed around, trying to avoid the violent attack. The water was impeding Kragoth's charge, slowing him down enough for Van to scramble back away from the psychotic barbarian. "A little help?" Van sent to Sang via private message. There was no reply. She hadn't abandoned him, had she? That would suck, especially when it was her fault that he was in this mess. "I'm gonna kill you!" Kragoth shouted. "Back off!" he snapped as an arrow barely missed Van. He turned to face his companions and stopped them from advancing. "No one mess with him but me. He's weak enough to chop into pieces." Hey, listen, I know you're mad at me," Van said as he narrowly avoided an axe to the head. "But trust me, that crazy ranger was holding me hostage. I'm a slave to her. You know there are slaves in this game. Quit your yapping. Slave or no, I don't care. You mess with Kragoth, you get the rage," he shouted as he continued slashing. Van grabbed his flute and began to play it in the middle of the fight. It was the only thing he could do to avoid getting chopped in half. The word stun appeared around Kragoth's head. The stun wouldn't last very long against an actual player, but it would give Van enough time to escape. He turned and sloshed his way toward the landmass at the base of the tree. In his panic, though, he completely forgot that the tree was actually a monster in disguise. The noose tree immediately turned red, and its vines began to whip around, slapping and splashing at the water as Van narrowly avoided the attacks. "Are you kidding me?" Van shouted as he felt a vine wrap around his leg and pull him up into the air. The razors dug into his leg, and he saw the phrase, 10 damage, appear over him. His health dropped down from 150 to 140 points. Sang was still nowhere to be found. "Hey, put him down!" screamed Kragoth as he splashed towards the tree and delivered a blow to its trunk. "I'm the only one who can kill him!" "Kragoth, stop raging!" Savorn yelled out as she fired a few arrows at the tree. "You're just wasting time now. That tree's tough." "Screw you, Savorn! I told you guys someone killed me. Why weren't you looking to avenge me?" "You said it was 2 people, not 1, Pullman replied. "I said it was a bard and some kind of stupid ranger," said Kragoth. "You didn't think that this freaking bard was working with her?" "Really? He's a bard with a charisma of 9, shouted Pullman. And you're saying that he, of all people, killed you? His companion did, Kragoth replied in between swings against the tree. Fortunately for Van, the tree was busy focusing on trying to kill the major barbarian below him, and so he was left hanging by his leg. He had quickly pulled out his knife and was trying to saw the vine from his leg, but the problem was that he had a beginner's knife, and it wasn't particularly strong. Right, but we haven't seen anyone with him. He's not a threat, so why don't you leave the moron alone? Pullman asked as he waded up to the tree and began to hack at the vines which had restrained Kragoth's arms. Van finally cut himself loose and hit the ground with a thump. He grabbed his flute and began to play it once again. But instead of just stunning the tree, he changed the options of the flute so that it would stun everyone who could hear. He played the tune successfully and watched as Kragoth and Pullman were both stunned for a few moments. The tree wrapped its vines around both of their necks and began to strangle them. While Van wasn't particularly wanting to see them harmed, it was a good distraction to allow him to hightail it out of there. He rushed as fast as he could away from the tree, but since the water wouldn't allow him to move all that quickly, a long vine reached out and snagged him by the leg again, causing him to fall to the water. His face splashed into the water as it began to drag him again across the murky ground. Before the vine could hoist him into the air, though, an arrow whistled by and snapped the vine off of his leg. Van quickly dove into the water, avoiding more of the vines as they tried to snag him. The water slowed them down enough for him to dodge and roll out of the way. Yet the water wasn't deep enough for him to swim to safety. The further he swam, the more shallow the water became, and eventually it forced him to surface. As he came up from the water, he realized that he was in point-blank range of Savorn's bow. Ah, crap! Come on and give me a break. I didn't hurt anyone, ever. I'm just a dumbass bard, Van pleaded, raising his hands in surrender. Savorn didn't seem to be too pleased with him. Before she could release her arrow from the bow, however, several flaming streaks crashed into the side of her leather armor, causing her to burst into flames instantaneously. Ah! She screamed as she leapt into the water and began to slosh around. Van could see Sang was hiding in a tree well above him. Get moving! Sang shouted as Van stepped past Savorn and rushed through the water. He could hear the screams and shouts of the other players, all of them cursing Van's name. He glanced back to see that the two near the tree had broken free, but that they were still battling the tree, and Savorn's attention had turned to aiding her allies in the fight. He chuckled at the chaos of the scene and made a mad dash for dry land. Sang quickly caught up with Van, landing on the ground next to him gracefully. All right, we need to get out of this godforsaken jungle as soon as we possibly can, she said. This day keeps getting worse and worse, Van grumbled as he looked at his health. He was pretty banged up from the entire ordeal, and on top of that, he was feeling frustrated with Sang's choices. Why do I have to pay for all of your terrible decisions? Terrible decisions? We got the root, we avoided fighting that powerful tree, we survived a band of angry adventurers. We're doing awesome, Sang said. The only terrible decision that happened today was you opening that chest. Look, we're going to freaking die if we stick around, but I'm too mixed up to tell you where we are. How do we get out of here? Van asked, ignoring Sang's clear disconnection from reality. Sang paused as she looked at her menu. Okay, the fastest way out of here is through some kind of fortress called Junglefoot Fortress. What's the second fastest way out of here? Van asked. Back the way we came, Sang replied. But this whole area is kind of their territory from the looks of it. This whole forest is going to be crawling with these guild guys, Van groaned. They're going to be combing through this place to kill us. So? Don't we get experience for successfully avoiding being brutally stabbed by a ton of people? Sang asked cheerfully. It seemed that she was embracing the sportsmanship of playing a game, but definitely at the wrong time and definitely in the wrong circumstances. Look, Sang, if we die, we lose all progress from the last 3 days. All of our gear is going to be gone. We're losing a ton of time and effort. It's not worth dying here. So we need to focus as hard as we can on surviving. Sang shrugged. "If things get bad for us, we can always just log out." "You can't log out during combat," Van replied as he nervously glanced around. "I can, and I might be able to get you out too, but it would take a few minutes." "But how do we get out of this without cheating?" Van asked as he heard some rustling far off in the distance. "Follow me," Sang said as she rushed off, turning translucent again. This particular encounter had really highlighted the differences between Sang's and Van's characters. He had worked so hard when he'd put the Ranger together, but the Bard had been so poorly slapped together that even a relatively useful class felt almost completely useless. Now he was definitely paying the price for his tomfoolery. Between his poor character choices and Sang's poor game choices, he wondered if they'd even be able to make it to the Cave of Visions at this rate. Still, he followed on her heels as they rushed through a thick underbrush, then stopping for a moment to get their bearings. Sang was grimacing as she looked over her map. "Why are you frowning?" Van asked. "Well, there's something wrong with the map. Look," she said, as she shared her map view with Van. He could see about 15 red dots swarming the forest. "Are you kidding me?" Van groaned. "Those are companion NPCs. Oh, guilds can hire companions, one per player, to guard an area. NPCs like these aren't usually that powerful, but they'll alert their owners of trouble and give an exact pinpoint of their location." Sang nodded in acceptance of what they were facing. Finally, Van could see the frustration of their situation starting to creep over her face. "Okay, I'm not going to admit any wrongdoing yet, but maybe this is a bit harder than I thought it was going to be." "I'm totally counting that as an admission of wrongdoing, Sang." "There's got to be some kind of way to escape, Van. Just think, you're the gamer here. You probably know some kind of special thing that will help us avoid all these guild people," Sang insisted. It was clear that whatever adventuring high she had been riding was now over. The cold reality of risk was sinking in. This wasn't particularly uncommon for an adventurer, Van knew. Truthfully, he could count more than enough times where he had gotten caught up in the excitement of an adventure and completely lost touch with reality. One time, back when he'd been playing Civlander, he'd gotten so excited about his chance to fight a boss that he'd rushed well ahead of his teammates, assuming that they were following him. This triggered all of the enemies to aggro, and they swarmed Civlander, killing him and then taking his team down with him. It was a common enough mistake, and while he didn't want to get too angry at Sang, it was only that he'd expected her to act with a little bit more professionalism since she was a CIA agent and all. "All right, relax. You can use your stealth and Van trailed off with a glance at his inventory. Character sheet. Name, Samimoto. Gender, male. Level, 6. Class, Bard. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 150. Stamina, 90. Intellect, 10. Agility, 12. Constitution, 11. Strength, 9. Charisma, 9. Class abilities. Ventriloquism, +4. Ballads, +4. Bagpipery, +3. Dodge roll. Songs. Song of Fury. Song of Rage. Song of Thunder. Song of Soothing. Song of Healing. Song of Inspiration. Items. Darts. Bagpipes. Flute of Enchantment. Potion of Invisibility. Gold, 700. The Potion of Invisibility. When had he gotten that? Van read it with curiosity. Potion of Invisibility. Allows a player to remain invisible for up to 10 minutes. Player cannot speak nor use any kind of chat, or the effects end immediately. Allies cannot see you, and nor can they register you on the minimap. Any violent action will end the potion's effects immediately. He didn't remember getting the item, so he figured it had to have been automatically given to him when Sang had looted Kragoth and his buddy earlier. "All right, I've got a potion of invisibility, but it means we won't be able to communicate at all while we're using it," Van said. "I'm going to drink and then leave. Have fun getting out of here." "What? You can't do that," Sang argued as Van quaffed the potion and vanished from sight. He didn't feel particularly bad about leaving her alone either. She was resourceful enough to survive, and her stealth skill should be high enough for her to avoid being spotted by more than a few NPCs. The only danger was from any player who might have higher-level spotting skills. The enemy ranger hadn't seemed to have enough points in it, though, or else she would have spotted Sang while she'd been creeping around to begin with, so that was a plus. Van chuckled to himself as he scuttled away from the scene. He could see a few dwarven NPCs patrolling the area, and he was cautious not to make any noise as he walked. While he was invisible, he could still trigger them by stepping on branches or twigs, so he made certain to watch his step. As he walked, he saw Kragoth and Savorn running through the underbrush. "We'll find them!" Kragoth shouted as he ran right past an invisible Van. Van grinned, knowing that 10 minutes was more than enough time for him to escape. He didn't need to get to any specific place after all. He just needed to walk until his map told him that he was no longer in a wild zone. "Almost out," came a private message from Sang. Van grinned. He'd been right. She had been able to sufficiently navigate without much of a problem. He took pride in knowing that the reason she was so successful was partially because he had worked so very hard on her character design. It was good to see that she could go totally Rambo and still survive. As Van reached a massive, hollow log, he noticed the red edge of his map. A few more steps, and he'd be free from all of this chaos. He rushed forward through the hollow log and out the other side. There was a small river on the other side, with a rickety old wooden bridge hanging over it. Van let out a sigh of relief and sat down by the water. His invisibility wore off quickly once he began resting, and he sent his coordinates to Sang. Hopefully, she'd be able to show up and help him figure out where to go next. In all of the chaos, he had completely lost his bearings, and his map skill was too low for him to even get an overland view of the area. The only view that he had was of his mini-map, and it didn't seem to tell him anything interesting other than the fact that he was safe from the wild zone. "Seriously?" asked a voice from behind Van. It was Kragoth. Van turned around and took a deep breath. Technically, Kragoth could still kill Van, but he'd be labeled as an outlaw if he did, which was usually suicide for a character. "Oh, hi," Van said as he took a step back. He could run across the bridge if the man tried to kill him, but maybe he could smooth the whole thing over somehow. "You kill me and my teammate. You steal our valuable root, you lie to my team, you almost get me killed by that stupid noose tree, and then you just run out and hide? You're a terrible player," Kragoth said, shaking his head. "Look, man, I'm really sorry that my teammate went rogue and killed you," Van said, "but I didn't want anything to do with it. I genuinely thought we were helping you out." "Well, it's a funny way to help," Kragoth said. "I'd murder you here and now, but I'm not risking the outlaw brand. Don't worry, though, I'll be sure to send someone after you." Van sighed. He genuinely felt bad for the barbarian. It wasn't really fair for him to have lost all of his items, but then again, that was the sensibility of a player. Van had to admit that Sang was right. They had an important mission, and that mission came first. Still, he wished that there was some way he could apologize to Kragoth, and more importantly, avoid having a bounty hunter hired to go after them. "Hey, Kragoth, what if I make you a deal?" Van asked. "What if I give you all of my gold right now, and in exchange, you don't send anyone after us?" "I'd rather have all of my items back," Kragoth growled. "Yeah, but the problem is that my crazy teammate took all of the items, and I only got a potion of invisibility that I just used. She's nuts, and would be furious if she found out I was making this deal at all," Van said. "Why help me at all?" Kragoth asked. "Man, because I've played this game for a long time, and this is just one of my ults. My teammate's new and doesn't understand that actions have consequences. I feel bad about it," Van said, shrugging as he pulled out a bag containing all 500 pieces of his gold. "I know it doesn't really help, but it's at least a peace offering. I'm sorry for all of this mess." Kragoth sighed and took the bag of gold. "You're going to be lucky if I decide not to send a hunter after you," he said as he turned around and began to walk off. "But this gold might have just made you a bit luckier." Van shrugged at that. Bounty hunters were pretty expensive, so unless the guild itself was going to chip in and invest in killing both Van and Sang, they'd probably be in the clear if Kragoth was appeased. He hoped that his little effort to help would calm the man down enough, but he wouldn't really know for sure until some elite player started hunting them for sport in a few days. Or, if enough time went by, that he felt sure that the situation had passed by. As Van tried to get his bearings, Sang suddenly emerged from a tree line, prompting him to yelp in surprise. "Nice work, Van," Sang said. Van could see that she was covered in blood and that most of her health was gone. You okay?" Van asked as he realized that she was still slowly taking damage. "Oh, I'm fine," Sang said, holding up an arrow. "But I think I was poisoned. Do you know what Manticore King poison does?" "Yes, but luckily we can cure it," Van replied as he pulled the root out of his inventory. "You're the one with the alchemy skill, so why don't you brew the potion while I set up camp for the night?" Sang nodded as she walked over to the river and began to fill a few canteens with water. "So, I'm looking at our map, and I'm worried we're a little off track." "A little?" Van mumbled as he continued to collect firewood. "Yes," Sang replied. "From my observation and this map that I have, we're in the center of the jungle. Earlier we were close to Verada, but now we're looking at having to trudge through at least 4 to 5 differing wild zones." "Thrilling. Can't you find some kind of alternate route with your expert map skills?" Van asked as he dug the fire pit. "Well, there is a quest here," Sang said, holding up the map for Van to see. He could see there was a quest indicator hovering not too far from them. It read, "Quest: The Stone Troll's Tunnels. A band of peaceful druids have been trying to build their sanctum in the center of the jungle, but recently, a band of feisty stone trolls has begun tunneling beneath their earth and raiding the druids' home. Aiding them will earn a hefty reward, as well as a favor from these peaceful druids who can assist those who are lost. Recommended level, 9. Van grinned as he looked at the quest. Not only was it an easy way to enable fast travel from the druids, but it would also give them more experience points. Perhaps this needless poisoning side quest had been exactly what they'd needed. This meant, of course, that his decision to open the chest had actually been a good choice on his part. "All right, drink up," Sang said as she thrust a bottle of greenish liquid into Van's hand. She had her own bottle of the concoction, and they clicked their glasses together before guzzling the potion down. "Oh!" Van gasped as he shuddered from the sheer horror of the taste. It had been as if he were drinking swamp water, gasoline, and pepper all mixed together. "Yeah, this is terrible," Sang agreed. Van glanced up and saw his experience points well over. "Quest complete," said the bar, informing him that he had successfully survived the quest. The summary appeared in front of him. Survived quest, 500 experience. Wild zone bonus, 300 experience. Hostile multiplier, ×5. Total experience points, 4,000. That was definitely enough points to level up. Van was eager because he was starting to get to the point where he would be able to salvage some of his character options. The next level gave him a cool selection of some new powers and a single magic spell, which might come in handy. He opened up his character sheet and examined what his options were. Character sheet. Name, Semimoto. Gender, male. Level, 7. Class, Bard. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 150. Stamina, 90. Intellect, 10. Agility, 12. Constitution, 11. Strength, 9. Charisma, 9. Class abilities. Ventriloquism, +4. Ballads, +4. Bagpipery, +3. Dodge roll. Songs: Song of Fury, Song of Rage, Song of Thunder, Song of Soothing, Song of Healing, Song of Inspiration. Items: darts, bagpipes, flute of enchantment. Gold, 200. Spells: pick one. Finger of Flame, Rope Whispering, Lightstone. New abilities: pick one. Bardic Will, Bardic Laughter, Bardic Acrobatics. Van looked at his options of special abilities. Of all the ones offered, Bardic Will would probably come in handy, as it helped him resist mind control powers better. One of the worst things that could happen in the game was to end up charmed or paralyzed due to some kind of mind control power. Van nodded at Sang once they were both done playing around with their stats. "You ready to kill some trolls?" he asked. Sang shrugged. "Didn't you call me one of those earlier?" "Yeah, but don't worry. I won't get confused in the heat of battle," Van said with a grin. "Let's go!" Chapter 17. Sang was in awe of the temple they were approaching. It was a beautifully carved stone temple with 6 pillars holding it high in the air, at home amongst the trees, and she could see on the white marble pillars that there were etchings of some kind of ancient language. Around the massive temple were a few hooded figures walking about. Some were collecting sticks, and others were waving their hands around and mumbling words in an arcane language that she didn't understand, but the majority of them were gathered in the center, beneath the suspended temple. "All right, let's get the quest and find out where the tunnel entrance is," Van said as he walked with Sang up to the group of druids. They were all wearing moss-covered robes, and Sang could see that many of them looked identical to one another. In the center of the group of druids was a woman who was shimmering with a yellow aura, indicating that she had the quest. "Let me get the quest this time. You always skip," Sang said as she walked up to the druid and activated the woman's quest dialogue. "Oh, what fortune!" said the moss-robed woman, turning to face the two. She had a deep scar across her right eye that looked fairly fresh. "Travelers, what do you seek?" A dialogue box popped up in front of Sang. "We are looking for adventure. We are looking to get out of this accursed jungle. We are here to rob and kill you." Sang selected the second box. The druid nodded. "I see. Well, perhaps we can help each other out then. For we druids here are woodwalkers, able to stride through the jungle without fear of being harmed while we move. But most ironically, we are weak when here at our temple. The stone trolls who tunnel beneath our lands have started to surface and raid us, killing the weak and feasting on their bones. If you can aid us by defeating the troll lord, we can provide you with transportation to get out of this place." "Can you get us to Verada?" Sang asked, forgetting that this was nothing more than an AI and that she probably wouldn't be able to understand such a specific question. "I can take you to any edge of the jungle," the druid replied. Sang turned to Van, surprised at the druid's understanding. "Hey, Van, I thought most AI didn't have the ability to respond to our questions." There's a few questions they understand. You just asked the most predictable one," Van replied. Sang nodded and accepted the quest from the druid. This was perfect. They'd be able to get more experience points and probably a few items and escape from the jungle in one fell swoop. She had been a little frustrated with her poor decision to attack those players earlier, but this would make up for it. She hoped that Van wasn't too agitated with her antics, but he hadn't seemed that fazed since their initial argument. She certainly hadn't meant to cause that much trouble, but still, as she looked at the items in her inventory, it definitely seemed worth it. Sang promised herself that she would be more careful in the future, but decided not to recant her decision to Van because the last thing she wanted was for him to be able to say, "I told you so." "All right, so there's the tunnel," Van said, pointing to a massive hole in the ground that wasn't too far from the druid camp. "We're going to have to drop in there and keep going until we find some trolls. Now, how much do you know about trolls?" "Not a thing, Van," Sang said. "Well, in this world, Trolls have highly corrosive blood. It's like acid, so when you stab or cut them, their blood could potentially spray onto you and kill you. That's not great, Sang muttered. But fortunately, neither of us get close to our targets, except for the fact that we're going to be underground in tight quarters. Trolls have low hit points, but they bleed like crazy, so they'll be on us as soon as they smell our scents. So we need to prepare for this, Sang replied. Big time. Well, there's no stores or anything around here, so what do you recommend? Sang asked. Van pulled out his bagpipes. Well, I have a song that's perfect for this. I just learned it. It's called The Dirge of Resistance. It makes you resistant to things like poison, fire, and anything that causes damage over time. It won't protect us from the initial damage we take from acid splash, but it will prevent the damage over time effect. That's how trolls really get you. Do you have any solutions that don't involve you playing music? Sang asked. If I did, I wouldn't tell you, Van cheerfully replied as he began to blow into his bagpipes, creating more horrendous noise. No matter how many times Sang heard him play, it never got any better. In fact, she was beginning to wonder if he was starting to get worse. As the horrific noise played, though, she saw that her stats were beginning to increase. Health, plus 50. Stamina regen, plus 20%. DOT resistance, 100%. Time, 24 hours. Not bad, she muttered. As awful as the sounds were, she was impressed with his ability to boost her stats as high as they were getting. She grabbed her bow and walked towards the big hole. Gazing down, she could see that it was a straight drop. You ready? She asked as she took out her lantern and tied it to her waist. The lantern had a big enough aura to where it would illuminate everything within a 20-foot radius, courtesy of Kragoth. Yeah, I am, Van said as he walked over and looked down the hole with her. Remember, don't let them get close. Oh, and also, I've got a cool new spell. It's called Ignition Switch, and spell? You can do magic? Sang interrupted excitedly. She had yet to see a player do any kind of magic and was fairly curious as to what was possible. Don't get too excited. Magic for players is incredibly weak, doubly so for bards. But now I can cause a single item to ignite by pointing my finger at it. Well, that might come in handy somehow, Sang said. Yeah, because trolls hate fire. So if we're in a pinch, starting a fire will cause them to back off for a few moments, Van said. Unless they have a boss. Trolls are pack creatures, so they're usually directed by a troll boss who will yell at them to suck it up and keep fighting in spite of the fire. So kill the bosses first, and then use the fire to scare them back, Sang said. Good plan. Van grinned. All right, let's go troll hunting. And with that, they both leapt down the hole. Sang fell for a few moments before the tunnel began to slope, causing her to slide down the rest of the way. It would have been fun had the ground not been full of rocks, gravel, and roots, all of which were causing her some level of pain as she slid across them. Of all the things she wished that she could deactivate in the game, she really wished pain were one of them. It didn't make any sense why pain existed in a silly video game, but exist it did. Ah! Van cried as they came sliding to a halt at the bottom of the tunnel. It was cramped, and the tunnels weren't tall enough for either of them to stand fully. Van was laying on the ground when she looked at him, grabbing his legs. See, this is why I wear leather leggings, Sang said as she pointed at Van's burning and bloodied legs. I have no idea why you would wear cloth pants. I can't wear leggings. Jeez, it burns, Van cried out. Burns, echoed all the way down the tunnel. Quiet down, Sang grumbled as she looked ahead. The tunnel was incredibly dark, and it smelled wretched. She could see piles of bones scattered throughout the space around them, which looked as if they had been chewed on for quite some time. All right, well, we better keep going, Van said. Don't want to get caught up in a raid. Yeah, better to surprise them, Sang said as she walked forward. Her map skill wasn't working underground for some reason, which concerned her. The words trait needed, stone sense, appeared whenever she tried to bring up her map to detect threats. Why couldn't anything in this game be easy? As they walked through the darkness, Sang heard a hissing noise ahead. Wordlessly, she raised her bow up and drew the string back, preparing to attack. In the distance, she could see a pair of red eyes staring at her from the darkness. The hissing grew louder. "Shoot!" Van shouted. Sang let loose an arrow, and it sailed through the air, crashing straight into the red eyes. A burst of flame from the arrow illuminated the darkness for just a moment afterward, revealing a squat blue creature with long arms, bumpy skin, and razor-sharp teeth. Its head looked sort of like a lizard's, but with fins on the sides that were almost like ears. The words Troll Level 9 hovered above it. Its health had rapidly dropped down to 0 in response to the arrow causing it to catch on fire. "Nice shot," Van said. "But don't get too cocky. They drop quick, sure, but if enough of them get the charge on us, you won't have time for that many shots before they swarm you completely." "Well, make sure you have some kind of strategy for that," Sang said as they continued walking deeper into the tunnels. "Hold up," Van hissed, causing Sang to freeze. "Look," he said, coming around her and pointing at the ground. There was some kind of a bear trap lying there. "Weird," Sang said as she moved her foot away from the trap. She knelt down to inspect it. "Are trolls smart enough to use traps?" "No, they're not smart at all. Troll bosses can speak a few words, and the troll lord might know enough of the human language to mock us, but even he's not smart enough to use traps." "That's strange then, right? I mean, a bear trap lying here in the middle of a troll tunnel. Do you think another player put it down here?" Van shrugged. "Who knows? But now we need to keep our eyes open for traps too, since there could be more. Might as well grab that thing, it could be useful." Sang nodded and used her trapping skill to disarm the trap and put it in her inventory. Trap gained. Bear trap. Effect: immobilizes target. Setup time: 1 minute. Reusable: yes. "Man, we need to buy more traps," Sang said as they continued through the tunnels. "These things seem pretty handy." "Yeah, they're nice, but I've never messed around with them much. I don't know if you've noticed this about me, but I'm a bit of a trap magnet," Van replied. "I mean, ask any of my friends. The moment we get into a dungeon, I'm going to be immediately tangled up in the net, falling down the pit, turned to stone by the statue. It's inevitable." "But it still bugs me. Who put that there?" "Well, this quest might be a little more complicated than just killing all of the trolls," Van said as they continued walking. Up ahead, there was a wide hole to be seen, and the tunnel grew large enough to where Van and Sang were able to stand up straight. There was also a lot of chittering off in the distance. It sounded like the troll that Sang had seen earlier. The hissing and shrieking seemed to signify some kind of crude communication. And between the darkness of the tunnel, being in closed-in spaces, and hearing the strange hissing and shrieking, Sang was beginning to feel uneasy. "You hear that hissing? I bet that's a nest," Van said as he held up his own lantern and began to walk forward. The light flickered as its beams reached a large pile of bones. The pile was huge, almost as tall as the tunnel itself. Sang could see the hundreds of etch marks on all of the bones. Some of the skulls had been shattered, and many weapons and swords were strewn carelessly around the area. "Ugh, that's horrible," Sang said. "Yeah, trolls are nasty creatures," Van replied. "They probably drag all of the corpses they kill into this room and feast until all of the meat is gone. This rib cage looks picked clean." He picked up one of the rib cages and inspected it. "Yeah, definitely picked clean." "Man, this kind of detail is gross. Why can't this place be less weird and creepy?" Sang asked. She certainly didn't like the discussion of bone chewing. "I don't know. Adds character to the game. Come on, the hissing is coming from this direction," he said, taking a sharp right away from the bone pile and moving forward. Sang followed along after him, making sure to look behind her after every few steps. Her gut was telling her that something was wrong, and she wasn't about to let anyone or anything get the drop on her. "There!" Van whispered as they turned a corner of the underground network of tunnels to find a large blue mass hissing and writhing. It was made up of about 24 trolls, all lying on the ground sleeping. Their hisses and shrieks were products of whatever nightmarish dreams they were having. "Kill them?" Sang asked. "Nah," Van said. "They'll just respawn. Bosses and the Troll Lord won't, however, so let's keep moving, but quietly." Sang nodded and continued creeping forward. The tunnel seemed to branch off every few feet into smaller holes where they'd see a few dozen trolls were sleeping. It was as if this area was some sort of gigantic dormitory. Sang had never seen so many monsters before, and she wasn't sure what she should be doing or feeling in response. Van didn't even bother to stop to check the monsters, though, and instead was mumbling about finding the final boss. He had explained that killing the Troll Lord would cause all of the nearby trolls in the area to revert back to their individualistic nature, and then they would all attack each other. So, for as long as he and Sang could, they would be as inconspicuous as possible. As they walked, Van stopped suddenly and pointed at something hanging from the ceiling. "What is that?" he asked. Sang craned her neck to see that it was some kind of bell. There was a thick rope tied to the bell leading downwards. She followed the rope down until she realized that Van was standing right on top of some sort of rope trigger. "Van!" she hissed. "Don't move your foot!" Van looked at the ground and then back up at the rope. "Oh, crap," he whispered. "If I trigger this rope, it'll cause the bell to ring and wake all these things up at once. And we're right in the center of their nest," Sang hissed. "We're going to die if they wake up." "Well, try to disarm the trap," Van replied. He was looking around rather frantically. "Oh, man, I've counted at least 60 of these sleeping bastards." "Don't pressure me," Sang said as she dug out her knife and began to look at the complexity of the trap. It appeared that, if the rope was stepped on, the pressure would cause the bell to go taut. When the pressure from the foot released the rope, it would relax the bell immediately, causing it to ring out. So, cutting the rope was out of the question because it would immediately begin to ring. "Any ideas?" Van asked. "I'm starting to panic." "Take it easy. If you calm down, we'll get out of this together," Sang said. "Look, I'm trying really hard not to think about moving my foot, but I'm worried that I might. It's really hard for me to not do something," Van confessed. "You saw me with the treasure chest. You know my weaknesses." "Van, I will kill you if you pull your foot off that rope," Sang replied. "Hurry up!" Sang looked up at the bell and realized that the only way to stop it from ringing was to remove the tongue of the bell. It was too far up for her to reach, though. "Van," she said, "don't move. I have a plan." "What is it?" Van asked. She didn't reply, but instead grabbed onto his neck and hoisted herself up onto his back. "Hey, stop it!" Van hissed as she clambered atop him and managed to stand on his shoulders. She had the appropriate climbing skill that made it easy enough to climb up another player. With the additional height, she could reach the bell easily. "Ow, your boots are digging into me," Van whimpered. "Shush, and don't squirm. If you mess me up, this bell will ring, and then we're definitely going to die," Sang instructed as she very carefully grabbed the bell with one hand and shoved her fingers into the mouth of the bell at the same time. This prevented it from making any noise. She fumbled to get a grip around the tongue of the bell, finally holding it firmly. It was made of iron and would require some force to break off. Below her, Van was busy shifting a little, trying to hold himself perfectly still, but failing miserably at it. "Van, I'm going to need you to stay extremely still. I need to pull the bell's ringer out," she instructed. "On the count of 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. And with that, she yanked as hard as she could on the bell tongue, tearing it out. The bell swung free from her grasp as she lost her balance and plummeted to the ground. Van collapsed to the ground underneath her, softening her crash. She made a dull thud landing on his back. Above them, the bell swung back and forth without a sound. "Oh, we did it," Sang said quietly. "Oh, my ribs. Please, please get off of my back," Van wheezed. Sang chuckled a little as she stood up and looked around. The horrible creatures were still sleeping quietly. "Come on," she whispered, shaking her head. We need to keep moving." "Something's definitely up," Van said, looking up at the rope. "Trolls aren't nearly this smart. I'm thinking there's something other than a troll down here." They reached the edge of the troll's apparent sleeping area and found a large steel gate barring them from going any further. There was a small keyhole and a knob, though, indicating that some portion of the gate could be opened like a door. "Perfect," Sang exclaimed. "This can block the trolls from getting to us while we investigate." She crept over to the door and began to fiddle with the lock. She had put points into lockpicking since her last encounter with the lock, and this was far easier to mess with. After just a few seconds, she had the door open. "Nice work," Van muttered. "But I could have used my lock rattling song." "Yes, please sing loudly while a bunch of sleeping trolls are around us," Sang remarked sarcastically as she walked through the gate. Van followed after her, and they made sure to lock the door behind them. "Safe and sound," Van said, breathing a sigh of relief as he turned to inspect the area. "I can't believe we got through that alive." "These traps and this gate are worrying me," Sang said as she looked around. They were still in some kind of tunnel, but the ground was made out of smooth marble. "And check out this ground. Not great." "Yeah, definitely something spooky is up," Van replied. "I bet it's some kind of surprise twist to this adventure." "Well, let's hope the surprise doesn't try to attack us when we aren't expecting it," Sang said as she continued forward. The marble floors went on for quite some time, and the further down the tunnels they went, the more marble they saw. Even the roof of the tunnel was beginning to transform into what was mostly a marble surface. "That's definitely man-made," Van said as he ran his hand across the smooth surface. "I wonder who put this here." "Same one who made those traps and that gate," Sang replied as they reached another door. This door covered the entire opening to the tunnel, making it impossible to pass. The door was constructed of pure steel, and there were strange runes on it. Van said as he inspected the runes. "This is interesting. My bardic lore power allows me to read these runes, too. Ahem. Be warned, those who wish to enter, for the history of a druid is one steeped in violence." "Interesting. I don't see any way to open it up, though," Sang said as she ran her hands alongside the door. There were no handles, and nor were there any kinds of grips that would allow for it to be pried open. "Just kick it," Van said. "Kick a steel door?" Sang repeated, looking at her companion. "Yeah. I mean, if you have the sufficient strength, you can break just about anything in this game down," Van said nonchalantly. "And you're definitely stronger than me. Just give it a good kick." "I think you're trying to trick me into kicking a steel door," Sang replied. "I absolutely am not, Sang. I'm a very serious player, and I would never do that to my good friend, who I care about," Van said with the world's most suspicious grin. "How about I use you as a battering ram to break this door down?" Sang offered. "How about that?" "Battering ram heads were removed with the last patch," Van replied as he dodged Sang's attempt to grab him. "Just kick it. I'll play my song of fury and rage. That should give you enough of a boost to where you can break this stupid thing down without a problem." "All right, fine. I'll try it. But I'm warning you, if I break my foot on a door and you laugh, I'm going to break the door down using your face. Understood?" "I would never, ever lie to you, Sang, despite how hilarious it would be," Van replied as he put his bagpipes to his mouth and began to play. His horrific noise greeted her, and the words, "You are enraged," appeared over Sang, giving her a bonus for her strength score. She looked at the door, looked at Van, and sighed, and then brought her leg up in a very fierce kick, knocking the door to the ground, shattering it to pieces. "Whoa!" Sang cried out in utter surprise. "I just kicked down a door." "Yeah, I told you," Van said as he strolled past her. "You're really freaking strong in this game." Sang grinned. It was such a different perspective compared to how she was in her waking life. As a 5-foot-tall woman with no upper body strength nor any kind of impressive physique, despite how hard she worked out, it was cool to feel so big and strong. The thrill made her stop and consider how easy it was to get caught up in the game. She checked the time and realized they had been going for almost 14 hours now. Sleep time would be coming in a few hours, and she had almost completely forgotten about the waking world. That didn't feel good. The exhilaration of battle and victory had distracted her so much that she'd forgotten she was really just lying in a tube, being given intravenous liquids for hydration and nourishment. She shook her head and moved forward, forgetting all about the joy she had been experiencing. She was on a mission, and she couldn't get caught up in the excitement too much, for fear of becoming distracted. Chapter 18. Sang followed after Van, surveying the area with caution. She wasn't sure what was around the corner, and much to her surprise, she realized that the entire area was completely covered in vines. The marble was still visible through the vine webbing, but for the most part, everything was green, lush, and covered in vines. "Man, this place gets more and more confusing," Sang grumbled. "First marble and steel, and now vines?" "Yeah, those runes were in the Druidic language, too," Van said. "I wonder if maybe this whole quest was just some kind of horrible, clever trap." "Trap? Like what? Someone's luring unsuspecting players down here and killing them?" Sang asked as they reached a large well that was sitting in the center of the vine room. There were no other entrances or exits. It was just a large room full of vines with a massive well in its center. "Probably," Van said as he leaned over and looked into the well. "Hey, check it out," he said, pointing at the well excitedly. Sang glanced down and noticed that there were images within the water of the well. It was as if she were looking through a live video feed. She could see the druids in the jungle, the same ones who they had met earlier that day. "Interesting," Sang said. "Looks like some kind of magical well." "Look," Van said, pointing to one of the people in the water. It was a woman who was wearing a bearskin hood, and she was walking towards what seemed to be a screen. Sang tilted her head in curiosity as the water began to bubble and move. Then a figure began to emerge from the water. It was the druid in the bearskin hood. "Jump back," Sang warned as she leapt back and pulled out her bow, aiming it at the figure who was still rising from the water. "Ha ha ha ha!" cried the woman. "I see you interlopers have discovered my lair." "Indeed we have," Van said, holding up his bagpipes and readying himself for a fight. "Fear not," the druid said, "for I bring you no harm." Her name read Lady Sora of the Claw, level 15. "In fact, your arrival is most fortuitous for me. For you see, these druids have meddled with this great jungle for too long." A dialogue box appeared in front of Sang. "Meddled? What do you mean?" "Die, wicked druid!" "What do I care?" Sang selected the first option. "You see, these druids have come and erected a temple so that they may live out their lives in peace. But in doing so, they reject the most important tenet of being a druid. We druids worship nature, and nature is nothing if not cruel, passionless, and above all, violent. These fools think that nature is serene and peaceful, but look at the world we live in. There are creatures that eat their own young for survival. There are bugs that will plant eggs in a living host. And there are animals that will bite and kill because they are bigger and stronger. Nature is not peaceful, and nor should the path of the druid be one of peace. I have come so that I might enlighten these fools." "Enlighten? How?" "You are evil and must be stopped. Nature is not cruel, but we perceive it to be cruel." Sang selected the first option again. This caused the woman to throw her head back and cackle evilly. "Oh, you see, they believe in nonviolence, and so they must be punished. I have found these trolls beneath the earth, natural creatures of vileness and cruelty. Each fortnight I cast a hex upon them, causing them to rise up as one and raid the camp, killing a few druids and dragging others into the earth so that they may be devoured. Soon they will grow desperate enough to realize that their path of nonviolence makes them weak. They must become strong, just as nature intends. Only the strong survive. Sang shrugged at Van. It made some level of sense. A path of nonviolence would lead ultimately to someone being taken advantage of by those who were violent. Still, she did realize that it wasn't morally right to kill the druids just because they were nonviolent. Another dialogue box popped up. You're a mad woman. Prepare to pay for your crimes. Why kill them? Why not tell them of their folly instead? Ha! Serves those hippies right. Man, I hate long-winded dialogue, Van mumbled. If only you would skip. I'm interested in what she has to say, Sang said as she chose the second option. Ah, you see, I tried to reason with them. I warned them about the dangers of nonviolence, but they refused to listen to me. Then, a terrible attack was perpetrated by the werewolf clan, forcing us to escape and seek refuge here. Many of us died, and I lost my only child. Yet our fool of a leader refused to agree with me. Now they will all pay until they change their ways. And this is where you come in, the wicked woman said, dramatically sweeping her hands wide. For you can be the final nail in the coffin for these foolish druids. They follow their leader, a woman of immense power. While she doesn't fight, she has a powerful protection amulet that stops any troll from harming her. If you can bring me that amulet of hers, I will be able to finally kill her and take control of the group of these druids, leading them to live a much safer life by teaching them about the supremacy of violence. That's crazy. I will never help you. What's the pay? Sounds good. I'll be back soon. Sang frowned as she looked at the options. She wasn't really sure what she should be doing here. Van, what's the best choice? She asked as she looked back at him. He shrugged at her. It depends on what you want to do. This game allows you to make hard moral choices sometimes. So, we can help the evil lady out and get some kind of reward, or we can help the druids out by defeating her. Is there any clearly superior choice? Sang asked. Beats me. You usually have no idea until after you finish out a quest, so it's more about the effects of the decision. If we defeat her, we can get admiration and praise from the druids, but probably not much in terms of items. If we defeat the druid leader, we'll probably get something sweet from the evil lady, but definitely not any help from them. Oh, well, we need transportation more than anything right now, so we should probably kill this woman, yes? Yeah, there we go, Van said excitedly. Let's buff up before we take the job. Just drink any useful potions and prepare for a fight. Sang nodded and brought up her potions inventory. Character sheet. Name, Jane. Gender, female. Level, 6. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 300. Stamina, 110. Intellect, 11. Agility, 15. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities, Sneak, Map Mastery, +3. Indirect Shot, Trap Finding, Climbing, +5. Stealth, +8. Hunting, +2. Trap Mastery, +1. Spotting, +1. Items, Longbow, Longsword, Dragon Egg, Arrows of Flame Return, Potion of Healing ×3, Potion of Barriers, Potion of Soft Landing, Potion of Swift Aim, Potion of Sword Arm. Gold, 700 GP. She chose to drink the Potion of Barriers, the Potion of Swift Aim, and the Potion of Magic Resistance, all of them capable of helping her fight against a druid, whom she assumed would be some kind of powerful spellcaster. As the potions rushed through her body, she felt very prepared for a fight. This was going to be a tough one, and she knew it. But still, if Van thought it would be a good idea to fight this woman, then so be it. The problem wasn't that she was a spellcaster, but rather that she had a higher level. Levels were kind of different in this game, she knew. Other games, she had heard, used levels as a way to keep players from ever being able to fight against certain classes of power. But in this game, there were always automatic ways to defeat an enemy. If an arrow struck a vital area, it could deal damage as normal, regardless of the level of the character it struck. Certain weapons or types of attacks would always do damage, and it was possible to kill a high-level character without being at the appropriate level. While this druid was only a few levels higher than them, there was enough of a difference for it to be a little harder than she would have liked. Thanks to the potions and Van's buffs, however, she hoped it would be an easier fight. The dialogue box still hovered in front of her, and Sang took a deep breath before selecting the first option, bringing on the woman's evil laughter yet again. You fools! You are just as naive and idiotic as those druids out there! You will pay the ultimate price for your decision. You shall die! She shrieked as her hands created a powerful purple sphere of energy around her. Now, Sang! Van shouted as he dove for cover, avoiding the blasts of energy that were firing out of the woman's hands. The streaks of energy were each bright purple and seemed to follow him as he moved. Sang fired an arrow at the woman, cheering as she saw the words 150 damage hovering above the vile druidess's head. A burst of purple energy crashed into Sang from behind, however, taking her down by 50 points of health. Ah! Sang cried out as the energy seemed to sting her in the back. She felt her energy getting siphoned away and saw that her stamina was rapidly dropping down as well. I've got you, Van said, throwing a few darts at the evil woman. The darts harmlessly bounced off the woman's bearskin armor, though. Get her? Van said, pointing at Sang. The druid ignored his banter and blasted him right in the face, chucking him into the wall. Ugh! He wheezed as Sang watched his health drop down to only 5 points. Van! Sang yelled out as she leapt in front of him, cutting off Lady Sora from her advance. She fired another arrow, but this time the word mist floated above the woman's head as the arrow flew into the wall. Another blast of energy crashed into her, but luckily her magic resistance potion blocked the majority of the damage. The words, resist, 5 damage, appeared, causing her health to only drop down to 295 points. She grinned and fired her bow again, this time hitting the druid. 150 damage, said the display again, taking Lady Sora's health down to only 300 points. Oh, I think I'm dying, Van moaned as he slumped over. I think that cracked my rib cage. She cracked my ribs. Don't die yet, Van, Sang called out as she dodged out of the way of another blast of purple energy. She's almost dead. Sang snapped off another arrow, and this time the word critical burst above the arrow as it sailed right into the neck of the druid. She screamed out in pain and fell to the ground, clutching her neck in agony. Yes! Sang said as she threw a health potion to Van. He caught it and immediately quaffed it, bringing his health back up to normal. We did it, Van said as he slowly stood to his feet. You killed her while I distracted her from getting any more damage on you. Oh, sure, you definitely helped with those darts, Sang teased. Hey, I took plenty of damage that would have gone to you instead, he replied. As the two laughed at one another and drank their healing potions, the druidess on the ground slowly began to laugh. You fools, she wheezed as she started to die. If I must die, then I will be sure to kill every last one of those druids. You might have stopped me, but you will not be able to stop the hordes of trolls that I command. My final act, in defiance of peace, is violence. Aw, crap, Sang said as she heard screeching howls of horror echo throughout the tunnels. It sounded as if all of the trolls had been awoken at once, and they were all scampering frantically. We need to get to the tunnels, and quick, Van said. We've got to kill them before they reach topside. Van and Sang quickly made a dash for the tunnels, but as they moved, the vines seemed to animate in front of them, weaving themselves together firmly and barricading both Sang and Van inside of the well room. Ah, crap, Sang said as she pulled out her short sword and began to cut frantically at the vines. They were rapidly regrowing each time they were sliced in half, though. This isn't working, Van said as he used his new spell to try and set a vine on fire, but it seemed as if the fire would only burn for a moment and then fade away. "We're trapped!" Sang yelled as more vines wrapped around the entrance, creating even more barriers against their entry. "Oh man, and I don't see another way out," Van said as a timer suddenly appeared in the central room. It read 30 minutes. "Great, just great, a timer," Van grumbled. "That's how long we have until the trolls kill all of the druids and we lose the quest." "Man, we should have just helped that evil druid out instead. Probably would have been easier," Sang grumbled as she began to look around. "Wait, didn't that evil lady travel through the well? Can't we do that?" "How?" Van asked as he scrambled back to the well and looked into it. He dipped a finger into the water and pulled it back. "I don't know. You're the bard. Use some kind of song or something," Sang replied as she looked at the portal. "Check the crazy lady's corpse. Maybe she had some kind of magical item on her that controlled it," Van instructed. "I'll use my bardic knowledge to see if I can figure something out." Sang rushed over to the woman's corpse and opened up the item interface. There wasn't much on her, just a few pieces of gold, a bearskin hood, and a sealed scroll. "Do you think a scroll might help?" she asked. "Yeah, hand it here and I'll read it," Van said as he took the scroll from her, broke the seal, and unrolled it. He paused for a moment to study it. "All right, it's some kind of spell ritual, but the good news is that I have a skill in using spell scrolls. Give me a quick second and I'll figure out what to do." He scanned the document and began to mumble a few words to himself. Sang glanced up and saw that the clock had dropped down to 25 minutes. She nervously stood by, waiting for Van to finish translating the document. "What's taking so long?" she asked. "Hey, reading ancient magical languages isn't easy. Get off my back," Van replied as he sat down on the edge of the well and mumbled some more. "Hurry!" "All right, if you rush me, I'm going to turn this quest around and go home," Van said. Sang grimaced and sat next to him, watching the clock drop down. They sat for a few more moments in silence as Van continued reading. "Wait, this isn't a ritual, it's a shopping list," Van said. "What?" Sang gasped. "I'm kidding," he said, grinning. "Stand back, I gotta cast the spell," Van said as he stood up and held the scroll up in front of himself. He cleared his throat for a moment and then spoke. "Well to well and water below, where will any of us go? With a spell and with grace, take us to another place." The waters began to contort and bubble at this point, creating a swirling portal. "Well, I hope it worked," Van said as he dove into the portal without warning Sang. "Hey, wait for me!" she said as she leapt in after him. She felt a warmth wash over her as she flew through some kind of strange dimension, and though she didn't particularly understand where they were, in the blink of an eye, they were suddenly standing topside again. She shook her head and looked around, realizing that there were no trolls in sight. "Look out!" Sang cried to the druids in the next second. "Run and hide! Trolls are coming!" "Please, you must defend us," said the leader druid NPC. "We cannot defend ourselves, for we have taken vows of non-violence." "Here they come," Van said, pointing to the hole that they had been crawling around inside for quite some time. "Get ready!" There was a horrible shrieking noise as the trolls began to crawl out from the hole, screaming and roaring at the tops of their lungs. The blue monsters scrambled their way out of the tunnel and began to frantically hiss and charge at the druids. "Quick!" Sang shouted as she began firing arrows at the trolls. They died quickly enough, but there were nearly 30 of them still coming out from the hole. I'll use my flute to try and tame a bunch of them," Van shouted as he pulled it out, and then he began to play. Sang shook her head, feeling the beads of sweat pour down her face as the trolls scrambled towards them. She snapped off a few arrows at the big one charging at her, but the arrows said null damage. She didn't know why that would be the case, but she pulled up the stats of the big one. Troll Boss. Level 11. Health 200. Attack Vicious Bite plus 50 damage. Immune Fire. Immune Piercing damage. Weakness Insufficient knowledge. Ability Rally. As long as other trolls are nearby, the troll boss is able to spur them on to coordinate and attack. "Van!" Sang screamed as she dodged the massive troll's jaws, rolling past him and shooting a few arrows into a troll that had been about to grapple a druid. "What kills a troll boss?" "Troll boss? Magic. Or some kind of blunt weapon, like a club. Gotta crush their brains with brute force." "Isn't that a zombie?" Sang asked. "I'm pretty sure you have to kill a zombie's brain." "Most creatures, if you kill their brain, it kills them, so just bash it with something," Van said, but then he picked up his flute and began to play again, causing 8 of the trolls to stop what they'd been doing and stare at him blankly, the word stunned appearing over their heads. Sang checked her inventory and found a grand total of 0 blunt weapons. She had a sword, an arrow, and a dagger, but nothing blunt. She glanced around looking for some kind of powerful weapon, but there was nothing within reach. "Van, a little help with this big guy?" she called out as she rolled out of the way of the boss troll's massive arms. She was fast and agile enough to keep leaping from his grasp and shoot other trolls, but there were still dozens of them pouring into the jungle from the hole. "Aw, man, what can I do? Don't you have anything useful?" Van asked. "If I did, I wouldn't be asking for help, would I?" she demanded as she narrowly avoided his attack again. Her stamina bar was decreasing to the point where it was almost completely gone. Each time she had to dodge or jump out of the way was going to cost her valuable stamina at this point. She felt herself slowing down, and she knew that the next time the troll tried to grab her, it would probably succeed. "Okay, I've got an idea," Van said as he grabbed a stone and threw it to Sang. She instinctively caught it in her hand. "What now?" she asked, expecting some kind of brilliant plan from him. "Kill it with a rock," Van said. "That's Ah!" she screamed as the troll leapt on her and pinned her to the ground with one arm. It brought its ugly, snarling face close to hers and hissed loudly at her. Her right arm was free enough for her to bring the rock up to the creature's head, though, and with one swift move, she smashed it right in the eye. 10 damage, said the display as Sang nailed him square in the face over and over again. It howled and leapt off of her, holding its eye and staggering around. The nearby trolls all stopped moving at the same time and watched their boss, waiting for his instructions. He was hissing and howling, though, stunned by the violent attack that Sang had surprised him with. "Hurry!" Van yelled as he grabbed his bagpipes and began to play the Warrior's Dance song, filling Sang with a powerful boost to her strength and accuracy. She rushed forward, her stone still in hand, and smacked the troll right in the face with it. This caused the troll boss to shriek in pain again, and it fell backwards. The word critical hovered right over Sang's rock. She couldn't believe that this was actually working, that beating a troll in the face with a rock was a viable strategy. But it was functioning perfectly. The trolls were now in a state of chaos, a few even attacking each other while some were running in opposite directions, and Van was throwing his darts into the rest, picking them off one at a time. "Ha ha!" Van said. "We're doing it! You hurt the boss, they lose control over their own ranks." Sang smiled as she watched the troll boss run backward toward its cave. It dove straight into the tunnel and vanished from sight. And the rest of the trolls were pretty easy to mop up without a leader after that. They had lost all cohesion, and in a matter of minutes, they had all either fled or gotten killed. "Nice work, Sang," Van said. "Normally, when I don't have a relevant weapon, I just get killed instantly." "Well, that's the difference between you and I," Sang said. "I'm actually good at this game." Van laughed and clapped her on the shoulder. "All right. Well, it looks like we finished this quest up. That means we should talk to the lead druid and then get the hell out of here." "Yeah, perfect," Sang said. She expected that, now combat was over, the druids would be coming back. But she didn't see any of them around. "Where are they?" Van glanced around. "Dunno. Give them a minute. They probably need to repopulate from the server or something," Van said as he sat down by a rock. "Something's wrong," Sang said. "Normally we get some kind of experience after combat's over, if just a little bit. But I didn't get anything." "Well, maybe we should check the area? A troll might have gotten stuck on something and still be nearby," Van said as he glanced around, poking his head behind a few bushes and trees. No, something's... Wait, what was the original quest's purpose? I don't know, kill some stuff? Wasn't it to kill the Troll Lord? Sang asked. Oh yeah, I think it was. I just assumed that the Troll Lord didn't exist, Van said. Sang glanced at her quest log and saw the following objectives. Investigate tunnels, find Troll Lair, defeat evil Druidess, save Druids, kill Troll Lord. She grimaced when she realized that the kill Troll Lord part was still active. The ground began to shake violently then, and she felt herself losing her footing a little as she stumbled forward. Wow, I completely forgot about the Troll Lord, Van said as the tunnel emitted a deep bellowing sound. A massive blue hand came out from the hole and crashed into the ground. Another hand came out behind it, landing on the tunnel's other side, and then the appendages hoisted the enormous Troll Lord out of the ground, causing the dirt to erupt as its body emerged. It stood nearly 10 feet high and stared down at them, its eyes full of hatred and rage. How was something that big underground? Sang asked. It was sleeping. Troll Lords usually just sleep until something wakes them up, Van said. And probably killing all of its children woke it up. And if I'm not mistaken, you, not I, were the one who killed most of them, so... He trailed off as he looked at her with big eyes. Sang slapped him in the arm and ran for cover as the massive creature howled and hissed, slashing its massive claws at her. She barely avoided its attack as she rolled out of the way. She glanced back and took a look at its stats. Troll Lord. Health, 1,000. Strength, 28. Claw attack, 35 damage per hand. Acid spit, 50 damage, plus 10 damage over time. None of those stats looked appealing, and especially considering the fact that Van wasn't particularly adept at actual fighting. The Troll Lord roared angrily as it swung its hands at Van, throwing him back against a tree. Oof! That hurts! Van cried out as he scrambled to stand back up. Distract it! Sang called out as she fired a few arrows at the massive, lumbering blue monster. The arrows ignited in midair, and the words 100 damage floated above the monster's head for a moment. It was down to 900 hit points now, but it would take more than just a few arrows to fell the creature. The words +5 in green appeared over the creature then. She watched as his health rose from 900 to 950. He's regenerating! Van cried out as he scrambled underneath the Troll Lord's legs. You've got to deal damage that blocks regen. What type of damage does that? Sang demanded as she fired another arrow at the creature. This arrow missed, but immediately vanished and reappeared in her quiver. At least she still had their magic on her side. You've got to aim for vitals. See the big glowing sections on its body? Van asked as a claw crashed into his face, knocking him to the ground. Sang looked back at the Troll King and saw that it did indeed have yellow glowing areas on its chest, legs, and neck. Shoot those! Why are those areas glowing? Sang asked, even as she complied, firing her arrows at the brightly glowing weak spots. It's how bosses work, Van replied as the arrows crashed into the side of the Troll Lord, causing him to howl and scream. The words critical, 150 damage, appeared then, and, unlike the last amount of damage, this wasn't regenerating. Perfect! Sang cheered as she drew her bow back again. The Troll Lord promptly forgot about Van and turned to look at Sang with more focus. With a deep, angry hissing, he spat out a stream of green liquid. She tried to dodge, but couldn't because the liquid was seemingly everywhere. She felt the hot burning splash of acid on her skin. Ah! She cried out in sheer pain as she felt it begin to burn, her health dropping down by 50 points. The good news was that Van's anti-damage over time buffer was still active, meaning that the acid wouldn't do any more damage to her. Still, it sucked to feel so much pain in an instant. In fact, Sang realized that she would have preferred to be cut or stabbed rather than experience the acid again. Sang, shoot my lantern! Van shouted as he threw his lantern right at the creature. It bounced off of the monster, and Sang waited a split second more so that she could aim properly, and then she shot the lantern right out of the sky. The lantern shattered immediately, causing oil to burst everywhere, soaking part of the troll. "Ha ha! Brilliant!" Van screamed out as he grabbed a rock and whispered a spell into it, causing the stone to erupt into flames. "Watch this!" he called, and with that he threw the rock as hard as he could, right into the gasoline-soaked stomach of the troll. The flaming stone immediately ignited the lantern oil, and the words, 10 damage, 10 damage, 10 damage, began to appear over the troll's head. "Nice shot!" Sang yelled as she fired a few more arrows at the troll's legs. It seemed that each time she damaged a leg, it would slow down even more. This meant that it wouldn't be able to rush up as close to them and use its claw attacks on them. The creature was now snarling and howling as its health rapidly dropped from 800 down to 300. "We're killing it!" Van called out as he grabbed his bagpipes and began to play the song of fire, fury, and thunder. And the music, while still wretched, inspired Sang to aim at the troll's neck. She snapped off a quick shot, hitting it square in the glowing center of its neck. The word critical appeared again, and Sang grinned as she watched its health drop down to only 150 points. The troll lord hissed and shrieked at them both, spitting more acid, but Sang was able to dodge it. She realized that rolling forward would only get her hit, but that if she rolled backwards, she was able to avoid the splash. The creature stepped forward and made a wild dive tackle for Sang, but she fired another well-timed arrow right into the creature's throat, causing it to shriek in agony before it fell to the ground, finally dead. "Oh, man, did we actually kill that thing?" Van asked as he cautiously approached the corpse. "I think we did," Sang said, laughing a little. "Man, that was insane. I can't believe we pulled it off. Van, that lantern idea was genius." "Well, yeah, but you were the one who had to shatter it for me. That was some good teamwork. Damage over time counters regen, so with it on fire and you shooting the vulnerable areas, we were able to make short work of the damn thing." They both looked at the corpse, causing Sang to grin. She couldn't believe they had actually survived that encounter. And now, few druids were starting to return to the area, including the lead druid who had given them the quest. "Noble heroes," said the druid as she approached them. "You have both worked so diligently to not only rid our village of these dreaded trolls, but you have also stopped the evil advances of our wicked sister Sora. You are truly the champions of this jungle, and we must thank you for rescuing us from such peril. Now then, you must be rewarded. I give to you both this token of my appreciation, a transportation twig. All you must do is snap it in half, and then you shall be taken straight to the edge of anywhere of the jungle that you wish." "Perfect," Sang said as she took the twig in her hand. She had grown very tired of being in the dense, dark jungle and was looking forward to the fresh air of the open country. As she held the stick in her hand, the words, "Quest completed," appeared before her, summarizing her adventure. Stone Troll's Tunnels Quest Summary. Defeated Troll Lord, 6,000 experience points. Druids killed, 0, 400 experience points. Trolls killed, 22, 1,000 experience points. Good triumphs over evil, times 1.5 experience bonus. Total experience, 11,000 experience. Much to her excitement, this was another ticket to leveling up. She eagerly pulled up the screen, excited to see what new powers and abilities she would be able to unlock. It seemed that with each passing day, she was getting more and more into the game. Character sheet. Name, Jane. Gender, female. Level, 8. Class, Ranger. Race, human. Unspent points, 0. Health, 400. Stamina, 170. Intellect, 11. Agility, 16. Constitution, 13. Strength, 14. Charisma, 10. Class abilities: Sneak, Map Mastery +3, Indirect Shot, Trap Finding, Climbing +5, Stealth +8, Hunting +2, Trap Mastery +3, Spotting +3. Items: longbow, longsword, dragon egg, arrows of flame return, potion of healing ×3, potion of soft falling, bear trap, gold, 200 GP. "All right, I'm all leveled up," said Van as he walked up alongside Sang. "You ready to get out of this place for good?" "Never more ready," she replied once she'd finished optimizing her character some more. She glanced at the twig in her hand. "And I just need to snap it?" she asked. "Yeah, go for it," Van said as he snapped his own. As Sang snapped the twig in half, a map appeared in front of her. It was a map of the entire jungle, and the entire border was glowing red. The words, "Where would you like to fast travel?" appeared before her. She looked at the northwest side of the map to see the kingdom of Virata's borders. She reached her hand out and touched the edge of the map. The words, "Fast travel engaged," appeared over her as the wind behind the both of them began to pick up fiercely. It blew fiercely, and Sang felt herself losing her footing. "What's happening?" Sang screamed as the fierce winds picked her up in a kind of whirlwind. "We're fast traveling," Van replied as they were both taken fully up by the winds. Sang bounced up and down, unable to control herself as the winds pushed them through the trees and over the dense jungle. She could feel the rush of fresh air as they floated high in the sky. It was crazy, but she could see just about everything around her, and as the wind blew, she felt it pushing her forward. Van was flapping his arms like a bird, joking about learning to fly as the winds pushed them. "I can't believe we're flying," Sang said, completely shocked at the sensation. This was a lot different from flying on the back of a dragon. While the dragon had been stable, smooth, and controlled, flying on a whirlwind was hectic, chaotic, and crazy. At many points, she even felt as if she were falling, and sometimes she'd drop suddenly, but only to be lifted back up by another wind. All in all, though, it was a fantastic experience. She couldn't believe the view as the wind rushed them both quickly over the jungle, moving them at speeds faster than even the dragon had flown. As they flew together, Sang could see a massive set of spires and castle tops in the distance. They reached the jungle's edge, and the whirlwind gently landed them on open ground. Before them was a road with a fork that pointed toward the city. It read, Virata, 1.2 miles. "Whew," Sang said as she looked back at the jungle opening behind them. "I can't believe we made it. We survived that whole stupid jungle." "Yeah, that was crazy," Van replied as he knelt down to tie his boots back up. "So, next stop the Cave of Visions, right?" Sang asked. Van nodded. "Sleep time's coming up. After we take a break, we'll go there." Chapter 19. Van could barely hear Sang's words over the mass of humanity that filled the streets of the kingdom. Virata was a large, beautiful city full of people, elves, and treasure. It was the hub of most of the game's urban adventures, and as Van struggled to avoid getting run over by an excited crowd, he wondered what was going on at this moment. They had reached Virata without any more incidents, but judging from the sheer amount of people who were around, something big was going down in the area. It couldn't possibly be an event, though, as there would have been some kind of a big message to greet players as they entered into the area, and he'd seen nothing of the sort. The sights were gorgeous, though. The spiraling towers glistened in the sunlight, and the jewels that adorned the towers sparkled in brilliant blues, greens, and reds as the sun continued to move higher into the sky. The city was huge, as it had an NPC population of nearly 20,000, and there were over 2,000 player-owned shops, taverns, and homes. It was the biggest urban location in Dragon Kings of the New World. Van didn't particularly care for the city, however, primarily because there weren't that many good, old-fashioned, violent adventures. There was a lot of intrigue, which was less his style, political quests, and interaction-based quests. The city also had the highest concentration of pro gamers, mainly because politics needed more than an AI in order to be interesting. "What is all of this nonsense?" Sang asked as she pushed her way through the masses to get to Van. They had been separated by a wave of people pushing through. Again. No idea, Van said. He grabbed one of the players, a tall mage with blonde hair and a droopy blue hat. Yo, hey, what's all this racket about? Van asked the mage. She giggled and pointed toward the northeast. The Cave of Visions has been nuts lately. Players are saying it's some kind of hidden event, like a secret introduction to the new expansion. They closed the cave down with some kind of barrier, but everyone's rushing to score the entire area anyway and find an entrance. Rumor has it that whoever gets in first is going to unlock a special title, the mage said as she pulled loose from Van's grasp. I'm going to be the first to find it, she laughed before running back into the crowd. Well, crap, Van said as he looked at the sheer number of people in the midst of the streets. With this much of a player load, there would be zero chance of doing any kind of investigation in secret. This isn't good, Sang said. We're going to have to plan to go in during sleep time. No one will be around. We also won't be around, remember? We'll have been kicked out, Van said. Did you forget what I do for a living? Sang asked. We'll be in there in no time. Just need to wait for everyone else to go to sleep, and then we can scour those caves without a problem. Van grimaced. He didn't particularly like the idea of going into the game during sleep time. First off, there was a danger that they'd get caught and then banned from the game, jeopardizing the entire mission. The second danger was if Draco somehow figured out that Van was actually Sivlander playing another character. Then they would ban Sivlander's account as well. You look worried, Sang said. Don't be. I haven't been caught yet, and I do it every few days or so, just to check for glitches at night. All right, fine, Van said, sighing heavily as he felt the throngs of people begin to push him backwards due to their sheer mass. A fight had begun to break out between a few players, and they were all busy punching each other in an impromptu melee. Okay, we log out, wait for sleep time, and log back in, Van said as he narrowly dodged a player's dead corpse as it was thrown right at his head. It seemed the city guard had arrived and was trying to put down what was turning into a full-scale riot. Perfect, Sang said with a grin as she pulled up her menu. You are going to love the peace and quiet. Everything was silent. Van shivered a little as they walked down the empty roads of Verada. He could see that things were somewhat off. There was a dwarf walking in the street, yet half of his head was floating a few inches above the rest of him. NPCs were glitching back and forth, blinking in and out of existence. Even the sky itself seemed to be a strange and hazy combination of barcodes, stars, and error messages. Being in the game during sleep time was too strange for him. There wasn't even any kind of background noise, and his own interface barely did anything other than tell him the time. Follow me, Sang said as she continued walking through the streets of the empty city. The cave isn't too far away, which is why people have been flocking to it. From what I can tell, it's actually located in the Royal Park. The Royal Park? Van repeated, shaking his head. That's less than ideal. Why? Well, the park is located in the epicenter of the town, and it tends to be visited by dragons. So? Sang scoffed. The game is closed right now, so we'll be fine. No dragons, no players, just us and the cave. Van nodded. His heart rate was a little higher lately, making him more jumpy. He wasn't sure why, but he felt so nervous about being inside during sleep time. He had never broken a game system's rules before. He wasn't that kind of a guy, and while it was part of a somewhat noble cause, it still felt a little sketchy to him. They walked through the still and silent town until they reached the center of the city. There was the big lush park known as the Royal Park, temporary home to many a visiting dragon dignitary or ambassador. Much to Van's amusement, he realized that there were no smells, nor was there any feeling of temperature. The game had to reduce all haptic feedback systems during the downtime. It made sense, after all. Why use the processing power if no one was around to enjoy it? There, Sang said, pointing to a massive cave. The flickering and spastic words, Cave of Visions, were hovering above it. There was a large stone blocking its entrance, however. "We're going to have to figure out a way in there," Van said as he followed Sang cautiously into the park. There were no dragons to be found, which was a good thing. It would have been a terrible situation if a dragon were to show up. It would either report them or devour them. And if a player ever died in sleep time, the character they were using would be deleted, since there was no legal reason for being inside during sleep time. That meant they would have to restart the game all the way from the very beginning, and that would be torture at this point. "Don't worry about it," Sang said as she reached her hands out and waved them around for a moment. "What are you doing?" Van asked. "Cheating," she replied. Her skin suddenly took on a translucent tone. She walked toward the boulder and simply moved right through it, disappearing from sight. "Hey, where'd you go?" Van called out as he walked up to the stone. He put his hand on it, but felt his fingers go right through. He looked down at his body then and saw that he was also translucent. "Oh, no clip. I get it," he mumbled as he floated through the big stone. Van emerged from the other side of the stone and gasped at what he saw. The cave was sizable, and there were thousands of bright crystals sticking out of the walls. They were all differently colored and shined in brilliant hues that gave him pause. He stared intently as the lights danced against the cavern walls. One crystal, about 8 feet tall, was in the center. "This is incredible," he whispered as he watched, nearly hypnotized by the display. He could feel a moist, damp air within the cave and realized that the haptic systems were still functioning at full levels here. "It is beautiful," Sang said as she pushed at Van's shoulder, distracting him from the gloriously brilliant display. "But we're not here to look at little green crystals. We're here to find little green men, remember?" "Oh, right, I forgot. Sorry, Scully," Van replied. "Why do I have to be Scully? Mulder was the real star," Sang replied as she poked around, investigating the area. "I mean, Scully literally saw evidence of the supernatural and the strange every single week, and she was still too dumb to figure it out." "Wow, so you do watch TV," Van excitedly cried. "Yeah, well, how do you think I decided to join the CIA? Originally, I wanted to be in the FBI, but Sang's words were cut off mid-sentence as one of the crystals began to shift and move. They both stopped and stared as the large crystal in the center of the room started to warp and contort. It was the same strange kind of shifting that had happened with the boulder back near the sheriff's castle. Next, the crystal began to flicker rapidly. "Someone break the light switch on that thing?" Van asked as the brightness of the illumination overpowered him for a second. It was randomly blinking dozens upon dozens of times. He put a hand up to shield himself from the overwhelming flickering. This central crystal seemed to be so bright that it was overpowering all of the other crystals. "Interesting pattern," Sang said. I think it's... No, that's not right." "What?" Sang glanced at Van and then back at the rapidly blinking crystal. "Well, judging from the patterns, it's Morse code. There's space between some of the blinks, meaning that those are patterns. Definitely Morse code." "Can you read it?" Van asked. "Yeah, just give me a minute," Sang said as she stared intensely at the blinking lights. "E-A-R-T-H, she said aloud as she read it. D-A-N-G-E-R... Of course it would say that, Van muttered under his breath. Sang continued watching the lights, reading, and then shook her head. "It's just repeating those words over and over again." Van shrugged. "Well, it's weird, yeah, but probably just an Easter egg, not a glitch. I mean, if this was alien contact, wouldn't they have some other way of communicating?" "I have no idea," Sang said. "But let me try something." She walked over to the crystal and began to tap on it rapidly. "What are you saying?" "Tell them we have nukes," Van joked, leaning back against the cave wall. It was starting to become apparent that this was probably just part of the next expansion and had nothing to do with aliens. It wasn't like he'd fully believed in the possibility anyway, but he was open to the idea. "I'm just spelling out hello," Let's see if it works, she muttered. There was a brief moment when all of the lights in the cave went out at once, all of the crystals quitting their glowing, but then all of them began blinking rapidly in the exact same pattern as the big crystal in the middle. Van could also hear that strange shifting noise that he had heard when he'd first seen the glitch a few days ago. They're spelling out D-R-A-C-O, Sang said. Wait, there's a question mark. They don't know who we are. Tell them we're friendly and that we can help them phone home, Van said, chuckling a little to himself to fight off his nerves. This was as terrifying as it was interesting. Friends, Sang mumbled as she tapped on the crystal. It began to light up rapidly again. She spelled out the meaning again as she read K-I-L-L. Wait, that can't be right. Great, we got the murderous aliens, not the cancer-healing kind, Van said, gripping the darts at his side. He felt really nervous now. It was almost like being in a horror movie. They had just made contact with something, and now it was only a matter of time before that something showed up, angry and violent. No, friends, Sang said, tapping on the crystal again. There was a long delay this time, and then the lights began to flash, now seeming a little more frantic. Draco? Kill, Sang said. What? It's trying to tell us that Draco kills, Van said, which leads me to believe this is probably some kind of stupid Easter egg. It's probably some kind of joke. There's that old trope, you die in the game, you die in the real world, and this is probably some kind of trick to scare players or something. Sang's face grew dark as she watched more lights flicker. Her eyes darted left and right as if she were getting a large amount of information at once. What's it saying? Van asked. Shh! Sang shushed him as she stared at the flickering patterns of light. She shook her head a few times. Something's not right. Come on, don't hold back on me, Mulder, Van said. He could tell that Sang's face was growing more concerned as she read the message, and he wanted to know what was going on. They're watching us, Van, she said quietly as she turned to look at him. There was a strange mixture of fear and excitement on her face. They've been watching us specifically for all this time. They have a message. We have to bring it back to the CIA. What's the message? Van asked. It's encoded. They worried about letting Draco know. Wait, so these aliens or whatever don't like Draco? Why would they be trying to talk through this game then? I'm not sure, Sang said as she looked at the rapidly blinking lights again. But it seems that Draco isn't what it seems. They're saying a lot more than just a few letters, but some of them don't make sense. I don't think these aliens know our language very well. Look, rapidly blinking lights doesn't mean that these things are aliens, Van said. It just means it could be some clever programming having a bit of fun with a secret. No, Sang said, a few tears showing on her face. She continued to stare at the lights, which themselves continued to blink so quickly. They're real. They're real. I can hear them. In my head. Wait, what? Van asked, taking a step back from Sang. He had heard that sometimes madness could be a byproduct of using haptic pods too much, but he had always thought that that was just a rumor. This pattern, it's like... I can read the code, but I get this feeling in my head, like a voice that isn't mine. It's not making a lot of sense, but it's speaking, Sang said. I feel it, Van. I feel it. She staggered backwards a half step. Are you okay? Van asked. I don't feel... Sang broke off, collapsing on the floor in a heap. Sang? Sang! Van said as he rushed up to her unconscious body. There was no health bar above her, nor any kind of health indications at all around her. And the lights of the crystals had all stopped flickering immediately, leaving Van in total darkness. What's going on? Van asked himself as he pulled out his lantern and activated it. The light shone around him, illuminating the cave enough for him to see that Sang was suddenly gone. Had she logged out? He hoped that she had. Van glanced around the dark room and pondered what he should do. Aliens might or might not exist, and Sang might or might not be nuts, but he was definitely going to get in trouble if he was caught screwing around in the game during sleep time. As he pulled up his logout bar, a sudden explosion threw him to the ground. The wall that he had been close to had completely collapsed, and standing in the newly formed hole was a man wearing full plate armor and holding a flaming longsword. "Hacker!" said a voice that seemed awfully familiar to Van. "I have come so that I may exact vengeance on you for your crimes of infiltrating this game during the sacred hours of rest." Van slowly stood up and held his lantern higher. He could see that it was actually one of his old friends, Trefor. He shuddered once he remembered that the last time he'd seen Trefor, the paladin had just leveled up to level 79. This was going to be a quick fight. "Do you have anything to say to defend yourself?" Trefor asked. Yeah, I'm here because... Crap. Damn it. Trefor, it's me, Van. Don't stab me, bro," Van said in a rush. He'd panicked and blown his own cover. Great. "Van? Really? I thought you were in the hospital. Also, why aren't you on Civlander? And why are you here in sleep time? I got out of the hospital because I couldn't pay for it. I'm not Civlander because I was hired to escort some snot-nosed brat, and she insisted on making new characters. And, she demanded we investigate this area during sleep time, and I'm already way behind on my rent, so I figured, what's the harm?" Van offered. He knew the best way to lie was to mix some truth in. He hoped it was enough to keep the real reason concealed. "I see," Trefor said as he sheathed his sword. "Players have been crawling all over this stupid place. I'm killing at least 10 to 15 players during sleep time a week, it seems like. I blame the developers for not just removing this area until it's patched." "Yeah, definitely," Van said as he glanced at his logout status. For some strange reason, it appeared to be grayed out. There was no way for him to leave the game. "Well, come on, bozo, let's get out of here. You're lucky I've been assigned to this area. Any other pro player, and you'd be skewered immediately." "Yeah, and hey, thanks," Van said as he followed after his friend. Trefor was a pro player, meaning that he'd be reporting to Draco. As long as Van kept his cool, however, he wouldn't blow his cover. They couldn't know that the CIA was busy poking around. That would compromise the entire mission. Van checked his message log, hoping to see there was some kind of activity from Sang, but there was nothing. He really hoped that she was okay. "Well, I mean, we're friends, right? No reason to get all stabby on you," Trefor said as they walked out of the cave. "Say, you didn't see anything strange in there, did ya? Lights were all flickering, but that was about it. No expansion details, if that's what you mean," Van said, feeling his heart rate go up a little bit. Right, Trefor said as he stopped walking. They were still in the lush green park, and it was still sleep time, meaning that everything was quiet. There was tension in the silence this time, though, as Van had no idea what to do next. He kept checking his logout option, but it was grayed, meaning that he didn't have the ability to leave the game at the moment. That was odd. Maybe it was because, since Sang hacked them in, he needed her to get out? "Let me be honest with you, Van," Trefor said as he turned to face his friend. Van swallowed hard as he saw Trefor's hand casually touch the side of his sword. "I've been following stories about a bard and a ranger running around for quite some time now. Draco's had their ears on this one, and they've noticed there's some sort of pattern. The quest lines are barely completed, and you're right, jumping from area to area, sometimes trying to go into areas that require a much higher level. Things are, let me put it delicately, suspicious on our end. Now, you of all people, I can trust. If there's anything shady going on, it's going to be the woman you've been escorting's fault, not yours. In fact, I should probably tell you something. Before you were hospitalized, Draco had decided to select you for sponsorship. They wanted to make you a professional player. But you vanished, and when a Draco recruiter came looking for you, They were forced to go with their second choice. Me. What? Van demanded. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. It's true. It's true. Now look, I've proven myself pretty well to these guys, and they've given me plenty of power. I'm actually the active manager of this entire city. I have the power of police, the authority to deputize, and even hire people if I want to. Of course, anyone I hire has to be cleared by Draco, but the good news is that you're already in the clear, Trefor said. Van felt his heart rate increase again. He knew where this was going, and he didn't like it one bit. But there's a problem, Trefor continued. For you to be gallivanting around with some kind of troublemaker's not so great. The good news is, if you were to share everything that you knew with me, all of the details about who she is, her goals, her activities, well, then it just looks like you were my undercover man the whole time. Then you go from being an ugly-looking bard back to being Sivlander, but now as a pro gamer. What do you say? Sounds like everyone wins to me. Yeah. Yeah, it does, Van said hoarsely. He had no idea what to do next. This was extremely troublesome. On one hand, it wasn't a bad idea getting a job working for Draco, but on the other, he knew there was no way in hell he would ever betray his friend. He and Sang had grown close enough for him to legitimately care about her, and there was nothing that would change that. Also, it was probably treason to disclose the CIA's covert operations, and then he'd be dragged out into the back of the woods and shot. Probably by O'Hara. You seem conflicted, Trefor said, nodding understandingly. I get it. You're probably pals with her, probably been doing a lot of stuff together. Maybe you're even sweet on her, whatever. But you've got to ask yourself this question. Is your entire future worth risking for one girl? Because, man, I gotta tell you, every single day I wake up in my pod attended by my own personal assistant. I get out, walk around my new house, and I get to eat real food. No more of that gamer chow crap. I eat steak now. You know how good steak is when you can afford it every day? It's the best thing you'll ever eat. Van shrugged. He was really in trouble here, and he had no idea what to do. Yeah, of course, but look, Trefor, I'm gonna level with you. I'm not particularly in a place where I can snitch on her. I mean, if you're gonna have to kill me, fine, but the reality is, she's a good friend of mine, and I won't turn my back on her. I'd never do anything like that to you or the crew, and that means I morally can't betray her either. Trefor nodded after a moment's thought. Good man. Makes sense. Well, let's forget about it then. Water under the bridge? Great. I'm glad you understand, Van said. Of course. But still, I have to insist that you at least meet the boss man. He's the guy in charge of selecting everyone, and he'd love to meet you. Oh, I don't know if that's necessary, Van said. Man, I'll level with you, Trefor said. Draco knows there's a bard and a ranger sneaking around. They don't know you're that bard. So, I'll cut you a deal. We meet up with the boss, he evaluates you, and if he's good to go, and he hires you, you kick half of your signing bonus to me. Sound good? You win, I win, Draco wins, everyone's good to go. Van glanced at the massive sword hanging from Trefor's side, and then back at the paladin's face. He shrugged. He just needed to buy time until the logout option was back on, or until Sang contacted him. Sure. Okay, fine. I'll listen to the pitch. But there's no way I'm giving you half of that bonus. I'll throw you like a few thousand, minimum. Ha! We'll figure it out after you get the offer, Trefor said. Now come on, let's fly out there to meet him. Fly? Van repeated. Trefor sharply whistled, causing a massive yellow dragon to arrive on the scene. It landed with a heavy thump right before them. Check it out, Trefor said, pointing to the dragon. Her name is Kilsa. It's a pleasure to meet you, the dragon said. She moved her head up and down, inspecting Van. You seem nervous. Relax. I don't bite. Van cocked his head. That was a strange and very responsive piece of dialogue for an NPC. "Hop on," Trefor said as he saddled up on the dragon's back. "Plenty of room back here." "Great," Van said, climbing atop the dragon and holding on to the reins tightly. He felt a considerable amount of fear as the dragon began to take off, though. He knew that, on some level, this wasn't going to end well at all. Chapter 20. Sang opened one eye, but couldn't see much. There was the steady beeping of a machine next to her, though, and she realized that she was lying on her back in a hospital bed. Her vision slowly came back to her as she opened her eyes and blinked a few times. "There's our girl," Neil said as he leaned over and gently brushed her hair aside. "We were worried you were dead." "Dead?" Sang coughed out. Her mouth was incredibly dry. "Yeah, you went into some kind of intense shock while you were in the game. Started convulsing. Doc said your body wasn't handling something properly, so we yanked you out, but that didn't help. So, yeah, we just kind of threw you in the medical room, pumped you full of stimulants, and hoped it would work. Guess it did," Neil said as he sat down in the chair across from her. "Where's Van?" she whispered, her memory slowly coming back to her. "Moron's still stuck in the tube. We can't message him either. Won't respond, or can't. Not dead, though. No heart issues or anything. Just lying there like an idiot, oblivious. We can't pull him out either. The doctor said there's some kind of, brainwave interference or whatever. Like if we pull him out, there's some kind of feedback system that will cause him to go into shock also. Doc said that for some reason, the experimental biofeedback systems on the pods were activated, and Van's was a little too plugged in." "Too plugged in?" Sang said. "That's weird. I haven't heard of that." "Yeah, well, apparently you rip the cord out there, you kill him. O'Hara wanted to test that theory, but the doctor said no. Too bad. Might have been interesting to see the results." "The message!" Sang cried, sitting up as she remembered the intense sensations of information crashing into her mind. Numbers, symbols, and pictures all came flooding back to her. "I got a message." "What? What are you talking about?" Neil asked. "We lost all communication and monitoring with you two when you guys went into that cave. What happened?" "I contacted them, Neil. I contacted the aliens." "What? How?" Neil asked, suddenly standing up and calling into his radio. "O'Hara, get in here!" "I don't know. We went into that cave and there was some kind of a message. It was Morse code. I started interacting with it and then I started getting some kind of feedback in my haptic system, like a radio wave or something. I could hear a voice, but it wasn't human." "Oh, baby, this is the jackpot," Neil said. "O'Hara, get in here!" "Stop yelling, I'm here," O'Hara said as she walked in. "Sang found something, made contact." "It was a message, but it's encrypted. Get me a pen. Paper, I can write it down," Sang said. Neil scrambled to give her a notepad that he had been working out of earlier. She grabbed it and began to scribble out all of the information that she'd been given. There were symbols and codes that she didn't quite understand, but she knew they had been transmitted to her on purpose. The voice had been real. She knew it. It wasn't just part of the game. It had been real. After a few minutes of hastily drawing things out, Sang took a deep breath and sat back. "There, that's all of it," she said. "Let me see," O'Hara said as she snatched the paper out of Neil's hands. She read over it for a few minutes, her eyes darting back and forth. "Interesting. Some of these symbols, these patterns, definitely some kind of encryption. We're going to need an expert to poke around with it. Neil, can you call Fred?" "Fred's a nutcase," Neil groaned. "Can't we just call one of the guys from the agency?" "Oh yeah, that'll be easy to explain. Hey, Codecracker, do you mind quickly deciphering this alien language for us? Thanks," O'Hara said, shaking her head. "Fred might be a little out there, but he's good with this kind of stuff. Dude was a linguistics professor for 20 years before he had one little manic episode. Can't judge his work by one small incident." "Small incident?" "He burned down his own trailer and claimed that it was time to start anew and rise from the flames. That all language was nothing more than lies, and that he would invent the one language that was true, Neil protested. Yes, but the good news is that his wife and kids had already moved out 2 days before he did that, so no one was hurt. And besides, that language of his is fascinating stuff. Get on the horn, call him. Fine, whatever, Neil said. If he burns this place down, though, I'm blaming you. Duly noted, O'Hara said as she took Neil's seat and leaned in close to Sang. How you holding up? I feel okay. My head is killing me, but I'm fine otherwise, Sang said. She shifted a little in her bed. What about Van? Who cares? We got the message, we're closing up shop, O'Hara said. What? Sang gasped. Look, we were ordered to investigate for alien communication, and we found it. If this thing turns out to be real, then it's big news. Big enough to bring in an actual operation on this thing. Get real agents on the ground, more investigators, bigger budget. If it ain't real, well, we've spent enough money on this job, and it may be time to go ahead and call it a loss. The taxpayers aren't going to be happy, but other than that, no harm, no foul. Sang shrugged. It seemed a little anticlimactic to just stop right now. Well, I think I'm going to stick around on this mission if that's okay. O'Hara shook her head. I have no idea what happens next. We'll have to get this message decoded first. In the meantime, just hang out and get some sleep. You're probably suffering from some kind of trauma. The doctor doesn't particularly know what happened, so we're going to need a neurologist to check your head and make sure everything is okay. Sang sighed, the urge to fall asleep already overtaking her. It had been an intense experience, contacting whatever those aliens were, and it was somewhat of a relief that the mission was more or less on a break. As Sang began to close her eyes, though, a thought occurred to her. Why hadn't Van logged out? He'd been extremely nervous about being in sleep time to begin with and would have left the moment Sang had vanished, if he'd had the option. Something wasn't right, she realized. Sang waited for O'Hara to leave the room before she scrambled out of her bed. She was careful to remove the IV, and then she grabbed a terry cloth robe that had been hanging off the door to the medical room. She hastily put it on over her hospital gown. There was no time to find other clothes. She had to check on Van. She staggered toward the pod room. Inside the pod room was a small team of technicians. They were busy analyzing the pods. Sang could see a few of the technicians were measuring her own pod. Hey, what's going on? Sang demanded as she limped up to the tech team. We're taking this offline, the lead technician replied. He was a short man with Coke bottle glasses and a sneering face. Why? Sang asked. Agent Neil ordered it. Said we're putting a pin in the operation until further notice, the man said. His name badge noted that his name was Earl. Well, I'm not done with it, so you can't dismantle my pod, Sang said, curling up her fists. Hey, lady, look, we're not in charge here, but a job's a job, Earl said, nodding to the team. They hastily began to unplug some of the cords from the machine. Hey, Sang said, as she swiftly kicked Earl right in the stomach, causing the man to slump down and wheeze hard. I'm in charge right now, and I'm saying this thing isn't going to be dismantled until I give the okay. Understand? The 4 other technicians had all gasped at her assault, and now they looked on in horror as Earl writhed on the ground. Sang hadn't meant to kick him so hard, but there was a voice in the back of her head saying that something was wrong. And while she couldn't remember what was bothering her, she knew the aliens had warned her about something specific. She just couldn't remember what. The hell is going on? Neil asked as he stalked into the room, a burrito in his left hand and a magazine in his other. You ordered them to take the pod offline, Sang shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Neil. Yeah, 'cause we're done here. Job's over. We got the message thingy. We're gonna decode it and figure it out from there. We're packing up and getting out of here. Someone was spotted scouting this place out a few hours ago. We're thinking it was either the Russians or Draco. Either way, we gotta bail. What about Van? Sang asked as the injured technician was hastily pulled away by the rest of the team. They all then scattered out of the room, apparently hoping to avoid any kind of serious injury. What about him? We'll roll the pod out into the alleyway behind here, cover it with a tarp, and then when he wakes up, he's free. And he gets to keep the pod," Neil said. "So I don't know what's up with you, but you seem a little too frantic right now." "We accomplished our job. Why are you panicking so much?" "Van's in trouble," Sang insisted. "I know it. The conversation with whatever those things were, they told me something. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it, but I know there's something off here, something really wrong." "How is that our problem? It's a freaking video game. Van will be fine. The doc said that if the unit powers down on its own, after a few hours, it uses some kind of safety disengagement system. He'll be booted out of the game and it won't affect him at all," Neil explained, shaking his head as he walked over to the pod where Van was. "What? You think he's in some kind of real danger?" "How did those players die?" Sang asked. "Way back, the ones you first told me about. They died during sleep time. Draco must have done something to them." "Yeah, the sinister game company must have done something terrible," Neil replied as he unwrapped his burrito and began to eat it while looking at all of the buttons on the pod's interface. "Maybe they were tied to a train track by Draco, and when the train hit them, they died." "Are you seriously mocking me when you actively worked behind my back to trick me into a job where the primary goal was to find aliens?" Sang asked. "Look, I'm sure he'll be fine. There's no reason to worry about this guy. Even if he is in danger, it's not like he's worth saving," Neil said. "Let me back in. I need to go back in there and find Van before he gets hurt. If they disabled his log-out ability, I'm the only way for him to get back out. I can use a bypass to get us both out." Neil grimaced at her. "Look, I can appreciate the fact that you made a little friend. I really can. It's cute, almost heartwarming. But let's go over the facts here. A, you just went through a high level of shock. B, your physiological tests were indicating that extended exposure to a haptic pod was steadily growing more deadly. And C, Van is a big boy who can take care of himself. If you climb back into that pod, you could die. We were trying to be polite in telling you to take it easy, but the fact is, Agent Sang, your body isn't cut out for this kind of device. It's been impacting your health." "What do you mean?" "Look, the doc said that with the way your body interacts with the long periods of stasis and the haptic system, well, there's a sizable portion of the population that just can't physically handle this game on this level. Those who have more experience with video games have some kind of tolerance built up, but it's like giving moonshine to a kid who's never even had a beer. Problem is, it's been affecting your overall health. We had a timetable to work with, and lucky for us, you just managed to snag the key evidence right before we had to pull the plug on the job." "Why didn't anyone tell me?" Sang asked. "Because the stress of knowing that you could potentially be dying inside of that thing would have been too much for you," Neil explained. "The reality is that there was a very safe threshold for you, but you'd started to push it. You were close to the information, so we let you skirt the danger line, but when you went into shock, well, the higher-ups wanted this program put on pause, like, yesterday. No holding off. The mere fact that you woke up without any speech impediment and with functioning limbs was considered a miracle after that exit. And on top of that, you've got some kind of code. Great. But if you go back in there, who knows what's going to happen? You might die. We wanted you to think you were the hero and that we were ending the mission with a win, but the reality is that we have to halt until we can find someone to replace you." Sang had known something was up, and everything Neil said made sense. But then there was Van to consider. "I understand, Neil. I do. It makes sense. I suppose that I would have done the same if I was in your position. But the fact remains that Van is in trouble and he needs me. If he can't log out, they might kill him." "Why?" Neil asked. "Why would they kill the kid? Ban him, kick him out, post an embarrassing picture of him online, sure, but kill him? It doesn't make any sense." Sang closed her eyes and remembered the words that had been spoken to her by whatever entity had contacted her. "Draco, like us. Hate us. Draco kill. Those were the only phrases she'd understood from that entire flurry of communication, and she knew that she had to do something. She just couldn't sit here while Van was in danger. Look, I don't care what you think or what you're worried about. I know he's in trouble. I'm going in there and you can't stop me, Sang said. You want to bet? Neil asked. You honestly think that you can just get in there and find Van alone? Look, you're not thinking right. You need sleep. Sang glanced at the gun that was resting on Neil's hip. All of the agents had firearms on them, even in the building, just in case. His hand wasn't anywhere close to the gun, but she wondered if he would pull it. Sorry, Neil, but you don't have the right to tell me to stop, Sang said as she strolled over to the pod and began to plug the cords back in. Hey, come on, enough, Neil said as he walked over and grabbed her by the arm. She moved quickly, lunging up, headbutting him under the chin as she pulled his pistol out of its holster. She aimed it right at him. Whoa, hey, Neil said as he backed up, his hands in the air. No reason to get any crazier than you already are. Is Neil running his mouth again? O'Hara asked casually as she walked into the scene, also with food occupying her hands. O'Hara, a little backup here, Neil said, pointing to Sang. She kept her gun trained on the man. Come on, Sang, take it easy, O'Hara said. Listen, we've all had the desire to shoot Neil at some point in our lives. Hell, a few of us have even pulled our guns on him, but we're not allowed to actually shoot him. Against our ethos, you don't shoot fellow agents no matter how much of a smartass they are. I don't want to shoot anyone, Sang said as she slowly walked toward the pod. She reached back, not taking her eyes nor her aim off of Neil, and pushed the pod lid open. I just want to get in here and save Van. It's going to kill you, Neil shouted. O'Hara, help me out here. O'Hara only shrugged. Look, if she's willing to pull a gun on you, it's clear that she's past the point of reason. Just let her get in the damn pod already. She's going to die, Neil cried. Why's she going in there anyway? O'Hara asked as she walked over to the computers and began to power up a few systems. Van's still in there. He's in danger, Sang said, feeling a little relieved as the pod began to light up. O'Hara looked at Neil and shook her head. Like it or not, we don't leave our own behind. Van's a weasel and a dweeb, but if Sang cares enough to risk her life for it, he's one of our own. It's not worth your life, Sang, Neil pleaded. You're a star agent, one of the best and the brightest. If you die, it will be a tragedy among all tragedies. You haven't heard the talk from the higher-ups. They're impressed with your work. Frederick's already talking about putting you back into the cyberterrorism division. You're throwing away all of your potential. If Van dies, so what? He hasn't done a damn thing with his life. No friends, no wife, no job. The best thing that could happen is that he dies doing what he loves, playing this stupid game. And so what? Sang asked. I'm worth more because I can do more? I contribute to society in a way that's acceptable, and that makes me intrinsically more valuable than him? You have more to lose than he does, Neil reasoned. Sang shook her head. He matters too. He's a person, Neil, not just a number or a statistic. And he also happens to be my partner right now. I already lost one partner, I'm not losing another. I'm going into the pod now with the gun in my hand. If it opens up before I log out, I'm going to come out shooting. You're throwing everything away, Neil warned as Sang laid on the pod's table. It hissed as it slowly began to shut. You're throwing everything away, and for what? He demanded. Sang smiled as she felt the sharp sting of the haptic system plugging into her. For redemption, she whispered as everything around her went completely white. Chapter 21. Van shifted nervously as he sat on the back of the massive dragon. They were flying incredibly high, higher than he had ever gone before. He could see the entire continent below him, and while the view was breathtaking, he had no idea what was going on with Sang. There was no communication from anyone involved in the CIA team, and it was only a matter of time before he was going to get caught for being a filthy liar. He wasn't very good at long-term deception, having had no real experience in lying to people other than sometimes telling people that his uncle worked for Draco so that they'd believe his silly rumors. Trefor had been very silent. Without the ability to log out, Van was entirely at the mercy of the guy. "We're almost there," Trefor said, smiling at Van. "You aren't going to believe your eyes when we get there. It's the most incredible thing you've ever seen." "Great, great," Van said through gritted teeth. Each time he thought they were as high as they could go, the dragon flew up even higher. "We're passing through a restricted area," Trefor said, as the dragon ascended to a particular cluster of clouds. "You ready?" Van held on tightly, and he felt some kind of force press against his body as they flew through the restricted area. The dragon effortlessly glided through and headed toward the clouds. As they got closer to the clouds, Van noticed that the fluffy white objects were nothing more than an illusion. Instead of clouds, there was a large silver platform with a massive building atop of it. The building seemed to arc all the way up into space. Van squinted as he looked at the towering structure. Its design seemed strange, even foreign. It looked like it was something that belonged in a space game, not in a fantasy world. There were numerous windows. The entrances were steel. It was perfectly polished, and he could see figures behind the windows, but couldn't see any details. "What is this place?" "One of our observation stations," Trefor said as the dragon gingerly landed on the ground. It lowered its head and allowed Van and Trefor to climb off. Van gazed up at the tower in wonder. He had never seen anything like this before, and he was genuinely surprised to see something like that in a fantasy game. "Come over here, take a look at something," Trefor said as he walked to the edge of the silver platform. Van followed along and glanced down. He could see the entire continent itself, but it was covered with wires and circuits. Sparks of electricity shot across the continent every few minutes. He didn't particularly understand what he was seeing, but it looked cool. "We call this the big board. All of our programming abilities, our interactions, our event timings, our observations, we can see it all from here. That building, it's full of programmers and professional gamers. People who are making a living. People who are going to be in the new world." "I'm sorry, what?" Van asked. He had been following the conversation up until Trefor had said they'd be part of a new world. "It's curious, isn't it?" Trefor asked as he sat down on the platform, letting his legs dangle over the continent. "How detailed this game is. What was the last VR game you ever played?" "Oh, it was some crappy game. Starfighting and Lasers, I think it was called," Van said as he sat next to the paladin. He gazed out at the brilliant yellow sun as it began to come into view. Morning was coming soon, and sleep time would be over. Maybe then he could get out of the game and away from all of this. "And how realistic was it compared to this?" Trefor asked. "Not even close. It's crazy, right? I mean, I stretch my hand out, and I look at it, and I feel it. I feel each and every sinew and fiber of my body. I stretch my arms and feel the tension released from the muscles. I breathe, and I experience the sensation of air coming in, despite the fact that I'm laying catatonic in a pod somewhere." "It is just short of a miracle," Van replied. "It is. It really is," Trefor said. There was a short period of silence before he spoke again. "How do you think they built this game?" "What?" Van asked. "What company would have the resources to make a game this powerful? And think of the cost, too. I mean, even if you factor in the cost of the gear and the game subscription itself, you're looking at people paying less than a few $100 a year for a world that is beyond realistic." "I don't follow what you're getting at, Trefor," Van said. "It's just weird that some company, a company that no one has ever really dealt with before, would create something this perfect. And then they turn it into a game? Strange, right?" Van slowly nodded. "Yeah, now that you mention it, it is kind of strange." "What if I told you a secret?" Trefor asked. "Would you promise not to tell anyone?" Van nodded, feeling a knot in his stomach. Draco's not particularly in the game business. They're in the simulation business, Trefor said. And there's a whole point to this, my friend. A whole point. And it's not about leveling up or getting the next best gear. What's it about, then? Van asked. Trefor grinned. Survival. You notice what's rewarded in this game more than anything? Leadership, teamwork, survival skills, politics. Not grinding, not loot grabbing, and definitely not spawn camping or player killing. No, this entire game is built for one reason, and only one reason. To find the strong. Why? Van asked. Well, it's quite simple, Trefor replied. Draco isn't just looking for some people who are incredible at playing a video game. They're looking for real, bona fide badasses. They're looking for people they can depend on. This whole thing, it's just one big test. A test to find those who are going to be the right kind of people for the job. What job? Van demanded. I don't understand what you're saying. Slow it down with the questions, buddy. I'm getting there. Here's the deal. Draco wants the very best of the best, and they've developed this system to find them. A professional player is someone who Draco considers to be a worthy candidate. So, when players like myself are invited into the system, we end up learning a pretty interesting amount of information. We're shown an awful lot. And I'm not going to lie, it was pretty scary when I first heard about it. It was disconcerting, even worrisome. But after I really looked at the pros and cons, after I heard the pitch and learned the story, well, let's just say I fell right into rank and file. Draco's not just about games, Van. They're about changing lives for the better. They're here to change the world. Okay, so they're a good company to work for. I get it, Van said. Work for? No, we work with them. Draco doesn't want to be our overlords. They don't want to tell us what to do. They want us to be a part of this great project, to change the world and see it brought to a new light, Trefor said. His voice had grown startlingly convicted, and Van could see the excitement in the man's eyes. Whatever the hell he was babbling about, Trefor had firmly bought into the ideas. I see. So, what, pray tell, does Draco want to do with this world? How do they want to change it? Van asked, growing more and more uneasy. Trefor just chuckled in response. Come with me, he said as he stood up and strolled back toward the massive building. The steel doors to the building slid open as Trefor approached, and then he walked right through. Van shrugged to himself and followed after. With him stuck inside the game and being thousands of miles up in the air, there wasn't any way for him to escape such a situation easily. He just hoped that Sang would be able to contact him soon. Despite his skepticism, Van gasped as he walked into the building. He could see that there were thousands of desks floating in the air, and there were thousands of people busy working at the desks. Upon each desk was a computer that didn't look too different from the type that Van had. The workers were working with an intense fervor. Each one was sitting in a floating chair and paid no mind to the world around them. They were men and women, but they weren't dressed like fantasy characters. Rather, they wore the kind of clothes Van would see in an office setting. He couldn't see their screens, but he wondered what it was they were doing. Computers in a game? Van asked. Well, Draco asked themselves a long time ago, why bother using a physical space? It's a lot easier to have a decentralized workforce all logging into the game and doing their jobs from here. I mean, look at how productive we are. Impressive, isn't it? Like you wouldn't believe, Van said as he looked around at all of the employees. We're doing some incredible things at Draco. Absolutely incredible. Follow me, Trefor said as he walked through the building. It didn't seem that there were any levels, as the floating desks just allowed all of the employees to be in one area. Trefor brought Van over to a large table. The table had a map on it, but it wasn't for the continent of Orthier. Rather, it was a map of Earth. Van cocked his head as he noticed numbers and percentages drawn out over each country. What is this? Van asked. He could see the numbers changing in real time. "This map shows the population of the Earth," Trefor replied. He waved his hand over the map, causing it to shift and change. Populations across all countries dropped significantly. Van frowned. "So, what? I don't get it." Trefor smiled widely. "Of course not. Let me spell it out for you, Van. Draco isn't particularly interested in profit margins. They aren't here to make the next fun game. They're here to change this world and make it more fit for their presence. You see, our world, as of right now, is backwards, weak, and foolish. Tell me, how many pointless wars have we started? They say that humanity has had a total of 290 years of peace in all of time. Can you imagine that? Only 290 years of peace? What a shame that so many people die so needlessly. Then we have things like famine, greed, theft, slavery, needless imprisonment. And why? So that an elite few can reign supreme over the majority of the world. We're kept in ignorance, poverty, and suffering. Humanity is sick, Van. And Draco's the cure." Van frowned. The way Trefor was talking about Draco seemed different. He spoke as if Draco were more than just a simple game company. Van glanced down again and noticed that there were strange symbols and pictures on the map, the same kinds of symbols that Sang had once shown him. "This world must be cleansed, Van," Trefor said as he turned and strolled toward a large display on the wall. The screen began to display a very strange picture. There was a large, circular pod on the display screen. It was about the size of an asteroid. Van could see that the pod had 4 green windows on the front. It was a spaceship, he realized as he took note of the shape and complexity of the vessel. "Draco has come to bring salvation to those who are worthy of it," Trefor told him. "That's a freaking spaceship," Van remarked with a hushed voice. He was starting to regret making jokes about aliens to Sang. "Indeed it is, my friend," Trefor said. "A craft belonging to Draco, our friends from another system." "Wait, what the hell? You mean to tell me that Draco is made up of a bunch of aliens?" Van asked, shaking his head. "You're screwing with me. I don't believe it. You're standing in a virtual reality simulation that has technological power that is 1,000,000 times stronger than anything we've ever created on Earth. Breathing, blinking, feeling. And yet you are the one who wants to tell me that you don't believe that it's possible? That highly advanced life from another galaxy has come and brought us this?" Trefor asked with a smirk. "You can't be that dense." "I'm not dense, I'm just not crazy," Van said. Trefor smiled again. "I was skeptical at first, but then I started doing the math. Draco had no presence before this game, save a small test release they did a while ago. These pods just arrived at various malls and stores with zero ties to manufacturing. Never a single interview or PR move. Announcements all came through game forums. Technology so advanced that the military publicly offered $10 billion for access to the pod technology, and yet they received pure silence from Draco. And then, of course, the messengers from Draco have spoken many times to me. They aren't like you and I, Van. They speak differently, understand differently. But they get our culture, enough to know they have to save it." "Messengers?" Van repeated. "Indeed," Trefor said. "If you don't believe me now, you will when you meet one. Of course, you'd have to be willing to join us before you can meet one. They don't meet just anyone. I'm here to tell you that these messengers are wondrous creatures. Join Draco and you can meet one, a real live alien." "This is all a little too much, man. I need some time to think it over," Van said. Everything was starting to spin out of control, and he didn't want to be there anymore. Why was his logout still jammed? Trefor might have disabled it somehow, but wouldn't Sang have figured out some way to get him out of here yet? "I'll need to log out and get some sleep at least, and when I get back in, I'll definitely tell you my decision." Trefor shook his head. "I'm not an idiot, Van. I know you've made contact with the others. I know you're speaking with the enemy." Van raised an eyebrow at him. They considered the others to be an enemy? Now he was even more intrigued enough to pretend to be interested in joining up so that he could gather more intelligence. This could potentially help out the CIA, after all. "So, these others, they aren't friendly?" Trefor slowly turned toward the map and waved his hand over it. The map shifted again so that the population numbers were the same as before. "The others are problematic. You see, Draco came across Earth a long time ago, and they saw our lives were bleak and meaningless. They saw us overconsuming, overpopulating, and slowly destroying our planet. They pitied us, though, and sought out a way to save us from ourselves. We aren't like them, Van. They are highly intelligent beings, far beyond our own comprehension. What they have brought to us is salvation. Yet even in this galaxy that is so vast and endless, there are those who hate humanity. The others seek to stop Draco from achieving their plans, but they are far away. Draco is here. The others can only communicate via long-distance methods, so they have tried breaking into this game, hacking it with their superior tech. Draco has fought hard to keep their system locked down, of course, so only the occasional glitch gets through." Van nodded, as that made sense. He remembered how it had always seemed like the glitches were fighting against something to stay in the same place for a brief amount of time. He remembered the constellations and the warnings that had come through back at the cave. The others had been trying to warn Van and Sang about Draco's intentions. So, why do the others care so much? What's it to them if they're too far off to reach us? Van asked. Beats me. Some people believe that the others don't like Draco's methods of changing this planet, Trefor replied. Van glanced at the population count lowering again and suddenly realized something. You're talking about killing off Earth's population, aren't you? Trefor grinned. Unfortunately, Draco's plans don't include everyone. See, we had our chance to run this Earth well, but we've been here for too long and we've squandered it. Draco isn't interested in giving handouts. They made this game so they could find the best of the best. The strong, the savvy, the clever, the brave. All of these people will be moving on to a new world order, a world where Earth is safe and sound, where humanity is free of their illness, and where we are at the top. Draco isn't here to make Earth better, Van. They're here to make Earth perfect. No nations, no wars, just peace. That's insane. You can't just kill off most of the world's population, Van said. Trefor shrugged. Well, I'm not the one who's going to be doing the killing. Let's be practical here, Van. This thing in front of us, it's huge. It involves a powerful alien force with technology well beyond our comprehension. There isn't a damn thing you or I could do to stop it. So it's not really a choice of good versus evil here. I mean, let's be honest, okay? If I could, I'd try to push Draco to change their minds. But that's not going to happen. They understand far more than we do. They aren't here to negotiate. They're here to help us. So, you've got a choice, really. You can accept their help, or you can die with the rest of humanity. It's not about good versus evil, Van. It's about winning versus losing. We're not doing anything other than helping humanity the best way we can. That's psychotic, Trefor. You're literally talking mass killings. And you're okay with that? You're disgusting, Van spat. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Once again, it's an inevitability. There's no stopping this train from rolling. Not you, not I, not anyone can stop this. So why shouldn't we reap the rewards and taste the fruits of victory? Look at our lives, man. Who the hell are we in real life? You lived in a cardboard box and busted your ass every single day to get somewhere important with your life. Before this opportunity, I worked part-time at a shake store, making food for people who were rude and obnoxious, working for a boss who hated me. Our lives were useless back then, but now? Oh man, now it's all changing. We get to be the ones in charge. We get to be the ones who rule. It's going to be a benevolent rule. Draco is here to help us all. They want to make humanity the best that it can be. Is there going to be some unpleasantness during the transition? Yeah, absolutely. No great changes will happen without blood spilling. We do this once, though, and then generations for all of eternity will be grateful. We can change the world, Van. That's a world change I don't want to be a part of, Van said as he stepped back. Really, dude? Look at everything in your life. No friends, no home, and $3 in your bank account? You'd really keep all of that as opposed to what this offers? Think about it for a second. What will you gain here? Money? Power? Control? You'd be a leader. You'd be in charge of this new world. Don't be an idiot here, Van. No one's saving anyone. There's no way to do it. In the end, the best we can do is look out for ourselves, and you don't have a damn thing to lose. The choice is simple. Join us. And what do you want from me when I join? Van asked. Trefor shrugged. Well, that ranger you were toting around, for one thing. Draco wants her. We thought we lost her because she logged out after making contact with the others. But, much to my surprise at least, it appears that she's logged back in over the last few minutes. Your task is pretty simple. Bring her to us. She'll trust you. After all, she has no idea what we're doing up here. Tell her you found something else, something about the others. Use my dragon mount and lure her up here. Then I'll take it from there. Why not get her yourself? Van asked. She's skilled with changing the rules of this game. She would log out without a second thought if we tried to grab her. Unlike me, Van grumbled. Sorry, Van, but I disabled your login for a good reason. People tend to freak out when told this information, and they do things that could be rash, Trefor said with a grin. And I wouldn't want you to get hurt, now would I? Is that a threat? Van asked. So what if it was? All of this was really just to get to her, wasn't it? You don't care about inviting me into anything, do you? You just want her, Van angrily accused him. Trefor just shrugged. Look, getting her is important, yeah, but having you is a bonus. If you do this for me, we're golden. You won't have to look back at your life and ever worry about making a difference again. The past is gone. The present is gone. All that's left for you is the future. Don't waste it, Van. Don't throw it all in the trash. Van glanced at Trefor. This was absolutely psychotic, and he had to get out of here. But if Sang was still in the game, then Van could maybe get to her. She could probably hack them out. So he didn't really have to agree to anything, but he could pretend like he did. Screw it then. What did humanity ever do for me anyway? I mean, I guess you're right. All they did was call me a loser. This girl's nothing special. Just some idiot who thinks she's gonna be the next big paranormal investigator, Van replied. So, are you on board? Trefor asked. Van shrugged. Maybe. I'll bring her to you, and then maybe I can meet one of these messengers, and they can explain everything a little more. Trefor grinned widely. Perfect! Perfect! That's just what I wanted to hear from you, my friend. Take my dragon and fly down to the ruins of Galbar. We've been sending fake messages to her character saying you're there. Since she's a bit of a hacker, she thinks she can just pop out. But once she crosses this threshold up here, the barrier tech we use is far more powerful. She won't be able to just jump out whenever she wants. Then, you and I are golden. Van nodded. All of that was interesting, but it didn't matter. The moment Van found Sang, he was going to exit the game, smash the pods with a crowbar, and preferably move to the countryside. He had not signed up for end-of-the-world alien battling. Hell no. Trefor strolled out of the massive building, leading Van up to his dragon. Now, my dragon's going to keep a close eye on you both. She won't tolerate any kind of tomfoolery, okay? And we're monitoring both of your communication channels, so any private messages will be read. Don't take me for a fool, Van. If you try to be the hero and warn your friend, you'll die. Draco doesn't like people talking about this kind of thing in the real world. So, people who know about it, well, they don't really get to go back out without proper failsafes being included. The biosystems in your pod have engaged in such a way that if you die in this game, it will immediately terminate your actual body. The only thing that could kill you right now would be my dragon. You'll be free to leave at some point, of course, but for now, we're keeping you in here. Nice and safe. Got it? Van slowly nodded. Why had his fun gallivanting with the CIA had to turn into some kind of nightmare survival scenario? He definitely didn't want to die, but was Trefor just making up this do-or-die material? It didn't make any sense as to why Draco would have that power. But, on the other hand, if Draco was some highly advanced alien life form and the pods were part of their technology, then yeah, they could probably just kill him. Man, they were really making his life a lot harder. A lot harder and a lot scarier. Van climbed atop the dragon and held his breath as it took off to fly toward its destination. How in the hell was he supposed to navigate all of this? It wouldn't be hard to just grab Sang and run for a few moments while telling her to log them out, though there was the dragon to deal with, but then they'd be free forever. No worries, no fears. He'd give the CIA a full report, take a check, buy a ticket to Venezuela or somewhere else where he could disappear, and never think about any of this again. After all, he wasn't cut out for any of this. He had originally been blackmailed by the CIA anyway. Now all he wanted to do was make sure that Sang was okay and get the hell out of this whole mess. And the CIA was a top organization, right? They could handle this kind of thing just fine. They had talent and they had people. He wasn't necessary for any of this. Van glanced down to see the ruins of Galbar. There had once been a massive statue, but it had been destroyed during one of the player events, and its ruins were strewn out across the barren field. Van could see that Sang was sitting on the giant ruined head of it. The dragon flew down and landed with a hard thump. Van could feel its eyes on him as he dismounted from the creature and walked over to Sang. "Van!" Sang said with excitement as she leapt up and ran to hug him. Van hugged her back, equally as happy to see that she was okay. "I was worried you were hurt," she said. "Same to you. You okay?" "I'm probably going to die," Sang said, shrugging. "I don't know. Just glad you're alive. What's up with the dragon?" "What about the dying thing?" Van asked. "Don't worry about it. Anyway, we gotta get out of here," Sang said. "Well said. Log us out and quick," Van whispered. "Your login credentials are all screwed up," Sang replied as she looked at Van. "It'll take a minute." "We don't have a minute," Van hissed, his voice low enough to where he hoped the dragon wouldn't hear him. "That dragon's going to cook us if it sees us doing anything sketchy." Sang looked past Van and shook her head. "Well, what do you want me to do?" "Van, what's going on?" Van sighed heavily and sat on the head next to her. "It's a long story." He looked over at the dragon, which nodded its head at him. Van knew that the moment they tried anything screwy, the dragon would cook them. He had to communicate the truth to Sang somehow. The dragon had noticed them whispering and begun to walk forward, craning its neck so that it could hear them better. Van grimaced. The ruins were a very bad location to be in, though, because there was no cover whatsoever. Just a big, damaged statue. If Trefor was correct, and Van really could be killed, that dragon was bad news. "Well, I met an amazing guy. He's pretty cool," Van said. "He helped me out big time and said there's something wrong with the mainframe." He was hoping that his secret code would work. She was CIA, right? She had to understand what he was suggesting. Anyway, he said I looked dead tired. He said it would be a good idea to take his dragon mount with me and find you. And he said that you'd be able to help them with their problem. Draco needs a good hacker who can hack stuff. And you can hack anything, right? So, why don't you help them hack? "Van, what the hell are you saying?" Sang asked. "Are you okay?" We're worried about your health. I'm just saying we definitely should climb on that dragon over there and let it take us to meet my pal, Trefor. He's a pro gamer and works for Draco. And you should help them hack things, because you're a hacker." Sang glanced at the dragon for a moment and then nodded knowingly. "Oh, of course. Of course. Sure, let's go, Van. Don't want to keep them waiting." Van let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that she understood what he was trying to communicate to her. "Yes, let's," Van replied as he grabbed her by the arm and started to pull her a little toward the dragon. They exchanged glances then, and Van felt his heart rate increase. He wasn't sure what she was planning, but he was ready for anything. As Sang walked up to the dragon and climbed atop its back, Van followed her. The dragon took off and began to fly upwards toward the clouds. "I can't wait to meet your friend," Sang said as the dragon's wings beat the air, generating enough lift for it to fly upwards. Van smiled through his teeth at her. He had no idea what to do now that they were in the air. Sang smiled back as she pulled out her longsword and promptly stabbed it into the neck of the dragon. "What are you doing?" Van screamed as the dragon roared in pain, blood spurting from the wound that Sang had created. "We're in trouble, right? Well, not anymore. Ha!" Sang cried out as she pulled the blade out and tried to stab the creature again. The dragon bucked and rotated, throwing them both from its back. "Whoa!" Van cried as he plummeted toward the ground, holding onto Sang's sleeve and keeping them together in the air. "What's wrong with you?" "You're a bard, idiot. You have the survive fall skill," Sang replied as she grabbed something out of her inventory. It was a small potion. She gulped it down and began to gently drift toward the ground. "Survive fall guarantees that I'll survive it. It doesn't mean I won't take damage," Van screamed as he crashed towards the earth. The dragon had thrown them off over a forest, and Van smashed through dozens of branches before he hit the ground with a hard thump. He saw his health points drop down to 1 immediately, and his frame began to glow bright red. The physical pain was more intense than he was used to. While the pain from injuries in earlier adventures had felt visceral, this felt realistic beyond the point of a simulation. It was as if he had really just broken every bone in his body. "Hey, you okay?" Sang asked as she glided to the ground beside him. She knelt down and nursed a healing potion into his mouth, immediately bringing him back up to 100% health. He felt the pain gradually vanishing from within his body as well. "Yeah, I'm alive. Where's the dragon?" Van asked. "Dunno. It flew off, shrieking. I don't think I killed it." "Of course you didn't, damn it," Van said. "That dragon's a companion mount to a level 79 professional player. You probably did enough damage to scare it, but didn't even come close to killing it. Log us the hell out, now." Sang nodded and began to fiddle around with her hands. Van waited and watched breathlessly. "Okay, my program's going to take a few minutes to tangle through all of these barriers and security features," she said. "While it's loading, why don't you tell me everything that's going on?" Van nodded and took a deep breath. He began to explain the entire story to her, and she listened quietly. It didn't take too long for him to give her the rundown, though, and when he finished, she stood in silence. "Well, what do you think?" Van asked. "The others, or whatever they are," Sang said. "They didn't just send one little message to my head. I think they actually shared a lot more than I've been able to sort through on my own. I think they want to help us. I think they're the good guys here." "Anyone who doesn't like Draco sounds like a good guy to me," Van said. "We gotta log out, get the CIA, and tell them everything. And then I'm out." Sang shook her head. "We've got a problem here." "What's that?" "Trefor..." Sang muttered as she seemed to review a display that Van couldn't see. "Well, this isn't good. There's some kind of override code on here. You're locked in until Trefor gives you the okay to leave." "What?" Van gasped. "That's impossible." "Unfortunately, it seems it isn't. We couldn't unhook you manually without killing you either. They talked about letting your pod run out of electricity, but even then, it could potentially kill you. I can get out, but you're stuck here, Sang replied. Oh, crap, I just want out. How do I get out of here? Only one way, Sang said as she grabbed her bow and knocked a flaming arrow onto it. We're going to have to find a way to convince Trefor to let you out. By attacking him? That's stupid, Sang. Not him, the dragon first. I can hear it coming from here. My listen skill's pretty high. We gotta take it out, and then maybe we can convince Trefor to not throw his life away. You know where he lives, right? His address? Van asked. No. Any personal details? Real name? Facebook account? Sang asked. Van shrugged. Yeah, we're buddies on Facebook. That's all we need. I'll send a message to O'Hara, and they'll raid his house, pull him out of the pod. When he's disconnected, we should be able to get out of here. So, we just need to stall. Sang, there's one more thing, Van said nervously. Trefor said that they could kill me in here if they wanted to. For real. Sang sighed. Well, I hate to make a tough day worse, but this whole thing started a while back when a few people were killed during sleep time. They were found in their pods, dead. Their vitals and everything were fine until, one moment, they were gone. So it's true, Van whispered hoarsely. I'm afraid so. Look, we'll just kill this dragon really quick, and then we can hide. Once the CIA kicks down Trefor's door in real life, we'll be safe, Sang said. Her head darted up suddenly. It's here. Crap, let's go. We can't kill that thing, Van said as he chased after his companion. It's a high-level dragon. Well, what do you want us to do then? Get cooked by it? Sang demanded. She pointed to the surrounding trees, many of which were on fire. The implication was clear enough. The burning smell of smoke made Van gag as he tried to ignore the stinging in his eyes. We gotta run, or at least find something that can kill that thing, Van replied. We're too low level to just kill it. We need a weapon or some kind of item. Like what? Sang asked. Van racked his brains. He knew that there were ways to kill higher-level players and creatures. It wasn't easy, but there were methods. Wait, I've got it, he shouted triumphantly. The Guardians of Graver Point. It's not too far from here. It's an old temple that has a couple of quests, but the Guardians themselves are these high-level statues that go aggro on anyone who gets close. They're programmed to be completely hostile, and the best part is, with the right kind of magic item, you can actually control them. Who needs magic when you can cheat? Sang replied as she threw her bow onto her back. Sounds good, so let's go. If we're quick, we can get out of here without it noticing us. They can probably track us, Van replied. Trefor seemed to have eyes everywhere. Use your potion of invisibility, Sang said. I'll use my stealth. Van nodded as he popped the cork and drank his last remaining potion. If the dragon followed the game rules, he would be able to lose it, at least for a little while. And with that, the two ran as fast as they could to escape the burning forest. Van felt his heart rate increasing quite a bit. He wasn't a warrior in real life. Never before had he been locked in a life-or-death struggle. Chapter 22. Sang huffed and wheezed a little as they made their way up the steps of the massive temple. The temple itself had been built into the side of the mountain, and the steps themselves were carved out of the very mountain. She was feeling a little jittery with all of the exertion and felt nearly woozy. Her heartbeat had been almost audible at several points during the adventure, and now she was just starting to recognize the fact that she could very well be killed while inside of these pods. It wasn't a good thing to worry about, however, because Van was still in serious trouble. She couldn't let him die out here. And if she hadn't plugged back in, Trefor would most likely have killed Van already for refusing to join Draco. The whole thing was crazy. And while she would have loved to disbelieve the whole Draco is actually an alien organization thing, the reality was that she didn't particularly have a choice of whether or not to believe it at this point. Something had happened when she'd connected to the others, And while she didn't know what it all meant, she knew deep down that Draco was very bad news. So, simply, she now had a new job: to get Van out alive. Herself? While she wouldn't mind surviving, she already made the choice when she'd climbed into her pod. She probably wouldn't make it out alive unless there was some kind of a miracle, but there was no point in worrying about it. For once in her whole adult life, she actually felt herself caring about someone else, and it felt incredible. She would fight for Van and help him, even if it killed her. "There," Van said excitedly as he pointed at a massive golden statue. The statue had a large blade for its right arm and a fist on its left. The statue looked kind of like a human, but with the head of a fox. "They don't move at all, but the moment you get too close, they're going to go berserk." Sang saw the words Guardian of Graver Point, level 90, hanging over its head. She quickly pulled up the stats. HP, 5,000. Strength, 155. Weapon, blade arm, 300 damage plus poison. Weapon, fist, 350 damage. She grinned when she saw those numbers. It was going to be far stronger than even Trefor. All she needed to do was hack into it and take control, and they'd be good to fight. She brought up the console menu and accessed the menu. GGPSLVL90, number 2, 1213. Hostile, yes. Friendlies, no. Orders, attack. She fiddled with the tables and managed to get it to change. GGPSLVL90, number 2, 1213. Hostile, yes. Friendlies, Semimoto, Jane. Orders, attack Trefor. The statue immediately came to life and began to walk straight towards Sang. She grinned widely when she realized that it wasn't going to attack either of them. "Nice work!" Van cried out as he pointed to the other 3 statues. "Activate those ones too. We'll have ourselves a whole army to fight against them." Sang nodded and did the same for the other 3 statues, causing them all to activate and march up to Sang. They wouldn't follow just any orders, but they would follow her around until there was something to attack. And it was only a matter of time before Trefor found them. Sang had done a little bit of work to try and conceal their tracks, but she didn't have enough time to figure out a workaround. The more she had learned about the game system, though, the easier it was to manipulate things. And yet, for right now, there was little she could do in the way of hiding for the long term. If she could have hidden their position permanently, she'd just have suggested that they duck out until O'Hara and Neil found Trefor in meat space. If they could find him, that was. Sang didn't want to give Van a false sense of hope, but the chances of them finding Trefor this quickly were pretty low, unless the man lived locally. Her actual plan was to try and convince Trefor to give up. These statues would help motivate him immensely. If she could get Trefor to surrender and come into CIA custody, they'd have a lot more information on Draco. It would be 10 times better than anything Van could explain to them. "I see him," Van said, pointing up to the clouds. The yellow dragon swooped down at full speed, an armor-clad paladin riding atop its back. Sang grabbed her bow and started firing arrows. The words, "Dodge, dodge, dodge," appeared over the dragon as the arrows whistled past it. The dragon then did a strafing run, flying by and unleashing a blast of flames. Sang and Van ducked behind the statues as the fire barely missed them both. Sang could feel the heat of the flames, though, and it felt a little bit more real than it had before. The statues were quick to move toward the dragon to attack, but in a split second, they all fell apart, leaving Van and Sang without cover. "Nice try," Trefor called from atop the dragon. "I must say I can respect the effort, but tricks like that aren't going to work here. You might be able to mess around on our servers, but my people are focusing on counter-hacking techniques at this moment. You won't be able to do anything here." "Crap," Sang said as she tried to shoot a few more arrows at Trefor, but the words "dodge" greeted her once again. She gritted her teeth and couldn't believe what she was dealing with here. It seemed so arbitrary that her arrows were missing, even though she was positive that her aim was on point. But when he was at such a high level, it seemed that it didn't particularly matter. He was going to kill them with ease. "Van, get into the temple! Run!" Sang cried out as she dashed sideways to narrowly avoid the flames from the dragon. "Oh, come on," Trefor taunted. "Don't run, I'm your friend." Sang ignored him and continued moving up the stairs and into the stone temple. The temple's inside was a large square room with steps leading up to an altar of some kind. There were no other places to go. Sang glanced around, desperate to find some kind of hidden door or secret room, but there was none. This temple isn't really designed for anything other than flavor and a quest where you have to deliver something to the altar, Van noted as he glanced nervously at the doorway. It wasn't big enough for the dragon to fit through, but Trefor was strong enough to kill the both of them for sure. Sang climbed up the steps and took cover behind the altar, aiming her bow toward the entrance. Van hid next to her. There was silence for a few minutes, followed by the echoing sound of heavy footsteps walking towards them. Trefor emerged from the entryway, wielding a towering shield and a flaming sword. Sang snapped off a few shots, but the arrows bounced off of his armor and shield harmlessly. "All right, you two, that's enough. You've had your fun here, but it's time to go. Ranger, what's your name?" "Sang," she shouted back, trying to shoot some more arrows. The words 0 damage kept greeting her each time she fired off a shot. "Well, Miss Sang, my name is Trefor. I'm sure your friend has told you all about what we're doing. But I'm certainly curious about something here, Miss Sang. I'm curious as to what you have been doing poking around. Are you some kind of corporate spy, hoping to exploit our servers with a glitch? Or maybe you're with the government, investigating some shadier things you think we've been up to?" "I'm nothing more than a gaming enthusiast who loves Easter eggs," Sang called back. This at least elicited a chuckle from Trefor. "Sure you are. Here's the deal, Sang. If you're willing to come with me and meet some of my friends at Draco, we'll go ahead and let Van log out. I'm sure you're well aware that this gentleman is going to die at any moment. We have the power to kill him. Come with me, and we'll leave him here. When we meet my employers, you have my word that he will be set free. Don't, and, well, he dies." Sang glanced at Van. "I don't like that idea," she whispered to him. "Neither do I," he said. "But what kind of plan are we working on? I can't log out, and if I get killed in this game, I'm willing to bet I'm going to die for real. I have no clue how we can get out of this thing." Sang sighed heavily. "Well, how do I know that you're going to keep your word?" Sang called out to Trefor. "You honestly don't," Trefor replied. "But what other choice do you have? I mean, neither of you have a chance to defeat me in combat. My dragon's outside, waiting to cook anyone who leaves without my permission. You're in a corner here, and there's honestly no way out for you. So you have a choice. You can take a risk and come back with me, or you can watch your good buddy die. I know you can log out at any moment, so it's not really you who's in trouble here. It's him." Sang gritted her teeth and glanced at Van, who was shaking his head no. "Look, maybe we can figure out some kind of a plan," she whispered. "But for right now, I've got to focus on getting you out of here alive." "They're going to do something terrible to you," Van hissed. "Don't go with him." "We've got no other choice. I'm not trying to valiantly sacrifice myself for you, Van. You need to figure out some kind of strategy to get me out of there. I know that when I go with them, they'll probably counter my ability to log out, but I'll buy us time at least. I'll go with him, and you've got to figure something out." "Like what?" Van whispered. "I can't do a damn thing with this character." "Well, I'm sorry, but we have no other choice. Either we both get our asses kicked right now, or we comply until we can turn the tables on him. Don't forget, the CIA's poking around out in meat space, trying to find the guy for real. If they find him, they'll drag him out, solving both of our problems immediately." "I'm getting impatient," Trefor shouted. "I'm thinking about it," Sang said. "Don't make me log out." "Oh, I know you're not going to log out, or else you would have a long time ago." "All right, here's the deal," she shouted from behind the altar. "You leave this place. Get on your dragon. I'll follow you out and climb on the dragon with you. I'm not leaving until I'm certain that Van will be safe. You have 2 minutes before I come in and kill you both," Trefor said as he walked out of the room. "Whew, nice," Van said once they were alone. "All right, I'm going to go with him," Sang said. Her heart was pounding and she was feeling nervous, but she figured that half of the sensations were probably just the prolonged effects of being in the pod. She was feeling woozier and more ill by the minute. All she had to do was make sure that Van was safe, though, and then everything would be worth it. She wasn't particularly worried about dying because she had made peace with that decision when she'd climbed into the pod. What she was most worried about was Van getting hurt. "All right, once I'm clear to log out, I'm going to jump out and get on a regular console and log back in as Sivlander," Van replied. "He's got everything necessary to rescue you, and when I'm just using a regular computer, I won't have to worry about getting killed." "That's good thinking, Van," Sang said weakly as she stood up and looked at him. He looked back at her, and she felt real heaviness in her heart. This might very well be the last time she'd see him, but she couldn't let him know that. "Thanks for coming back for me," Van whispered as he hugged her. "We're both going to get out of this. We survived that stupid jungle, our poor decisions, and our arguments, so we're going to survive this." "Of course," she whispered as she turned from him. "They'll jam my communications too, I'm sure. Stay in touch with the team and make sure they stay updated." "You got it," Van said as Sang walked down the steps, her heart sinking with each step she took. She emerged from the cave to see that Trefor was indeed sitting atop his dragon. "Well, I'm a little surprised. I was expecting some kind of nonsense from you both," Trefor said as she walked toward the dragon. Her pace was a little slow, partly because she was delaying, and partly because she didn't have the strength to keep going forward. "You're looking a little pale," Trefor said as he dismounted from the dragon and took her hand, helping her get onto the back of the creature. It hissed and roared for a moment as she climbed atop it. "Calm down, she won't stab you again," Trefor replied as he climbed up on the dragon as well, straddling its body in front of her. "Because if she tries anything, her good pal isn't going to make it out of this game alive." "When we cross the barrier, you'll deactivate the controls on him, right? Let him go?" Sang asked. "Of course. Believe it or not, I do have some loyalty. It might not help him in the long run, but the fact is that Van was one of my best friends in this game. I'm not above killing in order to serve the mission, but as long as you behave, he's going to be safe. We are far more civil than you think." "Right, civil," Sang wheezed as she slumped against Trefor's back. She wasn't sure what the plan was, but her body was beginning to feel like it was growing more and more sickly by the minute. Was she going to die like this? Trapped in some kind of a video game, flying on the back of some fake dragon in a fake world? What a strange way to go, she mused as she closed her eyes. She had never slept in the game before. After all, when a character went to sleep, their player just logged out. But for a few minutes, she drifted off into the unconscious world. Her dreams were strange and vivid. She could feel some kind of presence talking to her, warning her, but she didn't understand the language very well. She struggled through each moment, desperately trying to sift through the alien words. They made no sense to her still. There was one word, however, that did seem to break through their language barrier. It was the word dragon, and it came to her over and over again. "Dragon, dragon, dragon," the language repeated. The words were accompanied by a swarm of thousands of other strange words, but she knew they were talking about dragons. She wasn't sure what it all meant, however. As she dreamt, she realized how futile it was for her to even bother to understand the words. She was dying, trapped in a tube that was going to become her coffin. Why care? Why care about anything except for the fact that Van would hopefully be free? "Wake up!" Trefor said sharply, shoving Sang. This caused her to wake up with a start, gasping a little as she realized that they were atop some massive platform in the sky. Where am I?" she asked as she stood and shook her head, trying to get the grogginess out of her mind. She was feeling dizzy and weak, but at least she could stand. "You're at one of our observation facilities," Trefor replied. The dragon at his side hissed and shrieked. "Calm yourself, we're going," he said as he took Sang by the arm roughly and began to pull her toward the giant, windowless building. It didn't look anything like the video game world that she had become used to. "Well, I'm here. Are you going to let Van go now?" Sang asked. "I just released his logout credentials. He's free," Trefor said. "See, I told you I'm a man of my word." She glanced at her online display. Van's player profile icon still said online. It could mean one of two things. Either Trefor was lying to her, or Van had chosen to stay behind and find a way to help her. She hoped that he wasn't trying anything clever. She sent a quick message to O'Hara, instructing them to unplug Van as soon as it was safe. She didn't want to tell her friend that she was going to be dead one way or the other, but knew it would be foolish for Van to risk his life to try and save a dead woman. The only way she'd had a chance of convincing him to allow her to go with Trefor had been to tell Van to figure out a clever plan to rescue her. So she had. Maybe Sivlander would come in to rescue her, but she doubted it. Draco wasn't stupid, and Trefor was no doubt sending regular reports. Van wouldn't have a chance of logging in to his old character. The doors to the building slid open, and Sang could see thousands of floating desks within. It was just like Van had described it. "Now then, my employers are very interested in what you have in your head," Trefor said, sharply turning to face her. "We know you made contact. We want to know everything that you've learned. Now, there's two ways you can do this. You may, if you so choose, voluntarily tell them everything that you know. That will be painless and safe. Or you can try to lie to us. You can try to cheat us, and then we will have to use extraction methods that are far more horrific in every way." "Ha ha ha," Sang weakly laughed. "You're such an idiot, you know that? Trefor, right? Or should I say Trevor Williams, 24-year-old American who lives in the Bronx?" Trefor's eyes narrowed. How do you know that?" Sang grinned. "You really want to know who I am? I'm an agent working for the CIA. We've been investigating this game. Do you know what that means? That means that I have my own people. My people who found your address and are on their way to your house right now, armed and ready to rip you out of that tube. We might not be able to prove anything in a court of law, of course, because this is all kind of silly, but fortunately, the CIA doesn't really specialize in doing things legally." Trefor looked visibly uncomfortable, and he took a step back from Sang. "You're making that up." "Oh, sure I am. You've probably noticed that I've been an exceptionally skilled hacker in this game, changing just about anything that I don't like. What, do you think that I work for some corporation? Some other game company trying to spy on you? No, sir. I'm working for the CIA, and you're in a ton of trouble." Trefor glanced around. No matter, he said, his face clearly panic-stricken from the news that he had been kidnapping a CIA woman. "Draco has no time for such games. My contact should be here soon. I'll hand you off to the messenger, and then they will get everything they need." "Why are you doing this?" Sang asked, coughing a little. "Money? Fame? None of that will do you any good when you're tied up in one of our basements being waterboarded." "You can't do that. I'm an American citizen," Trefor shouted. Sang grinned. "Oh, right. I forgot. The CIA definitely doesn't torture citizens at all." Trefor backhanded her. "Ah!" she gasped as she felt blood rush into her mouth. The steel glove that he had been wearing had seriously busted her face. "Shut the hell up! My orders are to bring you to the messenger and wait. You're not going to freak me out. I'm not going to let you trick me." "I'm not trying to trick you at all," Sang said. "I'm just giving you a chance. Right here and right now. If you let me log out before the CIA finds you, I'll call them off." "Yeah, right," Trefor said, folding his arms. "Your loss. Sang said. In reality, she had no idea how close her team was to actually finding Trefor in meat space, but she hoped against hope that they would find him, and quickly. You're going to love what my buddy O'Hara can do with nothing more than a car battery and some jumper cables. Enough! Trefor said, striking her in the side of her head again with his fist. The blow was painful enough that she lost her balance, falling over. She hit the ground with a thump and felt her senses become overloaded by the pain. Her eyes began to close then, and she felt herself slip into darkness once again. This time, however, she was chuckling. Chuckling because Trefor was most likely going to be delivering a dead body to the messenger. Chapter 23. Van stared at the message again. He reread it for the fourth time. It was from Agent Neil. Hey, listen, pal. You gotta do us a solid here. Sang's not gonna make it for too much longer in this tube. We're close to finding Trefor in real life, but Sang's had her ability to log out completely revoked. You gotta grab her and pull her out of the restricted area. We've got a few people here who can get you both out the moment she leaves, okay? Just pull her out by any means necessary. Sang's probably told you there's a chance you could die in real life due to the biofeedback system, but that's a risk you need to be willing to take. Bring our girl back alive, and you'll have a hefty reward waiting for you. If you log out and leave her behind, you might get into a car accident on the way home. The kind that involves you getting shot in the back of the head multiple times. Got it? She's in this mess because of you. You've got maybe 12 hours before she dies due to what the doctors are telling us is onset biofeedback overstimulus. Apparently, it's some kind of brain thing that's going to cause her central nervous system to shut down. So get in there, save her, and get out. Oh, and we checked Sivlander, and, he's been deleted, so that's not a rescue option. Sorry. Sivlander was gone? After years and years of hard work, in a single moment, his favorite character was gone. Van couldn't believe his eyes. He had worked so hard to make Sivlander one of the best characters in the game world, had been good enough to have gone pro, and now Draco had deleted their only chance of getting out of this world alive. Without Sivlander, Van knew that any chance he'd had of kicking down the door, killing a bunch of guards, and grabbing her from Trefor was gone. Even getting to the platform would be nearly impossible at this point. He felt his heart sink into his stomach as he sat down to contemplate the situation. There was no hope. He had no chance of rescuing Sang, and she was going to die. Draco was going to win this thing, and he'd lose the only friend he'd ever had, who'd known him both as a gamer and a character. He felt a sorrow begin to well up within him as he realized the sheer helplessness of his situation. What could he do? He was just a crappy bard with no skills that would get him even close to overcoming Trefor. He could look for friends and get people to rally around him, but that would take too long. And besides, he didn't have the money to shell out to convince people to join him in his cause. At the same time, he didn't have much of a choice in this situation. If he did nothing, then he'd always blame himself for Sang's death. If he acted, she'd probably die anyway, but at least he'd be able to know that he'd given it his all. He was facing incredible odds here, and there was barely any chance of success, but if he didn't try, the guilt would follow him forever. There was a high chance he'd die going to save her, but then again, Neil was definitely going to shoot him if he didn't try everything in his might to rescue her. The situation was bleak from all angles. There was no hope for him. Yet, with the disappearance of that hope, came something else. The feelings of anxiety were slowly melting away as he considered all of the circumstances. There was only one truly good choice he could make in this situation: to rescue Sang. All options would lead to his own destruction, so he might as well take the option that was the most virtuous. He could do nothing and die, or he could try to save her and die. Either way, the result would be the same. So even though Van knew that he would be facing certain death by trying to rescue her, he resolved to go down with a fight. He wouldn't hand Draco a victory. He'd give it everything he could, using every cheap trick in the book to rescue her. It was such a long shot that he didn't bother considering what he'd do if he was victorious, but instead he simply accepted that his life was already over. With grim determination, he grabbed his map and pulled it open. The first real challenge was figuring out how to reach the platform. All of the flight services offered in the world were on set patterns, so he couldn't use them. But he could use a stone of teleportation to drop in right above the building. That would make sense. The stone would probably stop working once he entered, but he and Sang really didn't have to do much if he could just get up there. All they needed to do was jump off the platform, and the CIA would have them logged out before they hit the ground. Van's safe fall would ensure he'd survive if he had to, if it took that long, but Sang would probably need some kind of potion of gentle falling too, just in case. Those items weren't hard to get. Teleport stones were easily accessed in just about any player market too, although they were expensive. Fortunately for Van, he had just earned the sticky fingers skill, allowing him to steal from vendors once per day. He grabbed his map, glancing at the city of Verada. It was only a few miles away. The city would have all of the gear he would need. Going shopping, get the team ready, and Sang and I will be needing you really soon, he wrote back to Neil as he grabbed his bagpipes and began marching straight toward the city. Yes, his plan was horrible, but it was something. He had enough gold to buy everything that he needed to win this fight, along with what he could steal, at least. Sang slowly opened her left eye. She was still alive, apparently, and was laying on the steel floor of some kind of windowless chamber. Her face had been bandaged, and her mouth felt numb. She climbed jerkily to her feet and glanced around the room. There was nothing around her but steel walls. She didn't even see a door. "Where am I?" she muttered. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and felt her heartbeat spike. She gasped and wheezed with a sudden pressure in her body, bending over until the episode passed. She hoped that it hadn't been a heart attack. She checked her messages, but the words, "error message, server down," greeted her. She sighed. Still nothing. As she glanced around, she noticed that the steel wall on her left was shimmering a bit. It slowly contorted and changed then, turning from a wall into some kind of glass window. Beyond the window were thousands of stars. She looked out of the window curiously and gazed into space. She could see some kind of alien craft in the distance. It looked just as Van had described it. Shivers overtook her as she began to realize that this thing was more real than she could have possibly imagined. A hissing sound greeted her from behind as a door slid open. She turned to see a long, tall creature walking into the room. The creature was blue and had long arms. Its head was shaped like that of a human, but it bore no facial features other than a nose and 2 eyes. It looked almost like a lizard of some sort with a long neck. She could see flaps opening and closing on the neck. It towered above her, nearly 7 feet tall. This had to be what these aliens looked like, she realized. "Greetings," the being said, its voice echoing inside of Sang's head. The effect wasn't entirely unlike the strange kind of contact that the aliens from the cave had made with her. Hello," Sang said, taking a step back. "I am Yivko, and I am the messenger of Draco, an envoy and representative of their will," it said. Its voice, while communicating to her telepathically so that she could understand, sounded chittery, like thousands of bugs speaking at once. It made Sang's spine crawl. "My name's Sang," she replied. This whole thing was now officially way past her pay grade, and she had no idea what to do. Was she honestly talking to a real alien right now? "It pleases Draco to no end that you are here willingly," Yivko said. "We have much to discuss and much to learn. But first, we must discuss your skepticism." "Skepticism?" Sang asked. "You do not fully believe that you are speaking to a being from across the stars. You do not believe that the things you have made contact with are not from your world. Even as you gaze at our vessel resting within the solar system, you wonder if this might be some kind of a hoax, it said. Sang shrugged. It's, crossed my mind that this could be just one incredibly intense programming thing. I mean, you can make dragons, so why couldn't you make spaceships? Or weirdly tall lizard things? Yevgo stared at her blankly for a moment, and then walked up close. She backed up, trying to get away from the creature, but she hit the wall instead. It leaned its entire body down close to her. She could feel the breath emanating from the flaps around its neck. You are sick and dying. Our reports show that your pod was damaged in transportation after it was stolen from one of our transportation trucks. Poison leaks into your brain. Your lungs and heart are sick as well, it said. Yeah, Sang said, coughing a little more, almost as if to confirm the alien's words. Then you would believe me if you were healed, the creature said, placing its hand right on her face. Breathe. Sang felt a strange, noxious gas spray right into her nostrils, and though she tried to resist it, she couldn't avoid breathing it in. There was a sharp sensation of pain that rushed through her lungs as she began to hack and wheeze hard, and she fell to the ground in reaction, writhing and gasping for air for a moment. And then she felt a burst of energy, something she hadn't been feeling for a while. Her fingers stopped trembling, and the hazy, almost drunken feeling of confusion she'd been experiencing began to lift. She stood to her feet and realized that her legs were working just fine now, and she didn't need to slump over. Much to her surprise, she felt incredibly healthy, probably better than ever before. Yet one does not believe, the being said. Wait, But before Sang could finish her sentence, she gasped again and realized that she was lying in the tube. She had been logged out. She tried to push the pod open, but it was sealed shut. Vitals check, the AI unit said, showing her a display of all of her body's vitals. Her heart rate was healthy, and her oxygen intake was fine. Everything that had been warning her earlier was gone. She was perfectly healthy. She glanced at the chart in confusion and put her hands on the tube to push her way out of the pod, but in a split second she was standing back inside of the steel chamber she'd occupied a moment before. Sang screamed, reacting viscerally to the sudden jump. Now do you believe? Yevgo said. You healed me? Sang gasped. You would be worthless dead, and you would be worthless if you did not believe that Draco comes from another land, it said. I get you. Okay, wow, that was crazy. I can't believe it, she said, stretching her arms and enjoying the feeling of freedom. She hadn't felt this healthy in a long time. She wondered if whatever miracle cure she had been sprayed with had fixed issues that hadn't even been related to the pod poisoning. You express joy. That is good, Yevgo said, placing its hand on her shoulder. Now we must discuss your future. Sang quickly went to check the creature's level, but only question marks greeted her. She frowned. Could she kill this thing and escape? She hoped so. You carry information that we need, Yevgo said. Draco wishes to harvest it from your mind, but such a task would leave you catatonic and brain-dead. You are skilled with manipulating computer data, and you have a connection to the American government. You have value to us alive. Where, then, do your loyalties lie? Well, what's in it for me if I help you guys? Sang asked. Even as she spoke, she wasn't sure why she was delaying right now. Whatever this creature was, it probably wasn't in Trefor's apartment, so stalling didn't do any good. We shall allow you to serve as Trefor does, a high-ranking member. There will be money for you as well, as much as you desire. When the new world comes, you will be like a god among men. Sounds amazing, Sang said. Sign me up. There is deception in your words, the being said. Sang frowned, realizing that since it was communicating with her telepathically, it was probably also reading her mind. You must realize that you have only two choices. Serve us, or become nothing more than an empty vessel." "But if you can read my mind, then you know that there's no way I'd ever serve you guys," Sang said. "So why give me the choice?" "Humans are curious," Yevgo said as he turned to face the stars. "You seem to be so convinced in your own minds that you are resolute, that nothing can change your minds. But we see a great many people change their opinions on a near daily basis. The reason why you refuse us isn't because you are so noble, heroic, or good, Sang. The reason you refuse us is because you do not have what you want from us. There was a man who was in seminary, preparing to become a pastor. He was drawn into this game, and we liked his ability to lead. So we offered him a job with us. We told him the truth. He was indignant. He screamed, shouted, and threatened. Said he would never join us. And do you know what happened?" "You killed him?" Sang asked. "No. He joined us. He joined us because we learned a long time ago that we don't have to force humans to do anything. We just have to offer them the right things. His family and children's safety secured, he was happy to join us. And to this day, he serves us very well." "That sounds like blackmail to me," Sang said. "It sounds like you're threatening some poor guy's family and making him go against everything he believes." "That's the curious part about humans," Yevgo said. "It starts that way. But after a while, they really start to believe in what they're selling. You might think you would never do what we are going to ask of you, that you will never believe like us. But I promise that if you join us, you will change, and it will be glorious." "I'm never going to join you, never," Sang said, gritting her teeth. She knew she was going to have to fight her way out, but really, she had no idea what she was up against here. "So many say that. Yet what they mean is that they will never join us without first knowing what's in it for them. Money doesn't move you. So, tell us, what do you desire? Anything that you wish, we can offer you." "Anything?" Sang asked. "Anything," Yevgo repeated. Sang sighed heavily, pausing for drama. "What I've always wanted, more than anything, is to go home. So if you let me go home, I'll join you." This elicited a narrow-eyed response from Yevgo. It shook its long head back and forth. "You play with us. You have been afforded such luxury, such freedom of choice, and yet you choose to mock? Draco is not one to toy with." "Well, neither is the CIA," Sang shouted as she leapt forward and punched the creature right in the throat. It fell down to its knees, making a horrible flute-like sound as it wheezed. "Ha!" Sang cheered herself as she ran to the door and pulled it open with her bare hands. She was strong enough to pry it open, and she ran out into the main room. She could see the floating desks and dozens of people working on them. No one seemed to pay any attention to her. She tried to move forward then, but felt a strange pressure stop her immediately. "Nice try," Yevgo said. "But you must realize that this world you are in does not belong to you. It belongs to Draco. You have chosen to become nothing more than an empty vessel." "Come on, I was just kidding," Sang said, trying to break free of whatever strange grasp held on to her. It was as if Yevgo had some kind of telekinetic grip on her. "You will not laugh during the collection process," Yevgo said. "You will weep." "Great," Sang said through gritted teeth. "Just great." Van sighed as he glanced at the busy market. Verada was full of two different types of vendors. There were player-run stores that were bought by players who wanted to turn a profit in selling all of the items they didn't want, and there were stores run by NPCs. The NPC shops tended to have crappy gear, and they were always on a fixed-price system. Van glanced at his shopping list and took a deep breath. The challenge he faced was far too dangerous for him to act without being clever. In his times of being a player in Dragon Kings of the New World, he'd learned a great deal about exploitable resources. weapons that only kind of broke the rules, and bugs that had existed since the beginning of the game. A lot of these exploitable items were banned from the game and weren't in production anymore, but a few players had still figured out a way to hide them in the shops. Using these exploit items was essentially cheating, so if a player were to use them in the game, they could expect a ban to be coming their way. Van wasn't particularly worried about getting kicked out of the game at this point, so he set about moving from player-run shop to player-run shop, looking for the old exploitable items that were for sale. The developers hadn't bothered to change or patch certain items, and this meant that Van had plenty of opportunities to get an edge on his opponent. Trefor was a very powerful man, and there wasn't much that Van could do in terms of fighting against the guy. His health would be far too high, and his armor was insanely kitted out. The only chance Van had was in the items game. In a way, if used properly, items could be the great equalizer, as long as Van had the advantage of acting first. Van approached the first vendor and took a look at the list of supplies that he had drafted up. He had the coinage to purchase just about everything on the list. Everything other than the Stone of Teleportation, anyway. That was going to be a tricky item to find, but if he could find it, he could snag it without a problem. Somewhere in this market, in this massive sea of players and NPCs, there was the stone that he needed. There just had to be. The small supplies were easy enough to buy, as Van had expected. He managed to grab all of the items from the first 2 stores he visited. These would be helpful in the fight, but the clock was ticking. Sang was going to die soon unless he was able to pull her out of whatever was going on up in that observation station. He rushed from shop to shop after that, pulling up each interface but finding nothing. There were no search functions in the marketplace, of course. The game was designed around the concept of creating interesting scenarios and interactions. No one could just find what they needed instantly, and this was especially the case for high-value items. Instead, players had to be crafty about it. Van glanced around, searching for the next best thing to a market search function: a merchant player. A merchant player was a rare breed. They were the kind who weren't super interested in fighting in big, exciting battles or winning wars, but rather they liked to play the role of the humble tradesman. Most of the game was controlled by several different merchants' guilds, all of them run by players. These merchants' guilds controlled a great deal of the shipping and exports. A player who was connected to the marketplace in Verada would no doubt be the kind of person Van could use. As Van scanned the marketplace, he noticed a man wearing bright golden and silver clothes, pacing about. He jingled, as he walked, the coins and jewelry that he was wearing rattling with each step. His name read Venerable Pete, Society of Coins. This meant that he was part of a trading guild. Van rushed up to him. "Get your items here! Consumables, potions, wands, scrolls, you name it, I got it!" Pete shouted to the crowd. "Sir!" Van said as he pushed past a throng of people standing in the way. Pete had been busy trying to catch the attention of many a passer-by looking for customers, and so he looked down at Van with a grin. "Hello there, Bard. Are you looking for a magical item of sorts? Perhaps a charm or a trinket?" "Yes, I am," Van said. "I'm looking for a teleportation stone." Pete frowned. "I fear that I haven't got any of those. They are rare indeed." Right, but I need to find one. How much would it cost for you to find one for me?" Van asked. "Ah, I see. You are but a noble lad, searching far and wide for an item?" the man asked. Van gritted his teeth. Normally, he liked role-playing with other characters, as it made the game feel more realistic, but this fellow's manner of speech was far too long-winded for his taste. For all he knew, Sang would be dead by the end of the conversation. Yes, but I'm in a hurry. I've got gold, so can you find it or not?" Van asked. Venerable Pete stroked his beard and chuckled. "Give me but a moment." He raised his hands high to his ears and posed as if he were listening to something. "Of course, young bard, for the mere coinage of 300 gold pieces, I shall tell you of the location of a stone of teleportation." Van looked at the GP in his inventory. He only had 200 gold. That sucked hard. He had to negotiate with this merchant now, so he paused to consider what his actions should entail. The man was clearly into playing a character, so perhaps if Van appealed to that side of him, he would be able to strike a better deal. 300 gold pieces, Van announced, dramatically flaring his hands upward. What a foolish notion that I, a man on the hunt for an item most powerful, should be at the mercy of the merchant who dares to hold knowledge. But alas, have I no choice? Pray tell, I do. I can choose another merchant, perhaps from a finer guild. The Guild of Financing, perhaps? Foul fiend, Pete replied. There is no such valor and nobility attached to them. They are but a guild of ruffians and fools, drunkards and swine. Alas, but you are a nobleman? Van asked, kind of enjoying the old style of speech. Then perhaps you will be willing to part with knowledge for a sum that is fair. And what, do thy pray tell me, is fair? 200 gold pieces for the knowledge, lest I find myself in the company of drunkards and swine, Van replied. The merchant nodded. Very well. In exchange for your coin, I shall tell you the truth. He paused from his speech as he took the money bag from Van. It's over there, he said, pointing to a booth on the opposite side of Van. Are you serious? Van asked. Yeah, don't try to scam a scammer, Pete said as he turned back to the crowd, hawking his wares. Van quickly ran over to the item shack. It was player-run, but the player who owned it had elected to use a basic NPC to sell the items. Buy items? The dwarf NPC asked as Van brought up the items menu. It looked like your basic adventurer's shop, something loaded to the brim with useless crap that no one really needed, plus a few pricey items that no one could afford. In addition to the Stone of Teleportation, Van noticed that there were a few of the exploit items that he needed to use against his enemies. Fortunately, since the items were banned from the game, the pricing was just an error message. Most of the time a player would set up his shop but never log back in, so the items would just sit in the inventory. Item, Sword of Rending, 300 GP. Item, Shield of Defense, 1,500 GP. Potion of Flight, 5,000 GP. Spool of Yarn, 1 GP. Item, Stone of Teleportation, 4,000 GP. Item, Horse Canoe, 300 GP. Flash Stick, Error Unknown. Potion of Elemental Immunity, Error Unknown. He clicked on the exploit items and purchased them. Sure enough, they popped into his inventory. He could see the warnings on them stating that they needed to be deleted from his inventory in exchange for a financial reward, but he ignored it. A flash stick would come in really handy. With these two items secured, he turned his attention to getting his hands on the teleportation stone. Van glanced around quickly. There were no guards watching. Van brought up the sticky fingers skill. The words 95% success rate appeared before him. He grinned as he quickly clicked the button, immediately putting the teleportation stone into his inventory. Another word popped up in front of him, however. Spotted. Van gasped, realizing that his minimap had already gone red as he heard the NPC yell, "Stop! Thief! Stop! Thief!" He glanced around to see that there were dozens of guards in the area, and they were all beginning to turn red. He made a mad dash for a side street, narrowly avoiding an axe that the shopkeeper NPC had thrown. Van continued running down the street. He'd had no idea that the sticky fingers skill had had a real chance of failure. 5% had seemed negligible. And now, a large horde of guards was chasing after him. And he was going to be forced to activate the teleportation stone before they all beat him to death with clubs and knives. Come on, Van said as he glanced down to the stone. He read the item entry. Stone of Teleportation. Uses: 1. Description: activate the stone by rubbing it counterclockwise and pinpoint the location on your map or within your line of sight. He didn't have the exact location of where he was going to teleport to, but at this point he had to do something before all of those guards just started wailing on him. "He's over here!" a guard shouted, pointing to Van, who'd been trying to lay low behind some trash cans. "After him!" "Ah, crap. All right, here I go," Van said to himself, rubbing the stone counterclockwise and looking up at the hidden area in the sky where he knew that Sang was being held prisoner. The stone began to glow brightly, and he felt a surge of blue energy wrapping around him. The word teleporting appeared over his head and delayed for only a few moments before the bar filled up and he vanished. The next thing Van knew, he was falling down, and falling down fast. "Ah! Oh!" he cried as he hit the steel platform of the floating observation tower, hard. "Oh!" he moaned as he slowly stood up. He hadn't been very far up from the platform, but had he made a mistake, he could have fallen a lot farther than he would have wanted to. He glanced at the massive building and saw that there was no one else on the platform. Perfect! He would be able to go right in and sneak around, hopefully undetected. As he grabbed his potion of invisibility out of his bag, though, the doors to the building slid open, and Trefor walked out. "Really? Van, are you seriously back here?" Trefor asked. "Ah, crap. How did you know I was here?" Van asked. "You think we don't monitor our own observation station?" Trefor asked, incredulity dripping from his words. "You can't be that dense." "I'm not dense, just hopeful," Van said, pulling his darts out. "What are you going to even hope to do with those? Kill me?" "Van, I'm so much higher level than you, you don't have a chance." "That's the thing about gaming," Van said as he readied his darts. "No matter what level you play, no matter who your character is, there are certain things that always work. Things that are super cheap and lame to use in a regular scenario. Like dizzy darts." With that, Van threw the darts straight at Trefor, who didn't even bother to dodge them, and the darts struck him hard on in the chest. The words "stunned" appeared over Trefor's head. "Ah, you idiot!" Trefor shouted as Van rushed past him and into the building, chuckling as he moved. Those darts were considered to be the lamest thing in the game because they automatically stunned anyone, regardless of their level. They were fairly common, but were usually seen as exploitable and broken items, so players who used them tended to get a bad reputation. Of course, the stun effect would wear off in a few seconds, but that was enough time to seriously frustrate just about anyone. Van slid into the main hallway and downed his invisibility potion, turning translucent. That would help avoid Trefor's rage for a few minutes while he poked around looking for Sang. She had to be here somewhere, right? As he scanned around, he heard a loud shout. "You idiot, I can see you! Why would you think I wouldn't have a ring of true vision?" Van didn't move in case it was some kind of a trick, but Trefor walked right up to Van and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Look, I tried to be nice, I tried to be patient with you, and I tried to be kind, but I'm at my breaking point. I don't understand why you're so idiotic, but I'm done helping you out. Consider whatever friendship we had repaid by the fact that I allowed you to log out. But now? Now there's nothing keeping me from killing you." "Wait!" Van protested. "Listen, I've got something to tell you." "What is it?" Trefor asked, growling deeply. It was becoming increasingly clear that Van was starting to get on his nerves. "I cast the spell of greasy armor on my clothes earlier," Van said as he effortlessly slid out from Trefor's grip and began to run as fast as he could in the opposite direction of him. "Are you kidding me?" Trefor shouted as he gave chase. Fortunately, Van's armor type was light, whereas Trefor was wearing plate mail, meaning that Van would forever move faster than him. "Get back here!" Trefor shouted as Van easily outmaneuvered him and kept on running deeper into the building. He had no idea where Sang would be, and glancing around he saw dozens of doors. There was only one way to find her, he knew. He leapt out of the way of Trefor and grabbed his bagpipes. Chapter 24. "It will be a great pleasure to see you a lifeless husk," Yivgo said as Sang felt the powerful kinetic force around her legs, forcing her to walk forward. He was controlling her limbs against her will, and it was a struggle to resist, more and more so with each step. "Yeah, well, maybe you're not gonna be so lucky," Sang muttered as she broke into a sweat. Trying to resist the energy moving through her was difficult, but she was starting to get the hang of it somehow. "Cease struggling," Yivgo said. "It is pointless." "What's pointless is—" Sang's words were interrupted by a hideous blaring noise, a sound so terrible that she felt as if her head was going to explode. The pain surged through her ears and she gasped, thinking that the psychic creature had undertaken some sort of attack on her senses. Only then did she realize that the sound wasn't an attack, but rather the sound of Van's bagpipes. He was here. Perfection. "Such a horrid sound," Yivgo said. "What is it?" "Bad news for you," Sang said, realizing the noise had distracted the creature so that it had released its hold over her. She spun around and kicked it hard in the leg, causing it to drop to the ground. The alien made a horrible screeching sound as she ran in the opposite direction, directly toward the blaring of the bagpipes. "I have never been more happy to hear that noise," Sang called out as she ran as hard as she could. With her health having drastically improved, she now felt like she could run for miles and miles without stopping. "Sang!" Van shouted as he moved into the corridor that she was running out of. "Van!" she said, stopping sharply to avoid ramming him. "Can't talk, running from Trefor," Van said, pointing to the angry paladin who was charging towards them. Yeah, well, we're in trouble then," Sang said, pointing to the alien that was rapidly moving towards them from behind. "Oh, what the hell is that thing?" Van asked. "No time to explain. We gotta get out of here," Sang said. "I have just the items," Van said, grabbing a smoke bomb. "And away we go." He threw the bomb to the ground, but much to his surprise, it just hovered in the air. "Enough!" Yivgo said in a voice that was loud enough to cause both Sang and Van to grab their heads. "There he is," Trefor said, coming to a stop. "My apologies, Messenger Yivgo. He slipped past using an exploit in the game. I'll kill him." "You could not stop this fool from entering our sanctum?" Yivgo demanded, walking up to Trefor and towering above him. "I'm sorry, Trefor's words were cut off as he suddenly began to float in the air. Yivgo held his hands up. "What use do we have for fools?" Yivgo said. "It won't happen again, I promise," Trefor wheezed. "Very well," Yivgo said, turning to look at Sang and Van. Sang could feel the familiar sensation of kinetic energy around her whole body, freezing her in place. Trefor fell to the ground with a large clatter as his armor hit the floor. "Transport her to my private vessel," Yivgo said as the alien turned and began to walk away. "And kill him this moment." "Yes, Messenger," Trefor said, turning around and pulling out his sword. "Can't move," Van said, struggling in vain to do something. "Trefor, don't be stupid. If you kill Van, you're a dead man. The moment my people break open the door to your house, you're a dead man," Sang hissed. "Well, as you probably saw back there, I don't have a lot of options," Trefor said, walking up to Van. "Sorry, buddy, I really am, but hey, it's you or me." "Wait, Trefor! Before I die, I have to confess something to Sang," Van said. "Oh, God, are you going to tell me you love me?" Sang asked. "Do you have to sound so disgusted?" Van asked. "No, I'm just saying that we're good friends, but I don't feel anything close to romantic love for you at all," Sang replied. "Wow, way to hurt a guy's feelings right before he dies. But, by the way, I'm not into you at all either," Van said. "I was going to confess to you that you were my best friend, and that I'm thankful to have known you, but you kind of cheapened the moment." "Well, you ruined the moment by leading me on like that," Sang said in return. She could see that Van was trying to move his hand somewhere, though, and knew she had to help him stall. Maybe fighting with him would amuse Trefor. "Leading you on? I just said I had to confess something, that's all. How is that leading you on?" Van asked. Enough, the both of you. Die with some dignity, Trefor said. Hey, I didn't confess anything yet, Van said. You just... Trefor's words were cut short as a bright flash of light emitted from Van's vest. The flash hit Sang right in the eyes, causing everything to go overwhelmingly bright. Ah, I can't see, Sang cried. Gah, my eyes, Trefor yelled. Sang felt someone grab her hand and drag her forward. She followed along, completely blind, for a few minutes. Eventually, though, her vision returned to her, and she could see that Van was pulling her toward the exit. Oh, you genius! How did you get out of the kinetic energy field? Sang asked. Bardic Will grants me an extra resistance to mind control magic. Even though it was some kind of weird alien, apparently it still uses these game rules as a law. I think it was running low on energy, which is why it told Trefor to kill me and take you to its ship, Van explained. And the flash of light? Oh, a flash stick. Super cheap and incredibly useful. It's exploitable because it just overloads the haptic systems. The blindness isn't even a game status. It actually blinds the player in real life due to a serious hardware error. It's literally a bug they didn't bother fixing, Van said as they rushed out the door of the building. There, we're here, Van said. We just gotta jump and we'll be logged out. No hesitation here, Sang said as she ran toward the platform and prepared to dive off. I can't believe we're getting out of this so easily. Hey, that wasn't easy at all, Van said as he rushed to the edge with her, preparing himself for the leap. I had to plan a lot, and there was some luck to this. Well, I'm happy to get out of here and never look back, Sang called out as she jumped. As she felt the wind whipping around her, she felt a burst of exhilaration of freedom. She was going to finally escape from this wretched game, and the best part was that she was still alive. Whoa! Van shouted as a massive dragon came flying in behind them. Trefor was riding atop it. You really think you can run from us? Trefor screamed as the dragon came flying down at full speed. Its huge jaws struck out and grabbed hold of Sang. She screamed as she felt the jaws sink into her body, but her health only went down by a few points. The dragon wasn't trying to kill her, it was just trying to hold on to her. Crap! Van shouted as he continued to fall out of Sang's line of sight. Oh, after him! Trefor shouted. Kill him immediately! The dragon grunted as it flew after Van, who'd continued to plummet to the ground. He was fiddling with a potion, however, and after drinking it, he stopped falling and instead began to glide down. Blast him with fire! Trefor ordered. Sang heard a snorting noise from the dragon. Oh, right, sorry, Trefor said. Just take us down. Snap her legs so she can't run. The dragon swooped down to the earth. They'd managed to land in the forest that they'd been hiding in earlier. As it touched the ground, it spat Sang onto the forest floor. She tried to scramble away, but felt the beast's sharp, piercing jaws latch around her leg, and then heard the horrific crunching of her right leg's bones. Gah! Sang screamed as she felt the pain shoot through her entire system. This pain felt way more realistic than it had before. Don't bother running, Trefor screamed. You're done for! Sang glanced at her ability to log out, finding that her entire UI simply read error, server error. The dragon hissed at Sang before it turned its attention to Van, who was still gently gliding down toward the earth. Van, look out! Sang cried out as the dragon took to the skies and darted towards the bard. Ah! Van shouted as the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames on him in midair. It was hard for her to see, but Van appeared to be unharmed. Are you kidding me? Trefor yelled. He hadn't mounted his dragon, but was rather standing next to the wounded Sang. How are you still alive? Potion of elemental immunity. Ha ha! Van shouted as he landed on the ground and immediately darted into the woods. That moron! Trefor shouted. Exploiting every stupid loophole in this game. Yeah, he's pretty good at this kind of stuff, Sang said, grunting in pain as she looked at her bloody and broken leg. There was no way she'd be able to escape with this kind of injury. Well, we've shut down his ability to log out again, Trefor said. Maybe we can rig the pod to suffocate him. Come on, why are you doing this? Trefor, you're better than this, Sang said. I saw what happened back there with that alien thing. Do you really believe they want to make this world a better place? Do you honestly think that these horrible things want to be our friends? You don't understand Draco at all, Trefor said, turning his attention back to Sang. He paused for a moment to give a long, weary sigh. There is nothing we can do to stop them. What if you were wrong? What if we could stop them? Sang asked. How? Have you seen these things? These are aliens, Sang, Trefor said. You know, I used to think that these things were so simple. But then bam, I learned all of this. You think we can overcome advanced beings from another planet? Humans can barely agree on borders between nations, let alone uniting against something like this. The others, they gave me a plan, beamed it right into my head. I know how to defeat Draco once and for all, Sang lied. And that's why Draco wants you, Trefor murmured. Look, I'm in this too deep. He shifted uncomfortably. His demeanor was beginning to grow less confident with each passing moment. She could tell that he was beginning to grow worried. There's a chance for you to change it, turn it all around. I wasn't joking about the CIA stuff. They're going to be in your house soon. Do the right thing, man. Turn off our logout locks and let us go. If we walk out of this thing alive, you get to walk out too. Trefor shook his head. You're trying to control me. No, I'm not. Yivgo, that horrible alien creature, that's what's trying to control you, Sang hissed. You're way too deep in this. Are you ready to face the consequences of your actions? Are you ready to be brought up on charges of treason? Hell, you'd probably be lucky if you even got to see a jury. Shut up, Trefor snapped, abruptly turning away from her. She could see that he was growing visibly more nervous with each passing second. You have a choice. You can betray your freaking race, ally with aliens, and then end up hooked up to a car battery in an endless room in real life, or you can help us. You get to play the hero, and we never mention this again. I never wanted any of this. I just wanted to play a stupid game, Trefor hoarsely whispered. I just wanted to play a stupid game and get paid. Sang could see that he was beginning to break down. I know you did. Look, you haven't broken any laws. You aren't in trouble. Yet. Just get us out of here and we'll fix it. You can save us here. You can stop them, Sang said. She was surprised that it was working, but he seemed to be responding to her words. No, I can't, Trefor said, shaking his head. These things are too strong. Think about it, Trefor, Sang said, leaning up. Regardless of whether we can beat them or not, you have a lot to lose if you don't side with us. And I'll lose it all if I join you, Trefor replied, taking a step back from Sang and looking to the woods in the direction Van had run. No, that's the thing. They won't be able to hurt you. This plan, in my head, it's going to screw them up. They're freaking out enough to do everything it takes to capture me. I'm with the government, and we're going to foil them. Your plan really has a way to kill them? Trefor asked, his voice cracking a little. It's as clear as day in my mind, Sang said. I don't know if I believe you, Trefor whispered. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. We know your address. We know your name. These aliens might be scary, but at least they're in a video game. The CIA is in the real world. Trefor glanced at the dragon and then back at Sang. You're bluffing. 8132 Cherrywood Lane, Baltimore, she said. That's where you live, and we've got a van rolling in that direction right now. Ah, crap, Trefor said, turning to face her. His face was white with terror. While Sang had no idea if the CIA was anywhere close to Trefor's home, she at least had access to the address. This seemed sufficient enough to scare him into submission. Last chance, or I pull the offer, Sang said. I'm your only way out of this mess. Help us or... All right, fine, Trefor said. Just don't let them lock me up. Good. Now let us log out or... Her words were cut off as the yellow dragon's jaws came down hard around his head, crushing it in a single motion. The dragon snarled as it tore Trefor's head clean off. Sang gasped as the lifeless body slumped over and fell to the ground. "Idiot boy!" the dragon snarled as it pressed its face close to Sang. It snorted, emitting a little bit of heat upon her. "You filled his head with foolish dreams and hope. There is no hope. The new world will come, and no one will stop it." What? Sang gasped in horror as she looked at Trefor's body. Was he dead in real life? She glanced at her login credentials and saw that they were still offline. There was still no way to escape. "Come," the dragon hissed as it latched its jaws around Sang's undamaged leg. She gasped in pain as it picked her up and began to fly back up toward the platform. She tried to wriggle out of the creature's tight jaws, but to no avail. She was hanging upside down and nearly limp. She grabbed her long sword that was hanging off of her hilt and tried in vain to swipe at the beast, but it refused to let go of her. Instead, the dragon just hissed as it flew higher and higher into the air. Sang glanced down to see that Van was busy looting Trefor's corpse. It wasn't pretty to watch, but at the same time, Trefor was a high-level player. He must have had something important on his person. The dragon turned its head and looked down, causing Sang to shift in its jaws. It snarled and threw Sang up high into the air, catching her with its tail. "That fool!" the dragon growled. "Will he never give up?" And with that, the dragon dive-bombed straight down. Sang could feel her stomach turning as the G-forces began to press against her. The dragon's tail was squeezing her tight, but at this angle she could at least do something. With sword in hand, she began to hack away at the creature's tail. The dragon roared as it flew downwards, tightening its grip around Sang. She felt her ribs begin to crack as the breath was squeezed out of her. "Ah, crap!" Van shouted as he narrowly dodged the dragon's fierce jaws, just avoiding their snapping shut around him. He rolled out of the way and pulled out a wand. "I've got the perfect item, Sang!" he shouted. Stop talking about it and use it!" Sang gasped as she dropped her sword. She was starting to run out of oxygen and felt dizzy. The tail was crushing her. She shoved her arms in front of her chest and pushed hard, freeing up just enough space for her to get some oxygen. "I'm going to use it on you! Get ready!" Van shouted as he aimed the wand at her. He muttered some magic words, and a ray of energy struck Sang right in the face. "Ah!" she yelped in surprise as she felt a strange surge of strength rush through her body. The words "Strength of Ancients" appeared over her head, though, and she saw her strength score increase to 50. She blinked again to make sure that was correct. It was. She now had 50 strength points. "Ha!" she said as she wrenched the dragon's tail open, freeing herself. She gripped onto the tail then, however, and began to climb onto the thing's back. "Fool!" the dragon roared as it rolled in midair, aborting its second dive bomb attempt. "This guy is loaded with buff items!" Van shouted. "Paladins rule!" Sang continued to climb onto the dragon. Despite how it tried to roll around and knock her off, she was holding on tightly. Her climbing skill had increased when her base stat had skyrocketed. It was insane how powerful she felt. Her leg was still broken, but fortunately the game didn't penalize her ability to climb because of that. "You think you can hurt me?" the dragon roared as it began to crash towards the earth once again. "Prepare for impact, foolish woman!" Sang gritted her teeth as she felt the forces of gravity push her against the dragon as it hurtled toward the earth. Her grip was tight, but she was worried the impact might deal too much damage to her, killing her. But then again, the dragon wouldn't risk killing her. It needed to bring her back to the messenger. "Give it your best shot!" she cried out as the dragon rolled onto its back and smashed into the ground, crushing Sang in between its yellow scales and the hard earth. Sang felt pain rack through her body, and she watched her health drop down to 50%, but she was still alive. She let go of the dragon and quickly wriggled out from underneath it. Unsheathing her bow, but still lying on her back, she carefully aimed and fired a shot right into the side of the dragon's skull. The dragon roared as she watched the words 100 damage rise above it. The boost in her strength was also increasing her attack power. This was a phenomenal buff. "You think you can kill me?" the dragon roared as it spun around and faced Sang. Sang raised her bow in defiance, knowing full well that she had perfect immunity. "I can try," Sang shouted as she let loose another arrow, watching as it flew right into the dragon's eyes. Critical, 250 damage, greeted her as the dragon roared in pain. It narrowed its eyes and chomped down hard on Sang's other leg. She screamed in agony as the dragon sharply tore its teeth into her skin. The pain was unreal. She almost lost consciousness, but managed to hold on. "Sang, I gotcha!" Van shouted, suddenly appearing atop the dragon, wielding some kind of a bottle. He threw the bottle onto the dragon's head, causing a ton of oil to seep down over it. "Shoot it! Shoot now!" Van shouted as he leapt off the dragon. Sang raised her bow and took aim at the creature. She was barely able to keep both her eyes open, considering the amount of pain that she was in, but she had to take the shot. She fired off another arrow, and it struck the dragon's forehead, right where Van had broken the potion. The arrow sparked into flames as suddenly the rest of the oil began to ignite as well. Fire erupted all over the dragon's skull, causing it to shriek out in pain. It reared back in agony, standing on its haunches for a moment and fully extending its wings. "Shoot the underbelly!" Van shouted. "Shoot where the heart is!" Sang nodded and aimed right at where her hunter's instinct told her to. There was a spot right between the right front leg of the dragon and the dragon's chest that was the perfect spot. She took a deep breath and fired. The arrow seemed to move in slow motion as it streaked through the air, striking the exact spot on the yellow dragon. It roared out in pain as blood began to gush out of its body and then fell to the ground. The words "critical," "lethal," appeared over it. It hissed and snapped frantically, thrashing its tail as the flames continued to consume it, but there was nothing it could do. Sang collapsed backwards and let out a sigh of relief once it became apparent that the dragon was dead. Oh man, we did it," she said. "Yeah, we did. We beat 2 players way out of our league," Van said, sitting on the ground next to her. "You look like you're in a lot of pain, though," he muttered. "Yeah, it's more realistic than before. I need some healing potions," Sang said as she checked her system status again. It was still offline. That wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. "Hey," Van said as he handed her a bright red potion. "Check it out." Sang glanced at where he was pointing and realized that the yellow dragon was beginning to melt into the ground, fading away slowly. "Weird. Normally monsters leave behind treasure," Van mumbled. "Oh well, not really the time to be thinking about free gear, although I gotta tell you, if that oil of ever-burning agony hadn't worked, there was plenty of more stuff I could have used. Trefor was hooked up with the best gear I've ever seen." "Yeah, best gear," Sang emptily repeated as she tried to contact her team. Every time she sent out a message, though, she received the same error message. "Van, can you contact anyone?" "Nah, I got a message from Neil once, but that was about it. He said you were sick and going to die. We gotta get out of here as soon as possible." "I'm fine now, actually. That thing up there, it healed me. Somehow it was able to stop the poison from killing me." "Well, let's be sure to send it a thank you card from the other side. Can you get us out of here?" Van asked. Sang shook her head. "I'm afraid not. I can't figure out why, but we're still on lockdown. I mean, Trefor's dead, the dragon's dead, so who else would be keeping us locked in here?" "That weird alien dude?" Van offered. "The messenger," Sang said. "He must still be controlling our ability to leave. Crap. Van, I don't think this is going to be over until we kill it." "Can we kill it? I mean, what is it?" Van asked. "It's a Draco alien, I think. I don't know. It seemed to be interested in representing Draco anyway. Wanted me to turn over everything I knew about the others willingly." "Did you?" Van asked. Sang shot him the dirtiest look possible. "Really, Van? Come on, I was just kidding," Van said. "So, what's the plan?" Sang glanced at her UI again. It was back online now, but she still couldn't access the dev console, meaning that she wouldn't be able to hack into anything. This was bad news. Without any kind of communication to her team on the outside, and without the ability to log out, they were sitting ducks. "Van, we gotta go back up there," she said, shaking her head. "Again? Are you kidding me?" Van asked. "Well, what do you propose we do? Hide down here? Wait for a whole squad of professional players to show up and obliterate us? We got lucky. Now, if there were other people up there, they certainly would have been all over us the moment we were trying to escape from the platform. So I have to think that there was only Trefor, that dragon, and then the messenger. The clock is ticking here. What about all of those people on those floating desks? They didn't react at all to our escapade. Whatever they were doing was far more important than capturing us, I guess." "Well, how do we kill this thing? Do you know?" Van asked. Sang felt a strange pressure in her head. She buckled backwards for a moment and gasped. "Hey, you okay?" Van asked, putting his hand on her back. I'm hearing... dragon," Sang mumbled as she grabbed her backpack and opened it up. The egg. The little purple egg that she had stolen from an island so long ago was beginning to pulse a little bit. "They're trying to tell me something," Sang whispered as she pulled the egg out and looked at it. She could see that the life inside of it was beginning to stir. "Man, are you going crazy? Because right now is not a good time to go crazy, Sang," Van said. "It's just a dragon egg. You need to use a quest to hatch it. It's not even worth carrying around because Draco personally has to give you that quest." "Maybe," Sang said as she put the egg on the ground. She knelt down and looked at it. The egg was still pulsing, beginning to really move. She leaned forward and began to etch some symbols with her knife very gently on the shell. As she slowly cut the symbols, built from the alien language that had been embedded in her brain, the egg began to hatch. "Whoa, how are you doing that?" Van asked as the egg began to crack and shatter. A beautiful black dragon emerged from the egg. It was tiny, almost at the size of Sang's fist, but it stretched its wings and it clawed its way out of the eggshell. It hissed and snapped its jaws a few times, shaking its head. Then it slowly stood up, shakily at first as the embryonic fluid gently dripped off of it. "Dude, you just unlocked a dragon," Van said, kneeling down next to Sang. "I can't believe it worked." The dragon wobbled as it took its first few steps. Its slender black tail flicked back and forth as it examined its surroundings. It turned to face Sang. She cocked her head as she looked at its beautiful yellow eyes. "We are impressed," boomed a voice inside of Sang's head. At first, she thought it was the dragon, but then she realized that it was the chittering hive sound of Yivgo. She glanced up and saw that Yivgo was standing by Trefor's corpse. The alien was alone, but stood tall and unworried. "It isn't every day that you see players of such a low level defeat a professional player and his dragon companion," Yivgo said. "But playtime is over. It is unfortunate that you have killed 2 of Draco's allies. We needed them. Transporting you should have been a simple task, but alas, such weakness was the nature of Trefor. He was chosen because he was second best." "Shut up!" Van said, throwing a dart at the creature. The dart froze in midair as the messenger raised its hand. "Are you always this hasty, Van?" it asked. "You were our first choice, you know. We liked your vim, your vigor. The way this game was everything to you. Trefor reported that you refused our offer, however. Shocking, indeed. What's most shocking is that you would condemn yourself to death over people who have been controlling you, blackmailing you, owning you." "Yeah, well, while the CIA might be a complete bunch of jackasses, at least they aren't interested in killing the entire world," Van shouted back. "There is no point in this back and forth," Yivgo said. "We are not recruiting you anymore. But we have an offer. You are freed from your controls. Log out now and live. Stay and die." "Ha! You must realize at this point that I'm dead set on getting myself killed in here," Van said as he raised another dart and prepared to throw it. Before he could do anything, however, he began to float in the air. "Die!" Sang shouted as she drew her bow and let loose several arrows at once, using her multi-shot power. The arrows all stopped in midair and just hung there, though. "This is amusing," the messenger said. "How humans in the face of certain death would rather die than surrender. This is why Draco likes humans. In a century or so, all of that rage, that power, that primal stupidity will be shaped. It will be focused, and most importantly, it will be useful." "Ugh!" Van cried out as he suddenly began to turn red. "Van!" Sang shouted as she rushed forward, drawing her sword as she charged at the messenger. It merely raised its hand, and a blast of force was emitted from its fingers, knocking Sang backwards. She hit the ground hard, but stood up and charged again. "And you still try. Even in the face of overwhelming superiority, you try. It will be such a shame that a warrior of your caliber will be nothing more than a mindless husk in a few hours," the messenger said. Sang felt another blast of power strike her and throw her backwards. She had completely underestimated how powerful this creature was. She felt the wind get knocked out of her as she scrambled to stand back up. "Is that all you've got?" Van wheezed as he continued to turn more and more red. His hand dropped down to his side as he pulled out a small bottle. He crushed it in between his fingers, shattering the glass and causing a red ooze to drip over his hand. "A potion's not going to do you much good," Yivgo said, shaking its head. "At least not without you drinking it." "Not for me," Van gasped. Sang stood up in time to see that the little dragon had crawled over to the puddle of red liquid that had dripped onto the ground and had begun to lap up the potion. It hissed a little as it drank, but then its head began to shake slightly, and a moment later it was howling and shrieking. It turned around and looked at the messenger. "A curious creature," Yivgo said, taking a step back, "but easily killed." It raised a hand to emit a blast of power, but was too slow. The dragon howled and rushed as fast as it could with blinding speed, leaping and latching its teeth onto the side of the messenger's long hand. The messenger let out a loud piping noise as it buckled and thrashed, trying to get the dragon off of it. Van immediately fell to the ground, gasping for air. "Sang, it's distracted!" Sang nodded and began to snap off arrows. The messenger raised its other hand to repel the arrows, but the dragon was still fiercely attacking it, leaping from limb to limb and biting into the alien's flesh. A few arrows bounced off to the side, but one found its home and lodged itself right into the side of the messenger's face. Greenish blood gushed out of the wound as the creature collapsed to the floor. The dragon continued to bite and claw for quite some time still, until the messenger stopped moving entirely. "Is it dead?" Van asked. Sang shrugged and slowly walked closer. It wasn't moving at all. Slowly, she peered over to see that the messenger's eyes were still open. The dragon had ceased from its violent attacks and was instead lying on the ground, gently snoozing with its eyes closed. Whatever kind of potion it had drunk seemed to have worn off immediately upon the alien's collapse. "Truly, humans are the most admirable species," the messenger said as it slowly blinked. Sang grabbed her sword and pressed it against the creature's forehead. "Resilient and able to overcome all obstacles, even in the face of impossibility. Draco is pleased with your actions, Sang. End this vessel's life now. End it and be free. Take your reward." Sang glanced at Van, and he nodded. "Tell Draco that I'm not going anywhere," she hissed as she shoved the blade down hard, stabbing the creature right in the brain. It let out a hideous shrieking noise and then ceased moving completely. "That was intense," Van remarked. "I'm so glad that potion of burning rage worked." "No kidding," Sang said as she turned to look at the dragon that was quietly snoozing. It seemed to have a smile upon its face. Behind the two of them, then, there was a strange whoomph noise. Sang leapt up and turned around, her bow in hand. In front of them was a pod. It was about the size of a small airplane, and it was smooth and made of chrome. The ramp to the pod was open as well, leading into the ship. "Whoa! I think that's how the messenger guy travels," Van said as he walked toward it. "Hey, stay away from there. It could be some kind of a trap," Sang warned. "Trap schmap, come on, let's look inside. I bet we can find some kind of a clue," Van replied as he walked right up the ramp. Sang sighed and gently scooped up the snoring dragon. It nuzzled against her a little as she carried it toward the ship. She didn't like the looks of this strange pod, and she certainly didn't like the fact that Van had just climbed in like an idiot. This entire adventure would have an extremely disappointing end if, somehow, he got killed inside of that pod. They had defeated 3 powerful foes in a single day, and he was going to risk it all for this? Why did she even bother trying to save his sorry ass? "Check it out," Van said as he waved her in. She looked inside the pod and saw that there were dozens of screens and computer consoles. There was a single chair at the helm of the ship and a few harnesses lining the walls for people to strap themselves into. "Interesting," Sang said as she sat at the console and began to fiddle with the controls. A dev console popped up, prompting her to let out a sigh of relief. She could change the login credentials from here, allowing them to finally get out of the game. She was ready to log out and never ever think about this game again. As she deceived the login blocks, the console began to hum a little. There was a high-pitched whine next, causing the dragon who was sleeping in her lap to suddenly open its eyes and look around. The whine continued for a few moments and then ceased. Next, words began to sound from the console. The voice was deep and throaty, a voice that seemed to resonate and shake the very pod itself.
"There is no hope. We will win. Tremble at the future,"
the voice said. The pod began to slowly hum and vibrate then as the screens caught fire. "Ah, crap! Let's get out of here!" Van shouted as he leapt up and scrambled out of the pod. Sang followed after him, and they managed to clear the pod just in time before it erupted into a massive fiery explosion. The warm heat of the flames pressed against Sang's back as she held the dragon tightly, shielding it from the debris. "Man, I am so glad that didn't blow up earlier," Van said, turning around and facing the wreckage of the craft once the immediate blast of heat had worn off. "Whew, yeah," Sang said. "Well, we're free now, right? We can log out, so let's go ahead and get out of this wretched game." "Sounds like a plan," Van said. "I'm exhausted." "Exhausted," mumbled the dragon. Van and Sang both stopped and looked at the creature. It wriggled its way out of Sang's arms and leapt onto the ground before slowly walking around in a circle, sniffing about. "Van, can dragons talk? New ones?" Sang asked. I don't know. I mean, this thing isn't exactly acting like any AI I've seen in the game," Van replied as he looked at it curiously. The dragon turned its attention to the both of them and yawned, opening its big mouth wide. Sang could see that its baby sharp teeth had already emerged in its mouth, and its scales were forming relatively quickly as well. It was growing, and quickly. "Earth?" the little dragon asked as it tilted its head at Sang. "Is Earth?" "What?" Sang whispered as she crouched down to look the creature in the eyes. "Far away, across the stars," the dragon whispered back. "In a realm beyond eye and a realm beyond light. We rest, but far we are. Draco consumes, close and hungry, violent and clever. They are unending, like the locusts of the field or the ants of the valley." "I think this dragon is an other," Sang shouted. "We can talk to it. It can talk." "Far away," the dragon repeated as it looked up at the sky. "But here now. There is much to do and much to be done. Salvation is at hand, but so rests the darkness." How can we defeat Draco?" Sang asked. "What does this equation in my head mean? Is there some way to take this entire network down?" The dragon smiled and opened its mouth to speak, and suddenly Sang was inside the haptic pod again. She gasped as she felt the system disengage and the tubes pull themselves from her skin. "Pod deactivated. We hope you had a fun time," the AI said as the pod slowly opened up. "Ah!" Sang gargled as she realized how dry her throat was. She sat up, still holding the gun that had been in her hand when she'd crawled into the contraption. She was incredibly disoriented, though, and had no idea how long she had been in there. "Easy there, cowgirl," Neil said as he pried the gun out of her hand. She fell forward as she tried to stand up, only to be caught by O'Hara. "There's an other. We gotta talk to him. I need to," she mumbled as she felt her stomach begin to turn. "Oh, I need to throw up." "Easy, easy," Neil said as she began to dry heave a little. "You're all right." "Man, what happened?" "There was a dragon, and it was talking," Sang whispered. "Yeah, well, we got the green light that you could both be pulled out without getting killed, so we took the opportunity," O'Hara said. "Man, I can barely walk," Van said as he stumbled out of his own pod. No one was rushing to his side, however. He hit the ground hard and crawled a few inches forward before giving up and just collapsing fully onto the ground. Help Van," Sang said as she slowly began to stand up on her own. "Van's not the problem. You are," O'Hara said as a full medical team rushed to grab her. "You're lucky to still be alive. We gotta get you under a scalpel immediately." "I'm cured," Sang said. "The aliens, they cured me." Right. Down you go," Neil said as he shoved an oxygen mask over her face as they threw her onto a gurney. She felt the oxygen pumping into her lungs and realized that it was spiked with something. Her eyes opened and closed for a few moments until a dark, dreamless sleep overtook her. Chapter 25. Van groaned as he hobbled towards his cot. Everyone had been so excited that Sang was alive that literally no one was around to help him get to his bed. He could barely walk on account of having been motionless for almost 4 straight days. He felt so sick to his stomach, in fact, that he was regretting every single step that he took. Truthfully, he didn't mind the fact that everyone was all over Sang. But he couldn't help wishing there were more help to go around. Sang needed the help, though, he knew, just in case that alien was simply pulling a fast one over on her. They'd have to be thorough in checking to make sure that she wasn't still near death because of that pod. "There," he grunted as he collapsed into his bed, staring up at the ceiling. He'd made it. He couldn't believe the last few hours of his life. They had passed so quickly, but offered a rush that he'd never experienced before. The thrill of battle, the excitement of being on the literal edge of death, it was all beyond anything he could describe. All of this time, gaming had been missing that one crucial part of the real survivalism experience: the fear of actual death. Not character death or a reset. Anytime he'd had to battle a devil bear or a skeletal fiend, he'd always known that he'd pop up on the other side of the world with no real lasting consequences other than the loss of gear. While that had created a sense of avoidance in him, it had been nothing like the experience of actually being at risk. The emotions came in waves, he discovered as he stared up at the ceiling. On one hand, he felt an intense wave of fear and almost existential terror at the thought of being on the brink of death at any minute while inside of the game. But on the other hand, he also felt the elation of accomplishment. He felt the adrenaline involved, and as he reflected on how he had cleverly screwed Trefor over a few times, he realized how fun it had all been. Maybe fun wasn't the right word. There was something primal about being locked in a life-or-death struggle. And while he certainly didn't like the feeling of being inches away from death at any moment, he also knew that it had all made him feel more alive than anything else he'd experienced in the past. He hadn't asked for this kind of thing, and he would never have signed up for this kind of adventure if he'd known that he could be inches away from death. But having come through it, he felt so much stronger. Knock, knock. said Agent Neil as he strolled in. "Don't mean to interrupt your nap, but we gotta talk business." "Pull up a seat," Van responded, unable to even lean up. Neil grabbed a chair and slid it next to the bed. He put one foot on the chair and leaned forward. "You did good getting our girl back. Real good. She's a friend. She came back for me, so there was no way I'd leave her behind." "Yeah, well, doesn't change the fact that you could have," Neil said. "All those threats were empty. I legally couldn't shoot you, you know. If I were motivated by your threats, I would have turned on you guys when I had the chance," Van muttered. "I can appreciate the fact that you didn't turn on us. At some point, we're going to need to get a full report out of you, but that's not why I'm here right now." "Is it to kill me?" Van muttered. "'Cause I really would prefer it if O'Hara shot me instead. I like her more." "Huh, no, I ain't here to kill you," Neil said as he sat in the chair. "I'm actually here to make good on our deal. The job was to make sure that Sang stayed invested and got through her mission, and much to my surprise, you actually kept your end of the bargain. Now, I'm sure with these startling developments, you want nothing to do with these stupid pods. Draco will probably be on you the moment you get back in game, and Sivlander's been deleted, so you probably don't want to go back in there. And to make matters worse, since you've been swept up in this whole stupid thing, you're going to be debriefing with every branch of government for the next 5 weeks, telling them every detail and getting asked the same asinine questions each time. But I got good news for you. You took care of Sang, you kept the deal, and even she admitted to wanting to make sure you landed on your feet well after all of this. So I've got an offer for you." "An offer?" Van repeated. "Yeah, a buddy in the FBI owes me a few favors, and he happens to specialize in witness protection. Now, you're definitely not a wanted man or anything, but he specializes in setting people up in good homes, with good jobs, and in nice locations. You keep your name and credentials and stuff, but you get a new lease on life. We throw some money in your bank account, and bam, you're good to go. Of course, I gotta smuggle you out of here because the brass would throw a fit if they found out you're a part of this and weren't getting debriefed. But the reality is that Agent Sang's got enough information for everyone." "Why? Why would you make me this offer?" Van asked. "Honestly, because of what you did for Sang. She's alive because of you. O'Hara and I were genuinely surprised when you went back for her instead of trying to log out. And I'll level with you here, if Sang had died because of this operation, well, it would be me and my partner who would have taken the heat, and that heat would have cooked us both. I owe you. I wasn't saving her for, I don't care what your reason was. I reward my friends. So, do you want this? Or what, you want some cash instead? Ask and it's yours." Van pondered the idea of going somewhere else and starting fresh. A house, a real job, a new location. The ideas and dreams spun before him as he thought about what he wanted. All of his life, he had wanted to become a professional gamer. And now that dream was dead. Draco had killed it when they'd turned out to be evil aliens. He had never even imagined something like that could happen. He had staked his entire life on the possibility of working for them. But now, everything he'd thought was real was burning away before him at once. Sivlander was gone, his circle of friends online was gone, and the 10 years he'd slaved away to become a pro gamer had vanished in less than 4 days. His old life was over. Van felt a few tears well up within his eyes as he realized that he really had nothing left. But he also realized something. Sang had been right, at least on some level. He had been wasting his life. Not because of what his chosen profession was, but because he had been living his life for the future. Everything that he had sacrificed had been in pursuit of some far-off future where his life was guaranteed to be better. But now that future would never come. He paused as he reflected on Trefor's words. Trefor had been just like him, he realized. The Paladin had dreamed of being a part of something better in the future, but he had been willing to give up everything in the short term in order to get there. And one of the things that Trefor had been willing to throw away was the majority of the population. And for what? For some imagined future that wouldn't happen anyway? I don't want your offer, Van said as he looked up. There's nothing out there that will make me happy. Eh? What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure working in Malibu as a mystery diner would make just about anyone happy. I'm tired of looking to the future, of looking for somewhere or some place that can make me happy, Van said as he looked up at Neil. I don't want money, and I don't want to be sent somewhere else. I want a job. Come again? I want a job working with you guys. This whole Draco thing isn't going away, and I've more than proven myself to you. I know you're going to have to go back in there, and I know there's stuff that I can continue to contribute. I'm done waiting for a better future. Give me a job, give me a paycheck, and drop the blackmail routine. Ha, kid, that's cute, but you don't get a job with the CIA just because you want one. You gotta be qualified. Qualified? Qualified? Who in the hell is qualified to play a video game controlled by evil alien overlords with plan to destroy and probably enslave humanity? I think I'm probably one of the few people out there who is qualified, just on account of the fact that I can play the video game. But you almost died, remember? Do you want to just rush back into such a dangerous life? I mean, we don't know what or who Draco is still. They have all the cards in their hands. The people we're going to be sending in next are the kinds of people who don't mind getting shot at for a living. Not pudgy gamers who can't even be motivated to go jogging in the real world. I'm not taking no for an answer, Van replied. You owe me this. I don't owe you anything as far as the company is concerned, though, Neil said, sighing as he ran his hands through his hair. Man, do you have any idea how much paperwork it involves to hire a cooperative specialist from the outside? I don't care, dude. I want in on this. I'm done wasting my life away on things that don't matter. Today is the only thing that matters. I'm not going to stare into the future any longer. The future doesn't come, Neil. Today is the place I want to be living. So maybe you should be an inspirational speaker, Neil suggested, shaking his head. Okay, the best I can do is recommend you to my superior, but even then, it's a stretch. I don't have hiring powers. Do whatever it takes. Or during my debriefing with your superiors, I explained to them how you threatened to kill me multiple times. Damn it. Look, I'll do what I can, okay? I'll do my best, but I'll get fired if I get one more assault complaint against me. So you have to give me time. And if you get a job, we call it even, okay? Sounds fair to me, boss, Van said with a grin. I'm not gonna be your boss. I'm gonna be your friggin' coworker, Neil said as he stood up. Oh, and Sang's out of the ER. Turns out they didn't need to cut her open after all. We ain't letting her stand up yet, so you should go visit. You owe her one hell of a thank you. Van nodded as he felt himself drift off into sleep for a few minutes. His dreams were vivid and terrifying. He kept revisiting the same moment over and over again, the moment where he realized that he was trapped and that he could die. He twisted to the left and right, trying to awaken, but he just couldn't seem to come out of his slumber. The images, the screams, and the feeling of adrenaline surged through him for several hours until finally he awoke, dripping with sweat and feeling exhausted beyond all measure. Go figure. I'm traumatized, he mumbled as he slowly staggered out of bed, ignoring the nurse who'd been quietly tiptoeing around his room, laying out medications on the table. Sir, you need to stay in bed, she said. Get me a wheelchair. I need to see Sang, he said as he hobbled forward and put his hands on the dresser. He really hoped one of those pills was Quake. The nurse obliged him, despite her scowl, and then wheeled him to Sang's room. She was sitting up in her bed, drinking a thick green shake from a straw. The medical machines were gently beeping, and she was wearing an oxygen tube around her nose. There he is, Sang said cheerfully. You look good, Van said, at least for someone with half a dozen tubes sticking out of them. I'm healthier than ever, Sang said. They can't figure out how, but somehow my body has made a full recovery. Even my scar from when I was cut by some glass as a kid is gone. Weird, Van said. To think they can heal so well with that technology. And what do they want to use it for? War? Purging mankind? That sucks. Sang nodded. Yeah, but we did good, Van. We did really good. You saved me, you know, Van said as he rolled up to her. I owe you my life. In the field, it's a little different, I think, Sang said. You watched my back and I watched yours. No one owes anyone anything. You climbed back into this thing knowing it would kill you. You got kind of lucky with that alien healing stuff, Van said. I'd be a dead man without you. Sang shrugged. Well, you're welcome. Van smiled as he sat next to her. So, what are you going to do next? He asked. I have no idea. This whole thing was way, way beyond my pay grade. I thought I could handle it, though, up until the last few days. I mean, things really got out of hand. Once the aliens stopped being a theory and started being real, I don't know. It's too much for me. I think it's awesome, Van said. After all these years, we've finally found out that there's life among the stars, and the best part is that at least some of them are friendly. Why do you assume that? Sang asked. Because they want to help us, duh, Van replied. Have you ever heard the phrase, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Sang asked. Because this could be the potential situation. What if these others want to invade Earth for themselves? What if they oppose Draco because they want to eat all the humans instead of just killing them? Oh, I didn't think of that, Van said. Well, it's all I've been thinking about. The dragon had no qualms about attacking and killing that messenger. They have access to technology we can't even dream of, too. Just because they oppose Draco doesn't mean they're coming in peace. Are they coming? I thought they were too far off, Van asked. I don't know. Once again, there's too many unknowns, too many variables. Van, this is the first time we've ever had to face real forces from another planet. What are they like? What do they comprehend? The word alien usually means entirely foreign. This whole thing is beyond my wildest dreams. I'm not excited like you are. I'm dreading whatever happens next. Don't be afraid, Van said. I'm sure we can kick any alien's ass if they come against us. I'm not afraid, Van. I'm just dreading the future. You realize what's at stake here? We've uncovered a massive plot, one that Draco has been planning for who knows how long. How long have they been here? What's their big plan going to look like? With technology so advanced, they can literally induce brain and tissue damage in a pod. How can we even hope to compete with that kind of power? Van shrugged. I don't know. Van, and we can't just stay out here, Sang said quietly. She looked up at him, tears welling up in her eyes. As scary as it was, as deadly as it was, we can't stay out here. We need to go back. There's still so much work to do. We've discovered only a small piece of the puzzle, and you and I, we work well as a team. We get along, and more importantly, we're the only ones who have seen this stuff up close. We can't let Draco win. So, you're telling me that you want to go back into the game? With me? Van asked. He was surprised to see that Sang, despite her worries and fears, wasn't about to give up. The doctor says we need time to recover, but yeah, we're going to have to go back into the game. They're going to be shutting this whole operation down on account of some fears of our cover being blown, but once we sit in front of the brass and tell them everything we've seen, you can bet they're going to want to send us back in. Van nodded. And you're okay with that? I don't have a choice, Van. Whatever information is in my head won't stop clawing at me. That dragon was hatched because of me. I felt some kind of bond to it, I swear. With your skills as a player and my link with the others, we're the only ones who are qualified to do this. I can't do it alone, Van. I need you. I know you're probably wanting to bail. I know this thing was well beyond what was asked of you, but Van, you're the only person I can trust to have my back. You don't owe me a damned thing, but will you join me anyway?" Van slowly nodded, feeling a few tears well up in his own eyes. Never before had he been important enough to be asked something like this. The pleading desperation in Sang's voice indicated that she needed him for more than just help. She needed him to actually win this thing. It meant the world to him. "I don't know," Van joked. "I wasn't planning on sticking around, but hey, if it's important to you, I'll do it. I'll join you. But you owe me for this." "Absolutely," Sang said, smiling widely and throwing her arms open wide. Van leaned in and they hugged awkwardly. Van chuckled, knowing that she was completely unaware of the fact that he had signed up for this fight several hours ago. "Van," Sang said as she finally released him from the hug, "I need to tell you something too. It's been on my heart lately, and I need you to know what I've been thinking." "Go for it," Van said as he leaned back in his chair. It turned out those pills he had taken were the pure opposite of quake, and he was feeling euphoric. "All I could think about as I raced to save you was the fact that you were so happy with your line of work," she said. "All I could think about was how much I tried to judge you for what you did. Van, I'm sorry that I didn't take you seriously all this time. It wasn't right of me to act as if you were somehow lesser just because of what you chose to do." "I appreciate it, but ironically, I think your words kind of got me thinking too," Van said. "I wasted so much of my life thinking about the future that I never once thought about a better today. I wasted so much potential." "At least you were always thinking about the future," Sang mumbled. "I was so caught up in achieving success that I didn't even notice when it had arrived. Then I was just going through the motions." "Yeah, I think we can agree that we're both pretty messed up, can't we?" Van asked. Sang laughed at that. "I suppose so," she said. "But right now, I'm going to make you a promise." "What's that?" Van asked as he tilted his head back and felt wooziness come over him as the drugs continued to push him deeper into a state of relaxation. "I'm going to be better about it. I'm going to respect you, and I'm going to start respecting myself. No more judging, no more frowning," Sang said. "And I'm not going to chase after things anymore," Van mumbled, half asleep. "I'm going to build me a life worth living, one brick at a time." "Yeah," Sang said with a long, heavy sigh. "One brick at a time." Chapter 26. Van shifted uncomfortably as he sat in front of the panel of 3 men. The room was relatively small, and it was cramped. A small lamp hung over everyone, and it swung occasionally as the air conditioning kicked on and off. He had no idea where they were, but he knew it was an important meeting. Sang was sitting next to him without making much of a sound. They had been given a few days of forced rest and nourishment, in which Van had never eaten so many green foods in his life, and then they'd quickly been shoved into a van and brought to some kind of warehouse. Sitting before them were 3 people, none of whom would tell Van their names, but they seemed important. Sang had just told Van to speak when spoken to and be polite, but that was about it. One of the men was wearing a military uniform, another was wearing a suit, and the third was wearing some kind of lab coat. It was like something out of a movie, but of course, Van's life had been like something out of a movie for the last week anyway. Sitting beside Van and Sang were Agents Neil and O'Hara. They were both very well dressed today, having had their uniforms pressed to perfection. Neil looked especially nervous, though, and kept glancing over at Van every few moments. Van had been coached earlier about what to say and what not to say by Neil, and there'd been far more threats than Van liked to hear. Still, he understood that the entire operation they were planning hinged on these individuals okaying the plan. "These reports are interesting," the military guy said after what seemed to be an eternity. "We're most grateful for your willingness to put your lives on the line for this kind of information. It's not every day that you meet non-combat operatives who have this kind of bravery. We appreciate your hard work and your willingness to dive into the battle." "The lab tests were very inconclusive on your physiology," the scientist guy said, looking straight at Sang. "Your body was severely damaged and poisoned during your time of interacting with these pods, but now you are completely healed. A miracle, if I have ever seen one." "Ultimately," the center-sitting, suit-wearing guy said, "this has proven to us, beyond a reasonable doubt, that there is indeed some sort of alien activity going on inside of that game. Your reports about the simulation being one used to somehow harness human talent for some kind of insurrection makes this more than a simple matter of interest also, and turns this entire situation into a national security issue. Our conversation with the White House has brought back the go-ahead to begin a task force to formally begin investigating this game. Yet there are some problems. First and foremost, we've confirmed that there's a setting or something that makes this simulation lethal. The CIA broke into the man you called Trefor's home a few days ago and discovered him dead within his pod. The attendants who were working there showed his medical records as being perfectly fine until a single moment when all of his vitals went flat. This confirms that Draco has some ability to manage the lethality of their systems. Although judging from the fact that Van wasn't immediately killed, it would appear they cannot simply remotely kill an individual. "The implications of such a thing are far-reaching," the scientist said. "Mainly because it means that the people who we send into this mission will be people who are going to be putting their lives on the line. And as such, we do not have the time nor the resources to gather more pods and gather more people immediately," the military man said. "The reality is, we don't know what we're up against. We need more data. And that, General, is why we are here," Sang said confidently. She leaned up in her chair and placed her arms on the table. "The fact is that with the existence of these foreign beings confirmed, we must do everything in our power to collect information on them." "Information is vital beyond all other things," Neil echoed. O'Hara nodded. "There's a lot of questions we just don't know the answer to yet," Sang continued. "Who are these things? What do they want? Why would they choose to invade Earth in this manner? How will they purge everything? These questions are troubling," the scientist said. "Yet we have also read your proposal and fear that it's entirely unattached from reality." "Why's that?" O'Hara asked. "Because of the aforementioned lethality," the general replied. Van grimaced. He'd known it would be a long shot to convince the higher-ups to approve the plan. "We simply cannot afford to lose agents due to a video game error." "That's why we've got these two," Neil said, waving to Sang and Van. "They've both volunteered to be our undercover agents, still collecting as much data as possible." "The sheer extent of psychological damage that she must have experienced from making contact hasn't been evaluated," the man in the middle said. "And I doubt that inexperienced agents with little real-world work experience would have what it takes for this kind of investigation work." "Hey, I've been playing this damn game for 10 years, Van said, leaning up and putting his hands on the table, trying to imitate Sang. "I can tell you that without me, there's little chance for success. Sang's alive because of my exploitation of the game system. We have access to serious knowledge because of my ability to lead and fight in this game." "That's all well and good, Mr. Van," said the scientist. "But you're forgetting the fact that you have no idea what you are up against. It would be in everyone's best interests to choose to focus on some other method of investigation. Draco is a company, right? We must be able to locate them on the ground somewhere." "No," Sang said, shaking her head. "They're operating the entire game from their remote servers. The game world is their office. You can search high and low, but you'll never find their actual physical office." "Sang's right about that so far," the general said, turning to face the other two. Intelligence attempts to collect data from Draco have failed miserably for the last 5 years, and I doubt they will succeed now. It may be that the only way to crack this case is to get inside the game again. You're forgetting the fact that we don't know what's happening inside of her head, the scientist said, aggressively pointing at Sang. For all we know, exposure to the alien force has caused her mind to fracture. She could be insane and we'd never know it. Whatever's in my head, I don't think I'm going to understand it without that dragon, Sang whispered as she stared blankly at the table. We've got to go back in there. It's too risky, the scientist declared, slamming his fist on the table. Your request is denied. Since when do you get to speak for the rest of us? The suited man asked as he sharply turned to rebuke the scientist. The White House put all 3 of us on this task force. Your vote only counts for 1. And what would you have them do? Would you allow them to march back in there and trapeze around? What if, the very moment they log in, Draco is waiting for them? What if, as soon as they connect, Draco kills them? They're grown adults, O'Hara growled. They're perfectly fine with taking that risk. At the end of the day, we need to have people back in that world. These 2 are fully in the loop, and they've survived some tough encounters. They're the right kind of people. They're going to be the dead kind of people, the scientist shouted. Supposing we approved of your plan to send them back in undercover, the general said. How do you intend to implement that? It's simple, Neil said as he unrolled a schematic of a building. Van could see dozens of placements for computers and medical stations. We take our current pods and rig them up. I've had some people look at them, and we think we can amplify them somewhat. At the very least, we're going to fix Sang's pod, and if we can't do that, we'll give it to Van. Hey! Van shouted. He quickly became quiet once O'Hara glared at him with a look that could have killed a small animal. Then we put them in a centralized location, somewhere safer than our crappy abandoned office. We get a full team of hackers there, no small-time operations anymore. You get me 12 people working around the clock as they monitor the situation, we're going to be golden. We'll throw a few other pods in there too, begin some kind of evaluation program to see if we can find suitable assistants for our lead. You guys conduct your real-world investigation at the same time, and we pipe information to you every single day. Nothing happens without the brass knowing what's going on. The general said, quietly stroking his chin. And should there be some sort of compromise? Should those supposedly friendly aliens turn out to be not so friendly? What then? Agent Sang is carrying a lot of information around in her head. If she turns out to be some kind of liability. Relax, Sang is going to be fine, Neil said. Look, we've got a concrete plan that will solve all of our problems at once. We can collect data, build up an intelligence network from the inside, and then, when the time is right, strike, toppling Draco. You're playing with fire, the man in the middle said. What if they catch wind of your scheme and decide to execute their plan to purge mankind early? What then? There was a heavy silence that fell across the room. Everyone nervously glanced at one another. There's nothing we can do about it, O'Hara said. But that's only if we give in to the idea that we can't fight these things. When I joined this organization, I wasn't super interested in diplomacy, stealing plans, or doing covert work. I wanted to be part of a group that solved problems, likely with violence. Sir, these aliens are a big problem, but that's okay because we have the solution. Our task force will do everything it takes to eliminate them. There might be blood spilt, but we're going to make sure it's far more of their blood lost than ours. We might lose these 2 people sitting here today, but if it will stop these aliens' plans, then it's worth it, and they agree. This is a new kind of war, and we intend to win it. Damn straight, Van said. She's right, Sang replied, standing up. I'm going in, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. If I have to go buy some gloves and a console, I'll do it. But there's nothing you can do to prevent us from going back in. So you might as well give us what we need. We could have you locked up for treason, the scientist said, leaning back in his chair, and interference with an official investigation. No one's locking anyone up, the general said. Fine. I approve this plan. You have the White House's approval.
The NSA will also back you up,
the man in the suit said as he yawned. We have 6 people's names on our list already. Pro-gamers who are probably just waiting for the opportunity for an interview. Well, I oppose this mission entirely, the scientist said. But I must defer to my comrades. NASA will support you. What can NASA do? Van asked. This drew a blank stare from the scientist. Sir, we are the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. We have the right to discuss and investigate any extraterrestrial encounters. Oh, right. Right, I guess that makes sense, Van said, wondering if he'd have a chance to meet a real astronaut. Good. Then we're greenlighting this project. What was it you called it again? Asked the general. Neil sighed. Operation Flaming Tortoise, sir. Guess who picked that nickname? Van proudly asked, pointing to himself. Very well, Operation Flaming Tortoise is a go, the general said with a smirk. We'll get your base of operations set up in a few weeks. I want my people inspecting every inch of those pods, the NASA scientist said as he stood up. And you need a full psych evaluation before you can get back in them. Fine, whatever, Sang said. I'll do whatever you guys want, just get me back in that game. Neil grinned at O'Hara, as everyone stood up to discuss some immediate logistics before breaking up. Van glanced at the schematics for the command center. He felt his heart swelling with pride as he realized that all his life he had wanted to be a professional gamer, and now, in a weird way, he was. He would have the chance to use his talents, skills, and abilities to do something that truly mattered. His official title would be Extraterrestrial Investigator, and that was a glorious thing. Sang slowly opened her eyes to see the bright blue sky as the door to her cab opened up. We're here, ma'am, the cabbie said as he pulled her luggage out and offered her his hand. She took it and pulled herself out of the car. She had been sleeping on her way to the airport, and her dreams were growing more complex. They had been confusing and terrifying at first, but she'd begun to realize that a message was starting to form. Every few nights, she'd be able to get some kind of new word or concept, but it was a slow process. Whatever the others had done to her brain, the language wasn't easily translated to the human mind. The psychotherapy had gone about as well as she'd expected. They'd done a bunch of tests, asked her several questions about her mood, and locked her in a sensory deprivation chamber for a few hours to see what would happen. But there hadn't been much to it all. She'd shown no evidences of being off her rocker. They'd signed a release and cleared her to go into the pods. The team would take some time before they were ready, however, and so she'd made a push to get some vacation time. As soon as the last presentation on her health had been over, and the brass had cleared the final plan to go back into the game, she'd been cleared to buy a ticket to Asturias and told that she had 4 weeks of leave. Sang smiled as she felt the warm air around her. Her flight would be leaving in a few hours, and she couldn't wait to fly halfway across the world and enjoy some peace and quiet. Sitting by the beach with a good book and no one around her sounded incredible. As much as she enjoyed Van's company, the man never shut up. It was as if he had some kind of fear of silence and would do everything in his power to make noise. On their long journeys together, he'd sometimes told the exact same story over and over, just because he was interested in talking about it. It had driven her crazy, but this next month was going to be good for her. It was going to be just her, the beaches of Asturias, and a beautiful vacation home they had set her up with. If she was lucky, she wouldn't even have to see another person for at least a week. As she walked up to the airport, luggage in hand and big floppy hat on her head, she noticed that Van was waiting for her. Oh, Van, Sang said. I didn't think I'd see you here." "Of course," Van said as he grabbed her luggage and threw it onto a baggage cart. "You would not believe how excited I was when I was given tickets to fly way out to Spain. I've never even heard of Asturias before. But hey, a free vacation? Who am I to judge?" Oh, Sang said as she realized that the luggage sitting on the cart all belonged to him. "Oh yeah, by the way, Neil asked me to give you this," he said as he shoved an envelope towards her. Sang took it and opened it gingerly. "Dear Sang," the note read, "this is what you get for pulling a gun on me. Have a nice, quiet 4 weeks. Love, Neil." Sang sighed deeply as Van turned to tell her all about the various birds he had seen on the car ride to the airport. She glanced back at the cab. This was going to be a long 4 weeks. Epilogue. Kenwar walked through the dark chambers of the temple, his footsteps echoing with each step. He was nervous. There had been some rumblings among the pro-gamer community about the death of the Ward of Verada. This wasn't good news. Not good at all. A series of extremely strict policies had come down the pipeline not even a day ago. All of them were warning players about discussing anything Draco-related, going so far as to offer advice on what to tell police or reporters if questioned in the real world. He hadn't seen this kind of thing in the past, and he certainly didn't like the fact that the council had summoned him so suddenly now. He spoke with them very rarely, but had generally been given more notice. Today seemed wholly different. He could smell the disgustingly musty stink of the underground mushrooms as he descended lower into the temple. He nervously checked the time. It was 2 hours past sleep time's beginning. He hated being in the game during sleep time. Finally, he reached the room where the council was waiting for him. He took a deep breath and pulled his cloak off from his head. "Now or never," Kenwar muttered to himself as he strolled into the room. It was dark. Too dark for him to see anything but silhouettes of figures in the background. They moved back and forth, and he felt an uneasiness run through him. Never had he seen so many members of the council before. Not at once. "Manhunter Kenwar," boomed a voice. "Step forth." Kenwar did as he was told, stepping out into the small beam of light that was cast upon the center of the room. He knelt down. "You may rise," said an elder, crackly voice. "We have called you forth because your services are required." "As you wish, my lords," Kenwar said, keeping his head bowed. His heart was through the roof right now. If they were upset with him in any capacity, if he'd offended them, they were liable to kill him. He knew that all too well. The fate of the last manhunter had never been officially disclosed, but everyone knew the truth. He'd mouthed off and then been silenced for good. "We have a great problem in our midst," said the elder, "for a messenger lies dead." "How can that be?" Kenwar gasped. "He was a fool," croaked another elder with a deeper, almost frog-like voice. "He played his hand too quickly and was cocky. He made the mistake of underestimating humans." "You speak as if messengers controlled themselves," shrieked one of the others in the darkness. She had a feminine voice, but it was bridled with rage. "The elder who controlled the messenger was toying with the humans. We will find the one whose mind directed that messenger, and they will be punished." "Do not speak of Draco matters in front of a human," boomed another one, his voice far more powerful than the others who'd already spoken. Everyone's murmuring stopped at his words. "This is not for you to worry about." Kenwar just kept his gaze down, not responding to anything that was happening quite yet. "The one who killed a messenger is not like the other humans who wander in this world," the big voice continued, "for she carries within her head a valuable item. She carries the words and wisdom of the others." "The others? I thought they were just a myth," Kenwar said. "You thought what we wanted you to think," shrieked the rage-filled female. The rest of the room chittered with anger as well. "Silence! We will show respect to the manhunter," croaked the frog-like voice. "For we have chosen him to undertake such a task as this." "To respect a human is to respect an ant," the woman said back. "Again, I say silence!" boomed the big voice, and this time there was some kind of force to the way he spoke. It resonated throughout the entire room, and it drove Kenwar hunching further toward the ground. "Manhunter, listen to my words. There is a woman who holds the key to fighting the others. In her company is a dragon. Kill the dragon and bring us the woman. We have a spy within her ranks. He has successfully persuaded her and her organization to return to this world in order to learn our secrets. He will not act with an open hand, for we do not know what they have learned yet. You, and you alone, are the one who is tasked with this job. We shall pretend as if we are not watching their every move. They must feel safe. They must believe they are prevailing over us. Then you will swoop in and seize her. Under no circumstances can you allow her to die." "I see," Kenwar said as he rose to his feet. "You have nothing to worry about. I shall do as you ask." "There is another matter at hand," said the loudest elder. "There will be in her company a fool of a man. See to it that he is not killed until we say so, for he will be useful to us." "Yes, my lord," Kenwar said as he glanced at the interface. He saw the picture of a ranger and a bard. He analyzed them for a few minutes. "They will be returning to this world within 6 weeks, Manhunter. Do what is necessary to prepare for the mission." Kenwar bowed deeply. "I am honored to receive such a mission. I will not fail."
"Oh, we have no doubt that you will succeed. You will not be like our previous manhunter," cackled the female. "Unless, of course, you fail. Then you will resemble her in more than one way."
Kenwar felt a shiver run down his spine as he turned and walked to the exit. He heard the chittering and laughter of the voices behind him. This has been The Star Dragon, Dragon Kings of the New World, Book 1. Written by Dante Doom. Narrated by Nik Magill. Copyright 2017 by Relay Publishing. Production copyright 2017 by Relay Publishing.